Elden Ring is a game that I have a complicated relationship with. There's a great deal about the game that I really enjoy and even find to be remarkable, but there's also a great deal about it that makes me roll my eyes in disappointment. Objectively speaking, Elden Ring does a fair amount right, if not really well, but it also falls flat on its face in more ways than one. In fact, there's a lot about this game that I feel unfortunately fails, which I suppose is to be expected for a studio's first venture into uncharted territory, but it's still disappointing to see. Elden Ring is complicated. There are moments of genuine brilliance, but these often feel undermined with how constantly the game is going out of its way to frustrate and undermine the player with design choices that are simply not conducive to the Souls style of gameplay. I realize that this is a hot take, alright? And I'm very aware that I'm in the minority of players who came out of this game disappointed. However, I would encourage you to stick around and hear me out before typing away in the comments about how I'm a casual that needs to get good. I've replayed Elden Ring several times over to try and get to the bottom of just why it is that I find it so disappointing, and I've put literally hundreds of hours of work into this critique and getting to the bottom of my issues with the game. At this point, I've completed Elden Ring more than enough times to have an informed take, and I've got the footage to substantiate all of my points, both positive and negative. In many ways, my feelings towards Elden Ring are the polar opposite of my initial feelings towards Dark Souls and even Demon Souls. When I first played Demon Souls and Dark Souls, I honestly didn't get it. I couldn't even really tell you what it was, but the games just did not click with me initially. My buddy let me borrow his copy of Demon Souls back when Dark Souls had only just been announced, and I just didn't care for it. When Dark Souls came out, I gave it a go and was still less than impressed. I thought they were just clunky RPGs with some admittedly fantastic artistic direction. I sort of enjoyed it. I didn't mind the challenge, even back then I enjoyed the harder difficulties for games that I played. However, for reasons I can't quite explain, Dark Souls just felt really tedious to me at first. The Capra Demon in particular left an especially bad taste in my mouth and is still among the worst bosses in that game. I love Dark Souls now, but there's no getting around the fact that it has some major issues. But then I got to Anor Londo and that incredible boss fight with Ornstein and Smough. If you pronounce their names differently, thumbs up and gold star. I couldn't tell you how many tries it took, but after a long, and I mean long, series of uphill battles, I finally did it. I was overwhelmed with how good it felt to finally overcome this tough-as-nails boss duo, and it was as if all the praise that I'd heard levied at Demon Souls and Dark Souls for being these immensely satisfying experiences finally coalesced into this one defining moment. I will never, ever forget the first time that I beat Ornstein and Smough. It was an incredible experience. As for Demon Souls, the moment I truly fell in love with it specifically was the Storm King. Do I honestly even need to explain? In fairness, I think from my experience with Demon Souls, it was more of a grinding escalation than a single defining moment. I loved the Storm King, Maiden Astraea, Fool's Idol, Tower Knight, Penetrator, and False King a lot, and by the time I'd beaten the game, I was just in love with it. So yeah, that one was a bit of a slow burn with highlights, but the point is that it did click with me, even if it took a bit. That's not an uncommon sentiment among fans of these games, and I think it's perfectly fine for a game to be a bit more complicated to digest at first. If anything, I think it bolsters whatever perspective you'll ultimately end up having. Perhaps the catalyst of my issues with Elden Ring is that the sense of escalation and how I began to regard the game turned out to be the exact opposite of what Ornstein and Smough or Demon Souls had done for me. I actually really enjoyed Elden Ring's opening hours. Limgrave makes a fantastic first impression, and the player character control is impressively smooth. Unfortunately, the more I played Elden Ring, the less I cared for it, and it wasn't until about 13 hours into my first run, give or take, that I was finally hit with that one defining moment. After that, it was 60 more hours of peaks and valleys that had me really dejected by the end of it. First-time playthroughs of Souls games are meant to be special, regardless of your experience level with this subgenre of games. But my first playthrough with Elden Ring was really only notable for all the wrong reasons. Contrary to Dark Souls, where I started out not really enjoying it until one certain magical moment that gave me a whole new sense of appreciation for these games, Elden Ring's most noteworthy moment for me was one that managed the inverse. It turned an experience that I was finding fairly enjoyable into perhaps my single worst experience with a Souls game ever. First impressions, especially those as significant as these, are difficult to shake off. However, I felt as though I was in an advantageous position to reevaluate my time with the game, being that I not only still wanted to like the game, but that I also consider myself very much open to being wrong about any piece of media on first viewing. A lot can be misunderstood or even misinterpreted on a first playthrough, even one as thorough as my first with Elden Ring. And I'm by no means exempt from being off base about a product during my first experience with it, regardless of the effort that I put into it my first time through. Hell, when I first played it, I thought Dark Souls 2 was pretty damn excellent. Nowadays, I consider it the worst Souls game and one of FromSoft's all-time lows. And let me be clear, I'm not just here to crap all over Elden Ring or anyone's enjoyment of it either, unless you like Malekith. There is a lot to love about Elden Ring, and for what it's worth, I mostly enjoy playing it with the characters that I've created. I understand how and why it's amassed the degree of fervor that it has, and not once have I ever approached this or any other game with the mindset of bashing it just because I personally dislike something about it. That would be both moronic and childish for anyone who claims to love this medium to do, wouldn't it? To give some examples of games I'm known by my community for disliking, and also because I guess I can't help but mention my disdain for them in every video that I make apparently, I don't just hate The Last of Us 2, BioShock Infinite, Dead Space 3, or DMC Devil May Cry for arbitrary non-reasons. These games worked hard to earn my disdain, and it would be dishonest of me not to acknowledge that. At the end of the day, all I care about is getting to the bottom of why I feel the way I do about whatever art or media that I consume, and finding ways to express my perspective as fairly as possible. I don't care to appeal to fanboys who proclaim Elden Ring to be one of the greatest games of all time, and I don't care to appeal to contrarian hipsters that just want to hate on the game for no reason other than it's popular. I do this out of passion, both for video games as a medium, and for From Software as a studio. Demon's Souls and its successors were hugely impactful on me as someone who loves this medium, and I've held an immeasurable respect for Miyazaki over the past decade and a half that I've followed his work. This is something that I hold a deeply personal respect for, and I want to treat it as I feel it deserves to be. I won't hesitate to praise what I feel this game absolutely excels at, and believe me, there's plenty of that. But I also won't be pulling my punches when discussing where it absolutely fails either. And while I've got you here, let's get this out of the way right now. No, Elden Ring does not need an easy mode, nor is it too hard. The general public reception of these games being the most super duper extra brutal crazy hardest games ever has become grossly overblown, and I legitimately believe that it's becoming a detriment to this franchise. While it's true that these games have always prided themselves on their difficulty, yes, even Demon's Souls and Dark Souls, for those of you who like to pretend that they just happened to come out really hard, somehow, the intent of those games wasn't just to be as impossibly hard as they could get away with. Prior to Elden Ring, the only games in this franchise that were transparently going out of their way to try and be as difficult as possible were Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro. I blame Activision's involvement for Sekiro because it makes sense that they as a publisher would want to push what these games are known for by the general public. Dark Souls 2, on the other hand, definitely wanted to be hard, but it rarely manages to do so, barring a handful of moments, many of which felt cheap, and not to mention artificial in difficulty. Elden Ring is very guilty of going out of its way to be as hard as possible, but there are also several design choices that seem to completely contradict this. In order to really explain how, we first need to look into the design of its predecessors and how Elden Ring draws from them. Demon's Souls and Dark Souls were designed with the idea of testing the player's ability to assess various situations and piece together how they can overcome them using the various mechanics they were introduced to at the start of each game. Bloodborne was designed to test the player in two forms of combat: back and forth one-on-one duels, and erratic battles against creatures that possessed inhuman behaviors. The core focus was to encourage the player to act more aggressively in combat than they might in games with far less mobility and immediate payoff like Demon's Souls or Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3 no doubt drew inspiration from Bloodborne, being designed to push the limits of the Dark Souls format through increasingly aggressive enemies. One-on-one encounters against fellow warriors felt like these stylistic backs and forths, and the bestial encounters all felt ferocious, but not to the point of completely completely overwhelming the player. You can tell in Dark Souls 3 that while From was going for an increased sense of aggression, they always kept their foot close to the brakes. They knew when to say enough was enough. Sekiro was the first to be strictly designed with a focus on one-on-one encounters. There were of course great beasts to try and break down, but the focus was obviously on fights like those with Ashina and Ishin. But with Sekiro, the core mechanics would encourage the player to behave more defensively than offensively, with the goal being to identify the vulnerabilities in your enemy's offensive patterns and exploit them through the given mechanics to deliver devastating strikes, techniques, and even combos that outright decimated them. Bloodborne and Sekiro took the combat introduced in the Souls games in new directions with their focus on all-out offense and counter-heavy play respectively. Dark Souls 3 acted as a legitimate sequel to the first Dark Souls that chose to explore more aggressive combat akin to, but not quite mimicking, that of Bloodborne. So, what exactly does Elden Ring do with its combat, and how does that play into the difficulty? From what I can tell, Elden Ring at its core is trying to use the combat of Dark Souls as a foundational platform, with the goal of emulating that which also made Bloodborne and Sekiro so successful. The player character plays much like what you'd find in Demon Souls or Dark Souls, however enemies are designed like that which you'd find in Bloodborne and Sekiro, with the player ideally looking to break enemy posture, now called stance, like in Sekiro through particularly aggressive play, like in Bloodborne, so as to land more powerful visceral attacks that deal adequate damage. Sometimes. However, instead of wearing your opponent out through a mix of rapid attacks and perfect blocks, like in Sekiro, or relying primarily on weak points and parrying between dodges like in Bloodborne, Elden Ring leaves it on the player to reap the rewards of aggressive play and find satisfaction in tearing through their enemies. Of course, Bloodborne also featured a mechanic that would see enemies falling to a vulnerable position after an onslaught of attacks, but this could only be achieved by identifying weak points in one's foe and dealing a significant amount of damage to said weak point. Cleric Beast, Vicar Amelia, Dark Beast Parl, and Lawrence are practically built around this very mechanic, and it's something that the player is bound to discover rather quickly provided they're paying attention. I'll be going into the specifics throughout this series, but to put it as simply as possible, I think Elden Ring's core issue is a lack of balance. That probably sounds kind of vague, but it's a consistent issue that I find in just about every facet of the game, so I will be going into more depth as time goes on and begin to break down so many different elements of the game's design. Fundamentally speaking, Elden Ring wants to be a spiritual successor to Dark Souls, but it also wants to incorporate fundamental elements of two games that took notably different directions from the Souls games. It wants to be an open world, but it lacks the content to refrain from recycling so many assets, and you can tell that they really had no idea what to do with certain areas, and the prominent solution to this seems to have been just taking random enemies and turning them into bosses, or sometimes taking actual bosses and just copy-pasting them. Elden Ring wants to be a soul-crushingly hard game, but it also wants to be the most approachable From game for all playstyles. There's a lot of conflicting design elements throughout Elden Ring that begin to bog it down as you take a more critical eye to it. Players are limited to the movement of Dark Souls, with every move made requiring the player to calculate and commit to that animation. If you swing your sword, you are now locked into that swing. That's fine, except enemies are so fast now that players are still speculating whether or not the AI has the abilities to input read and even animation cancel. Even if neither were true, enemies can still perform a number of actions in a third of the time the player can, which feels really unfair because it means the player is left far more susceptible to punishment for even less actions than the enemy. Players also have shields, some of which are quite effective, and a guard counter which does high damage to an enemy's stance. Unfortunately, the guard counter itself leaves the player just as vulnerable as any other attack, while also taking a sizable chunk out of the stamina bar since the attack will always follow a successful guard. Combine that with just how fast your enemies are now, and the guard counter just kind of feels like any other attack. Enemies in Elden Ring seem to possess numerous mechanical advantages over the player, not the least of which being their ability to track the player mid-animation, which is quite the luxury for enemies this large and this fast. Enemy tracking is a major problem in Elden Ring, often getting so ridiculous that you can physically see their character models turning on the axis. as if they can just recalibrate their center of gravity on a whim. More often than not, they will even have contingencies to get them out of positions of vulnerability that the player would have been able to exploit in a more balanced game, which is not only frustrating in the moment, but also makes the ebb and flow of combat feel far more unnatural. Instead of intuiting for yourself how the enemy's motions will flow, the goalpost has been shifted to memorizing wind-ups, frames of damage, and positions of punishment contrary to how it is that you would intuit them. The idea being to punish panic responses and mix things up for longtime series players. Some might claim that this is fine because the games are supposed to be hard and it's satisfying to overcome such a difficult challenge. But that's a fallacious argument which hinges on equating difficulty to satisfaction. For many, including myself, this style of design acts as a funnel against creativity, which, in Elden Ring's case, would be a major problem given how it's so lauded for its build diversity. Sure, it makes sense that not every build will be perfectly applicable to all scenarios, but Elden Ring has a consistent issue with skewing things so disproportionately that it leaves the player in an awkward position where they really only have 3 options for proceeding. They can either balance the experience for themselves through a meta understanding of the game, aka Google. They can turn around and go somewhere else in the game's world to accomplish another task and come back later, or they can just keep banging their head against the wall until they finally manage to come out victorious. While there are players who will find varying degrees of satisfaction with these outcomes, I think there's an argument to be made that it would feel far more natural overcoming an obstacle through sheer skill, like in Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3, mostly. In past games, the player was typically, though not always, held accountable for their failures by virtue of the mechanics that both they and the bosses were limited to. If all's fair, there's little room to complain. Elden Ring betrays this design principle, and not only does it funnel players into a position where they will inevitably be bound to the meta, assuming that they want to avoid frustration, but it also turns the fights themselves into monotonous tests of memory regarding animations and response timing, rather than actually identifying boss weaknesses and how you can apply your particular skill set in order to bring it down. This is antithetical to the build diversity that Elden Ring boasts, as well as the very idea of crafting difficulty to begin with. I think it's fair to say at this point that most people are aware that Elden Ring has major balancing issues. On one hand, you have builds that can turn even the toughest of bosses into complete and utter jokes, and on the other, you have the fact that without taking advantage of these builds, most of which you would be very unlikely to even be aware of without resorting to Google, you're going to be frequently blindsided and punished in the most unfair ways possible for the most simple of mistakes. It's one thing to punish the player, but it's another thing for that punishment to feel grossly disproportionate to the mistake that was made, and that's where Elden Ring really begins to crumble under the weight of its own design. Elden Ring's difficulty balance is fascinatingly terrible, from the tuning of stats and damage to build potential and even to how the player and enemies so much as move. But why is that? Well, here's my guess, and if you like, my entire thesis for this critique. FromSoft's ambition to create the ultimate Souls game far outpaced their ability to produce that level of quality in their content. They wanted a game that took advantage of the strongest elements established by their prior titles, but failed to blend those elements into a cohesive and balanced experience. Their desire to make the most phenomenally expansive and approachable, but also soul-crushingly difficult and unrelentingly merciless Souls game to date ultimately left Elden Ring an incohesive, unbalanced, unfinished, and unpolished mess of game design that needed multiple more years of playtesting, and not to mention refinement, to see properly made a reality. Furthermore, the increased focus on difficulty for difficulty's sake, combined with this being From's first attempt at an open world, left more than just the combat and core gameplay feeling lacking. There are numerous instances where the world falls flat in regards to the writing, and not to mention technical limitations or cracks in design beginning to crumble under the weight and pressure of the studio's ambition. I understand and fully accept that this critique is probably going to be my most disliked content by a significant margin, and once again, I understand that I am very much in the minority when it comes to how I feel about Elden Ring, but I also hope that I can properly convince those of you who do stick around just why it is that I found this game to to be such a colossal letdown, even if you do ultimately disagree with me. I don't ever want to be seen as someone who's just bashing a game for the sake of bashing it, and yes, that includes the likes of BioShock Infinite, DMC Devil May Cry, Dead Space 3, and yes, even The Last of Us 2. There's a reason this Elden Ring critique in particular is going to be as long as it is. I'm not just here to ramble about a game that I disliked, I really want to present the best dissection possible so as to illustrate why I found myself as disappointed as I was and still am with Elden Ring. I mean, do any of you honestly believe that I'd want to come out disappointed after having bought the collector's edition of a game made by one of my favorite studios? That would be kinda stupid. So yeah, to those of you seeing this through to even this point, thank you all so very much. It means the world to see when others appreciate all my hard work, and I can only hope that my dedication and love for making this content continues to shine through in my work. Oh man, I can't wait to talk about Melania. As I'm sure you've already surmised, there is a lot to unpack with Elden Ring, but I wanted to start by talking about what is undeniably one of Elden Ring's most defining features, that being the open world. I mentioned FromSoft's ambition for Elden Ring being on a whole other scale above their past works, and I think it's fair to say that the open world of The Lands Between is perhaps the clearest indicator of that ambition. This is probably the most frequently praised element of the game that I've seen in reviews and discussions across the internet. Everyone loves The Lands Between, and how could they not? It's beautiful, expansive, littered with content, some parts of it are horrifying, there are plenty of secrets to uncover, and the devs clearly made it a point to leave most of the exploration squarely on the player. It's not at all difficult to see, at least on a surface level, why The Lands Between is as highly regarded as it is. And to be perfectly clear, I'm not at all saying the map is bad or even subpar. I think The Lands Between is a terrifically arranged open world, and I love that even after 300 hours, I'm still finding and uncovering more and more both content and lore-wise. I've done the Lord of Frenzied Flame quest probably 4 times now, and I'm only just realizing that there's a secret entrance from the bottom of the subterranean shunning grounds into the Deeproot depths, and you can bet that my next playthrough will see me taking that path before I even get to Morgott, and I think that's really damn cool. Hi there, Future Loveless intervening. Turns out that you're not allowed to go through that path before you get to Morgott, because Morgott puts some magic on it. Apparently. However, this is also where what I'm sure will be my hottest take regarding Elden Ring becomes a factor. I can understand why anyone likes and appreciates the work that FromSoft did with The Lands Between. I like it and appreciate it. In fact, I'd say it's a decent first attempt at making such an expansive game. Let me be clear, this is a colossal step up in scale from their typical Metroidvania style of closed world design, and I understand that this level of work is not at all easy to produce for even the most well-budgeted and experienced studios. But as much as I do like and respect The Lands Between, I also don't really see why it is that people find this game's open world to be so exceptional. The praise I see levied at Elden Ring for its revolutionary open world in particular is honestly the strangest aspect of the general reception to it, at least in my opinion. Like, this isn't even a heated disagreement on my part, I genuinely just don't understand why people think Elden Ring's open world is so unique when it shares so many of the features that other open world titles are known to have and are sometimes even criticized for. Seriously, people shit on modern open world games for their use of the tower mechanic from Assassin's Creed. You know, the one where you climb a thing and press a button to reveal new sections of the map. Even Spider-Man, as great as its map was, got some flack for the radio towers feeling iterative of those mechanics. Except, you do the exact same thing in Elden Ring, but you don't even get the platforming, which itself is kind of strange given how much more prevalent platforming is here than in any other Souls game. You just go to the marked spot and get a new section of the map revealed to explore more carefully, perhaps even picking up on where you might be able to find a secret or two. Sure, the map is initially fogged over, so you do, in a sense, have to explore that uncharted territory in order to see those markers, but you can safely blitz pretty much every region thanks to Torrent, so it's not as if there's any actual danger in finding those markers to begin with. You can pretty much do it in a handful of seconds, maybe a couple of minutes with each section of the map, so it's not as if this is some particularly challenging or demanding task. There are even specific markings for caves, dungeons, and more. Sure, you don't have a map legend, and yeah, it's nice not having diegetic icons cluttering the map and ruining your immersion, at least for a while, but the fact is the map functions identically to those of other games which are so often criticized for this style of implementation. It's cool to criticize Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, and I guess now even Red Dead and Cyberpunk for having maps that convey relevant information, and yet with Elden Ring, players often claim it to be the exact opposite and completely unique as an experience when, in actuality, the core method of exploration is pretty much identical to all those other games. And again, to be perfectly clear, I'm not frustrated with this point of contention or criticizing Elden Ring for having this style of map design, I'm just genuinely confused why people think it's so different. Like, have people seriously not played these other open world games they're criticizing? For what it's worth, Limgrave makes a hell of a first impression on a first time playthrough, and I can see why the reviewers of gaming sites, who primarily stick to referencing the opening hours of games so as to avoid spoilers, would find such favor in it. I don't think FromSoft is trying to pull one over on us like, say, Naughty Dog with The Last of Us 2, where the only remotely expansive level was that bit in Seattle at the start of the game, though there is an argument to be made that the mountaintops of the Giants and the consecrated snowfield are notably barren compared to every other section of the lands between, but I also don't think there's any denying that Limgrave hits almost all the right notes when it comes to showing the player that perfectly cut sample size of just what it is that Elden Ring's map is capable of, and it's not the only section of the map to knock it out of the park with the density of its content and the intricacy of its design. I suppose the first item of note, and likely the first thing many players will take note of, are the roaming bosses. The roaming bosses of Limgrave are honestly fantastic. I'm not going to go into depth about the bosses themselves quite yet, but the implementation of field bosses as a general mechanic is absolutely worth commending. It's very fitting that open world Dark Souls would feature bosses you can see waiting for you off in the distance, and I'm all for it. Honestly, it's not too far off from moments like seeing Manus from the top of the Chasm of the Abyss, or the Centipede Demon from the top of Izalith. First you have the Tree Sentinel, a boss who waits just outside the tutorial area and squarely between that and the most immediate landmark. It immediately calls the attention of the player, conveying with full disclosure that he is going to be a very tough foe, and tough for sure he is. This thing is overwhelming at first, but not in a way that feels unfair. Mostly. He just has decent mobility and strong attacks, but he's also a big target with a fairly simple moveset, so it's immediately clear that coming back here later will make the fight much more manageable once you've become better equipped and better leveled. That's perfectly fine for a roaming boss. In fact, I'd say it's a necessary quality for a roaming boss as it incentivizes further exploration and further backtracking for rewards. Then there's the Dragon Agil, a roaming boss which isn't roaming so much as waiting for you to arrive. This makes for a pretty impactful moment because it's completely unexpected to see so early on, and it sets it in mind for the player that anything can happen in this world, as well as the fact that looks can very well be deceiving. So even though it is scripted, it makes the world feel much more dynamic as a result, because the script itself isn't as apparent as, say, a boss room in a game like Doom or Resident Evil, where you can tell exactly what the room is going to be used for, be it now or later. Not only does it create a feeling of a dynamic world, but it ensures a feeling of never truly knowing what lies between you and the next landmark. Limgrave is also host to a handful of caves and dungeons with their own rewards to uncover. The quality of these dungeons are, well, we'll get to that. But at the very least it does convey to the player that this world holds many secrets and that exploring every nook and cranny can be rewarding. There's also a surprising amount of NPCs to meet in Limgrave. Of course you have the standard Shady From NPC just outside the tutorial area, and don't even get me started on this dickhead, but you also have characters like the Merchant Kale, the Spirit Tuner Rodrika, the Mysterious Yura, and not to mention NPCs that'll appear later on such as Ronnie. And all of these characters have some level of value in what they have to offer the player, from simple wares for sale to entire quest lines that can lead to whole new endings and even unlocking extremely late game areas very early on. There's also Melina, and, well, we'll get to her later on. And then there's the surrounding areas, the dreary Weeping Peninsula to the south, the frightening realm of Caelid to the east, the lost city beneath the forest in Siofra, and then Stormvale Castle to the north, as well as the bogs which lie beyond that, as well as the school beyond that, and the mountain beyond that, and the mountains and mountains beyond that with their own mountains beyond them. Having multiple surrounding areas that are themselves quite expansive and even stretch further out into even more distant lands is a fantastic way to alleviate any trace of linearity in how the player will choose to explore this world. It simultaneously paces how the world is revealed to the player whilst ensuring they always have somewhere new to go, making for a seemingly boundless degree of exploration, at least for an initial playthrough. However, this type of design can be something of a double-edged sword, and I think it's high time that somebody finally said it. Elden Ring's lack of direction is a major issue. That's not to say that lack of direction itself is inherently negative. In fact, it can absolutely work to the advantage of open worlds, and especially Metroidvanias like those of previous Souls games. But Elden Ring seems to pride itself on being almost completely directionless, just for the sake of being almost completely directionless, which itself feels kind of counterintuitive to a world as vast as this. And please bear in mind, when I talk about Elden Ring's lack of direction, I'm mostly just referring to the main quest, which, well, we'll get to that. I understand why this would feel like a nice change of pace when compared to games that allow for such concise and almost theme park style discovery, but if you ask me, Elden Ring simply feels like another extreme end of the spectrum, and I think we would have been better off with something of a happy medium.
I suppose it is worth acknowledging that even though Elden Ring feels like a rather extreme inverse of the typical hand-holdy style of modern open-world games, that in itself can make for a pleasant refresher course. Believe me, I understand why people took to Elden Ring's approach, and in many ways I commend Elden Ring for being so bold as to drop the player into a world as gargantuan as this with almost no direction. But if we're being objective, this is unmistakably an issue, and a pretty glaring one at that. But let me explain how. As previously stated, Elden Ring gives basically no direction to the player upon entering the lands between. The Erdtree acts as a visual pointer for where to go, but the trek there is obviously going to be far more complicated. The Sites of Grace also point to nearby shard bearers on the map, but that kind of thing is extremely obtuse because it relies on the player understanding the shard bearers' locations, and that they need to be defeated in order to proceed to the Erdtree proper. It's not something most players will immediately be able to put together. I personally had no idea why they were leading off in so many different directions on my first playthrough, and it wasn't until partways into my second playthrough, having understood the actual main quest path and also being 100 hours in, that I was finally able to piece it together without any sort of guide. This goes hand in hand with player motivation, and I really want to highlight why that's so important. What is the goal for the player in Elden Ring? Well, it's to become the next Elden Lord, okay? What even is an Elden Lord, and what does being an Elden Lord entail? Why do they matter? How does one become the Elden Lord? What are the consequences to becoming the Elden Lord? Are there any alternatives? Why should I even care? I understand player motivation in particular is hyper-subjective, but I'd still argue that any story-driven or otherwise immersion-focused game with any kind of world that you want to get to know should put in some degree of effort into giving you something to latch onto and consider as you make your way through the game. The issue I find with Elden Ring is that its open-world design seems to carry an expectation on the player to just want to explore the open world and uncover these things for themselves for no inherent reason other than to do just that. Sure, it makes sense for someone buying an open world game to go into it with the mindset of wanting to explore an open world, otherwise what are you even doing? But I would argue that it's still on the game to give the player something to actually go on when exploring its open world. Obviously I want to explore this fantastical open world, but it honestly falls apart the moment you ask yourself, what am I even doing right now? This kind of thing isn't exclusive to open world design either. Players in general need some form of extrinsic motivation for all the core interactions they engage with in any game. This expectation that Elden Ring has for the player to just want to play the game for the sake of wanting to play is something that I think developers often take for granted, and I'm honestly not a fan of this mentality at all. It's the worst kind of laziness because it allows the developers to just get away with completely bypassing what is arguably the most important aspect of any piece of media: the first impression, the hook, the goal of your play. A bit of mystery and obscurity is fine to have in any game, open world titles especially included. Previous From titles prided themselves on drip-feeding the player as little information as possible so as to facilitate investment by rewarding their curiosity. However, they also made it a point to give the player a defined goal to keep in mind as they explore the world. The goal in Demon Souls is to slay powerful demons so that you can save the world, and you do so by completing levels. It's the most straightforward, but it works. In Dark Souls, you escape the asylum, and in order to fulfill the wish of a dying comrade, you want to ring the bell above and the bell below. You're then directed to Sen's fortress, taken to Anor Londo, then to the Chamber of the Princess, where you're given the Lord Vessel and told to gather Lord Souls so you can finally meet Gwyn at the kiln and bring about a new age. You always know what you need to be working towards, and you can infer enough about it to feel as though your adventure matters even before you begin to properly dissect the lore. In Dark Souls 2, you're told to find a way to break the curse of the undead which plagues the world, and in order to do that, you'll need to gather powerful souls. After that, you go to Drangleic Castle at the behest of the Emerald Herald, who's been serving as your guide throughout the adventure, and deep beneath Drangleic, you acquire the King's Ring, which can be used to reach the Throne of Want. There's obviously plenty more to do in the game, even more so than either Demon Souls or Dark Souls, but the path is made very clear provided you're willing to pay a bit of attention. Story-wise, there's little to cohesively connect this sequence of events, but the game itself does a fine enough job at directing the player just enough to understand what exactly the deal is and what they're supposed to be doing. In Bloodborne, you're told to go find a cure for the Scourge of Beasts so as to find an escape from this hellish nightmare. After meeting Gehrman, he suggests engaging with the hunt for the time being, as doing so will inevitably lead you to the answers you seek, and thus closer to the waking world where you'll be free to continue your life in relative peace. So you progress for a while and eventually learn about this place called Byrgenwerth, a place where scholars were taught all there is to know about blood and its significance to the city of Yharnam. This place is very clearly important, so you make your way to Byrgenwerth, and that's where things take a major turn after the encounter with Rom. You're directed to Yahar Ghul, where you'll find your way into the Nightmare of Mensis after defeating the area's boss. And after that, you find what is presumably the very source of the horrors that plague this city, and from there you slay the nightmare and return to Gehrman to make one last decision. It's definitely more perplexing and even obtuse than previous titles, but there's still a narrative through line to help direct the player. Dark Souls 3 is similar to past games in that you're told to slay powerful foes, this time the Lords of Cinder, in order to bring an end to the Age of Fire once and for all. In Sekiro, you're pretty much always told what to do by either Lord Kuro, or sometimes Emma, Ishin, or even the Craftsman. Finding the right path can be occasionally difficult, as is the case with any From game, but it really doesn't take that much investigating to figure out where you're supposed to go next. In my time with the game, I think I looked up where I was supposed to go once, and that was because it had been nearly a year since I'd last played, so I think that's kind of acceptable. Elden Ring, on the other hand, offers no such incentive, no such motivation, and no such direction whatsoever. You're simply dropped into this world and told to go become the Elden Lord, with basically zero understanding of what that even means to begin with. Couple this with the sheer scale of the lands between, and yeah, this can leave players wandering about aimlessly for multiple hours at a time. I hope I don't need to say it, but that can be pretty unsatisfying. And yes, I know some people found satisfaction with it, and that's terrific, but hopefully you can at least understand why I found this to be a pretty lacking design choice. And sure, there are landmarks present to make one's way towards. The Erdtree would be the prime example, though there are many more, and it's not as if the player will be going a very long time without encountering a boss or 7, but you're also unlikely to make your way towards these landmarks for reasons beyond, well, what else am I gonna do? I mean, it looks kind of interesting, so why not? This feels strikingly weak coming from a studio so renowned for their ability to indirectly guide the player, and the effect that it can have on the experience is pretty damning as a whole. There's a common sentiment held by FromSoft's player base that using a guide during your initial playthrough can be a significant detriment to the first-time experience, and though I am inclined to agree, I can no longer say that I've always stuck to this principle, assuming we ignore my using a guide to refresh my memory that one time in Sekiro, but again, that was after like a year. Elden Ring, however, was the first From game that I'd properly broken that rule. Not because I was struggling or anything like that, I just genuinely had no clue what I was even supposed to be doing or where I was supposed to be going. The reason for this is because Elden Ring's main path of progression is dictated by requirements that one would only really be able to know either through secondhand information or by complete happenstance. Elden Ring's first real goal for the player is to reach the Lendel capital. This can only be done by collecting 2 Great Runes, aka Boss Souls, and having visited Round Table Hold, which can only be done after speaking to Melina. What's funny is that Melina will offer her assistance to the player with the option for the player to refuse her help. However, the game is quite literally impossible to complete without doing so, effectively making this choice, on par with those seen in Pokemon games where the NPCs basically tell you, haha, no really, either say yes or just turn your game off. If you've yet to visit the Round Table Hold or simply lack the Great Runes, you'll be met with an impenetrable barrier blocking the only entrance to the capital. Why does this magical gate exist? Well, it's because Morgott said so. Why does it require 2 Great Runes and a trip to Round Table Hold to bypass? I genuinely have no idea. There is quite literally no explanation for why you need Great Runes specifically to bypass this magical barrier. It only exists as an arbitrary block to prevent players from beelining to Lindell on subsequent playthroughs. Look, it was dumb in Dark Souls, and it's dumb here. What, am I supposed to believe these bubble-blowing double babies also possess multiple Great Runes? Alright, it's easy to make fun of, but the real and objective issue here is that the actual prerequisites for bypassing this progression block don't really seem to carry any degree of rhyme or reason. It's not like in Dark Souls where you knew that ringing 2 bells would do something and finding out that it's to do with that fortress you probably saw a while ago. No, you just need 2 Great Runes, and you need to have been at Round Table Hold. I don't know why the Round Table Hold matters. Like, I genuinely don't know how that applies to this, or why it even affects this magical barrier in your ability to pass through it. Yeah, it's magic. Yeah, I know, it's whatever. Look, in the end, there's no logical through line to really follow here, and it's not as if it's some kind of looming mystery with a grand moment of revelation like Dark Souls might have had for certain players who saw the yellow fog gates first, then saw them disappear with the acquisition of the Lord Vessel. Hell, it's not even preceded by an interesting boss, it's just a buffed up version of a boss that you've most likely seen at least 3 times at this point. But as much of an issue as the complete lack of direction is, I'd also like to take a moment to point out that despite the clear intent to leave exploration up to the player, it's not actually possible to get lost in the lands between, or at least not on the surface. Sure, you can be wandering around for hours with not so much as a clue of what you're even supposed to be doing, but this isn't the same thing as finding yourself legitimately completely lost in the game's world with no idea or even shortcuts for getting out. Because in the end, you have a map that, despite not being as cluttered with icons, initially, functions identically to those found in other AAA games, as well as a fast travel system that is far more generous and accessible than any of From's prior games. Because of this, you're not really exploring so much as just going to the next area of the map that you've yet to fill out. The player's never really in danger of facing any repercussions for getting lost, because you always know where you are and you always have fast travel spots, and a pretty abundant amount of them at that. You can go on as many ill-conceived and ill-planned journeys as possible, and you will basically never actually be punished for it. I mentioned that this issue is more of a surface level detail with Elden Ring, and I meant that very literally. The underground parts of the map are actually very easy to get lost in, at least until you find the map for that area. Until then, you basically have nothing to go on, and that can actually be pretty exciting. Mogwyn Palace in particular excels at this, because you won't find a map until you've reached the other side of the level, and immediately afterwards you end up in a pitch black cave with nothing on the map or even a guide to coordinate your navigation. Of course, you start out right next to the map's location if you reach Mogwyn by way of the quest. However, that can be seen as something of a reward for unlocking this late-game area through such a specific means. In Dark Souls, if you went too far down into the catacombs or the forest or even the Great Hollow before getting the Lord Vessel, the way out was squarely on your shoulders to find. It was tense and posed serious consequences to ill-conceived journeys that strayed too far off the beaten path. But in Elden Ring, you basically always have the get-out-of-jail-free card that is teleporting on the fly. You don't even need to reach a site of grace to do so. Torrent is also readily available for the vast majority of the game. The closest you can come to finding yourself trapped is by entering a cave or catacomb, as they disable fast travel when inside until completion. However, these areas also exclusively feature a site of grace at their very entrances, as well as warps following the boss fights which take you right back to the entrance. No matter how imposing a foe might be, no matter how punishing an area might be, there is quite literally nothing that these threats can actually do to stifle your progress. and in many cases, you can completely circumnavigate them via torrent, completely invalidating their role in this world and further diminishing your ability to be immersed in this world. One could argue that circumnavigating these threats is its own reward, however I'd argue that's simply not the case when doing so only requires you to run right past them. It's not like you have to navigate a certain terrain by learning how to platform and facing other kinds of foes. You only have to walk around them or even just teleport using your map. It's been said many times by critics and fans alike that if you're having too hard of a time with something in Elden Ring, all you've got to do is go the other way, but I don't think this is the bulletproof defense that others seem to think it. All this does is invalidate the very content that we're supposed to be engaging with by exploring this world. And unless you somehow manage to return to these points at rather precise margins in your exploration, you are almost always going to find yourself so completely and grossly over-leveled that you'll practically walk a straight line through whatever it was that was giving you trouble, often in an unsatisfying matter of seconds. Sure, in past games like Demon's Souls, you could go through another level and come back stronger, or you could even find a spot to grind, but it never got as far as to feel like you could just laugh off whatever dangers were thrown your way, at least not without literally dozens of hours of grinding. With Demon's Souls specifically, there was also world tendency to account for, provided you even knew what that was. But in Elden Ring, you'll feel like you've accidentally turned on God mode on more than one occasion just by doing this. And let's dissect that a bit more, shall we? Because Elden Ring's open world design plays a huge role in utterly obliterating whatever semblance of balance that it might have possessed at one point. During my first playthrough with Elden Ring, I decided I wanted to play with a sorcery build. It was the only build that I'd never started a Souls game with, and I heard that the game had a lot of sorceries to discover, including a literal Kamehameha. So I figured, hey, why not? In the opening hours around Limgrave, things were pretty much going as you'd expect. Enemies were pretty easy to pick off from afar, but they got a lot more dangerous whenever they managed to close the gap, and maintaining my MP felt like something I genuinely needed to be mindful of given my early game stats. Overall, I found Limgrave to be more than adequately balanced across pretty much any and all builds that I've tried, and this is undoubtedly something that contributes to why it makes such a positive impression on players across the board. However, upon heading north, my ability to deal damage as a sorcerer almost immediately took a nosedive, especially against bosses like Godric. But that's the thing, I was barely out of Limgrave when this started to happen, and I didn't have even the slightest clue of where I could find any more sorceries. Eventually I met the Pope Dog, and while his sorceries were a terrific upgrade from the glintstone pebble that I'd been using, this was also just before visiting Raya Lucaria, where many of the enemies have magic resistance. So even though I'd finally found good sorceries, I almost immediately needed to retune my playstyle in order to stand a chance in this upcoming area. Having enemies with resistance to magic is well and fine. Like I said, it's frankly unbelievable to think a game this vast could possibly allow for every single build to hold up strongly against every single threat, but this also could not possibly have come at a worse time, so I think my frustration was at the very least a little bit warranted. Of course, I could just turn around and gain a few more levels, and yeah, that's exactly what I did. I went south to the Weeping Peninsula and proceeded to absolutely decimate its inhabitants. See, that was the thing. I was so over-equipped that nothing really stood a chance except Lionel Misbegotten? Okay, no, not even him. And that's the main issue with Elden Ring's open world structure. The world is so directionless and seemingly uncaring of what you do that half the time you'll either be so underleveled that you'll be banging your head against the wall in frustration trying to get through fights that will be borderline impossible to win at your level, or you'll be so ridiculously over-equipped and over-leveled that you'll feel as if you've accidentally turned on cheat codes without realizing it. If there is an intended path, it is way too obfuscated and probably could have done with some clearer direction given the sheer number of places there are to go, even in the game's opening hours. I have done over a dozen extensive playthroughs at this point, and honestly, I still cannot piece together an ideal path of progression, and I have sincerely tried. I understand that stats absolutely should matter in RPGs, and it can be difficult to balance enemy and player stats in an open world game, especially one as big as this, but this is
far too much of an issue to just hand wave so casually as if it were just a concession that we just have to settle on because, hey, it's an open world, that's just what happens. I have played a lot of open world games, and I don't know if I can recall a game with progression and stat balancing as downright abysmal as Elden Ring's. Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of games that also fall flat in this regard, but in a game that prioritizes challenging the player from a studio with a legacy as renowned as FromSoft's, this feels like a colossal misfire. At least in games like Fallout 4 or Assassin's Creed Origins, you have plenty of other things to occupy your mind outside the core combat. So even if you end up either over or under leveled within a certain area, you can at least take solace in that what you're doing might still matter in some other regard beyond general quest completion. Even if it is ultimately not that meaningful, you almost always have something else to get out of your questing. But the issue with Elden Ring is that the whole point of the game is to overcome seemingly insurmountable foes in order to grow as a warrior and thus be capable of handling even greater threats. Souls mechanics are not even close to being complex enough to justify an easy difficulty. This is something that most Souls fans have agreed on since Demon's Souls. At the same time though, when a challenge in any game goes beyond the point of fairness, it becomes extremely frustrating to partake in because you feel like too much is being expected of you for you to reasonably overcome that challenge, at which point it just feels like your time is being wasted. Souls games do not and would not benefit from being too easy, nor do they benefit from trying to be too hard. And Elden Ring can very easily find itself in either camp depending on the scenario. Like I said, I don't even know if it's possible to play this game without one of those two issues coming up at some point in the journey. The only way I could see a mostly balanced playthrough even being possible would have to be following an extremely specific guide detailing where you can go and in what order, but even then, with the amount of optional dungeons and loot that exist in the lands between, I would honestly need to be convinced that a balanced run is even remotely doable. And if it is, I imagine that itself would require a rather specific build given areas like Raya Lucaria, which all but invalidate certain playstyles, and other areas like the Weeping Peninsula, which practically crumble before the eyes of certain builds. I mentioned that Elden Ring has a ton of dungeons with loot to uncover, and I think this aspect of the exploration could definitely have been handled much better than it was. A lot of people seem to be torn on how Elden Ring handles rewarding the player, and the value of these rewards can vary significantly between builds. I don't think this in itself is an issue, and it was certainly to be expected given the sheer variety in builds. However, I would argue that developers could have done more to alleviate the potential disappointment in players being rewarded with less than exciting loot. At the very least, I think some kind of consistency in the rewards for different dungeon types would have gone a long way in conveying the necessary information to the player. Dungeon Type A could offer loot of one kind, while Dungeon Type B offers loot of another. As a matter of fact, why not have loot divided by region? With Liurnia containing the bulk of magic gear, Caelid having items that utilize auxiliary mechanics like poison, Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula having standard weaponry and lower tier upgrade items, Lindell having higher tier upgrades and more fantastical weaponry, perhaps even being oriented around faith builds, Fire Missoula housing powerful arcane weapons with magic, and Mount Gelmir having all things to do with fire. So on and so on, yada yada yada. Elden Ring almost does this with the magical towers. They're not fully fledged dungeons per se, but they all require the player to solve a puzzle in order to unlock a new spell or some piece of gear that's related to sorcery. You can pretty much surmise this just by looking at them, and it's because of this consistency and the use of puzzles that I really like these areas. Like I said, they may not be full-blown dungeons, but they're absolutely worth exploring, at least for sorcerers. And for what it's worth, it does seem as though the upgrade materials have been paced out in a way that mostly makes sense. The first bell bearings that unlock smithing stones are found in Liurnia and Caelid, then Atlas and Lindell, and finally Farum Azula. And that's great. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the bulk of Elden Ring's optional dungeons, whose issues stretch well beyond questionable rewards for completion. The most notable issue with the side dungeons is that they all follow a very simple formula of finding a lever and proceeding to the area's boss, the roster of which are all recycled from one area of the game to another. These dungeons are extremely samey too. The one in the subterranean shunning grounds almost feels like self-parody
parody because the idea is that it tricks you into thinking that you're going in circles because every area looks the exact same. Of course, not every minor dungeon has a lever. You can actually run straight through many of these once you've come to understand the layout. Elden Ring's optional dungeons are very rinse repeat, and they typically don't have any puzzles or riddles that help them to stand out. There are at least a couple of exceptions that are made deliberately confusing to navigate, which definitely helps to engage the player, but these exceptions can only do so much to distinguish themselves. There's a pretty obscure dungeon just north of Lindell that has a really cool gimmick where the player needs to use various chest traps in order to be transported to the correct area of the dungeon as they seek out the lever. This was a very engaging gimmick, and I actually found myself having a pretty good time trying to make mental notes of which chests led where. There's another dungeon west of Lindell that uses invincible shadow enemies to force the player to investigate their surroundings and use light sources to turn these enemies vulnerable and thus be able to defeat them. The first encounter with enemies in the dungeon conveys this mechanic very clearly, and it makes the dungeon feel so much more engaging as a result because you always know what it is you need to be doing when you encounter these enemies. You're never just mindlessly seeking out a lever, there's a lot more to it than that. It is far from perfect, pathing enemies to these spots of light can be a bit tedious at times, and the very concept is reused in at least one other dungeon, but still, it was a nice change of pace compared to the majority of the game's side dungeons, which honestly border on sleep-inducing with just how little substance they have. I wish more dungeons had thought to utilize Elden Ring's mechanics in unique and creative ways like this. As it stands, most of them just require the player to navigate a catacomb in order to pull a lever and face yet another recycled boss with no indication of what the reward will even be. There are also a number of caves and mine tunnels, but the only thing that really distinguishes them from the catacomb dungeons is the fact that the caves and mines don't require the player to pull a lever in order to reach the area's boss, so there's even less to engage the player here than there was in the already sleep-inducing tombs and catacombs. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The rewards for completing these dungeons are a major issue because unless you've taken to the wiki to see which dungeons give which rewards, you're likely to either find yourself disappointed with the end result or you just won't even care to bother in the first place. I myself skipped at least 3 dungeons on purpose in my first playthrough, and I can't imagine that I'm the only one who's done this because, as far as the optional content goes, these dungeons are severely lacking as far as rewards and even basic player engagement. I've heard them compared to the Chalice dungeons of Bloodborne, and while I think that is an apt comparison, I'd honestly argue that the Bloodborne Chalice dungeons are much more engaging and worthwhile. Don't get me wrong, the Chalice dungeons are very flawed, and it's blatantly apparent that they really only serve as a dumping ground for the game's lesser utilized content, but at least with that comes the promise of new content and not to mention a bevy of genuinely powerful items to use with the base game and DLC. The Chalice dungeons feature both unique loot and unique enemies and even unique bosses. Again, they're far from perfect, but at least they serve their purpose, and they are worth engaging with for reasons beyond the chance of maybe getting a worthwhile item. It should also be noted that Elden Ring's optional dungeons, barring a few standouts like the Black Knife Catacombs and the one in the subterranean shunning grounds, generally speaking, are absolutely devoid of storytelling, which is bizarre coming from a studio so renowned for their ability to place such interesting breadcrumbs to place such interesting breadcrumbs of lore all throughout their games. But when it comes to Elden Ring's optional dungeons, the most you're really gonna get is,
"Ah yes, here lies the great warrior who nobody can even recall anymore. It's speculated that they were great. Now their spirit is trapped by the roots of the Erdtree, probably."
well, ain't that just spiffy? Not only that, but among what details do exist within certain dungeons, some of them flat out do not make sense, and some even outright contradict certain parts of the game's lore. I know it's already been said by many others, and I am going to say it again a few more times throughout this critique, but it really was a monumentally stupid decision to feature Estelle across multiple optional dungeons, specifically the Consecrated Snowfield. This was a boss that served as an amazing capstone to Ronnie's questline, a questline which is easily considered by most to be the best in the game, if not one of them. And not only that, but its appearance alone is so distinctly alien compared to everything else in Elden Ring except maybe the Elden Beast, that Estelle will easily reside among the game's most memorable visuals as the game continues to age, which is absolutely worth saying something given just how incredible this game looks. So why, pray tell, did anybody think it was a good idea to recycle Estelle to this random dungeon in a completely unrelated and optional part of the map? What is the lore that justifies this? Also, why is he hanging upside down in different parts of the underground levels? Like, nobody talks about this. People always talk about the consecrated snowfield Estelle, which, yeah, that's the big dumb one, but these are also really strange in retrospect. And it's not just Estelle. Estelle is the most egregious example, but there are several others. For example, can someone please explain to me how this lava-spewing magma worm found itself trapped at the end of a mine tunnel behind a wooden gate? Why are the watchdogs so terrible? There is a distinct lack of lore in these minor dungeons, and it really does them a disservice because they feel more like video gamey elements that only exist to give the player something to do, rather than actually contributing to the world around them. And yes, again, I am aware that there are occasional glints of story, such as the Black Knife print found in the Black Knife catacombs, but these are very, very few and far between. These side dungeons stick out, and not at all in a good way. At least with Bloodborne's Chalice dungeons, they offered something unique and worthwhile, and there's an entire community built around them for that reason. Bloodborne contextualized the Chalice dungeons as existing beneath Yharnam and filled them with enough lore to add further depth to the game's already engrossing world. Elden Ring's dungeons are not ever going to amass the following that Bloodborne's Chalice dungeons have. There's never going to be an equivalent to the Unfinished Moon Presence or the Cum dungeon. Elden Ring's dungeons frequently fail to provide the player with any kind of engaging experience whatsoever, and that's honestly a shame. I'd also like to make it clear that the game's legacy dungeons are in no way exempt from critique either. Most of these dungeons are actually pretty good. They're far more involved than the side dungeons and possess far more content, both in regards to their construction as well as that which lies within. Not all of them are winners though, in fact, some of them are pretty terrible. To illustrate my point, I first want to look at what I believe to be the 4 best legacy dungeons in the game, those being Stormvale Castle, Lindell Capital, Volcano Manor, and Mogwin Palace. These are, for the most part, very solid dungeons, and I think by referencing what makes them feel so complete and generally high quality, I'll be able to better illustrate the issues seen in what I consider to be Elden Ring's worst legacy dungeons, those being Miquella's Erdtree and Raya Lucaria. Starting out, we have Stormvale Castle. I think a large part of what makes this dungeon feel so memorable is the build-up to it. As soon as you exit the tutorial area and step into Limgrave, you're going to see the castle up ahead. It's a landmark that's easily identifiable, and you can infer there must be something worth finding there because, well, it's a fantasy castle. This really is as close as the game gets to directing the player, barring the Erdtree itself, and it's pretty well done. Approaching Stormvale, you'll be going uphill past a battalion of soldiers, complete with barricades and even a ballista firing down at the player from the highest point. Past them is a tunnel which leads directly into a boss fight with Margit the Fell Omen. I'll be discussing him later on, but for now what's important to keep in mind is that this makes for one fierce obstacle between the player and Stormvale. After defeating Margit, the player has the option to either storm the castle directly, or circumnavigate the entrance by taking a longer route. The entrance is protected by a number of soldiers and ballistas, however, so this way will be significantly more difficult to navigate than the given alternative, which, though longer, will prove to be much more manageable for newer players. This is great because not only does it give the player an option to experience multiple avenues of play, but it's something the player can keep in mind for subsequent playthroughs and New Game Plus. All of this adds up to make for a terrific first impression just on arrival, and it really doesn't even cease until you finally left the dungeon. Beyond Margit is where the dungeon truly begins, and it's quite easy to find oneself lost within the walls of the castle, as there are a number of potential routes, both horizontal and vertical. Not only that, but there are even instances of platforming to engage with that either open up handy shortcuts or can even lead to new areas of their own. There's also a terrific variety in enemies. There's the standard soldiers and ballistas, these fiery mages, a giant, a royal revenant, an omen, and even though I personally can't stand these enemies, you also have the dogs and these bird things that have swords on their feet and fling explosive barrels from above. Again, I may not care for all these enemies, but the variety is very much appreciated. It makes sense for the setting, and it helps to keep each section of the dungeon from feeling too rinse-repeat. Plus, it's nice to
have a dungeon this early on in the game with so many different types of enemies, which could potentially help to prepare you for future endeavors. There's honestly so much to like about Stormveil, and it really feels as if the inclusion of the jump button, as well as the generally more open design, allow the developers the chance to finally see Anor Londo's full potential through Stormveil, and I say that as someone who loves Anor Londo. Combine the level design with all the story details you can come across and just how good it looks, and Stormveil inarguably feels like a very real, fleshed out castle setting. In fact, I think a very similar thing could be said regarding Leyndell Capital, an area which not only feels like a proper kingdom, but is just rife with content and branching paths, some of which lead to significant areas with plenty to see of their own. I will say that Leyndell's enemy set is a bit lacking, and among its many bosses there's really only a single good one, but what it lacks combatively it more than makes up for in feeling as if there's always more for the player to see and explore. Where Stormveil Castle feels like an expansion of what Anor Londo was, I'd say Leyndell feels like an expanded Yahar Ghul from Bloodborne. Instead of navigating a specific structure, like a castle, Leyndell sees the player exploring the very streets of a kingdom and moving from structure to structure as they attempt to make their way to the base of the Erdtree. As you enter Leyndell, you'll immediately notice a massive dragon carcass that towers over much of the kingdom. There is no way this won't catch the player's eye, however it's not exactly clear if it will serve any real purpose, at least initially. However, you eventually reach the base of one of its wings, and it's then that you'll realize you're actually supposed to climb the body of the dragon in order to reach the upper parts of the kingdom. It may seem small, but it's an effectively satisfying moment for the player nonetheless. But that's just the main path. Leyndell also features a handful of ways out of the kingdom that can lead the player down some rather peculiar rabbit holes. The first and most obvious is the path to the Grand Lift of Rold. This path feels very isolating and barren, starting with an elevator leading to a path across some towers and eventually another elevator down to a shrouded snowfield. This is honestly perfect because it feels like a properly focused step away from the busyness and overall regality of Leyndell, thus setting an effective mood for what's to come. But far and away my favorite hidden path in Leyndell, and honestly Elden Ring as a whole, would be none other than the well found in one of Leyndell's courtyards. Yes, you can jump down a well and it will not only lead into a whole dungeon, but that dungeon leads into another 2 dungeons, one of which holds a pretty massive secret that can lead to an entirely new ending. And as I mentioned, having recently discovered, this dungeon also leads into another one of the game's major hidden dungeons. And all of these are solid dungeons. The boss fight in the subterranean shunning grounds is not very good, but the dungeons themselves still get a well-earned thumbs up from me. The first is essentially a sewer system that is very easy to get turned around in, and not because a bunch of rooms look the same, thankfully, and it features some pretty tough enemies, kinda like the Depths from Dark Souls, or even Latria from Demon Souls. The first dungeon this one connects to is basically another catacomb, which, hey, yawn, but that's okay, because the second dungeon it connects to is basically one long platforming section that takes you to a secret which will actually lock you to one of the game's secret endings unless you find a particularly obscure item and use it in a particularly obscure area to permanently undo this. And as I mentioned, this dungeon also leads into another one of the game's major hidden levels. This was such a cool experience because it's simultaneously so obscure and yet just under your nose, so stumbling across it really gives you a strong feeling of, oh, okay, let's check this out. And not just because it's the only kind of interesting thing within a several mile radius, you actually find something interesting and you want to explore it. And the end result was immensely satisfying. It may not seem like much, but really discovering this without a guide was one of my favorite moments in the game. Then there's Mogwyn Palace, and to be honest, it really wasn't until recently that I grew to appreciate this dungeon as much as I do. I sort of wonder if this technically qualifies as a proper dungeon given its part of a map, but also kinda not. Whatever, I'm calling it a dungeon and none of you can stop me. I wouldn't say there's anything especially complex about Mogwyn Palace, however I think it strikes a terrific balance between being large enough to explore while also being very dangerous at basically all times when you're not at a site of grace. The Red Albinorics might not seem like much on their own, but they become a real threat when they start to swarm you. Thankfully, all of these swarms are pretty well telegraphed and can even be ran past with torrents, so it never feels like the game is just trying to kill you with a cheap spam bush or something like that. Oh, you want that item? Alright, you've either got to fight or you've got to run past all of them. It's that simple. Then there's the more open part of the level, which is honestly just kind of a pain in the ass. Avoid it at all costs. That being said, there are some items worth getting here, so don't be afraid to shoot your shot for the sake of exploration. Just beware of dogs. Next along the main path is a short wood with Albinaurics who summon massive enemies that deal very high damage. This is probably the closest the game gets to a legitimate stealth section, and yeah, it's actually mostly functional as a stealth section. I couldn't believe it either. It's also just fun to try and blitz your way through it with Torrent bobbing and weaving as you try and Lightning McQueen your way to the site of grace that lies just past the woods. After ascending some stairs and fighting a big blood blob, alright, you wind up in a pitch black cavern where a sanguine noble will spawn every minute or so, might be a little bit less. These are pretty tough enemies, and trying to fight them in the pitch black is as unnerving and stressful as it sounds. You'll spend a good while walking around in here before you finally reach the exit. It's not so big that it becomes tedious to navigate, but it's also not so small that it's over and done with in a matter of a minute, at least not on your first run. After all of that is a straight shot to the boss. It's a fairly simple dungeon, far from the lengthiest in the game, but it does its job really well. The enemies are tough, but nothing really feels that frustrating. Again, barring that area. The level is divided up into smaller set pieces with their own ways of engaging the player, and the boss is pretty cool too. Not my favorite, but I can see why it would be someone else's favorite. Personally, I think it's a really flawed boss, but I'll talk about that later. And finally there's the Volcano Manor, a level that I honestly didn't think very much of my first time through, but I've really come to appreciate it quite a bit. Volcano Manor was honestly probably the closest the game ever really gets to harkening back to levels like the Undead Burg, where the level itself just seems to have so many different pathways that are all working to lead you exactly where you need to go. There's a minor area boss in the Godskin Noble, and then of course the battle with Riker to cap off the dungeon. I'm by no means a fan of the Noble, for a multitude of reasons, but I can appreciate its use here as a mid-dungeon milestone, as well as the fact that there are no other bosses or boss-tier enemies throughout the manor, aside from obviously Riker. Volcano Manor also does really well to keep from feeling too rinse-repeat in regards to its combat. Sure, there are some recycled enemies here and there, such as the Iron versions and the Albinaurics, but these at least exist in spots where there is a clear effort being made to craft a unique encounter. Having an Iron version right by the lava, which you will most likely have to traverse at some point, can make for a pretty intimidating encounter, even after you've realized that the lava isn't nearly as damaging and unforgiving as it was back in the days of Dark Souls. Even still, damage over time and reducing your movement will make fighting an enemy this tough even more difficult, so obviously you want to work out some sort of method for navigating this situation. This dungeon is also predominantly populated by the Serpent Warriors, who actually managed to feel quite balanced relative to this area. Not only that, but as far as I'm aware, they don't appear anywhere else in the game, making the manor itself feel far more unique as a dungeon compared to the typical rank and file. These snaky boys have both fire and poison attacks and can catch you off guard with their strange and elastic movement, but they're also never going to outright one-shot you unless you're just insanely under-leveled, which really shouldn't be the case given just how much is between this dungeon and the starting area, so you should be fine. The manor also does a great job at spacing out its sites of grace and maintaining a sense of interconnectivity that allows it to get away with its more limited sites of grace. All in all, there's about 3 sites of grace within the dungeon's main area, if I'm remembering correctly, and they're spread out perfectly between the start, a somewhat obscured room on the other side of the dungeon, and finally a midway point following the Godskin Noble fight. They're not so far apart that you'll be completely drained of resources by the time you reach one or the other, but they are far enough apart that frequent mistakes will begin to add up over time. It's balanced. In fact, it's balanced really well. It's not too difficult, but not too easy either. And honestly, I think it might be my favorite dungeon in the game. But for now, Volcano Manor, as well as Lindell, Mogwyn, and Stormvale, are all great dungeons, and I think that had Elden Ring's other legacy dungeons managed to be as expansive, well-designed, and rewarding to explore as them, it more than would have made up for the much more lacking side dungeons. Unfortunately, now I've got to start talking about Raya Lucaria and the Erdtree. I'm going to start off with the Erdtree, which is a serious frustration to even reach, let alone actually play through. In order to reach Mikula's Erdtree, you'll first need to gather 2 medallion pieces, one from an NPC on the west end of the map who's hiding in a corner within an already somewhat obscure area, and the other by defeating one of the most painfully awful bosses in the game. Neither of these areas would seem to have anything to do with one another, and the only saving grace is that the item descriptions thankfully tell you which of the grand lifts will take you to the consecrated snowfield. It's also kinda weird that neither of these medallion pieces were put into the Shaded Castle, which canonically has ties to the Erdtree, including a character that is kind of obsessed with Melania, but Alright. Unfortunately, unlike the two halves of the Dectus medallion, which let you know where to find their respective halves, the Erdtree medallion's two halves offer no such insight. As far as the player is concerned, they are simply acquired from two areas which would seem to have nothing to do with one another, let alone the Erdtree. I suppose it could be argued that the Erdtree is supposed to be as obfuscated as possible for both narrative and mechanical purposes, being that the path to it is canonically hidden on purpose and the dungeon itself being mechanically one of the hardest in-game locations in the entire game. Upon reaching the consecrated snowfield, you'll have to make your way to the northern end of the map where you'll have to solve a puzzle in order to reach Mikola's Erdtree. However, when attempting to solve this puzzle, you'll have to deal with archers who fire multiple arrows at a time, all of which deal extremely high damage and stagger, as well as invisible Black Knife assassins who will not only use high damage grabs to catch you out of nowhere, but whom will also run away the moment you try and attack them. Needless to say, this section is pretty frustrating, and I'd be lying if I said the Erdtree itself was much better. The Erdtree's first area is comprised of a series of branches the player will need to carefully navigate whilst dealing with oracles firing projectiles, as well as giant ants, which make navigating the branches even more of a pain. I didn't mind the oracles in Lindell, but here they're just kind of a nuisance since you're trying to balance yourself on such narrow walkways, and canonically speaking, I don't even know why they're here to begin with. Maybe there is a perfectly sound explanation, but even if there were, it's still another needlessly recycled enemy. The same can of course be said for the giant ants. They look intimidating, but are unfortunately kind of annoying to actually engage with, at least on these narrow walkways, so typically what you're going to want to do is just run right past them, which at this point in the game is honestly just tiresome. The next area is where I'd say this dungeon peaks, however that's not to suggest it's very good either. Here the player will need to navigate a sort of village hanging from the side of the tree, and while I can appreciate the actual structure of the level, which allows for some fairly engaging platforming and even features a couple of decent shortcuts, the enemy lineup here is both recycled and infuriating. By the time of reaching the Erdtree, it's unlikely the player won't have seen each of these enemies at least once before, and the majority of them are rather infuriating to deal with on these smaller platforms. And again, canonically, I don't even know why or how half of these enemies even exist here. Again, maybe there is an explanation, and if so, that's great, but it's still a hefty amount of recycled content to feature at the start of this super secret endgame dungeon. Thankfully, this section of the dungeon is capped off with one of the game's best bosses. I mean, it's kind of strange to even see her here given the player will almost certainly have already fought her at the Korea Manor, so mark this dungeon down for another recycled asset. But she is a great boss nonetheless, and easily the best part of the Erdtree experience. It's kinda sad that we're at that point, but oh well, I suppose. Following Loretta will be a sharp descent down into the depths of the Erdtree, where the player will be faced with yet another poisonous swamp level. These are something of a staple for FromSoft games, but the amount of them featured in Elden Ring is honestly kinda ridiculous. There's the Lake of Scarlet Rot, which I actually don't even know why it's there, canonically speaking. Caelid's Swamp Aeonia, the swamp surrounding the Shaded Castle east of Gelmir, the Blood Swamp which precedes Mogwyn Palace, Erdtree's Poison Swamp, and if we really want to be dicks about it, Liurnia of the Lakes is also a swamp with its own poison subsection beneath the village of Alban Norix. I get that this is Miyazaki's favorite kind of level to design, and having an open world just naturally opens more opportunities with really any kind of level design, but can we maybe stop and just say enough is enough? Erdtree's Poison Swamp is admittedly more of a subsection of a level, but it's still really asinine to go through. It slows your movement to a crawl and disables dodging, which can make dealing with even these weaker enemies a complete chore. Hard? Definitely not. Frustrating?
You bet your sweet bippy!
You can, however, use the backstep to speed up your movement, so many have taken to using this as a sort of workaround to deal with the limited movement. It's a cool bit of tech, but it's also clearly just a band-aid fix to a very aggravating wound. What's even more bizarre is the fact that this swamp exists above Malenia's boss room, leaving me to wonder how it doesn't just spill in. Don't get me wrong, that fight certainly doesn't need a damn poison swamp to make things worse, but it's also really weird to think about. The swamp really is only a bump in the road though. The final level of the Erdtree dungeon almost manages to be good, but sadly, much like the upper portion of the dungeon, it's completely ruined by the enemy set. For what it's worth, there is some decent platforming here and there and a handful of paths to take that can lead to a few worthwhile secrets. It's not too hard to get lost in, and were it not for the enemy set being as terrible as it is, I would honestly consider it a pretty great level. The upper portion of the Erdtree was already rife with recycled enemies, but it becomes so much more infuriating down here. On top of there being 2 Erdtree avatars, because I guess they just sprout from any magical tree now, there's also this weird corner of like 3 Crystallians which just sit there until you approach them. Okay. Oh, and how can I forget the multiple Royal Revenants, which... Okay, can I just say, fuck these enemies? They are so blatantly annoying and unfun to fight against that I genuinely believe the game would be significantly better if they were just patched clean out of it. But yeah, aside from that, there are basic soldier enemies which, at this point in the game, will be complete non-threats. And then there's the Erdtree Knights, which I actually really like. They're definitely tough, but they don't feel so ridiculously overtuned that they'll just annihilate you in one fell swoop like the Banished Knights. They really stand out as tough, but actually fair fights. Oh man, I miss those days. And to cap off this dungeon, we have one of the game's most infamous bosses, Malenia, Blade of Mikola. See, the thing about Malenia is that Erdtree is pretty terrible. There are definitely things I like about it, or at least there are some nuggets of potential, but it's just crap. Getting there is a pain in the ass, playing through it's a pain in the ass, the boss is a pain in the ass, swamps have always been a pain in the ass since Demon Souls. It's just a pain in the ass of a dungeon. But I would honestly take Mikola's Erdtree any day before ever going back to Raya Lucaria. I honestly loathe this dungeon, and you'll be hard-pressed to find me saying that it has any redeeming qualities whatsoever, beyond, I guess, the aesthetics. But, look, everything in this game looks great, okay? So, yeah, at this point, does it really make a difference? I don't think so. The thing about the Erdtree was that, despite all of its issues, you could see nuggets of quality here and there throughout it. The platforming was pretty decent, the level design itself really wasn't that bad, and the Erdtree Knights, again, are honestly among my favorite enemies in the game. Loretta was also a legitimately fantastic boss, but with Raya Lucaria, I don't think there are any redeeming qualities. That probably sounds hyperbolic, but I'm not kidding. Firstly, whatever happened to FromSoft designing places as though they were, you know, actual places? The layout and structure of Raya Lucaria is so poorly designed that I honestly question if it was outsourced to a studio that had never even heard of Dark Souls. You start out by entering a sort of hallway which feels noticeably cramped, and the only way forward is through a graveyard which leads to a dead end unless you jump onto this... What would you even call this? No, like, seriously, what is the exact function of this thing? Oh yeah, and why does the entrance to this school lead into a graveyard? I mean, I would at least understand this in an American setting. Anyways, you take it to the next level of the school where you go up a couple flights of stairs before fighting Radagon's doggo. After killing it, you traverse a courtyard which seemingly makes sense until you peer off to the right and realize there's a staircase with respawning Indiana Jones balls constantly rolling down it. I don't know where this goes, and honestly, I cannot be bothered to care at this point. I also find it strange that the giant dog is locked up in a study hall and, you know, not the courtyard that's right next to it, but hey, I'm not a professional dog person. I'm not a sorcerer. What do I know? As for the enemies, there's about 4 of them. At least of those you'll see most commonly. There are the sorcerers who repeatedly cast the soul arrows, zombies who constantly try to rush you down, this cage thing that really only appears at the start of the dungeon, and also at Mount Gilmer for some reason, and then there's the dogs. And yeah, all of these enemies are awful. Alright, in fairness, the sorcerers themselves really aren't that bad, but they're also far from impressive. I mean, they are pretty basic, but they do look cool, so, you know, there's that. There are a few other unique enemies though, like the Warrior Jar, the zombie with the gravity magic, and the NPC outside the main boss room. The Warrior Jar was actually really cool to see on a first playthrough, but I also wouldn't say it's particularly impressive. In fact, it's a pretty easy enemy, but hey,
I still think it's cool. And that's pretty much the nicest thing I have to say about this level beyond how it looks, which, again, phenomenal. Raya Lucaria is a short dungeon with slapdash design, a lackluster enemy set, a lame recycled boss, an awful original boss that spawns repeat enemies, little in the ways of meaningful platforming, insufficient branching paths, and seemingly no thought put into its design from the architecture itself to how it functions as a level. It is among the worst dungeons I think this studio has ever produced and deserves every bit of ridicule that it gets. And it's a shame because I remember being so excited to see this level during my first playthrough, but to say it failed to live up to that hype would be putting it extremely generously. Simply put, Raya Lucaria is an awful dungeon. So I've referenced the recycling of Elden Ring's content quite a bit now, so I think it's finally time that I tackled this issue directly. The reason I'm bringing this up now is because I don't think there's any disputing that the open world is responsible for the game's over-reliance of recycling content. As an act of generosity though, I'm not going to be talking about the reuse of, for instance, certain weapon types, because in the end, this is Dark Souls 3 too, and the reuse of a straight sword model isn't killing anyone's immersion. I'd also like to make it clear that I realize when a game is so big, some corners are likely to get cut. However, I feel that Elden Ring simply goes way too far with reusing its content, and this should not be hand-waved as a non-issue solely on the basis that the game is open world, especially when recycled content is a constant criticism levied towards many other open world titles. None of them get a pass, and neither does Elden Ring. Let's take a look at some examples. The standard dragon boss fight gets reused at least half a dozen times, just with different types of damage, level scaling, and sometimes an auxiliary affliction. The tree avatar is used a whopping 14 times, a boss which, by the way, is a reuse of the Asylum Demon, which was used 3 times in Dark Souls 1 and then again in Dark Souls 3, and the Asylum Demon itself is a rework of the Demon Vanguard, which was used twice in Demon Souls. FromSoft, I am begging you for the love of God, please stop reusing this boss, it's driving me insane. The Ancestor Spirit, while an original boss, is used twice and it gets a whopping 2 new attacks for its second iteration. The first is this rolling attack, which looks kinda goofy, and the second is complete crap to deal with for any melee player. Moog, a named character, just appears in 2 completely different locations, both of which would have to be occurring at completely different points in the game's history. Though I will say, this one in particular has led to some of the funniest, if not saddest, cope from people who refuse to accept that this game has any issues. I'm not even trying to be a dick. Like, seriously, the mental gymnastics I've seen with this one specifically are off the charts.
Well, Lovelace, if you watched Vati Vidya's Prepare to Cry, you'd realize this Moog is actually
Cope. Margit just pops up in the capital as an NPC because he's also Morgott, who can cast full-body illusions of himself that also have a physical presence and will talk to you even if Morgott himself is actually dead. How does this work, and why does he not cast more physical illusions of himself during his other boss fights? Well, let's just chalk it up to magic, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he forgot to chug his blue Estus. I mean his cerulean tear flask. I already mentioned Estelle, but seriously, what the fuck? Misbegotten Beast, /Knight /Crusader all show up throughout the world in various locations as both bosses and non-bosses. Pumpkinhead appears multiple times as a boss, one of which is just 2 of them cramped in a tiny room, and also as a regular enemy. Pretty often, too. The Ulcerated Tree Spirit, which might also be a reuse of the Pussive Man from Dark Souls 3, albeit with some new moves, appears multiple times both as a boss and a regular enemy. The Omens are used both as regular enemies and as bosses, including a double boss that just kinda happens. I seriously could not explain this one even if I wanted to. Red Wolf of Radagon, which is used as a boss and a regular enemy multiple times, is literally just a fast Sif with magic, and the character model is just a reskin of the Covenant Wolf from Dark Souls 3. The Gargoyles are used as a boss at least 4 times, one of which being a double boss, and also appear multiple times throughout the world as non-bosses. The Tree Sentinel is used in 2 field boss fights, one of which is just 2 Tree Sentinels, and is also recycled for the Draconic Tree Sentinel, which appears once as a boss outside of Lindel, just after the 2 Tree Sentinels, and once as a regular enemy before Malekith.
Loretta, as good as she is also sort of a rework of the Tree Sentinel that appears twice. The ever-beloved Godskin Noble and Godskin Apostle are probably used over half a dozen times. One time they get used for a boss gauntlet, and another is just the two of them at once, but their health doesn't match the boss bar, so they'll just awkwardly respawn with way more health than the boss bar even has left. They even appear as non-bosses. Why? The Bloodhound Knight is used multiple times as a regular enemy, a summon, and a boss. The Troll, which I imagine most people will see in the world as a regular enemy first, is also used as a boss. Godric is reused in an Everjail renamed Gofroy, which I legitimately thought was a shitpost when I first heard about it, but nope. Nope. It's real. Godfrey is used as a spirit thing way before you actually fight him, which kinda lessens the impact of the fight with the real Godfrey, who is honestly among the best bosses in the game even still, but like, why? The spirit, why? The Demi-Human Queen is reused multiple times as a boss and a regular enemy. The Tibia Mariner shows up numerous times as a boss fight. The Rune Bear is all over the damn place, both small and lorg. The Black Knife Assassin appears multiple times as a boss and as a recurring regular enemy, with one of them even having a couple of unique attacks. The Cemetery Shade is a boss that gets reused multiple times and appears several times as a regular enemy. The Iron Virgin Duo is a boss that just uses two of a regular enemy, which, by the way, appears many times throughout the game. Falling Star Beast is a boss that gets reused multiple times. Commander Neil is just Commander O'Neill, but complete horse crap unless you get a very specific and rare consumable. The Onyx Lord shows up as an enemy and a boss multiple times. Crystallians are used multiple times as a boss and a regular enemy. One of those bosses is just 3 of them, which, by the way, also happens as a regular encounter also. The Erdtree Watchdog, unfortunately, shows up multiple times as a boss, including a double boss, which literally nobody likes. The Kindred of Rot is a fairly common enemy that just gets made into a triple boss because that's just what From does to make their games hard anymore, I guess. Wormface shows up in several locations as a regular enemy and a boss. The Night Cavalry is a field boss that shows up several times, once as a double boss. The Royal Revenant is reused many times and can go fuck itself. Omen Killer is a boss that shouldn't even be a boss, and it gets reused multiple times as both a boss and a non-boss. The Perfumer Duo is a boss that gets reused many times over as a regular enemy and a summon. The Grafted Scion is the tutorial boss, and also probably the worst tutorial boss From has ever made, and guess what? It appears multiple times as well. The Crucible Knight is all over the damn place as both regular enemies and bosses, sometimes with a tacked on second phase for no reason other than just to have one. The Dragonkin Soldier is reused multiple times. And finally, Lanciax is reused across 3 different locations, as well as being reskinned as Lich Dragon Fortisax. And on top of all of that are numerous environmental assets ripped straight from prior games, including but not limited to the Stones of Messengers and various other sculptures from Bloodborne, meaning that this is the closest we're going to get to Bloodborne on PC, probably for a very long time. You have to understand, this isn't just a handful of nitpicked assets being recycled across environments, although there are certainly plenty of those, but these are enemies, a significant portion of very noteworthy and very common enemies and even bosses, which appear practically by the dozens across the entirety of the game, more often than not in locations that they simply shouldn't even exist in. Like, I'm not just cherry picking some reused wall textures or something. Enemies are the primary thing you engage with and interact with in Elden Ring, and the fact that so many of these are reused as what this game would categorize as boss fights is utterly mind-boggling to me. It's like whenever they couldn't think of something interesting to do with an area, they just hit copy-paste and called it a day. So yeah, between the constant reuse of assets between both prior From games and Elden Ring, and the fact that Elden Ring shares many design traits with other AAA open-world titles which are often scorned for supposedly lacking what Elden Ring brings to the table, I hope that you can at least understand where I'm coming from when I say I don't find The Lands Between to be the standout masterpiece that many claim it to be. Maybe it's a me thing, and if so, hey, that's totally fine, but hopefully you understand where I'm coming from with these points. Is it kind of cool that the game basically gives you no direction and leaves the exploration up to you? You know, barring the markers which directly label the spots that possess an item that reveal large sections of the map, one of the most common features in any modern AAA open world game? Sure, I guess. I mean, it's severely lacking in incentive for exploration, but I guess it's neat to just be dropped into a massive fictional world with zero understanding or context. Look, I enjoy a feeling of discovery as much as the next guy, but when I also need to discover a reason to even care, beyond, hey, I bought this game, so of course I'm gonna go play it, oh hey, look at that interesting thing, I guess I'll go there, I think it might be time to give the player something more to go on. Beyond that, while I think it's really cool to occasionally find a secret passage just off the beaten trail, or even find a whole new path connecting two areas that you just didn't know were connected, it's hard to justify how little there is supporting these moments beyond the initial, oh, that's cool. There's just way too little incentive to investigate anything outside of just wanting to see what it could be. I understand why it might be enough for some. Like I said, this kind of thing is extremely subjective and we all have our own intrinsic motivations for play, but it's because this kind of thing can vary so extremely from person to person that it feels unfair to give the design a pass solely on curiosity alone. I don't need what's beyond the horizon to be spelled out for me, but I'd also like for some form of direct or even indirect prompting to help tickle my curiosity. Bloodborne excelled at that, and Dark Souls was no slouch either. Furthermore, the world itself doesn't pose any particularly map-oriented dangers outside of over-leveled enemies, but I feel like that's more correlation than causation. Sites of grace appear all over the place, and you can always teleport to them so long as you're not in combat, and statues of America further alleviate any potential concern in dying. It's not as if you'll ever find yourself lost or trapped, and even if you are, you'll still be able to teleport to another spot on the map once you're outside of combat and not inside of a side dungeon. At worst, you'll die and lose a bunch of soul, blood echoes, runes, but at a point that just stops being an issue given just how easy it is to get your runes back 99% of the time. It's not as if there's really any inconvenience happening here. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. I almost feel bad that I don't because I really want to appreciate Elden Ring's world more than I ultimately do, given the usually high quality of FromSoft's worlds. Souls games had never gone completely open world prior to Elden Ring, so I figured going in that even if it was kinda mid, I'd still have some degree of appreciation for the work they put into it. Of course, part of me still does. After all, I think they knocked it out of the park in some regards, and hey, let's be real, for a first attempt at an open world, this is pretty solid. But there's such an abundance of cut corners and copy-paste jobs that I can't help but feel the Lands Between just doesn't quite meet its potential. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I understand that cut corners border on being inevitable with open world games, but there is no excuse for how frequently they appear in Elden Ring's world given the game's insanely long development cycle and budget. I guess I understand why there are some who would appreciate it for being such a distinctly directionless open world, but to me, it's a far cry from the quality of world designs in games like Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Pretending that constant asset reuse to this extent is a fundamentally inevitable component of open world design is a lame and tired excuse. Could you seriously imagine if we applied that principle to any other tenet of game design? That just doesn't fly with me, and while I understand the desire to see something fresh in an industry prone to recycling concepts so as to ensure sales numbers, I don't see why Elden Ring is being treated as if it's breaking the mold when it's still following many of the trends that other games are so often criticized for. I appreciate many of the qualities to be found throughout the Lands Between. Like I said, some of these dungeons are exceptional, but I simply don't see it, on the whole, as the standout gold standard that many have claimed it to be, and I hope that I've at least made my reasoning for that clear. The biggest disappointment with Elden Ring's map, though? Not being able to go out to sea. Seriously, why does this map have to tease me with all these little icons? Could you seriously imagine, like, a ghost pirate ship in this game? Dude, that would have been sick! Now it's time to take a look at what I consider the most important aspect of Elden Ring, and what I would consider the baseline for the next several sections of this critique to build upon, that being none other than the gameplay. There are many elements which comprise the Elden Ring gameplay experience, but the first of these I'd like to cover is that which is most distinct from prior From entries, that being none other than Torrent. It seems like every totally not Souls game that From has put out has had a particular mechanical focus. For Bloodborne, it was systems that encouraged aggressive play, such as guns and the rally meter. For Sekiro, it was deflecting, and similar parry techniques such as the spear stomp, which existed not only to encourage defensive play, but also work in tandem with the new posture system. For Elden Ring, they opted for a mechanic that would help to blend the core Souls mechanics with an open world format. Torrent makes a lot of sense on paper to include, however, However, to put it rather bluntly, I think they bumbled the execution. It's not awful, but there are some glaring oversights involving it that make me question just how much attention this mechanic was given during development. In Bloodborne and Sekiro, they went out of their way to account for the new mechanics and playstyles. I'm critical of Sekiro in many regards, but one thing I can't accuse it of is getting lazy. If anything, I think they tried a bit too hard with it. For Torrent in particular, it almost feels like they gave us an adequate amount of what was necessary and called it a day, which is rather ironic since my typical criticism of Elden Ring has to do with the game not knowing when to say enough is enough. Torrent works and plays mostly fine, but like I said, there are some baffling oversights regarding Torrent that feel not only rather apparent, but I doubt they would have been that hard to patch up in the first place. I know it might seem a little mean-spirited to bash the game for not doing so much with a given mechanic, but given Torrent's presence as one of the core elements specifically to Elden Ring, I think it's more than fair to put the magnifying glass to it. However, there are aspects of Torrent that I appreciate, so I want to start by highlighting those. The first and perhaps most important aspect of Torrent that I find to be pretty well done is just how well it controls. It's just as responsive as the player character, and although the lack of a startup to its jump animation does make it feel a bit springy, I love the fact that Torrent can double jump. It gives Torrent more to work with beyond just moving faster than the player character, because now Torrent plays a significant role in navigating more complex terrain and even platforming. That's worth commending because for a lot of games, horseback mechanics can often feel like they're only there to marginally speed things up. I think Assassin's Creed 3 is probably the worst example I can think of when it comes to this. You can also engage in combat while on Torrent, and it's not great. In fairness to Elden Ring, horseback combat is not an easy thing to nail for any game. If I'm being honest, I think the only game I've ever truly enjoyed horseback combat in was probably Zelda Twilight Princess, but you also have to bear in mind that I haven't played that game since it came out on the GameCube, so take that with a grain of salt. Otherwise, my perception of horseback combat in games is mostly negative. Red Dead Redemption 2 was pretty good, but even it was far from perfect. Elden Ring almost nails it. My biggest point of praise would easily be the fact that projectiles aren't hindered in any way by awkward movement, coupling really well with how Torrent controls, and not to mention the lock-on system. And this really goes for all projectile-focused builds, be it archers, sorcerers, clerics, and so on. The issue with Torrent combatively, though, is twofold. Attacking with melee while moving at such fast speeds makes landing your attacks extremely cumbersome at times. This isn't too much of a problem on its own, and it even makes sense why that would be the case, but it becomes far worse when coupled with Torrent's lack of dedicated defensive capabilities. Torrent goes pretty fast, but it's also not Malenia or Malekith. It can't cross enormous distances that guarantee safety in between equally fast and accurate attacks that allow it the breathing room necessary to justify a complete lack of a block or dodge. Some enemies even attack so fast and have such accurate tracking that Torrent is completely incapable of dodging them, making it an active danger to even use within the already limited capacity that Torrent finds itself in combatively. Again, this on its own wouldn't be that much of an issue were it not for the fact that trying to attack while riding Torrent can also feel quite cumbersome. Torrent having a weakness or two in relation to the combat was to be expected. After all, it makes sense in trying to balance out the mechanic. But these two issues in conjunction with one another feel like a rather steep handicap to put against the player, and it leaves Torrent in an awkward position of really only being applicable to pretty specific combat scenarios where both issues don't happen to be prevalent, which feels more like an unintentional consequence of design rather than the true intent of the design. The second issue with Torrent is one that I take with the double jump. Unfortunately, for some unfathomable reason, the double jump doesn't negate fall damage. Not only does this flat out not even make sense, physically speaking, but it acts as a very artificial method of limiting exploration. You thought you were being clever by intuiting a unique solution to your traversal dilemma with outside-the-box thinking? Well, guess what? You're wrong. Now prepare to be punished for it. This kind of thing really gets on my nerves because the game doesn't benefit in any way from applying this kind of limitation, especially given the already inconsistent feel of Elden Ring's fall damage. Could you imagine how much more interesting speedruns especially would be with something like this to take advantage of? It's honestly the perfect encapsulation of the core issue with Elden Ring. It prioritizes punishing you at all costs, even when it feels completely unwarranted, or unnecessary, versus rewarding you for using your head. That is, however, a bold claim given the scope of the game, so for now, I'll leave that point to linger as we dissect the game further. Elden Ring does have another mechanic to introduce though, that being the guard counter. I'm extremely mixed on this mechanic. On one hand, it deals increased damage to enemy stance and can be a great way to execute an immediate follow-up to an enemy attack that will almost assuredly connect. On the other, enemies are so unrelenting and hard-hitting that shields feel rather disincentivized as a whole, let alone using an attack which would require you to use so much of your stamina. At that point, you'd be better off just using the jumping attack, because like the guard counter, the jumping attack deals bonus stagger damage. However, unlike the guard counter, they cost even less stamina and take notably less time to execute, and can even lead to you dodging enemy attacks, thus sparing your stamina further. It also doesn't help that Elden Ring, unlike Sekiro, doesn't actually show you the boss's stance meter, meaning that you won't really have any idea how well you're wearing them down until it finally happens. Not only does this make it difficult to calculate for moves as demanding as the guard counter, but this also makes it difficult to anticipate when you'll even be able to go in for the follow-up. Stance breaks open up enemies for critical hits, but the windows for punish that they provide can be extremely slim depending on the enemy. So sometimes you won't even get to reap the reward because you had no idea that the reward was even about to come. Moments like this are extremely frustrating, because it feels like you bided your time for a payoff that was ultimately stolen right out from under you, and that sort of dissatisfaction is antithetical when it comes to games like this, which pride themselves on providing the player with a challenge that's supposed to be satisfying to overcome and rewarding to gain a grasp and understanding of. Elden Ring also suffers from major technical and balancing issues, and they're honestly staggering as you start adding them up. The first and perhaps most frustrating of the issues regarding Elden Ring's gameplay are the hitboxes. Now, From games have always been rather hit or miss, pun intended, when it comes to hitboxes. On one hand, you have games like Dark Souls 2, where hitboxes on average are so atrocious that it's become a meme just how laughably bad they are. On the other hand, games like Dark Souls 3 on average are impressively airtight with their hitboxes, though even the best of these games do have their exceptions. Elden Ring reminds me of Sekiro in that the quality of the hitboxes is extremely mixed. I've had moments where I was genuinely blown away by just how tight certain hitboxes appeared to be, but I've also had just as many moments where I found myself astonished at just how bad certain hitboxes were. Though when it comes to Elden Ring, I have noticed certain levels of consistency between different attack types, at least for the most part. Sword attacks are by far the most accurate, having hitboxes that are extremely tight, which allows for a great many possibilities when looking to outmaneuver one's opponent. Slashes, stabs, sweeps, etc. are on the whole pretty good. I recall being impressed as early as the tutorial area when an enemy lunged at me from a slightly elevated position, and his sword poked just over my shoulder and only slightly off from my head. This was extremely impressive, and I can recall similar scenarios occurring at multiple points throughout my time with Elden Ring. And it's not just a thumbs up to the game's technical prowess. Airtight hitboxes allow for a surprising degree of creativity when it comes to dodging enemy attacks when they prove consistent enough. By coming to understand precisely the positioning you'll need to avoid taking damage, you then begin to intuit how best to seamlessly counter your foes. It's extremely satisfying to bob and weave within such tight windows after amassing such a thorough knowledge of the game, and it allows less experienced players to experience their own moments of similar satisfaction when they just manage to outmaneuver their foes. And hey, sometimes you just get really lucky, and that can feel great too. Unfortunately, where Elden Ring craps the proverbial bed is when it comes to slam attacks, command grabs, and AoEs, among which include some of the most downright horrendous and atrociously coded hitboxes I think I've ever seen in my 2.5 decades of gaming, at least with FromSoft games. Slam attacks in Elden Ring honestly cause my blood pressure to skyrocket the moment I see them coming, because whenever I do, I feel like the game is throwing out a malicious dice roll to decide whether or not I'll be insta-killed by the sinister particle effects of doom. Combine how unfair it can feel to suddenly drop dead thanks to a lingering hitbox from some dirt that was hurled into the air with just how likely it is for you to wind up unknowingly in the range of this deadly dust thanks to the ridiculous tracking of enemies, and this is easily the most frustrating and unfair punish method in the game. Well, one of them, anyways. Then there's command grabs, and my
God, some of these are downright terrible. It's not enough that so many enemies, especially bosses, are now equipped with command grabs, but when the hitboxes are bad, it can really bring down a fight, no matter how good that fight otherwise is. Elden Ring is full of badly coded command grabs to the point that it honestly became a personal fear of mine whenever I would encounter a new boss. There are 3 in particular that I'd like to highlight, those being the command grabs of Morgott, Estelle, and, you guessed it, Malenia, Blade of Mikola. Morgott's command grab seems to possess a lingering hitbox where you can find yourself impaled by his sword even if you touch the base of it while he is thrusting forward. Estelle seems to linger and even trail up to his elbow, and Malenia seems to outstretch her actual arm's length while also having a really fast windup that's difficult to read because it looks very similar to some of her other attacks, so yeah. These are pretty frustrating to deal with, and that is putting it mildly. Command grabs are supposed to be among the highest damage dealing attacks in an enemy's arsenal, and as such, it should be one of their easiest attacks to avoid. But there are times where these things feel like they're the most likely moves in the boss's arsenal to connect. Particularly Estelle, whose command grab is honestly downright horse crap, and to put it simply, it's not fair. Then there's the AoEs, and similarly to the dust particles of doom that often accompany slamming attacks, these more often than not were a source of major frustration to say the least. These things are already quite massive compared to the AoEs of previous games, like you really have to back the fuck off the moment you see Malenia going for her dive bomb, Morgott getting ready to cut that centuries-old cheese, or Radagon going into his pseudo phase 2, it's a phase 2, where literally all of his attacks just have an obnoxious AoE stapled onto them, including his command grab, which can hit you even when he has grabbed another player. So yeah, it can be pretty annoying when you do get tagged by some invisible extension of an attack that you already worked so hard to dodge, or when an attack just has no business hitting you in the first place. The whole point of these is to repel the player and test their positioning, so it just feels excessive and pointless when the enemy manages to blow you back further than you already were after having sprinted in the opposite direction of the enemy. AoEs also tend to have lingering hitboxes, and it just looks and feels silly getting blown back from the remains of a blast. This also ties into another problem I've had with Elden Ring that I've mentioned a couple of times now. I alluded to it back in the intro, but Elden Ring also has a severe issue when it comes to enemy tracking. Enemy tracking has been an issue in From games going back as far as Dark Souls 2, and honestly even a couple of times in Dark Souls 1. And it seems as though Elden Ring is content not only to allow this to persist, but it almost feels like the game is actively doubling down on enemy tracking as if it's an actual featured mechanic given just how aggressive it can be, especially when it comes to bosses. Let me make this abundantly clear. In a combat system like this, enemies that are this large and this fast have no business being able to track you beyond what should be the given path of their attacks. It looks utterly ridiculous, and it only serves to infuriate the player. Please, please, FromSoft, stop making your enemies move this way. It is distractingly obnoxious. I don't really mind it when smaller enemies have a bit of tracking, hell the player character even tracks to an extent when locked on, but this kind of thing is far less noticeable with smaller character models that aren't flying around the arena. It's the kind of thing that's subtle enough to where your mind just registers it as being simple enough to explain as a basic adjustment of footing, or even the enemy dragging themselves with the weight of their attack, and yeah, that's fair. But once you start getting to models the size of Malenia, or God forbid Radahn and Rykard, this kind of thing becomes far more noticeable, and sometimes it's just downright comical. Not only does it just look absurd, but it gets really frustrating when you feel like you've dodged an attack only for Berserk OC number 5000 to completely nullify your efforts by recalibrating its center of gravity on a dime. I'm honestly not even exaggerating. You can visibly make out how these character models are turning on the x-axis, and it's impossible not to see it after having noticed it. The worst is by far Malenia's waterfowl dance, an infamous
famous attack that's come to be known by the community. So yeah, combine the sheer degree at which enemies will track the player with the frustratingly high number of wonky hitboxes, and Elden Ring can feel more than a little unfair at times, and not in a way that's intentional with its design. This kind of thing isn't even difficulty. It's frustrating bullshit, and that feeling of unearned punishment is the last thing you want to feel when playing games like this. Then there's projectiles, and oh dear lord, they are as bad as ever. Projectiles have been a strange issue since as long ago as the first Dark Souls, where for some reason FromSoft thought it made sense to incorporate minor tracking to enemy projectiles. For magic, yeah, okay, I kinda get it to an extent. After all, it's magic. It doesn't not make sense for it to have a bit of tracking, if that makes sense. But the fact that arrows and bolts also manage to track you to the extent that they do, it just looks really stupid. And we all know it. Like, what is there to gain from making arrows magically drift exactly where the player happens to be going? Especially the Dragon Slayer arrows in Anor Londo. Like, oh my god, I love Anor Londo, but fuck that.
Well, Loveless, if they didn't track, then it would be really easy to dodge them.
Yeah, that's great. I don't know, maybe make the projectiles just a little bit faster so that it's harder to dodge them. Or maybe, oh, I don't know, throw in an environmental hazard? Just a thought. Elden Ring also introduces enemy catapults and, yep, you guessed it, somehow these things will hone in on your position despite being fired in a completely different direction more often than not. Even from a distance, it's so blatantly obvious that it honestly just feels like the game is trying to have a laugh at your expense, though it doesn't really succeed most of the time. That's the funniest part. They're not even that hard to dodge, so the visual integrity of these things were completely compromised in favor of a payoff that doesn't even occur. Again, it feels like Elden Ring is prioritizing the player being punished at the expense of all other qualities of life, and it gets really distracting after a while. Then there's the camera, and oh boy is it bad. Seriously, this is a fundamentally critical element of these games, and yet it has been a persistent issue since even the original Demon's Souls. Why is it that no one thought it prudent to improve the camera, the very thing that the player literally needs in order to gain an understanding of what is even happening in the video game that they're playing? Why has this never once seen any improvement, especially nowadays where enemies are moving faster than coked up kangaroos? I don't understand. The Souls camera is at its all-time worst when it comes to Elden Ring given the sheer scale of its bosses and their utterly blistering speed. The fact that the camera has been given zero contingencies to account for the size and speeds of these enemies is honestly baffling to me. It is actually impossible to beat this game without experiencing a handful of moments where the camera goes completely haywire just from trying to keep up with the pace of these enemies. I understand that the manual camera speed needs to have a limit to its speed, but there is zero excuse for the camera to just automatically deactivate when locked on, especially when an enemy begins to cover so much area in such a small window of time. Given how many attacks involve these kinds of animations, it can lead to a lot of frustratingly unearned punishment for the player. Why on earth can the player be punished for the camera's failures? That doesn't make sense, and it is ridiculous.
Well, Loveless, if the camera was able to move that fast, then things would start to look ridiculous when trying to keep up with enemies as fast as Melania.
That is correct. Very astute observation. So maybe, oh I don't know, recalibrate the enemy's movement and speed so that such a scenario doesn't happen. Not only does the camera's inability to keep up with Elden Ring's fastest enemies show a fatal weakness in this very core and essential mechanic, but it also paints a transparent picture of just how far the difficulty of this game outpaced its own design. These games were not made with enemies like this in mind. This is not Devil May Cry. This is not Bayonetta. Hell, this isn't even Lollipop Chainsaw, okay? So if you want to incorporate enemies like these, the game needs to be recalibrated in order to compensate for this design choice. Then there's the fact that the camera has no idea what to do against the likes of the Fire Giant, Rykard, or the Elden Beast, at least from up close. This is especially strange to me given we had a solution for giant bosses as far back as Demon's Souls. Guys, just pull the camera back. Like, this isn't even complicated.
just pull the camera back, make sure it doesn't clip through the environment, and if it does, then just increase the transparency of the objects that the camera is cutting through so as not to block the camera's view. Surely I am not being unreasonable when I say this. These games have had this solution as far back as Demon's Souls for over a decade. I don't understand why this was just omitted from Elden Ring. I mean, Zelda was doing this back on the Nintendo 64 for God's sake. There's also the fact that sometimes, even though you're locked on, the player character will attack in a different direction than the enemy. This was most common with jump attacks, and it just looks really stupid. What? Did the game seriously think that I was trying to attack to the left of Godfrey? That's technically his right. You get the idea. One element of Elden Ring's gameplay that doesn't get talked about very much, though, is the stealth. Elden Ring's stealth is, and please try not to get mad when I say this, more or less on par with The Last of Us 2's in terms of just how shallow it is, though in fairness to The Last of Us 2, at least its encounters were designed with stealth as an option, for the most part. Stealth in Elden Ring certainly exists, but it's so shallow that it honestly might as well not even exist. I mean, come on. There's no stat that contributes to stealth, meaning that there's no way to dedicate a build entirely around stealth. It's impossible to use against bosses, period, and most enemy layouts make using stealth a completely impractical approach. Yeah, there are occasional encounters where stealth is actually a viable thing, but it doesn't really go any further than you can crouch and try and hide behind things as you approach your destination. Like, it's really, really simple. With that said, some of you are probably wondering, why even bring this up if it's such a non-option? And the reason is simple. FromSoft put it in the game. They even implemented a crouch so that the player could use it. That is why the crouch exists. This is, for all intents and purposes, one of Elden Ring's primary mechanics, but it's so flat and lacking that most people forget that it even exists. Like, I'm sure there are at least a few of you watching this that thought to yourself, wait, what? When I started talking about Elden Ring having stealth. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, I don't think that's a good thing. If they weren't gonna do anything with it, then why implement it at all? Why dedicate an input to this crouch? What even was the point here? The sheer lack of depth in this game's stealth is genuinely fascinating to me. Like, I genuinely cannot remember the last time that I saw a mechanic so lackadaisically implemented into a game, let alone a AAA game like this. This is especially strange given From's last game prior to Elden Ring, not counting the Demon's Souls remake, being Sekiro, which had dedicated stealth mechanics which ensured its viability for a significant portion of the game. Don't get me wrong, it's far from perfect, but you can tell that they were putting in a serious effort. Elden Ring has nothing to mechanically complement its stealth. There's no stealth bonus, no jumping stealth takedowns, no special animations, no dedicated builds, no shimmying to take advantage of, and it doesn't even mesh with Elden Ring's focus on aggressive play. It just makes backstabbing marginally easier in a handful of isolated scenarios. I'm being completely genuine when I say this is one of the worst implementations of any kind of mechanic I've ever seen in a video game, or at the very least, it's one of the most half-assed. I hesitate to call it lazy because it might be one of those victims of time constraints or lack of resources, but at that point I would just ask, why even implement it in the first place? Why not just divert that time and effort into improving something else? Sure, in Dark Souls you could sneak, quote-unquote, by slowly walking up to an enemy from behind for a backstab, but it's also not as if Dark Souls was deluding the player into thinking that stealth was a genuine option like in other RPGs. Demon's Souls did use stealth as a gimmick for 2 of its boss fights, but that was about the extent of it, because the devs were fully aware at the time that proper stealth gameplay with their mechanics just wasn't possible. Well, it was possible in Elden Ring, and they clearly wanted to implement it in some capacity, but they put all of zero effort into doing so, and that deserves to be criticized. One issue that's been present in From games for quite some time, however, is that of quest design. I've already talked about Elden Ring's main quest and the strange prerequisites for completing the first chunk of it, but the game's side quests are no exception either. For reasons that are at this point well beyond my capacity to understand, FromSoft quests tend to be designed in a way that only allows for their completion via happenstance or just giving up and looking up a guide. Demon's Souls was mostly alright. The only real side quests in that game were the ones with Yurt and Mephistopheles, but those were pretty straightforward. If you save Yurt, you find him in the Nexus, then kill some people at his request. Upon reaching pure black character tendency, Mephistopheles appears, and similarly to Yurt, you do what she tells you. The end of their quest lines are clearly marked by both of them trying to inevitably betray you, at which point you have no other option than to kill them, and that's where the quests end. Then Dark Souls happened, and this is where From fell into the habit of creating side quests which lack any sort of cohesive through line. It's not that the sequence of events themselves don't necessarily make sense, they're just borderline impossible to intuit without a guide, barring certain very specific instances like Big Hat Logan telling you outright that he is going to the Duke's archives. Quests like Siegmeyer's, however, are very guilty of this, and it's a shame because the conclusion of his questline is genuinely brilliant. They did patch in quest markers for certain side quests, but even though these are helpful, they also go against the notion of the game giving the player no direction, so I'm not entirely sure whether or not I can consider them a good thing. Even though, yes, I did criticize the game's lack of direction, so make of that what you will. Objectively speaking, it is betraying its own design philosophy, but it is also an objective benefit to the game, so it's really hard for me to judge. The only issue I take with it personally is the fact that they didn't give any sort of additional guidance to the main quest, since that's the one that, actually matters. Honestly, From's quest design just needs a major overhaul at this point. And speaking from a narrative perspective, why is it that these characters are so vague and unclear with their directions, assuming they give you any at all? All of them do a great job at introducing you to their quest line, either establishing their goals and motivations, or tossing you that necessary breadcrumb to begin your investigation. Assuming, of course, that they're not trying to subvert you like Yura, kind of, or Patches. But when it comes to actually telling you what you need to do, these characters are about as transparent as the fog in Silent Hill. Is it really too much to ask that a character just say, hey, I think this thing might be over here? At least then you would have something to go off of besides sheer happenstance. This is a gigantic open world, and the idea that we're supposed to complete quests by happening across the necessary NPCs, let alone after having completed some unexplained goal in such a specific order, is honestly mind-boggling. There were a handful of quest markers added to the game post-launch for a handful of side quests, and also that part of the main story immediately following Morgott, so that's, nice, I think. I mean, it's a bit more direction, sure, but it also feels pretty half-baked, to put it as kindly as possible. At least the side quest markers make sense. The Volcano Manor questline, for instance, has you hunting down some fellow Tarnished, and the targets are marked on your map. It's a pretty straightforward hit job, pretty much. Going back briefly to the main story, though, can I just point out how strange it is that Melina is so needlessly obtuse about what it is that we're supposed to even be doing? She first appears to ask you to go on a quest to become Elden Lord, which you were already doing, kind of. However, she never bothers to explain what it is that you're even supposed to do to achieve this. You don't even get to ask her for so much as a hint. Like, this can't just be me. She's willing to commit immolation. She will burn herself alive just to achieve her goal of putting an end to the current tisms in the lands between, but she can't be bothered to give us basic instruction like, hey, go kill some demigods where you can enter Lindel, where you'll finally be able to reach the base of the Erdtree and claim the throne of the Elden Lord. By the way, the graces point you where you need to go. That is literally all she needed to say. Was that really too much to ask? And in fairness to FromSoft, when it comes to their main quests, every other one of their games did it. Demon's Souls told you to slay the archdemons. Dark Souls told you to ring the bells, then gather the Lord Souls. Dark Souls 2 told you bear seek, seek lest. Bloodborne told you to hunt some beasts on your way to Bergenworth. Dark Souls 3 told you to slay the Lords of Cinder. And Sekiro has someone to tell you what you need to do next at pretty much every point in the story. If asking for a very basic glint of direction makes me a casual, then fine, whatever, I'm a casual, I don't care. But that doesn't negate the fact that Melina is blatantly withholding information that she has every reason to divulge and no reason not to. And speaking of strange omissions, there are a number of mechanics and quality of life improvements that, for one reason or another, didn't make it into Elden Ring. Maybe these were creative decisions, maybe it was because of time and budget, I don't really know, but in fairness to the game, I think some of them are perfectly excusable, though there are a few that don't quite make sense to me. And to be perfectly clear, I don't think the game is necessarily at
at fault for omitting certain elements of prior games, but I do think it's still worth discussing given just how many elements of these games were carried over into Elden Ring. I can understand omitting certain mechanics like the grappling hook from Sekiro or the rally mechanic from Bloodborne, although the latter does exist as an optional upgrade, which, hey, that's pretty cool. As interesting as I'm sure it would be to see the grappling hook and even ledge shimmying from Sekiro, especially with the increased focus on exploration and platforming, and not to mention the presence of stealth, I understand that these would still be quite difficult to implement on their own, given the final result of Elden Ring's level design. The game just wasn't made with the grappling hook or even ledge shimmying in mind, and it's perfectly fine. I do, however, have to call into question why we've yet to see the return or even the evolution on certain other mechanics. For instance, whatever happened to trick weapons from Bloodborne? This mechanic was universally praised and is still held in a very high regard, and while it is obvious why it wouldn't make sense to apply trick mechanics to a straight sword or a basic heavy axe, would it not have been the most kick-ass thing in the world to see a handful of weapons in Elden Ring with exclusive weapon arts that allowed them to transform into entirely new forms with their own movesets and even transitional attacks? If your answer is no, you're a liar. Another mechanic I would have really appreciated seeing carry over from Sekiro, barring stealth mechanics, would have been the... I don't actually know what you call this. You can see it on the screen though, it's the one where you hold down a button and you turn into an item vacuum. The suck. We'll call it the suck. This was a nice quality of life addition that would still have a place in a game like Elden Ring, which has numerous encounters that have multitudes of enemies. I understand the absence of this is far from a pressing issue, and again I want to make it clear I'm not saying that Elden Ring sucks because it didn't, well, include the suck, but it still would have been nice to see make a return, and I do think it would have had a place in this game. Similarly, photo mode is far from a critical element to Souls games, having only just been introduced in the Demon Souls remake, but Elden Ring is such a gorgeous game, and not having a photo mode just feels like a war crime. Some visual filters would have also been really cool to see. Personally, and this is a completely subjective nitpick, Elden Ring's color palette feels very heavy on its use of yellow, so I would have personally appreciated a cool blue filter that makes the world feel more like Siofra. Again, far from a pressing issue, but it is strange to see a complete absence of a photo mode in a game as gorgeous as this. Something I would have liked to see in Roundtable Hold specifically would have been a practice dummy like the one found in Sekiro. Being able to test out your damage output and even just having an enemy to practice things like parrying against would have been really nice to see. In fact, given just how much this game emphasizes its difficulty, that feels like it was almost a necessary inclusion that they just chose not to implement for unknown reasons. I do, however, have to call into question why it is that armor upgrading has not found its way into Elden Ring, let alone modern Souls games. Let's be honest, the defensive quality of armor in Elden Ring is pretty negligible at best, barring the especially heavy armor like that of Radahn. Elden Ring is Fashion Souls central, and hey, the fashion potential is seriously impressive here, but at the same time, why exactly couldn't we be given a method for upgrading our armor like in Dark Souls? I seriously don't understand why FromSoft just refuses to bring this mechanic back. And speaking of defensive elements, does anyone else remember when poise was a thing? Yeah, Elden Ring has poise, but given just how hard and how fast these enemies tend to hit, it might as well not even exist once you enter the latter sections of the game. I'm not even trying to be cynical here, you can wear the tankiest of gear and still be absolutely ragdolled by some of these late game enemies. Why, Elden Ring? Someone tell me why. Also, this is one I genuinely am pissed off about. Am I the only one who misses chopping off enemy tails to get secret weapons? This was something introduced in the first Dark Souls, and I remember back then thinking that it was the coolest mechanic ever, even though back then the character models moving was kind of awkward, so acquiring these weapons wasn't always the most fun thing, but still, it was so cool that it existed, especially on certain enemies that you wouldn't even think would have it, like Priscilla. Then Dark Souls 2 had instances where enemies could lose limbs, but there was never a tangible reward, they just kind of fell off, which is visually cool, but it does call into question the absence of the reward. And then there was Bloodborne, which had certain enemy limbs acting as a weak point, and I guess Lawrence also lost his legs, but again, there wasn't an actual item to reward the player. I've just really missed this mechanic ever since Dark Souls 1. With every new FromSoft release, I have consistently been trying to see if they bring this mechanic back, and I have been consistently let down every single time. And let's be real, Elden Ring would have honestly been the perfect game to bring this back with, given the abundance of bosses with tails like Morgott, the dragons, and hell, even Godric with all of his limbs. Oh well, I guess. One last omission I wanted to cover was that of Covenants. Now, Covenants have always been a bit finicky when it comes to Souls games. The individual Covenants range from worthless to excellent, and the implementation of Covenants as a mechanic has been something of a mixed bag. Sekiro didn't even bother with Covenants, given they wouldn't have really made any narrative sense, but Bloodborne did manage to feature 3 different Covenants, and while they certainly could have been more fleshed out, it was at least cool to see the system adapted into such a different style of game, even if it wasn't all that great. The absence of Covenants in Elden Ring, though, is honestly strange given just how many characters you can align yourself with to achieve a different ending. I suppose in a way they do kind of exist, at least in a narrative context, but it just feels like there could have been so much more. It feels like Covenants have such a massive degree of untapped potential, but From doesn't really seem too interested in exploring them to that potential, and that's really a shame, because I could easily see a game as massive as this with such immense build variety benefiting from the inclusion of Covenants. Imagine a handful of subcommunities within the Elden Ring community coming together to arrange clan wars and tournaments on certain dates and in certain spots of the map. That kind of thing would be awesome to see. Yeah, there are community events, but the implementation of a Covenant system would go such a long way in bolstering those communities and all of their events. But sadly, I guess it just wasn't meant to be. I want to make it clear one more time that I don't think the lack of these mechanics ruins Elden Ring, okay? I'm not saying the game's bad because it didn't implement shimmying, okay? But given just how many of these mechanics aren't present, and not to mention the potential that they have, their absence does stick out, and I felt like it was worth discussing to some extent. Elden Ring has far greater issues, many of which I've yet to even discuss, but it felt appropriate to stop and consider what could have been in certain regards. The final element of Elden Ring's gameplay I wanted to discuss in this section is none other than the Spirit Ashes. These are a surprisingly controversial inclusion, but I personally found them to be a very worthwhile addition to Elden Ring's gameplay. Not only do Spirit Ashes allow for offline players to engage in summoning, but they also allow for much greater versatility than your typical NPC summons. NPC summons are helpful, for sure, but being able to select from such a wide variety of character and enemy types to have at your beck and call opens the game up to a whole new dimension of player expression. You can headcanon what your summons mean to your player character, you can explore different strategies against specific encounters, you can even retrofit your builds to synchronize with your favorite summon. Seriously, I think Spirit Ashes are a fantastic addition overall. They also help to draw enemy aggro, if only for a brief instance, which can make combat far more tolerable than it is purely solo. Elden Ring's enemies are relentless, and Spirit Ashes are a great way of mitigating the monotonous downtime of repeatedly dodging while enemies dish out their 12-hit mega wombo combos. Of course, this has led some to negatively perceive Spirit Ashes as being a sort of easy mode that cheapens the experience. This is really ironic to me considering the absolute plethora of non-Spirit Ash mechanics which can be used to make the game significantly easier. The idea that the experience can be cheapened by taking advantage of a very prominent mechanic for what is obviously its intended use reduces the experience of the game to nothing but one of difficulty, which, as I said in the intro, is a fallacious argument. By that logic, anyone who isn't a blind, deaf, and mute vegetable playing with an upside-down Guitar Hero controller with inverted controls, 1 point of health, no magic, no weapons, no gear, level 1, and without dodging or blocking is by default cheapening their experience by not making the game as impossibly hard as reality will allow. More to the point, difficulty is not the sole and defining element of any video game, yes, even FromSoft games, because there is far more to a video game than the challenge they present. I agree that challenge matters, and difficulty can play a role in making and breaking any number of video games for any number of players. But the idea that anyone is cheapening their experience by utilizing a mechanic that the developers purposefully implemented is a monumentally stupid suggestion. This kind of logic could easily be turned around right back to the person making this kind of argument, because whatever it is that makes the game's perfect difficulty is completely arbitrary. So what if I used Spirit Ashes? You played the game using a healing flask. Oh yeah? Well, at least I didn't rely on dodging. Oh yeah? Well, at least I didn't use sorcery. Oh yeah? Well, at least I didn't use a strength build. Oh yeah? Seriously, don't bother engaging with people who unironically make these kinds of arguments, because they have the mental capacity of a 5-year-old. You will not change their mind, and their mind is not worth changing, because nothing they have to say actually matters. Play the game however the hell you want. If something you're using is broken, then it's the developer's fault for implementing it in the first place. You're not obligated to handicap yourself to the approval of random elitist douchebags on the internet. Now, with that out of the way, I also want to be clear that I'm not suggesting Spirit Ashes are perfect, as they do possess one major caveat. As useful as Spirit Ashes can be in most situations, the AI for them is unfortunately about as intelligent as your average Twitter user. No, I'm not calling it X. They follow very simple behaviors and attack patterns, but unfortunately their ability to respond to enemy behavior seems to be severely compromised, which is unfortunate given just how aggressive Elden Ring's enemies can be. Spirit Ashes honestly seem downright docile by comparison. And to be perfectly clear, I don't need the Spirit Ashes to outright annihilate bosses or put a hard stop to their strongest attacks, but I would appreciate if my summons could stop running so recklessly into the most obviously telegraphed super attacks. If I had to sum it up, I'd compare the AI of Spirit Ashes to the AI of Demon Souls on PS3, whereas the AI of Elden Ring's enemies is more on par with Bloodborne and Sekiro with just how non-stop and relentless they can be. Elden Ring has some good ideas, and it does a fair amount well with its gameplay, but it's also undeniable that there were some major misfires along the way, and I think that's a shame. I've made the joke that Elden Ring is basically Dark Souls 3 2, given just how derivative it can feel, but at least Dark Souls 3 was pretty damn polished from top to bottom. Again, it had its problems, but damn if it's not a good game. Elden Ring, on the other hand, has an abundance of rather major flaws, ranging from a lack of proper balancing to some utterly baffling technical and design missteps. I find it very difficult not to be disappointed with Elden Ring once I really start to add these things up, and that's such a shame because the game obviously had all the potential in the world to be FromSoft's next masterpiece. Unfortunately, I don't feel that was the case. Oh, before I forget, did you know this game has a crafting system? Now I'm going to be talking about Elden Ring's approach to enemy design, specifically how enemies fare at the start of the game versus the mid-game and finally the end-game. To clarify, this section is going to be more focused on specific enemy behavior and analyzing how it is they interact with the player, as well as the consistency of enemy design across the game. The upcoming section regarding difficulty is where we'll finally begin assessing how the various design elements come together to form Elden Ring's overall difficulty. I hope that makes sense, and if it doesn't, you'll understand by the end. At a mechanical level, I find Elden Ring's enemy design on the whole to be rather poor. However, that's not to say there are no standouts or examples of genuine excellence to be found throughout the game. I simply find the overall roster of enemies to be very poorly balanced and implemented on average. But let's start by talking about Elden Ring's early game. Elden Ring's early game, that being the areas of Limgrave, the Weeping Peninsula, Siofra, and Stormvale, is something of a mixed bag in terms of quality and engagement. The majority of non-boss encounters typically consist of either very easy mobs or these sort of gotcha moments where the game will try and throw you a curveball to keep you on your toes. On paper, I think that's to be expected, and overall is a fine way to start the game out, as it helps to ease the player into the world while also making it a point to remind them regularly just how dangerous this world can be should the player not be mindful of their wandering. I actually think the enemy sets of Stormvale and Siofra are quite strong, being pretty damn tough on the whole, but never quite feeling impossible either. Even the toughest encounters manage to retain a glint of possibility to overcoming them, and I think if Elden Ring had managed to retain that feeling of hopefulness throughout the experience, while of course still properly escalating the difficulty, the final product would have been a lot better on the whole. And make no mistake, there are some genuinely difficult encounters in these earlier sections. Stormvale in particular is pretty damn tough and can very easily catch you off guard if you're not prepared. The enemy set for the early game is far from perfect though. There are several instances of enemy ganks just hounding the player into submission, which can feel pretty cheap. Of all the ways that Elden Ring could echo Dark Souls 2, this is by far one of the most infuriating, and honestly, it only gets worse as the game progresses. These regular swarms by the imp statues in the early dungeons, or getting bombarded by demi-humans in an already gank boss fight, are both pretty much on par with taking a hammer to your shin in terms of fun factor. I mean, at least the hammer to the shin releases endorphins after a while. Maybe someone out there likes these gank fights, and you know what? Bully for them, I say, but I find these kinds of fights, at least in Souls games, to be immensely unsatisfying because really all it comes down to is the same old strategy of either spamming crowd control attacks or using divide and conquer in conjunction with attrition to slowly whittle the enemy force down.
Loveless, gank fights aren't very difficult. All you have to do is kite the AI and take them out one by one.
Alright, who is this guy? None of these are particularly satisfying strategies because spamming crowd control only requires the necessary weapon or spell and a well-timed swing or cast, and divide and conquer strategies like kiting are just tedious wrestling with the AI to slowly achieve a series of repetitive and small victories that otherwise would be much easier and take no time at all. I know I mentioned Stormvale being a solid dungeon with a decent enemy set, and I stand by that fully, but can we talk about these barrel-flinging cuckoo boom boom assholes for a moment? I really hate these things. Their dive bomb attack has really high tracking for some reason, and the mix of this tracking as well as their explosive barrels having a decently large radius make avoiding them much more painful than it really should be. They're also frustrating to try and hit even with ranged attacks thanks to their sporadic movement and their elevated positions. This means that the most efficient method for getting past them is simply to avoid fighting them altogether, but even trying to do that is frustrating due to the heavy tracking of their attacks. At this point with Elden Ring, I just find myself doing this weird crisscrossing dodge spam to avoid them because nothing else really seems to work, at least not consistently, and fighting them is just not fun, it's not enjoyable, it doesn't feel like it's testing any of my skills, it's just a really annoying fight that I don't want to engage with. I mentioned that the early game doesn't see much in the ways of especially tough enemies, and that's definitely true, but there's also the great rune bears, which are among the least fair enemies this game has to offer, even in the late game, so as you can probably imagine, finding one as early as Limgrave can be pretty frustrating. Look, I'm just gonna say it, whoever designed this thing, you are an asshole. Like, who at the studio decided that Cocaine Bear needed to be put on steroids? Not only do these things possess humongous hitboxes and deal massive damage, as well as dishing out pretty rapid attacks, but they can also outrun Torrent, which might very well be one of the single dumbest design choices for any enemy across this entire game. It sucks. Unless you have a way to manipulate the aggro of these things or outright decimate them with an opening attack, coming out victorious feels like a complete and total crapshoot, and yes, that includes the late game. And trying to outrun them on Torrent basically requires you to have an environment that you can use to manipulate the AI, since, you know, enemies can't jump, well, sometimes. The rune bears can't, thankfully. Then again, a lot of Limgrave is a pretty flat plain, so trying to get away from a rune bear that can outrun you and kill you most of the time in one shot, sometimes two. Yeah, let's just say this isn't the type of difficulty that you want to be flexing this early on. Rune bears and some annoying gank fights aside though, most of Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula encounters feel strangely easy. Like, really easy. Most enemies here struggle to do any sort of real damage without a squad backing them up, and even the tougher enemies tend to be so slow that they can be dispatched with relative ease. Again, there are some exceptions, like the Rune Bear, which can literally outrun you no matter what, but it is important to remember that that is an exception, thankfully. I suppose the pumpkin heads can be kind of tough, sometimes. But aside from that, you're going to find yourself cleaving through a pretty large number of these low-level soldiers for a good while. Subsequent playthroughs, I would be surprised if you'd even remember to acknowledge them. But even with the early game's issues, it's not until we reach the mid-game that things really start to go downhill. Elden Ring's mid-game is mostly defined by 4 particular sections of the map, those being Caelid, Liurnia of the Lakes, Mount Gelmir, and Lindell Capital. Depending on your particular build and what order you approach these levels in, you can honestly find the game anywhere between laughably easy to being among the hardest games you have ever played, with the difficulty constantly fluctuating depending on where you go and at what point in your progression, what build you're using, and what level you are. It is that much of a crapshoot. I've played through Elden Ring with a dozen characters multiple times over by now, and not once has the difficulties of these areas ever felt remotely consistent. Of course, there is the factor of cumulative experience to consider, but even figuring out just how much of a role prior experience has played feels like a guessing game, given I've had both less and more trouble in certain areas and against certain bosses on successive replays. Up until my most recent playthrough, for example, I found Commander O'Neill to be a complete and total pushover, but because I've gone in with a fairly simple build and at a slightly lower level than usual, he's gone from being a complete cakewalk to completely annihilating me in no time flat with this particular character. Again, this may seem like a given due to my being a lower level, but you have to understand that prior to this, I'd never even died to this boss. And it's not as if I'm a stranger to going into fights in Elden Ring under level, just look at my first playthrough. So it was pretty jarring to say the least when Commander O'Neill of all bosses was suddenly giving me a hard time when I'd killed Margit and Godric with relative ease just an hour prior with the exact same character. I should also make it clear that I've built all of my characters to play rather distinctly from one another, but even with all of my experience, I genuinely cannot tell why it is looking back at my gameplay that there are times where it feels like I'm just being completely annihilated, and then there are other times where I'm utterly steamrolling the dungeon. It really can't be overstated just how unlikely it is that any two playthroughs will ever be the same. And while that may sound like a good thing at its face, after all, who doesn't appreciate mixing things up between playthroughs, but you have to remember that the reason this is even happening is because of just how inconsistent the difficulty feels. Regarding my own experience, it's impossible to even fully understand just what it is that's generated these massive fluctuations in difficulty, given just how many times I've played through this game across so many characters both on fresh saves and in New Game Plus. I understand that difficulty is very subjective, of course. Maybe other people found it to be more consistent than I have, but for the life of me, the mid-game of Elden Ring is just impossible to accurately gauge the difficulty of. Elden Ring's mid-game doesn't feel like a cemented experience for you to test your various builds against, so much as it feels like a mold you're constantly seeing changed indirectly based on your many choices regarding build optimization and the rate at which you happen to be progressing. It also doesn't help that there are so many potential encounters the player may come across which are specifically made to be taken on at a higher level. So even if you somehow manage to have identical experiences across multiple characters, that in itself wouldn't change the lack of balance between these areas regardless. The strongest examples I can think of would undoubtedly be the Black Blade Kindred and the Flying Dragon Grail in Caelid, which grossly overshadow Radahn, this area's main boss mind you, and a demigod, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful character in the game, besides literal eldritch horrors in terms of sheer difficulty. Make no mistake, Radahn is no pushover. In fact, I'd say that his difficulty feels pretty consistent regardless of what kind of character you're running, thanks to the structuring of the fight itself, but the fact that there are two significantly harder bosses in the very same area of the map, both of which, by the way, are not even named characters, at least not in the same vein as Radahn or Malenia, is absolutely mind-boggling to me. The Black Blade Kindred in particular is not even meant to be fought until the late game, despite just how quickly you can encounter this enemy. Now sure, you could fight it in the mid-game, and it's not at all impossible to beat. Hell, that's actually what I did in either my first or second playthrough. I can't quite remember which one. But the difficulty is extremely skewed against you, to say the least. One enemy that stands out in a really weird way, though, is the Sleeping Dragon, which I'm convinced only exists to give the player a nice stock of runes fairly early on in the game. This one it's just really strange. So in Caelid, you'll reach an area called Grail's Dragon Barrow, which is filled with smaller dragons that are pretty damn imposing. Needless to say, Torrent. Towards the end of the area, though, is a massive dragon, one of the largest in the game, if not the largest, and taking it on from the front is basically Sewer Slide. Am I even allowed to say the real thing anymore? Or at least it is for an early to mid-game character build. However, if you go behind it, you can just wail away at it until it finally croaks, because despite how imposing and threatening it is, the poor thing is stuck in place and there are no dragons at its backside that can defend it. It takes some time, but once you kill it, the dragon will drop a whopping 74,000 runes, which can net you quite a few levels depending on how early you decide to find this thing. I don't even know what to say, like, I want to be appreciative of the fact that there's a way to basically gift yourself a surge in levels this early on, but the fact that it comes from such a massive and seemingly threatening enemy that's actually just a total punching bag feels weirdly wrong. It feels like something straight out of Lost Izalith, like they had an idea but either ran out of time or resources and so opted to leave it as it was. Like, I can't be the only one who gets this impression, surely someone else had this thought. But even with all of its issues, I will say that Caelid is easily one of the most interesting sections of the map, given just how much there is to talk about. There's also the dragons, the putrid avatars, the Erdtree knights, the lesser kindreds of rot, the weirdly malformed animals. It's honestly jam-packed with so many different kinds of enemies, and they all vary in their difficulty. Unfortunately, they also vary quite heavily in their quality. So yeah, Caelid is something of a mixed bag. Unfortunately, I don't retain nearly as many positive things to say about Liurnia of the Lakes though, which I unfortunately found to be pretty awful. Liurnia of the Lakes, and Raya Lucaria by extension, honestly don't have a single quality enemy of note. The majority of them are either complete and total pushovers, or enemies that are so frustrating to fight that most players will just opt to run past them, and oh dear God, who could blame them? There's the giant sniping crayfish, which fire hard-hitting projectiles with extreme accuracy over a very long range and have a relatively large health pool. There's the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria, who just spam their magic the moment you enter their line of sight. Oh yeah, and then there's the zombies, which just rush you down in packs for a command grab that drains both health and magic. These plants, which spam homing lasers. FromSoft's signature dogs, which have yet to see any kind of change or improvement since they debuted in Demon Souls back on the PS3, despite being one of the most annoying enemies From has ever designed. Oh, and who can forget the marionette soldiers, which are simultaneously very easy to kill, but also really annoying to even engage with in the first place. Regarding Liurnia of the Lakes specifically, it honestly feels like the intention was for the player to just run past the majority of enemies, given how wide and flat the level is. This is also exemplified by the glintstone dragon Smarag? I don't know. Another dragon boss which stands before a key item needed to enter Raya Lucaria. So in traditional Souls games, you would have to beat the boss to acquire whatever it is that they're guarding. It was a pretty simple rule of thumb that the player understood and would need to abide by. However, you can just walk right past the glintstone dragon, take the key, and run away before it even has a chance to attack you. That seems a little counterintuitive, don't you think? Like, this can't just be me. Not having to fight a boss, let alone a dragon, feels like a pretty big reward, so you would think that it would require you to do a bit more than holding forward on the analog stick, tapping triangle, and then holding back on the analog stick, or using the W and S keys. It's also worth bearing in mind that if we're assuming the player has seen every area south of Liurnia, this would be their 4th time seeing one of these dragon bosses, and it is far from the last time that they'll be seeing it either. I've already talked about Elden Ring's problem with recycling enemies, and I am going to be talking about it more so later, but it really is baffling just how many times a single enemy can be reused. And it is worth noting that Agheel was a really fun surprise to see in Limgrave, but none of the Echo Dragons beyond it, at least up to this point, feel anywhere near as creative. I can understand reusing a standard dragon enemy throughout the open world, and I can appreciate how so many of them utilize a unique form of damage and even status afflictions, but there is something really off-putting about the way From took these enemies and just stapled on a boss health bar and a generic background track. I don't think I would have minded these enemies nearly as much if they weren't presented as bosses, and honestly that goes for a lot of the game's minor bosses, but I'll hold off on that for now. One aspect of Elden Ring that I have grown quite fond of though is the Frenzied Flame. Even putting the fascinating lore aside, I honestly think the Frenzied Flame encounters are among the best, or at the very least most engaging encounters in the game. Having to navigate a level whilst carefully avoiding standing in the field of view of this totally not Eye of Sauron made for a far more engaging challenge than the typical running between areas and killing whatever stood in my way until I reached a boss that I spent 90% of the fight watching do insane combos. The Frenzied Flame applies a unique status affliction called Madness, which works more or less like that of Frenzy from Bloodborne, ironically enough. After building up so much of it, you'll take a hit to both your health and magic. Bear in mind this affliction can build up very quickly, so staying out of sight from the Dark Lord himself is both immediate and pressing from the moment that you start these encounters. I honestly love these encounters, and I can't wait to talk more about the Frenzied Flame when we get to the lore section of this critique. As far as Mount Gelmir is concerned, the only real challenge I think stems from the gaps between sites of grace race, which, in fairness, I actually think makes for an acceptable challenge. Enemies aren't particularly difficult at Mount Gelmir. Sure, the Omen Slayers and the Iron Virgins can be tough, but nothing is just gonna outright one-shot you in the blink of an eye. The Mage Serpents in particular can become quite the nuisance if they're not dispatched of quickly, because they do have a wide variety of attacks, some of which you are going to want to avoid dealing with. Not because they're annoying, thankfully, but just because they are dangerous. As long as you're smart about not letting yourself get overwhelmed and not running out of resources, they can prove to be quite manageable. Inside the volcano, most of the enemies you encounter are going to be the Man Serpents, however, they're comparatively much easier to dispatch of, but you also need to be mindful not to let yourself get lured into a trap or an ambush. We all know that gang fights suck, but I think having them be initiated by reckless play is a fair form of punishment, and it does feel like that was intentional with the Man Serpents in Volcano Manor. Before we get to Lindell Capital, there's also the issue of the surrounding area of the capital outskirts. This whole chunk of the map is honestly kinda terrible. The west end of the level is essentially farmland populated with midsummer larpers that don't really pose any kind of challenge. Then just to the right is a massive crater crawling with these worm face enemies, which honestly wouldn't be too bad were it not for their insta-kill status affliction. It was dumb in Dark Souls, and it's dumb in Elden Ring. And then there's the Lindell Capital Gates and the immediate surrounding territory. This section of the map is littered mostly with generic soldiers, however there are also catapults to fend you off as you approach, and once you arrive you'll find yourself being subjected to a boss gauntlet of sorts, which, not gonna lie, just feels really lazy. Like, you'd think they'd be able to do something a bit more creative with a massive staircase than just throwing an enemy onto it, whose attacks don't even line up well with this slanted level geometry. Like, guys, come on. I really have no idea why this area in particular is so flooded with bosses. There's the Tree Sentinel duo, the Draconic Tree Sentinel, the Valiant Gargoyle, Margit.
Wait, what?
The Falling Star Beast, and at night there's the Nazgul LARPing Knights Cavalry. But like I said, this area is downright cluttered with bosses to the point that they basically happen back to back non-stop up to the Draconic Tree Sentinel, and the whole area just feels really lazy as a result. Why construct an interesting level with well-crafted encounters and unique dangers when you can just copy and paste the Tree Sentinel half a dozen times over? Oh, yeah, and why is Margit here? We finally arrived at the Lindell Capital. We're now in the late game, kinda. And this one is really weird to talk about because, as I've mentioned before, I actually think this is one of the best designed dungeons in the game. Unfortunately, the enemy set here is pretty mixed, to say the least. The worst enemies don't ruin the level, but they definitely don't do it any favors either. Enemies in Lindell range from being pretty damn tough to bordering on complete jokes, and it doesn't feel like there's anything to enable an ebb and flow when going from one to the other. The oracles, the broken statues, the standard soldiers, they're all very common in Lindell, and they feel almost like punching bags that are just there to give you something to kill in between the tougher fights. I will say I enjoyed the Guardians, not because they're particularly interesting enemies, but having them placed on these narrow walkways made for a far more interesting challenge than they otherwise would have given on a regular flat plane. I will say that the Lindell Knights are actually among my favorite enemies in the game, but unfortunately they're the only tougher enemies throughout Lindell that I find myself really enjoying. The Erdtree avatar shows up, again. There's another Valiant Gargoyle, because why not?
Actually, Loveless, the lore says
I don't give a fuck what the lore says, it's like the 5 billionth recycled enemy. Can they not come up with a lore reason to put in a unique enemy? I don't know. Yeah, on my first playthrough, it was around this point that I was beginning to realize just how much Elden Ring relies on recycling content, and it does the game no favors as far as I'm concerned. Elden Ring's mid-game was already beginning to show cracks in enemy design, especially by the time of reaching Lindell, but oh man, does it take a nosedive in quality from this point on. Beyond Lindell lies the Mountaintops of Giants, and it's around here where you'll begin to find enemies not only being heavily recycled, but also being grossly overtuned so as to artificially inflate the difficulty. Now, in fairness, the Mountaintops of Giants doesn't actually start off that bad. The Warriors of Zaymor are a pretty cool and not to mention damn tough enemy, and they don't feel unfair to fight. The crossing of the bridge while being under fire from the giant golem is memorable for the visual alone, and even though it is yet another dragon boss being copy-pasted, I really enjoy the fight with Borealis the Freezing Fog. It starts with you riding into this massive flat plane of ice, then suddenly a fog appears making it difficult to see very far ahead. Within the fog is the ice dragon Borealis, and defeating him will cause the fog to dissipate. Not only does this make running past him more difficult, which this game really needed more of, but it also incentivizes fighting him to begin with beyond the obvious reward of the soul. Runes. I honestly believe that if they'd bothered to give the other Echo Dragons proper gimmicks like this to distinguish themselves from one another, it would have more than made up for the fact that they are a recycled enemy. This is how you do a repeat boss, though I'd still prefer if it wasn't classified as a boss at all, but hey, that is ultimately a nitpick. If it was a well-designed encounter, it's a well-designed encounter, whether it's a boss or not. Unfortunately, Borealis is more of an exception than the rule. Also, unfortunately, is the fact that beyond Borealis, things begin to take an immediate, and not to mention rough, nosedive. Hey guys, you remember the Erdtree avatar? I imagine so, given just how many times you've likely encountered them at this point. Here's 2 of them. Have fun. It's really weird. Elden Ring's early and mid-game both featured a sort of standard enemy to act as the lowest level challenge for that section of the game. These typically included the soldiers, knights, sometimes demi-humans, you get the idea. They were all jobber enemies meant to act as a sort of ground zero for the difficulty to start escalating. But it's around this point in the game where you won't be seeing too many more of these, and those that do are often either grossly overtuned or swarming you with their sheer numbers. The remainder of the Mountaintops of Giants, however, primarily consists of the large malformed dogs, frost trolls, the finger creepers, and the flame monks and guardians. The frost trolls and the flame monks and guardians seem alright at first, but it's around the point that you take so much as a single hit that you're going to be realizing just how wacky things are getting. The finger creepers are the worst offenders here by far, though. These things just feel like walking hitboxes. They deal insane damage, and they also stagger the shit out of you as well. They give off a sort of bumper car effect where they just kind of slide up to you and boop you over and over, and it can get pretty aggravating after a while. Yet another enemy that is not even worth engaging with. Seriously, just run right past it to the nearest grace. It's not worth the headache. The Mountaintops of Giants also feature an area known as Castle Sol just off to the side that is plagued with some of the worst late-game enemies to be found in this game. Sure, it's possible to encounter these enemies early on, but this is the point in the game, remember, where these enemies become noticeably more common, and their stats are noticeably cranked. There's the Lion Guardians, which on their own serve as a more than challenging enough foe, but for some reason they've been given the Tree Sentinel treatment, also known as the Dragon Rider treatment, also known as the Erdtree Avatar treatment, of being double copy-pasted into a relatively cramped area, making for an absurdly difficult challenge to even survive, let alone conquer. Thankfully they don't respawn, but bloody Christ they are annoying. Then there's the Spectral Banished Knights, and oh dear God, these things are unadulterated cancer. Hey, you know what sounds fun? Knight enemies that can fly around and dish out combos straight out of Redgrave. Yeah, that'll be a tough opponent. Yeah, well, you know what? Congratulations, Elden Ring. This enemy is indeed quite hard. Unfortunately, being hard is not synonymous with being good. Turns out, making an enemy deal ridiculously high damage while also possessing multi-hit combos and blistering speed isn't all there is to designing a difficult foe. Who knew? I mean, what can I really say that will illustrate just how nonsensical this enemy is better than the gameplay itself? And I gotta say, cramming 2 of them into a room with an already quite tough boss just comes off as some of the most insufferably laziest game design that I've ever seen. The game would seriously be better off if they were just patched out altogether.
Oh, come on, Loveless. You're just mad because bad. They're hard, so you think they're bad. That's all there is to it.
Who the fuck? Who is it? What? I should kick your fucking ass. Who is this?
Look, y'all, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it, okay? I've beaten this game over a dozen times. I don't find it hard anymore. You don't get to use the mad 'cause bad excuse, okay? If I am bad at the game, then that means Elden Ring can be beaten a dozen times over by someone who's bad at it. So do you really want to go down that route? After the Mountaintops of Giants is Far Missoula, and while I could talk about the Dragonkin soldiers, instead I want to bring the focus onto one enemy in particular, that being the Crucible Knight. This enemy actually appears throughout many locations, early, mid, and late game, sometimes even as a boss, because of course it does. The Crucible Knight is sort of Elden Ring's equivalent to the Black Knights from Dark Souls. They are really imposing, and they have this badass aura to them that's impossible to deny. When I first fought these things, I'd even go as far as to say they were among my favorite enemies in the game. Then From decided that they should get a power-up, and in my particular case, it just so happened that I didn't even know about this power-up's existence until I got to Far Missoula. Now the Crucible Knight has a phase 2, because of course it has a phase 2. Everything has a phase 2. Now it can fly, it has a tail that it can use to staple an extra hit onto the end of its combos. Oh yeah, it's a lot harder, sure, yeah. Sure. And hey, don't forget, this is Elden Ring's endgame, so here in Fire Missoula, enemies are now dealing a crap load more damage than they were before. Not only can this lead to an unfair punish and a cheap death, but it just feels so tacked on and forced, like they didn't think the Crucible Knight was good enough on its own. And I'll stand by it, the Crucible Knight's first phase on its own as an enemy is great. It's terrific. It's one of Elden Ring's best enemies. Then it gets the phase 2, and suddenly it's garbage. Moving over to the Consecrated Snowfield, there's the invisible Black Knife Assassins, which have a grab that deals ridiculous damage and only serve to expose how bad the combat can get without lock-on. More Albinauric Archers, which deal massive amounts of damage and stagger while also being able to fire off multiple arrows at once and also quite rapidly. And then there's the Vulgar Militiamen, which despite their size can easily kill you in a single combo and sometimes even just a single hit, because of course they can. But the fun doesn't stop there. There's also Mikula's Erdtree, which reuses, as I've said, just about every enemy in the game, from common soldiers to the Erdtree avatars, to the Royal Revenants, to the Giant Ants, the Oracles, the Misbegotten, the Lesser Kindreds of Rot, the Crystallians. I just, like, why? So many, why? Oh, and don't even get me started on the late game optional dungeons. Remember those little annoying stone imps? Yeah, well, guess what? Now they deal quadruple damage, as does every other basic enemy you've been seeing for dozens of hours up to this point.
Well, Loveless, it's because they're built different.
You know what? You got me there. You may be able to kill demigods with the power to rearrange the cosmos, but you'll be damned if those spooky, scary skellos don't kill you with a single combo from their gank brigade. It really is just ludicrous how many assets Elden Ring's late game reuses and just lazily cranks the stats on. Like, I'm sorry if it feels like I've repeated this point multiple times, but you have to realize just how hard it is to avoid talking about this particular topic when it is, in fact, most of what the late game ultimately comes down to. But at this point, I think I've said enough about Elden Ring's enemies. Elden Ring has a major problem when it comes to its enemy design, with the early game being mostly fine, albeit with its peaks and valleys, but the mid-game suffering from a noticeable dip in quality, and finally the endgame, which caps off as a bloated, reused, and overtuned set that rarely pose a legitimate challenge, barring certain exceptions like Borealis, which are just terrific. But I suppose talking about Borealis makes for a decent segue into what I'm sure we all know is Elden Ring's truest appeal, that being none other than bosses. This is a section that I have been itching to get to because there is honestly so much to talk about when it comes to Elden Ring's bosses. I'll go ahead and tell you all now, this is going to be the longest section by far, so get your popcorn and snowcaps ready because it's about time we got down to it. In fact, the script for the boss section turned out so long I had to divide it into 4 sections. Those sections being recycled bosses, the good bosses, the bad bosses, and the oh so ugly. So yeah, we're finally there. We're finally gonna really start talking about the bosses. I'm sure you're as eager as I am. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. The basilisks from Dark Souls also return. That's pretty neat. We've finally arrived at what will undoubtedly be the longest and I imagine most popular and perhaps unpopular section of this critique. The bosses. For those who are somehow unaware, Elden Ring has quite a few boss fights, and a great many of them range from honestly excellent to utterly horrendous. And the few that are genuinely really good are often flagrantly misused or lazily recycled because the game needed more content to jam-pack this enormous world with. In many ways, the bosses epitomize everything I find to be wrong with this game, and it's kind of perfect that they do, given they are, by and large, the primary focus of the game. It really is fascinating to think about how on earth we found ourselves at this point. Boss fights in From games used to be such excellent capstones to the levels they were featured in. Sure, not all of them were winners, especially in Dark Souls 2, but most of the time, even if they were terrible, it always felt like those bosses were trying in some way to push the series forward. Elden Ring, on the other hand, is more than comfortable with taking basic enemies you encounter by the dozens and categorizing them alongside extraterrestrial godlike beings and the most prominent figures in the game's lore. Let me throw some numbers out to illustrate just exactly what it is that I mean. Elden Ring has a whopping 171 bosses. This is before the DLC, by the way. That's more than every From game from Demon Souls to Sekiro combined. Of this colossal boss roster, there are only 8, count it, 8 bosses that
aren't either in some way recycled or wind up being recycled later on in the game. There's Renala, who, although her first phase is obviously inspired to some extent by the likes of Pinwheel and the Deacons of the Deep, she is a completely unique and distinct boss on her own. There's Rykard, and sure, he uses the Storm King gimmick, but they clearly went out of their way to distinguish him from the Storm King in Yorm. There's the Fire Giant, who as far as I can tell is completely unique to his boss encounter at the Mountaintops of Giants. There's Radahn, who is similarly completely unique to Elden Ring. There's Placidusax, who probably has some elements of prior dragon fights, but I feel like they're so hard to spot that counting them would feel like nitpicking. I'm also going to be generous and count Malekith and Hoaraloo, even though their first phases are seen in other areas of the game. There's Radagon and the Elden Beast, who are both completely unique as far as I can tell. And finally, there's Malenia, Blade of Mikola. Unfortunately, the issue that I find with Malenia is, if we really wanted to be strict and don't count Rykard, Malekith, and Hoaraloo over a third of the less than 5% of unique bosses, that would mean there are only 5 bosses in all of Elden Ring that are truly unique. Not only that, but the encounter rate for each boss is a whopping 4 on average. That is insane. So I've divided this boss section up into 4 parts. Bosses which get recycled either too much or in a way that is notably bad, bosses I truly enjoyed, bosses I truly did not, and those select few that I especially loathe. So let's start with the bosses that suffer from recycling. First up is the Tree Sentinel, a boss that makes one hell of a strong impression, but also becomes severely uninteresting as it's recycled over the game. And to be clear, the Tree Sentinel is a solid boss. The telegraphing of its attacks are fair, the moveset is varied but consistent, it's imposing, it looks fantastic, it animates beautifully. All in all, it's just a damn solid boss. The dust particles of doom that emanate from its weirdly wide and lingering hitbox off its slam attack feel kinda bullshit, but it's fine. I can forgive one misstep on an otherwise solid boss. Seriously, I think the Tree Sentinel's great. And then all of a sudden you have to fight 2 of them at once, and suddenly everything feels significantly worse as a result. Then you fight the Draconic Tree Sentinel, which is just the Tree Sentinel with inconsistent punish windows, some OP magic, and obnoxious AoEs with inconsistent hitboxes. Don't worry, we'll be dealing with him soon enough. We're far from through though, because we also have the Knight's Cavalry, which is basically just the common horseback knight enemies cosplaying the Tree Sentinel, cosplaying the Nazgul. They only appear at night, which is the only reason I can even remember that this game has a day and night cycle. Maybe I should have talked about that in the gameplay section. I mean, if I'm being honest, what would I have even said? However, they can be knocked off their horses, so engaging them in horseback combat is actually kinda worthwhile, even if they hop right back on their horses the second they get back to their feet most of the time. Although I feel like this had to have been patched, because I don't think I've seen them do this in any of my more recent playthroughs. Maybe it wasn't patched, maybe I've just had a weird stroke of luck, I have no idea. It's weird. If I'm being honest, I like the Knight's Cavalry, but again, they're basically just another version of the horseback knight, and they appear a whopping 9 times throughout the game. I guess I get why there would be multiple of them, given how obviously inspired by the Nazgul that they are, but at least the Nazgul had the Witch King to stand out as their leader. The Knight's Cavalry are literally just reskinned enemies. Oh, and of course, at one point you fight 2 of them at once. How creative. Another boss that stood out to me for all the wrong reasons is the Red Wolf of Radagon, or the Red Wolf of the Champion, depending on your preference. I don't know. Mechanically speaking, it took a grand total of 5 seconds for me to identify that this thing is literally just the Champion's Gravetender, which itself was just Sif with an expanded moveset. Only now it has some magical projectiles tied to some of its attacks, and visually it's actually just the character model reskin of the wolf you pray to for the Abyss Covenant in Dark Souls 3. Unfortunately, compared to Dark Souls 3, which had tasteful homages to past Souls work like the Abyss Watchers and Orlando and the Soul of Cinder, Elden Ring's idea of paying homage is pretty much just hard copying content that fans loved, at least mostly, from the older games, and this is far from the only example. Trust me, there are many more to come. It's also just comical at this point how much FromSoft wants to use dog enemies, but just for whatever reason refuses to make a new dog enemy, barring I guess Bloodborne. Even the dog bosses at this point are just copying the first dog boss they made over a decade ago. I do not know why FromSoft is so averted to designing new dog enemies specifically, but at the very least, it is funny. But when it comes to the sheer volume of recycling, almost nothing in Elden Ring comes close to just how laughable the Erdtree avatar is. Bear in mind, this thing is a copy-paste down to its very moveset, barring a couple of magical projectiles and an AoE tacked onto a couple of attacks, or in certain cases Scarlet Rot, of the Asylum Demon from Dark Souls, which appeared once in Dark Souls 3, 3 times in the first Dark Souls, and if you think about it, the Asylum Demon is actually a repurposed Demon Vanguard from Demon Souls, which itself was used twice in that game, and if you really want to be a dick about it, shows up 2 more times in the remake. Obviously, it's not fair to count that. I'm just being a prick at this point. But seriously, was it really necessary to copy-paste a PS3 boss from half a dozen games ago, multiple console generations ago, 14 times across Elden Ring? No, I did not misspeak. You did not hear me wrong. The Erdtree avatar is used 14 times across the entirety of Elden Ring, and don't forget that one of those times sees it appearing as a double boss. Why, Elden Ring? Someone tell me why! Speaking of old school Dark Souls being repurposed out the wazoo, hey, does anyone else remember when gargoyles were cool? Back in 2011? Hey, wouldn't it be so totally epic if they were made lankier and could spin with faster RPM than a fucking helicopter propeller? Wouldn't it be cool if they also had AoEs that border on being actually impossible to react to, let alone successfully dodge thanks to their massive hitboxes, especially while riding Torrent? A mechanic that you would think would specialize in getting you out of harm's way thanks to its speed. Oh, and wouldn't it be great if they also dealt outrageously high damage while also having awkwardly lanky hitboxes, which are themselves always on the move because of their sheer speed? Oh, and why not give poison to one of them too? Because, you know, it just makes sense for this magical stone thing to vomit poison. That sure sounds like it would be a hard enemy. Gotta maintain that big dog mega hard souls rep after all. Like, no, seriously, why can a magical gargoyle vomit poison gas? I have no idea, but hey, at least it makes the game harder, right? Indeed it does. At least, you know, until you find out how to clown the boss so hard that it doesn't even become a tangible threat anymore. So hey, congratulations FromSoft, you made yet another hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a good boss before you started hitting copy-paste multiple times over. I'm not a fan of the Valiant Gargoyles, am I getting that across? What can I even say about them that you aren't likely aware of? Even among die-hard fans of this game, these things have a reputation as one of the worst bosses in the game, so I doubt I need to explain why a handful of them being copy-pasted around the map was kind of a crap idea. Oh, and you know what? Speaking of enemies with a bad reputation, let's talk about the Burial Watchdogs. These really feel like a Dark Souls 2 boss. On their own, they are a complete and total non-threat with very basic attacks and health bars that can be dispatched of with relative ease, even with a pretty mid build. Put 2 of them in a room together though, and all of a sudden, hey, they're pretty damn hard because none of their attacks have any form of recognizable synergy. So you're basically just finding whatever opportunity you can to poke at them for damage. So hey, congrats FromSoft, you successfully made yet another hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a good one when it's by itself before you started hitting the copy-paste. And then we have one that is probably the funniest boss they've ever made, if not one of them. I'm talking about none other than Godefroy, a boss that I legitimately thought was a shitpost when I first heard about it. No, I am not kidding. I saw an image of it and I thought that it had to be an edit because there was no way they would do something so fucking stupid, but nope. Turns out they unironically copy-pasted a named boss with lore that explains his very appearance and tried to pass it off as his evil twin brother. All the while giving it one of the most laughably stupid and terrible names I think I have ever heard. Seriously, Godfroy. His name is Godfroy. And apparently he also had a thing for grafting limbs onto himself, I guess. Gee, what a coinky-dink. They seriously just slapped a funky blue coat of paint on him and took off the second face. That's it, that's all they did, my god. Then there's Godfrey's Golden Spirit, which I cannot explain the presence of this. In universe, I'm sure the Erdtree did a funny or something, but design-wise, the only reason I can even fathom them including this was to pad the game out. It's just phase 1 of a later fight thrown into a random spot with no context or purpose. That's it, that is all it is. They just copy-pasted phase 1 of a boss and slapped it somewhere else with a fresh gold coat of paint. It is literally Godfroy, albeit less funny because they didn't give him a stupid new name. Does anyone else remember when FromSoft bosses had actual purpose behind them? Like, yeah, not every boss in Dark Souls is a winner, alright? I'm not gonna pretend that the Capra Demon or the Ceaseless Discharge were amazing bosses, but god damn it, at least they didn't make up such major portions of the game's content. Then there's the Tibia Mariner, which I actually kinda like. It's a simple boss, not exactly setting the world on fire or anything, but the aesthetic is pretty damn cool, and it has a passable enough moveset. It's far from challenging, but at least it doesn't feel lazy or tacked on. Until you find it half a dozen more times. God damn it, Elden Ring, what is your fetish with recycling content? Why are you like this? It's almost like the devs didn't have enough content to justify such a massive game, so they just threw together whatever they could, wherever they could. Here's a thought, if you don't have the content to justify such a massive map, maybe, just maybe, the map doesn't need to be so fucking gigantic. Yeah, it looks cool, but when you actually play through it, it's a fucking joke. Speaking of which, the Magma Worm was a boss that I initially liked quite a bit. My first encounter with it was just prior to the Altus Plateau, and it was pretty damn good. The boss itself is pretty cool on an aesthetic level. It hits hard, but doesn't move so fast or cover so much area with its attacks that it completely overwhelms you. The arena was fantastic, and the magma pools it left in its wake did a great job at forcing me to maintain environmental awareness in a way that didn't feel cumbersome alongside his behavior. I had a really good time fighting this thing, and it was really satisfying to finally claim that victory. Then I encountered it inside a mine in Caelid and on the side of a mountain near Gelmir. Both of those arenas did nothing to account for the actual size and animations of the Magma Worm, and overall were just so bad that they completely ruined the boss for me. I seriously want to like you, Elden Ring, but I swear every time you have a good idea, you just have to go and fuck it up. Hey guys, stop me if you've heard this one before. When I first encountered the Crystallian, I thought it was so damn cool. Having to chip away at it as I wore down its defensive capability made for a really interesting fight. I had to start out being smart with my attacks, and it felt rewarding to execute that strategy. And I felt like a real badass as I started to bludgeon it closer and closer to death with each swing of my weapon. It was also the boss that taught me the value of using a mix of light and heavy attacks, specifically within Elden Ring at least. Utilizing more heavy attacks also meant taking the time to learn its moves, which thankfully were never so over the top that I struggled to get a grasp by analyzing the situation and playing safely. It rewarded my patience, it rewarded those well-timed attacks, and the bell bearing was a fantastic reward for finally defeating the boss. I came out of this fight genuinely more satisfied than I did most other bosses. Seriously, I loved this fight. Want to take a guess at what happens next? But there's one more boss that we have yet to discuss on the topic of recycling, a boss that wasn't just bad on its own, but gets reused countless times throughout the game. More so than any other boss, more than the Erdtree Avatar, more than the Knights Cavalry, and even more than the most minor of side dungeon bosses like the Black Knife Assassins or Pumpkinhead. More so than the demi-humans, more so than the dragons, more than anything else you will find in this game. I refer, of course, to none other than the Soldier of Godric. No, I am not kidding. They took a basic enemy and made it into a tutorial boss. They actually did that. It is a thing that they did, unironically. A basic soldier enemy. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. I sincerely do not think that anything could better exemplify the problem with Elden Ring's approach to boss recycling. You can seriously just take any old enemy from the game, no matter how weak they are, slap a health bar on it, throw in some background music,
and just put it wherever you want. That is all it takes to make a boss fight anymore. After all, Souls fans love their bosses, so hey, cram as many of those bad boys in as you can. Then we get to boast about how Elden Ring has the biggest boss roster of all of our games combined. No, but seriously, could you imagine if every single common soldier enemy had a fucking boss health bar and boss music? I really hope I've made my point. Elden Ring has a serious problem with recycling both its bosses and assets from previous games in an attempt to pad out the runtime with enough content, no doubt due to the sheer scale of the open world. Unfortunately, From forgot to apply the old mantra of less is more, and the constant spamming of bosses has left the game with an utterly diluted sense of what even constitutes a boss fight anymore. Bosses in older From titles were designed to serve as exciting and often innovative capstones to the levels they were placed in, measures of your progression both stat-wise and in terms of mechanical skill. In Elden Ring, bosses simply exist to populate the massive world and occasionally provide a challenge. And I do mean only occasionally. Alright, but it's time to ask the real question. Which is worse? Estelle being reused and still being called Estelle? Or Godric being reused and being called Godefroy? So, as much as I've ragged on Elden Ring's recycled bosses, and as much as I'll be dissecting the lesser quality bosses later on, none of that's to say that there are no great bosses to be found in Elden Ring. Like I said, several of those recycled bosses are actually pretty good despite their flagrant reuse. And there are several more bosses I'd like to give passing marks off to for just how good they are. Some of these bosses even see reuse in some regard, and in some cases they're pretty damn bad, but hey, a good boss is a good boss, and I want to give them their time in the limelight. These bosses include Godric the Grafted, the Ancestor Spirit, the Mimic Tier, Star Scourge Radahn, Ancient Dragon Lanciax, Loretta the Erdtree Knight, Godfrey the First Elden Lord, and Dragon Lord Placidusax. Let's start with the Mimic Tier, since it's obviously a very straightforward and simple fight. It's an NPC clone of the player, or at the very least whatever the player has equipped when they enter the boss room. However, there are a lot of different factors to consider once you realize this. For one, enemies in Elden Ring have infinite magic, because of course they do, so sorcerers and other magic users are likely to have a pretty rough time with this one. Melee players, however, will find themselves with a relatively straightforward opponent, however it's still fun to see you fighting what is essentially Elden Ring's albeit simpler answer to the Dark Link concept. The Mimic Tier also has a flask to drink from, though thankfully its stats and consumption count don't reflect the players as well. That would have been pretty ridiculous, so hey, thank you Elden Ring for knowing when to say enough was enough. I kinda wish you'd thought to apply that to, you know, everything else in the game, but hey, you take the good, you take the bad. This fight can also be manipulated into being a total cakewalk if you so desire by entering the arena with no weapons equipped. When the Mimic Tier spawns, it will only have its fists, and as you are likely aware, that means its damage output will be downright pitiful. This might seem like a cheese strategy, because it is, but being able to intuit the strategy for yourself is pretty damn satisfying to say the least, and it's nice to be rewarded for that intuition. After it spawns, you can re-equip your weapons and proceed to decimate the poor thing. All in all, it's a solid fight. Far from exceptional, but still memorable in its own right. And for what it's worth, the reuse of it in a very obscure dungeon much later on in the game actually made for a pretty interesting encounter because it was something I genuinely didn't expect. It's pretty much the Mimic Tier, but much more powerful because, at that point in the game, your build is going to be much more powerful. I mean, it is a pretty straightforward reuse, but at the very least there is something there, something tangible to help make the encounter more unique and distinct compared to the original, which is something I feel that a lot of the recycled bosses are severely lacking. It's even more interesting when you consider that you might have respect your character at some point between these two encounters, meaning that the Mimic Tier itself would be a completely different fight from your original. And I think that's pretty cool. But let's move on to one of the game's first major bosses, that being none other than Godric the Grafted. Yes, I ragged on Godefroy, but Godric is an overall solid boss. Not perfect, but a certified Limgrave classic nonetheless. On a technical level, Godric's hitboxes are pretty damn impressive, barring his projectiles, which are really difficult to gauge. It just doesn't feel like the visual quite matches up with what's actually hitting you, but I'm willing to let that one slide. One hitbox I'm not too certain about though would have to be from his ground slams, which,
work perfectly fine on a flat plane, but visually they look pretty off when the rubble is coming from the side of a hill, since the visual of the rubble was obviously designed for it to be used on a flat plane. Jumping does have iframes, so it's not impossible to jump over this still, but like I said, it can look pretty weird. For what it's worth though, I appreciate the fact that there is a boss this early on that teaches you how jumping can actually be a pretty valuable alternative to dodging. I also appreciate the fact that although his punish windows are fairly slim, it's not at all difficult to recognize when you're safe to go in for an attack, and you can easily get more than just a poke provided you're timing your attacks with relative proficiency. He does have one attack that kinda threw me for a loop, but I also immediately recognized that it was part of a combo and so was able to avoid it from then on. And it wasn't some super devastating attack either, so I had a fair window to recuperate and gather my bearings. He's far from unbearably oppressive, and I found the rhythm to his fight to be pretty consistent. Though there is one attack I want to complain about specifically, and that's the spin that he does when he's charging up his wind and for his phase 2 fire tornado attack. This thing could really have done with a stronger telegraph. You're pretty much guaranteed to take damage if you don't immediately identify it within the first handful of frames, and that can feel pretty cheap. It's not a crazy powerful attack or anything, in fact its damage is pretty minuscule, so it doesn't exactly ruin the fight by any stretch, but it can feel pretty cheap to take what feels like unearned damage, even if it is a pretty minuscule amount. Funny enough, I wasn't a big fan of his second phase when I started this script, however, as time has gone on and I've fought him more and more, I've actually grown to enjoy it, and I think it does a lot right. For starters, it still feels like the same fight. Without saying too much, I think a lot of Elden Ring bosses try to emulate what Ludwig did by having a second phase that basically feels like a whole new boss, and I don't think this works, most of the time. There is one exception, and you can probably guess what it is. Godric's Phase 2 feels like an expanded iteration of his first phase, adding just enough to make it feel fresh, while also keeping in line with his first phase so as not to completely throw the player off, which was a great call not just for Godric specifically, but also within the context of him being one of the pinnacle early game bosses. It does more than bosses like Margit and the Godskin duo, but not as much as bosses like Renala, Godfrey, Malekith, the final boss is... I really like Godric, and his Phase 2 is no exception. The new moves take some time to figure out and can be very punishing, but once you do, it can feel pretty good to maneuver around them and take advantage of those punish windows. Some of these attacks can even be punished while they're still going off, provided you know what you're doing, and that can be really empowering to intuit on your own. Really want to highlight that because I think a lot of Elden Ring's bosses struggle with properly conveying what it is you're actually supposed to do in response to them, but everything about Godric makes it pretty clear what you're supposed to do against any of his given attacks. I also want to give some passing remarks to Godric's presentation because, honestly, it's incredible. Godric's OST has rightfully earned its place amongst Elden Ring's most popular tracks, and his voice acting is genuinely superb. I initially wasn't the biggest fan of the Phase 2 transition. Admittedly, sticking the dragon head to his arm is pretty comical and over the top, but I've grown quite fond of it over time. I honestly couldn't even explain why. Maybe it's just because I've gotten so used to how outrageous the game can get with some of its boss transitions, but I don't know. I think he's cool. Overall, I really like Godric. A couple of his attacks could be slightly more fine-tuned, but there's little about him that I can really criticize. Overall, he's a pretty fantastic boss. Another early game boss that I really loved was the Ancestor Spirit. This is still among my favorite bosses in the game. Yeah, it's not the hardest and it's far from Elden Ring's greatest spectacle of a fight, but it's still a pretty good boss and not to mention downright beautiful, with one of my favorite tracks in the game also accompanying the fight. I'll talk more about the artistic and auditory direction of Elden Ring in later parts, but the Ancestor Spirit just looks phenomenal and is easily one of the standout bosses on visuals alone, and same goes for the OST. Mechanically, the boss is pretty simple, only having a handful of well-telegraphed melee attacks and some magic that can be dangerous but is still ultimately quite easy to avoid. It's by far one of Elden Ring's easiest bosses, but similarly to bosses like True King Alaunt, Gwyn, the Living Failures, Lady Maria, Moon Presence, Storm King, and Yorm, the fight has enough substance backing it up to render this a non-issue. Not every boss needs to be as hard as Manus, Calamite, Ludwig, Midir, Gale, or the Nameless King. Sometimes all it takes is a beautifully presented enemy with interesting lore, and the Ancestor Spirit absolutely qualifies in that regard as a top-tier fight, at least for me. Then I encountered the Regal Ancestor Spirit. Allow me to convey to you my exact thought process when I first fought this thing. Alright, it's a recycled boss. Well, whatever I guess. Still a pretty cool boss though. Oh, it has an AoE now. Oh, and it's healing from it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dark Souls. So, yeah, not sure why they felt it necessary to ruin a perfectly fine boss, but at least the initial Ancestor Spirit is still pretty great on its own. Similarly, Estelle is a boss that I absolutely loved and honestly still do. Aesthetically speaking, Estelle is downright fascinating with a design that feels appropriately otherworldly within the setting of Elden Ring. Not only that, but the arena is downright incredible, and the OST ain't half bad either. Estelle was the perfect penultimate boss to cap off Ronnie's already strong questline, and as far as I'm concerned is still one of the best bosses in Elden Ring, or at the very least one of the best moments in the game. I will say that Estelle does have one attack I'm not a fan of though, and that's the grab. From what I've gathered watching other Elden Ring content and reading posts and comments by other players, the consensus seems to be that Estelle would be better off without the grab, and I'm inclined to agree. That hitbox is seriously fucked. Not only that, but there's really no proper visual cue for the grab because you don't ever know where he's going to come from. Sure, if he happens to come down right in front of you, oh yeah, I can spot that a mile away. But if he comes in from a position where the camera isn't facing, then you're pretty much fucked without the audio cue, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but given just how hard it is to even read this grab, I just don't think it was enough to help mitigate the difficulty in even knowing when to dodge, and not in a way that feels fair either. Combine all that with the surprisingly high damage of this grab, and yeah, it's pretty bad. Otherwise, I think Estelle's moveset is pretty excellent. Ignoring the grab attack, his hitboxes are all fairly tight. He's not so aggressive that his punish windows feel too slim or inconsistent. It's not at all difficult to intuit that his head is his weak point, but it's also not too much of a hassle to attack other parts of his body when that's simply not an option. For an enemy this big, he doesn't mess with the camera too much. He has a nice mix of attacks to dish out at close, medium, and long range, and the sheer spectacle of the fight is, pun intended, out of this world. FromSoft really did a great job with Estelle. But sadly, they just couldn't help but reuse him. Yeah, it's a fully matured falling star beast. Look, I know, okay? You don't have to comment telling me that. I understand that Estelle is actually the name of the species, or I guess the part of their life cycle when they've matured, like a butterfly. But I would at the very least hope you can understand just why it is that this is so jarring to see outside of Ronnie's questline. There is a reason that people are ragging on this and not the reuse of falling star beasts. Does anyone else remember in Mass Effect 3 Citadel DLC where they parodied the story with Sovereign's evil twin brother Sluggard? Yeah, this is that, but it's being played straight, as if somebody in the studio actually thought it was a genuinely good idea to take this cosmic horror abomination and give him a literal dark twin. It's honestly one of the worst boss reuses I've ever seen in a video game, not even just Elden Ring, and that is a real shame because Estelle really is one of the most memorable and fantastic boss fights in this game. You know, it's kind of funny that Radahn would end up on this list, don't you think? To be perfectly honest, I was pretty mixed on this boss at first, but as time's gone by, I've really come to enjoy this fight. He's obviously far from perfect, but I still think he's great. Though the very start of this fight does leave a pretty negative impression. Radahn's fight starts out with him being really far out, like this arena is seriously gigantic. It might even be bigger than Gale's. Don't quote me on that though. And Radahn starts out halfway across this thing. Anyways, Radahn starts the fight by firing off powerful magical arrows repeatedly until you've gotten close enough to him that he'll start using other attacks. The fight will always start out this way, and there is literally nothing you can do about it. The arrows also have a fair amount of tracking because, of course they do, so good luck to anyone using heavy armor. I mean, that goes for anyone playing this game with a fat roll, but you get the idea. Thankfully, along the way you'll notice there are loads of summon signs, all of which can be activated regardless of the number of NPC summons that you have active, and they can all be activated with a simple tap of the interact button with no sub-menu asking for confirmation. This is fantastic, and it does a great job at building up the approach to Radahn, which feels very much like that of a raid boss. The Festival of Radahn was already a strong build-up to the boss, so the inclusion of this exciting run-up feels appropriately intense, even if it is rather repetitive on replay. Which is definitely gonna happen because this boss is no pushover. Also, if you summon Patches, he'll immediately dip.
This is such a perfect and hilarious detail. I love that dickhead. After you've closed the gap, Radahn feels appropriately powerful the moment that he starts to charge you down. His sheer size is imposing enough, but he is downright ferocious. Radahn hits really hard and has surprisingly high mobility, but thankfully his attacks are appropriately spaced out, which is pretty nice when you're playing a game that has, you know, a stamina bar. So even though he is ferocious, he's far from the game's most unrelenting and oppressive fight. It can be difficult to tell where his aggro is when you've got so many NPCs helping you out, but his attacks already have a fairly wide sweeping range to them, so it doesn't feel like you're being left open to his attacks randomly clipping you. All of his attacks are well telegraphed, and you can pretty easily intuit that as long as you're at his front, you're going to want to keep your guard up. I will say, as far as Radahn goes on a visual level, he is interesting. On one hand, Radahn himself looks like an absolute beast, and the run-up to him at the start of the fight does a great job at conveying his sheer scale when he just seems to be getting bigger and bigger as you draw closer. Honestly, as far as Radahn himself goes, I think his visual design is incredible. Then there's Leonard. I don't really know what it was they were trying to do with this. It just looks really silly seeing this massive god of war riding a pretty normal-sized horse, and yeah, I know.
Loveless, it's the gravity magic.
Yeah, no fucking shit, I see that. It's very obvious, but maybe instead of the funny little horse, they could have just, you know, had him using his gravity magic to fly around. That would have been pretty menacing, not gonna lie.
Loveless, it's because in the lore he loves his horse.
Yeah, well, you know what? Write a fucking lore reason for him not to love the horse. I don't know. But seriously, Radahn is already a gravity magic caster, and he will use this magic to execute some pretty high mobility attacks, so why not just use that gravity magic for the duration of the fight to keep himself afloat? The horse just looks really silly, and I'm not sure if they want me to laugh at it or if I'm somehow supposed to take the visual seriously. But regardless, the fight is solid. Radahn can kill you very quickly if you're not ready for him, but honestly, there's very little about him that feels unfair or overtuned. I do wish the size of his AoEs had been brought down a peg, and the tracking on his rock projectiles can sometimes be a bit of a nuisance. It's just really difficult to naturally gauge what it is you're supposed to do against them. But aside from that, he is a great boss, and easily the best of the demigod fights as far as I'm concerned. Next up is Lanciax, who thankfully isn't a copy-paste of the same generic dragon that's already been used so many times over. You gotta admit, Lanciax makes one hell of a first impression at the entrance of the Altus Plateau, utterly barreling into the earth and charging up an enormous red lightning attack. I normally don't care for these sort of gotcha moments, as I've probably made clear throughout my critique, but I think Lanciax is a bit of an exception because of just how well executed this was, and it occurs just after a sight of grace, so it doesn't feel as if you're being punished so much as you're being given a very clear warning. It's not like it's wasting your time or anything, it's basically saying,
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
It's a really cool moment. This is perhaps the most obvious case of a comeback later boss fight, and that's perfectly fine given a significant portion of the game lies just beyond Lanciax. She isn't completely gatekeeping a single primary dungeon, and there are other paths to the area anyways, so this was the perfect spot to place her by all accounts. What's interesting is that when you do eventually return to fight her, she'll actually fly off after you've dealt so much damage, indicating that the real battle will be taking place somewhere else. With a bit of exploration and intuiting spots where such a massive enemy would be likely to appear, you'll eventually find Lanciax just outside the Lindell capital walls, and it's here where the real boss fight will finally begin. It's worth noting again just how massive Lanciax is. Seriously, this thing is utterly ginormous, being among the largest enemies across the entire Souls and non-Souls from catalog. Having the fight in an open field like this really was the perfect call, not only because it allows the arena to account for Lanciax's sheer scale, but also because it allows you to ride Torrent, who provides a much needed sense of escape for Lanciax's wider attacks. Going in and out from underneath Lanciax became a necessary aspect of my strategy, as her size makes it relatively easy to work her from underneath, but there were attacks that I simply could not, or at the very least struggled to find a method for avoiding whilst in that position. Utilizing Torrent to navigate my way around these attacks in particular felt like a very natural intuition, and the result was a satisfying back and forth where I slowly but surely began to wear Lanciax down, and I was overjoyed to finally have beaten her in such a satisfying manner. I will say that Lanciax has some fairly
fairly obnoxious AoE attacks, but like I said, I was quickly able to intuit that use of torrent to circumnavigate the issue, and that feels like more than enough to shrug off what could initially seem quite obnoxious. This doesn't require you to respec your character completely or adopt some ridiculously hyper-specific strategy, it's just a matter of utilizing one of the core tools at your disposal. On the more mechanical side of things, Lanciax telegraphs her attacks very well and has fairly consistent hitboxes, which is both important and impressive for a boss of this size. Her damage is also understandably quite high, however I was impressed that From was willing to show a bit of restraint by not letting it be downright insane like many of Elden Ring's other late game bosses. And honestly, that design is kick-ass. Similarly to Estelle, I consider her to be one of Elden Ring's standout moments of genuinely high-quality boss encounters. Then she shows up 2 more times as a non-boss in Fair Missoula. Would you please show some restraint next time, Miyazaki? My god. I suppose for what it's worth, I should mention that Lanciax is also reskinned into Fortisax and also another saxophone in the DLC. Fortisax at the very least looks quite a bit different and functionally has some unique mechanics going on with it, but that DLC saxophone is literally just Lanciax. Then there's Loretta, the Erdtree Knight, and while she might not have as much going on in terms of spectacle, and yes, she is used twice in 2 very notably different optional areas, I still think the boss is overall pretty good, especially given her placement in the game, at least relative to the progression of my first playthrough, though I will admit that is more of an anecdote. Loretta appears just prior to Ronnie's questline in the castle courtyard in Caria Manor, and then again at the end of the first section of the Erdtree dungeon. As I've made clear by now, I was not a fan of either Liurnia or the Erdtree, so having this genuinely great boss amidst those areas did feel like a major softening of those blows that each of those sections were. But again, I want to be clear, this is just how I personally felt. In any case, Loretta feels in many ways like what I'd have hoped that fantasy horseback warriors would have felt like to battle. I suppose she could be considered a rework of sorts of the Tree Sentinel to an extent, however her focus is far more so on magic than brute force. And thankfully, unlike the Erdtree avatar, it's more than just stapling magic onto a moveset and calling it a day. It's also worth noting that all of her spells can be learned by the player themselves. However, Loretta has the added benefit of mobility given that she has a steed, whereas in both fights the player won't have access to torrent. While admittedly feeling like something of missed potential, this does create an interesting dynamic where the player is always looking up to and having to stand their ground against the boss, almost like a reverse POV of how it felt to ride torrent against more common enemies. In many ways, Loretta feels like a souped-up version of the player character with both her skill set and movement, and in a weird way, it kinda reminds me of Artorias. I know that probably sounds weird at its face. I'm not at all suggesting that her moveset or design is even inspired by him, but she does in many ways feel like a reflection of the player character, which thematically does line up with what they were going for with Artorias, being this valiant knight of legend. Hopefully that makes sense, and if not, okay. Mechanically, I really enjoyed fighting and learning Loretta. She's not oppressively aggressive, and nothing about her feels like it needs to be tuned down to keep things relatively fair. She's fast and has mobility to take advantage of, but it's not so spontaneous that it'll give you whiplash like so many other bosses. She hits hard, but I don't think I've ever been comboed to death by her, let alone outright one-shot, so hey, that feels pretty good. Her moveset is varied enough to keep you on your toes, but manages to avoid ever feeling cheap, or as if she's ever going to catch you off guard with a gotcha that you can never feasibly telegraph. Loretta is honestly a fantastic boss, and was such a breath of fresh air compared to so much of what appears in her levels. I really wish we'd gotten more bosses crafted with this level of restraint and talent. But now we've finally arrived at what I consider Elden Ring's pinnacle bosses, and let me be clear once again that I consider these to be downright exceptional. Elden Ring has many issues, but I am not above praising it where I feel it deserves, and these 2 bosses absolutely deserve every bit of praise that they get. These 2 in particular are phenomenally well-crafted bosses and easily rank amongst my favorite across FromSoft's entire catalog. I consider Godfrey and Horaloo to be Elden Ring's best humanoid warrior enemy, and Placidusax not only Elden Ring's peak bestial enemy, but the single greatest dragon boss that FromSoft has ever and likely will ever produce. And as bad as some of their dragon fights are, the good ones are by no means to be scoffed at. So when I say that Placidusax is their best dragon boss ever, I really want to be clear just how high of praise that is.
I genuinely cannot express just how much of an achievement I consider Godfrey and Placidus Axe to be. And I think if Godfrey was the final boss, then I would have had a far more favorable view of this game than I currently do, with Placidus Axe being what I consider the game's truest realization of a super boss, one that is epic in scope and especially hard, but also far from insurmountable despite how he may appear. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm just gushing, but I really want to hammer home just how outstanding I consider both of these fights. Starting with Godfrey, like I said, I would easily consider him the peak of what I would imagine was the intention for warrior enemies within the lens of Elden Ring's design philosophy. He is extremely aggressive with very high damaging attacks, sharp hitboxes, tracking that feels tuned exactly to where it needs to be, command grabs that feel extremely consistent once you figured them out, a phenomenal visual design, incredible OST, and not to mention fascinating lore that contributes to the feeling that this fight truly matters. It feels like all of the base mechanics play a role in this fight, from guard countering to jumping to avoid his ground attacks, and perhaps most impressively by this point in the game, a second phase that doesn't completely ruin the fight. In fact, Godfrey's second phase is excellent, but let's hold off on that for now. Godfrey's Phase 1 is an absolute powerhouse of a boss, with a fairly simple moveset revolving around his great axe and trying to overwhelm the player through consistent high-damaging attacks. Godfrey's attack patterns feel non-stop, rarely giving you a moment to gather your bearings, but his attacks are also not so rapid that there's no room whatsoever for follow-up. It feels like a proper back and forth where you come to understand every single window of opportunity that you're allotted, and though you'll rarely get more than one attack in at a time, the constant stream of opportunities prevents that feeling of boredom and tedium that so many other bosses feel hard-coded to enable. That's the difference between Godfrey and other bosses. Other bosses have small punish windows between very lengthy combos, whereas Godfrey has very lengthy combos with consistent windows of punish between almost every single attack in those combos. Mechanically and thematically, it almost feels like you're becoming something of a reflection of Godfrey, which is appropriate given the thematic relevance of your quest to either become the next Elden Lord or ensure that the Age of Elden Lords is finally brought to an end, and Godfrey being the very first of these lords amongst humans. As you begin to master the rhythm of the battle, you essentially take on the very same pattern of attacks as him. You're constantly laying into him and breaking him down as you exploit the many openings in his attack patterns. Nothing about the fight feels as if it's trying to pressure the player into remaining on the defensive. If anything, it actually encourages the player to play more offensively by having strong and fair telegraphing for each of his attacks, keeping his move pool fairly limited, and consistently hitting the breaks between his attacks and combos. Godfrey is simultaneously very aggressive, but also manageable, which is by no means an easy balance to achieve when designing a game like this, so even though I think FromSoft largely failed to strike this balance with the vast majority of their bosses, I do commend them for getting it so damn right with Godfrey. Then there's his second phase. Hoaraloo is a far more aggressive fight than that of Godfrey, however this is mitigated by the fact that many of his attacks also have notably long windups and are relatively easy to avoid. His strength lies in his ability to string together his attacks in a seemingly never-ending chain of combos, but it doesn't take long to realize that there are some fairly sizable gaps in his offense that are ripe for exploiting. This phase of the fight borders on being panic-inducing, however once you overcome that initial feeling of intimidation, you'll quickly begin to realize the openings in Hoaraloo offense. Of course, recognizing those openings is far from all you need to defeat him. Knowing is half the battle, however it's important to be very familiar with your own attacks and their speed so as to maximize the effectiveness of your offensive potential. That would seem like a given for this game on the whole, however for this fight in particular, knowing your moveset in its entirety feels especially pivotal to overcoming him. I will say that Hoaraloo's sheer speed and ferocity can feel rather overwhelming at first, no doubt about it, but unlike so many other bosses which have so many potential methods for stringing together seemingly non-stop chains of attacks, Hoaraloo's openings are wide enough that you'll very quickly begin to recognize them, and it's very easy to identify even at a glance how you can apply your own offense between these many barrages. Hoaraloo also has quite a bit of tracking. Honestly, I'd put it on par with most Elden Ring enemies, and since I've criticized many of Elden Ring's enemies enemies for their ridiculous tracking and will continue to do so, it would be unfair of me to gloss over it with Hoaraloo, and I suppose Godfrey also, so let's talk about that. During the first phase, Godfrey's attacks primarily consist of rather large swings with his great axe, and since his hitboxes are consistently as sharp as they are, the amount of tracking in his attacks is pretty negligible. It's not as if his axe will turn mid-throw to follow you, but he will throw it where he perceives you'll be moving, so understanding that isn't a hassle that forces you to rely on iframes to keep yourself from taking damage. Honestly, I don't have much to say about him as far as tracking goes. He's very consistent, and thankfully doesn't look as silly as certain other bosses that I'll be getting to eventually. Hoaraloo, on the other hand, is extremely aggressive and performs a lot of close-range melee attacks that string together very seamlessly and don't lack for tracking either. Of course, these aren't his only attacks that track, nor are they his only particularly dangerous attacks, but we'll get to the rest of his moveset soon enough. He also incorporates several vertical attacks such as a kicking uppercut and ground slam, which creates a small fissure that will require you to get out of the way, so it's easy to identify which direction you'll need to dodge to get out of harm's way. Normally I'm not the biggest fan of attacks that require you to dodge in a very specific direction, but at least here it's easy to pick up on where exactly it is that you're supposed to go and how you can apply that knowledge the next time around. It's pretty simple. Hoaraloo also has a staggering 3 command grabs, one for basically every range, but thankfully they're all pretty easy to avoid. The leaping command grab is probably his trickiest attack to work out the dodge for, however it is extremely consistent and has a highly interpretable telegraph to it that ensures you are made fully aware from the moment that he does it for the first time. Furthermore, he almost always starts his second phase with this or the mid-range grab, meaning that it'll quickly become burned into your memory as you fight him more and more. The close range grab is of course the easiest to dodge by far, and finally there's the mid-range grab, which can be dodged in any direction and doesn't even carry that much tracking anyways. Like I said, these things can be tricky initially, as can any boss attack, but they always avoid feeling as if they're just frustratingly impossible to deal with. The way I'm putting this might sound very simple, but that's because it is simple. Hoaraloo is a freaking animal. He is extremely intimidating when you first encounter him and does not seem to relent for even a moment. But soon enough, you'll begin to naturally recognize the consistencies in his attacks and the many windows of opportunity that will present themselves throughout the fight. He is a very hard fight, but he is by no means unmanageable or cheap. Every attack and combo feels like a mini lesson of sorts, but all of these lessons add up to one hell of a test of skill that is immensely satisfying to overcome. Godfrey is excellent, and I will never stop singing the praises of this fight because it is genuinely just that good. It's honestly the embodiment of everything that Elden Ring's bosses could have been. A hyper-aggressive but not unfair fight which keeps the player on edge at all times with a flurry of offense that is indeed quite punishing but is also equally identifiable and manageable provided the player is paying proper attention. There are no cheap tricks, no petty attempts to swerve the player with an unfair gotcha. He's consistent, fair, and doesn't rely on subverting your instincts and intuitions. If anything, he rewards you for following your intuitions to their natural conclusions. Godfrey is an outstanding boss fight that manages to provide what I believe to be the second best of what Elden Ring has to offer in terms of combative potential. I say second best because I've been intentionally holding off on talking about the very best for last, that being none other than Dragon Lord Placidus Axe. I don't even know if I can put into words just how outstanding Dragon Lord Placidus Axe truly is. It is a marked achievement for this studio and feels like the culmination of all their work since this line of games first kicked off all the way back in the tail end of the 2000s. Dragon Lord Placidus Axe is inarguably FromSoft's greatest dragon boss they've ever created by a country fucking mile. It is light years ahead of even the best of their prior attempts at this type of enemy, and I seriously cannot laud them enough for making such a stellar boss battle in a game that I thought would never reach the heights achieved by this boss. This isn't even just the best dragon boss they've ever designed. Placidus Axe easily ranks among the best bosses that From has ever made, and that is absolutely saying something given some of their prior work. The visuals alone easily stand out as being among the best that Elden Ring has to offer, and I say that with full acknowledgement that Elden Ring's presentation on the whole is downright phenomenal. The atmosphere leading up to the fight alone is incredible, being flooded with anticipation for what's to come thanks to the mix of quiet ambiance sparsely broken up by the strikes of lightning from the storm surrounding the gigantic arena. The way Placidus Axe is posed has a unique air of mystery to it, vaguely resembling the fingers which the players will likely know by this point are similarly pointed to the sky as they seek to commute with the greater will. It's also appropriately strange to see this dragon with noticeably massive wings floating without even moving, almost as if to suggest that its power transcends the physical realm. That is just of course my own reading into what it could represent, but the visual remains uniquely intriguing all the same. It's also interesting to note that the cutscene itself doesn't actually initiate the fight. Its one and only purpose is to give you a good look at just what it is that you're about to throw down with before giving you a wide shot from your own perspective of this beast and the arena that you'll be fighting within. The sight is utterly breathtaking, and given just how old this thing appears, it's quite obvious that what we're dealing with has a lot more going on than the average Elden Ring boss. This thing is old. Ancient even, and for players who've acquired and bothered to examine the Old Lord's talisman, they'll be able to pick up on the fact that Placidus Axe is actually missing 2 of its heads, possibly 3. This was a common theme in the original Dark Souls, where the bosses were far beyond their prime, which itself lended to a number of different thematic readings of those encounters. And on a visual level, it's just a really neat moment of storytelling. But finally, as the player approaches, the battle begins, and my god.
Oh, let's
All
fucking
right.
go! Gotta say, this arena looks dope as fuck.
This arena's fucking godly.
Oh,
let's
Dragon
fucking
Lord
go.
Placidus Axe.
Look at him. Look at this dude.
Did he just throw my grenade back at me?
Look at this dude.
Look at
Oh
his head.
my Lord, have mercy.
That is definitely.
Whoa, that fucking screen blur, dude.
So sick.
That screen-shaking bellow alone that signals the arrival of the Red Storm is awe-inspiring. What a way to start a boss fight. It is unironically fucking epic. This boss's visuals alone are commendable, but we haven't even started on the fight itself. The whole fight feels like it maintains a very natural sense of escalation that I can't help but appreciate. Like I said, Placidus Axe is an ancient being, likely eons beyond his prime, and so initially he does appear quite lumbering. But as with many creatures fighting to stay alive, the closer their back gets to the wall, the more dangerous they become.
Oh, here we go.
We're in the second phase.
Look to the sky. Oh, shit!
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
And the OST does a remarkable job at conveying this escalation, but I'll be holding off on that discussion for now. Not only is the OST terrific, but the storm itself will even grow more intense as you enter the second phase, perfectly conveying through the visuals the sheer power that Placidus Axe is about to unleash.
Oh my god, look at this attack! Look at this attack! This is so sick!
I didn't get to see it because I'm on the other side of it, but oh my god!
This is so sick!
Yo! Why is he cool though? Man, imagine sharing an area with fucking Malekith while being this dope.
Dude, Malekith Virgin versus Chad Pelagius Axe.
Jad Political Ghidorah.
Oh, gravity beams! Oh, shit!
What is this shit? Why is it in a Souls game?
Oh my god, he's so cool!
FromSoft have never lacked for spectacle with their bigger boss fights. Bosses like the Tower Knight, Abriatus, and Gale were outstanding in that regard, but Dragonlord Placidus Axe is honestly in a league of its own. A perfect storm of audio-visual design coalescing into an unrivaled experience that I desperately wish Elden Ring had managed to make more of. But Placidus Axe isn't solely dependent on the audio visuals to carry the experience. Dragonlord Placidus Axe is an ancient being, likely millions of years old, and that isn't just reflected in his visual design, it's also conveyed through the mechanics, specifically its attacks. Placidus Axe has combos, and he is far from lacking in power, but he's also quite lumbering and can really only pick up the pace in short but consistent bursts. This is great because it maintains a steady rhythm to the battle whilst making the punish windows perfectly clear, and insisting that you take his offensive capabilities very seriously. Placidus Axe's damage output is extremely high. His laser beams in particular will basically one-shot all but the highest vigor and defensively inclined players out there, and good fucking luck surviving the nuke.
But best of all is the fact that these attacks never come out of nowhere. There's no gotcha, because all of them are designed to be extremely clear with the telegraphing that something big is coming, and it's up to you to get to safety. Dragonlord Placidusax doesn't need ridiculous anime jumps and combos. It doesn't need cheap surprises. It never once makes the active decision to maliciously screw the player out of the fight. He is a consistent fight the whole way through, and though he does of course become more aggressive in the second phase, as one is likely to do when fighting for their life against an unwarranted invader, he doesn't pull out any particularly surprising attacks or unfair tricks. The only surprise in his arsenal is the transition to his second phase, which consists of him disappearing before reappearing to charge the player down. This, however, is easily the most telegraphed attack besides the nuke, with Placidusax disappearing for a noticeable length of time, prompting the player to look around for him. Eventually, the player will see a swirling gray cloud with red lightning circling overhead, accompanied by a very distinct audio cue that you can even track with your ears, providing you have the setup. And shortly after, Placidusax will come barreling down towards them with an attack that will almost assuredly kill the player should they allow themselves to be hit. But again, the telegraphing is extremely transparent, so this never feels like a cheap death. It's apparent from the first time that happens that this attack is your sole responsibility to avoid dying to. And that really is the truth for the entirety of the fight. As big and sometimes aggressive as Placidusax can be, and as high as his damage output is, all of his attacks feel perfectly manageable. Some are a bit trickier than others. The laser beams in particular take a bit of working out given the frankly insane coverage that they have over the arena, but you can also naturally intuit that watching his heads is going to be the key to understanding the pathing of these beams, and from there the rest is on you. Placidusax also never feels as if there isn't something for him to do to try and gain the upper hand, regardless of where he is or what direction he's facing relative to the player. Of course, he has close-range melee attacks, as well as attacks specifically meant to fire off from behind, attacks that cover a wide area across the massive arena. He can jump, fly away, and in his second phase, he can even teleport across short, medium, and long ranges to gain the upper hand as he prepares to unleash his next attack. You really get the feeling that this dragon is as wise as he is powerful, and it makes for a much more interesting fight than it would have been if he was just some insanely agile anime villain with breakneck speeds to his attacks and gotcha techniques for cheap damage. I mean it wholeheartedly when I say that I regard this fight as among the best that FromSoft has ever produced, and it feels bittersweet in a way seeing through the likes of Placidusax and Godfrey, as well as the other quality bosses I mentioned like Estelle and Loretta, just how much potential there was for this game to be truly outstanding. Honestly though, imagine a DLC super boss where it's just 5-headed Placidusax. Actually, never mind. It probably would have been shit. If there was one thing that DLC taught me, it is to never let FromSoft, under any circumstances, put a character in their prime ever again. Jesus Christ. Sadly, we have reached the point to discuss the bosses I found far less favorable, and I have a feeling that this is going to be where I really start to rustle some jimmies because I am about to get extremely negative towards Elden Ring. I said before that I would pull no punches with both my praise and criticisms towards Elden Ring, and I intend to make no exceptions for these bosses, which include the likes of Morgott, Mohg, the Draconic Tree Sentinel, Sir Gideon Ofnir, the Fire Giant, Rykard, the Grafted Scion, Commander Neil, and the Godskin Duo. Beyond them, and in the next part, I'll be going into much more depth regarding 3 particularly atrocious bosses that I am not about to let off the hook. These bosses include the double final boss of Radagon and the Elden Beast, Malekith the Black Blade, and yep, you guessed it, Malenia, Blade of Mikola. These bosses are infamous for a variety of reasons and are, to me, the most accurate reflections of the very worst of everything that Elden Ring has to offer. Make no mistake, these bosses were complete and utter failures, and I intend to dissect them until there is absolutely nothing left to discuss. Finally, once I'm done with Malenia, I'll be discussing what I consider to be the most important boss in the game, at least for me. This, to me, is the boss that in many ways
ways defined my experience with Elden Ring, and one that I will always remember as being the start of where my views regarding this game truly began to take shape. I want to make it clear right now that I am very much going to remain objective in my dissection of this boss, however I will be providing the anecdote of my experience with the game, and why I personally consider this boss as important as I do. This boss defined Elden Ring for me personally, far more so than Malenia, Elden Beast, Godfrey, and even Placidusax, which is why I'm holding off until the end of that section to talk about it. But for now, let's talk about the Fell Omen.
Tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Margit the Fell Omen is a boss that I spent a lot of time mulling over, and initially I thought he was quite alright, albeit more so because he didn't seem as bad as so many other bosses. However, as time has gone on and I fought him across more and more playthroughs, I've really only grown more and more sour towards him. Structurally, I think the placement of Margit is notably strong, being a sort of gatekeep for the first significant dungeon that you're almost certain to reach, and the presentation combined with the fantastic voice acting makes for one hell of an introduction to Margit. As far as boss introductions go, Margit's is easily among the strongest in the game. Unfortunately, Margit also feels like something of an exemplar to many of the problems that I find plague Elden Ring's design philosophy, specifically regarding boss fights. First of these issues is that FromSoft seems to really prefer it when the player spends more time watching the boss than actually fighting them. I don't know why it is, but Margit in particular has some rather extensive combos that string together really seamlessly, to the point that it often feels like the game is conspiring against you by ensuring he doesn't even have a window to properly punish, or at least beyond a couple of light attacks at the most. You know, if you're feeling really greedy. I've had Margit in his second phase do as many as 15 consecutive attacks in a row. It wasn't a single combo, mind you, but the stringing of his combos were so fluid that he was essentially doing several combos in a single massive chain, preventing me from doing anything but backing up for what felt like a damn eternity. I am oh so sorry for my attention deficit, but this is fucking monotonous. But even this could be salvaged if Margit's punish windows were consistent and allowed the player ample opportunity to dish out some damage or even recover. Unfortunately, Margit has a built-in contingency to actively punish the player for presuming an opportunity to follow up with a counterattack. Many of your attempts to punish Margit will be met with the double slash combo from his dagger, an attack that I'm sure many of you are familiar with by now. Not only does it feel cheap, but it also kind of feels dishonest, as if the game was coaxing the player into a punish they couldn't possibly have interpreted was going to happen, at least in your first few attempts. Further compounding this is the fact that sometimes he won't even use this contingency. So why is it a bad thing that he won't always do the thing that I just said was complete crap? Well, it's because there's almost no way of actually knowing what is or isn't an actual opportunity for attacking him without resorting to Google for an answer. And hey, to their credit, there are plenty of content creators out there who can explain all the ins and outs of every single attack in every single boss's arsenal. If only the game itself put in the effort to convey these mechanics in the first place. Regardless, this built-in defense mechanism feels really inconsistent, and it only serves to frustrate the player and further throw them off their first few times fighting the boss, which itself is a very common tactic for Elden Ring bosses. But it doesn't stop there. Oh no, we are just getting started. Margit also has a second built-in defense mechanism that prevents him from falling off the cliff he has fought along, despite the fact that the player can fall off and die from it themselves. There are multiple issues with this alone. First of all, it establishes a very clear bias in favor of the boss. That can be fine in some cases, such as Loretta being on horseback in areas that you can't use Torrent, being a strong example of boss bias being acceptable because in that case it creates an interesting dynamic between the player and the boss that has essentially served as a flipping of the script. There's a clear and understandable purpose behind that design choice. Here, however, it's nothing more than an artificial block installed to make sure the player can't quote-unquote cheese Margit, even though doing this would require extremely precise play, and the outcome would have served as a very satisfying reward for such play. Look, it's one thing that he can't just hurl himself off the cliff during his flips. I actually think that's quite fine given his mobility, but when I manage to land a critical hit that sees my character hurling Margit towards the edge of the cliff, at the edge of the cliff, I kind of expect him to do just that. Timing your critical hits for such a specific part of the arena that is itself a risk exclusively for you is a tough enough challenge on its own, and is asking quite a bit of the player trying to utilize such a strategy. It's extremely high risk, but the reward is similarly high. Either you fall down to your death, or you send Margit barreling into a zone. This would appear to be a rather straightforward issue, however FromSoft appears to have been blinded by their desire to actively stack the cards against the player at all costs, and simply refuse to compromise even in this very understandable regard. And as if all of that weren't enough already, Margit has a third built-in contingency to automatically punish the player for attempting to heal once they've identified a gap in his offense, which feels like a needless punishment for what should be correct identification of enemy behavior. Instead, what you're rewarded with is the enemy being granted selective input reading so as to immediately identify and take advantage of a punish window that shouldn't even exist to begin with. Not only does Margit throw out two rather fast projectiles, but he can immediately begin to initiate another combo the moment he's finished throwing them. What's even more ridiculous is just how obvious it is. Players identified this immediately, and it sparked a rather heated debate within the community. What I find even more interesting though is just how faulty this contingency actually is. Depending on how far you are, you'll actually be able to avoid the first projectile, then dodge the second. But given the odds of being at the appropriate range, it feels like more of a failure in the design to account for the full scale of the arena rather than a proper opening in Margit's offense. I just don't understand why they thought it prudent to give a boss so many built-in counters to basic strategies players should be rewarded for intuiting on their own, but it's pretty frustrating to say the least. Oh, and let's not forget that Margit reappears as a non-boss outside Lindell. I guess Morgott decided now was the time for a rematch and possessed this random bystander? I don't know. Look, let's call it what it is. It's literally just Margit reappearing as a field enemy. Also, my god, this arena is downright infuriating to try and fight in because of all those stupid holes in the ground. And let's be clear, this isn't just because it makes things harder for the player. More often than not, Margit will get stuck in one of the craters and the AI just has no grasp of how to handle it. I still can't really decide if I think this is hilarious or just sad. There's also the issue of his delayed attacks, which to this day are a constant nuisance to deal with for many first-time players. Like I said, Elden Ring has a very clear goal of stacking the cards against the player in ways that feel very artificial and cheap. And it would seem one of the techniques FromSoft opted for was by incorporating awkward delays in enemy attacks so as to punish the player for dodging when they would naturally intuit the boss would be most likely to attack. Not only do these excessively long windups look silly, but they constantly make you second guess your movements as you're trying to learn the fight. This ultimately funnels players into focusing more on memorizing the exact points between animations where they'll be permitted a successful dodge. Not only is this unnatural and just cumbersome to try and learn, but it is extremely distracting for anyone trying to immerse themselves in this world when the enemies are animating in such a blatantly awkward manner. I don't know why FromSoft thought this was an acceptable way of testing the player, but if you ask me, it just feels forced and unintuitive. This doesn't test my skill, it tests my willingness to memorize animations and dedicate a strangely large amount of time and effort into overanalyzing minute details in a single boss's animations. Friendly reminder, this game possesses over 170 of those, and that's before the DLC. So congrats FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a particularly good one. Look, I don't have anything against a high level of difficulty, and I'm more than willing to accept niche elements being implemented with the intention to throw off veteran players. However, Elden Ring has a major problem with opting for these blatant and cheap ways of achieving these outcomes, and Margit is a prime example of just that. What's worse? Margit isn't even the most egregious example.
Oh no, dear viewer. Not even close.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
Next we have Morgoth, the Omen King, and just as Margit was the gatekeeper to Stormvale, I would consider Morgoth the gatekeeper to Elden Ring's late game, specifically the Mountaintops of Giants. He is also unmistakably a herald for what is to come. Similarly to Margit, Morgoth has several very lengthy and often varied combos, however, Morgoth is capable of stringing them together so seamlessly that most of his punish windows actually exist between these attacks, which, in my eyes, was an egregious misstep in design because it turns every single moment of player offense into a risk versus reward scenario. Personally speaking, I enjoy risk versus reward gameplay. I think it's exhilarating when I'm choosing to put it all on the line for what could be an extremely satisfying moment of play. I should not, however, be forced into playing this way, nor should the payoff be the occasional poke against an enemy that seems rather reverted to the idea of shutting the fuck up for half a second. Opportunities to punish this boss should not appear this infrequently and should not invalidate so many potential playstyles. And look, I've said it before, I accept wholeheartedly that not every playstyle and build will be perfectly effective against every single boss. That is especially obvious with a game this big, and I don't put it on the game to always account for and encourage every single possible form of player expression. The issue with Morgoth, though, is that his sheer ferocity outright invalidates so many forms of offense that he runs counterintuitive to the game's design philosophy regarding player freedom. But I do believe that boss fights need to have consistent punish windows. This is not a personal preference, this is not an opinion, it is an objective fact that boss fights need to allow the player appropriate windows for response. This is why Godfrey, despite his highly aggressive behavior, is one of the major standouts of this game. Despite how intense the fight can get, the player is never going to be stuck mashing the circle button while they're being forced to watch him dish out combo after combo, with the only punish windows being so slim that it only affords them a single attack. Even Horalu, one of the most aggressive enemies in this game, has windows where you can lay into him with multiple attacks. All you need is to understand what's about to happen and whether or not you need to block or dodge when the time comes. Morgoth, however, is far more asinine to deal with because he just does not seem capable of shutting the fuck up. He is the boss equivalent to my fucking video essays, he just will not stop. On the more subjective side though, I personally find his relentless offense and ridiculous flips and jumps to be extremely distracting and only acts as a reminder that I'm playing a game that's supposed to be super difficult, rather than being allowed to immerse myself in an admittedly fascinating world of mythology and wonder. Morgoth also has multiple phases, because of course he does. I'll talk more about my issues with boss phases in the next part, but needless to say, by this point in the game, I was pretty fed up with it.
Another element regarding Morgoth that bordered on the migraine-inducing for myself in particular was the sheer variety in his moveset. Holy hell, it feels like this thing has upwards of 1,000 different attacks with multiple different weapon types, magic, and he's even capable of inflicting bleed with his primary weapon. And yet, ironically enough, even with all of these tools at his disposal, there is not a single tool in his kit that feels remotely unique to him. He's basically just a Super Margit when it comes down to it.
Well, Loveless, obviously that's going to be the case. This is Morgoth in his true form trying to take you down once and for all.
Yeah, I fucking get that. If only Morgoth had, I don't know, maybe saved something particularly special for this fight, besides the blood fire in like one of his attacks, that might have been cool. I'm sure some of you are wondering though, what exactly is the problem with a boss having such a large pool of attacks to draw from? Well, the issue I find is twofold. For one, it makes learning the boss's patterns and behaviors far more monotonous than it should be, made worse by the fact that Morgoth just, again, seems incapable of going 5 seconds without dishing out another wombo combo. The second issue is that it makes reading the boss far more of a memory test than it should be. Now look, I don't need every boss to have simple and heavily telegraphed windups that distinguish each and every attack, but it becomes a pretty monotonous slog when I have to identify so many minute details in a boss's animations, especially when there are so many of these bosses. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but Elden Ring is a massive game. It has a lot of bosses. Sure, many of them are recycled ad nauseum, but there is still a lot of content to engage with, so forgive me if the idea of spending hours of my time memorizing and identifying all the nuances in a single boss's animations comes off as rather asinine. Am I really an asshole for not wanting to make this concession so constantly? Well, the way I see it, it's not exactly meeting the game halfway when the game is so guarded and insistent on what it requires from the player in the first place. I want to reiterate one more time, tests of memorization are not the same as tests of skill. I think what truly punctuates the issue with Morgoth's attacks is the constant prolonging of so many of them. Margit was plenty annoying in this regard, but Morgoth is downright frustrating about it to say the least. On one hand, some of his attacks come out at nearly breakneck speeds, especially as he starts laying in with combos, but every now and then, he'll throw you a curveball, spending anywhere from half a second to multiple seconds winding up a single attack. Not only is this frustrating, but it just looks really stupid, and once again only serves to pull the player out from any sense of immersion to remind them that they're playing a FromSoft game that wants to trip them up by making things as awkward and cumbersome to try and manage as possible, rather than honing and exercising any particular skills besides dodging. These attacks utterly sandbag the rhythm of the fight, and combine that with Morgoth falling victim to nearly every other obnoxious tendency that Elden Ring bosses are so often plagued with, and what we have is a boss that I find insufferable to face off against, and not to mention a rather damning prelude to what's to come. So congrats FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a particularly good one. Morgoth's terrible. He's an insufferable spectacle of just how asinine and monotonous you can design a boss to be by over-tuning their stats and over-equipping their kit to the point of cartoonish absurdity. I didn't like Margit, but I could at least tolerate him to an extent, but I cannot say the same for Morgoth, and I honestly envy anyone who finds this fight enjoyable, because that is sadly a gift that I have not been afforded.
Dearest Mikola. You must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Another boss I find similarly irritating to fight is none other than Moog, yet another of the Omen kin, but don't worry, this one is definitely not Margit. Probably. For the sake of simplifying things, I'm mostly going to be talking about the Lord of Blood fight, however I may use footage from the Omen fight or make a reference to it from time to time, but I'll be sure to make it clear when I'm talking about that versus the Lord of Blood. Starting out, we have a trait very familiar to his kind. That's not a race thing, mind you, I just consider them very loud and obnoxious. In all seriousness, I will say that I don't think Moog's moveset is nearly as excessive or insufferable as Morgoth's, but that's hardly saying much given just how high Morgoth sets that bar. Moog's problem is more to do with the sheer coverage of his weapon and the fact that it leaves trails of damaging flames during his second phase, which can get pretty out of hand to put it mildly. The Omen fight lacks the flame trails, but his staff still covers a significant portion of the pretty cramped arena with each swing. He also has a handful of very awkwardly long wind-ups, because apparently that's all his people can do. No, but seriously, I was so fed up with this by the time I reached Moog the Omen that it honestly felt like FromSoft was just trolling me at that point. I will say that I don't think the delays themselves even come close to the levels of obnoxious that Margit and Morgoth were hitting, but combine these awkward delays with his exceptional reach and not to mention the area coverage, and yeah, there are times where I wanted to light my eyes on fire. I don't find him nearly as frustrating now that I've gotten so much better at the game, however that concession is twofold because he's also one of the bosses that's seen the sharpest decline in difficulty for me personally. I've now killed him before he could even enter his second phase multiple times now, and I honestly find it more strange than anything. I mean, I have improved at the game, yeah, sure, but I also have a lot of people in my comments telling me to get good, so hey, what do I know? Moog also has the ability to use pyromancy, which causes bleed, because I guess his fire flays flesh instead of burning it. Something, cursed outer god magic, who cares, it's cool. I'm being facetious, but in all seriousness, I actually really don't mind his pyromancy. The floor becoming lava in the Lord of Blood fight is a bit excessive. It doesn't really feel as organic as the Magma Worm fight, for instance. But his actual pyromancy attacks are mostly fine to deal with solid enough damage and telegraphing, and not to mention feeling very survivable provided you have a solid grasp of what you're dealing with. Though I will say I was less than a fan of his forward swipe, you know, the one that causes an explosion. This attack is weird. Sometimes it comes out really fast and tracks really hard, but there are also times where he seems to drag out the windup and track less. I guess this is something he can just do? Like, this can't just be me, right? I understand that this move exists as a punish for over-aggression at a frontal position from the player, but I'd have appreciated a little bit of restraint on the tracking at the least. Again, when the tracking is high, it's usually in conjunction with him launching this attack really fast. Seems kind of counterintuitive, but again, what do I know? What I can say, though, is that high tracking in conjunction with such a distinctly fast windup makes dodging it way more of a pain than it really should be. The margin for error just feels off. It's far from the most egregious attack in the game, like I'm not saying this fight is ruined because of this one attack or anything, but it does feel kinda off. Moog also possesses two rather unique mechanics, one of which I actually am quite fond of, that being Moog's Shackle. In a way, this feels like Elden Ring's answer to the music box for Father Gascoigne in Bloodborne. However, it's been nerfed in ways that I feel are appropriate. For starters, it can only be used during its first phase. Narratively, I'm not really sure why, but mechanically this is fair because it essentially acts as a fast track to his harder phase whilst preventing the player from trivializing that part of the fight. Father Gascoigne's second phase wasn't too difficult to render a non-threat, at least for a significant window with the music box, so it feels like they took a very reasonable balancing act towards preventing the player from blitzing Moog's most powerful form. The shackle can also only be acquired from a rather specific quest, so as useful as it can be, it's also quite easy to miss as well. It's by no means a requirement for the fight, so it's fine that this would be pretty obscure. Unfortunately, I do not find the Blood Boon spell that Moog uses when going into his second phase to be nearly as tolerable. This attack is honestly bullshit.
The spell automatically sticks to the player. There is literally nothing they can do to block or even avoid its effects without having a very specific tier mixed into their wondrous physic that they need to drink when the fight starts in order to protect themselves. This is the only time in the game that this tier will see any use. This is its one and only purpose, to avoid taking massive damage from a completely unavoidable attack. Well, unavoidable if you aren't a DPS speed demon like me anyways, hashtag pro gamer. If you don't have this potion, your only option will be to heal between the 3 attacks that come from this spell. However, the Blood Boon also heals Mohg, regardless of whether or not you even use the Blood Tier potion in the first place. Not only is this blatantly unfair, but it also means his second phase will last much longer, especially if you are in co-op. Kind of a kick in the balls for not having one particular mix in your physic that you wouldn't even know about without having happened upon it in the first place, or as usual resorted to Google. FromSoft really is out here trying to turn COD Zombies mechanics into a fucking role-playing game. Now look, I can understand wanting to incorporate the physic into a more focused role pertaining to a boss as notable as Mohg, but this feels like a colossal misfire. The punishment for not having this one tier in your physic is simply far too severe in my opinion. It doesn't balance well with this very simple and yet easy to completely miss item that you find in a completely different part of the map. Like with many of Elden Ring's more severe punishments, it doesn't feel as if it's really lining up with the mistake, quote unquote, that was made to begin with. This isn't like Mohg's Shackle, where finding a specific item can give you a limited but still significant window of opportunity against one opponent. You are immediately handicapped if you go into this fight without this item and will be severely punished for doing so. That feels a bit excessive. FromSoft has a rather spotty history with implementing boss healing, and Mohg the Lord of Blood is by no means an exception. I might even say he's the worst example of boss healing from these games, barring, well, you already know. I honestly wouldn't even have minded Mohg nearly as much if it didn't exist, but this one attack is so blatantly unfair that it's honestly killed the fight for me. The solution being relatively simple doesn't change the fact that the punishment is still far beyond the lines of what is even remotely fair, and not to mention easy for players not using guides to completely miss out on and see punishment for no real reason other than what? Not resorting to Google? So hey, congratulations FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a particularly good one. And it's a shame too, because honestly, if it wasn't for the second phase transition being as busted as it is, Mohg really isn't that bad of a fight. I don't think he's exceptional, and to be clear, even without this mechanic, Mohg would still be very flawed, but honestly, if it wasn't for that, I don't even think I would have included him on this critique in the first place. He would have been pretty fine. Again, some annoying area coverage issues, but I mean that's pretty minor in the grand scheme of things. As far as the Omen fight goes, it's pretty unremarkable. It really goes to show that FromSoft doesn't really put that much effort into the first phases of most of these bosses anymore. I don't know, they're just so toned down compared to what comes afterwards that they just don't feel like they're very noteworthy as a result. Remember how Ludwig's first phase was completely distinct from his second phase? Even Lady Maria, who doesn't really see that much changes between her phases, still has a very identifiable first phase. It's meant to be the warm-up round, whereas here it just, I don't know, it feels like more of a footnote than anything. As far as the Omen Mohg goes, it is still kind of an obnoxious fight given the bizarre and inconsistent wind-ups and punish windows, and not to mention the arena that feels way too cramped for an enemy this large and with attacks covering such wide areas as this. I will happily admit that I like, or at the very least tolerate, Mohg far more than I do Margit and Morgott. Like I said, he really isn't that bad without the Blood Boon. And to FromSoft's credit, Mohg's visual design and compelling lore make him far more interesting beyond the mechanics than Morgott. Honestly, with a bit of retuning, and not to mention the outright deletion or at the very least heavy alteration of the Blood Boon ritual, I could easily see Mohg being one of my favorite bosses, though I should mention that I am a complete simp for Bloodborne, so hey, what can you do? Regardless, Mohg is still a pretty flawed boss, and oftentimes infuriating to face off against. Speaking of which, The Draconic Tree Sentinel is one of those bosses that I audibly groan at the sight of. Not only do its multiple placements seem to be intentionally obnoxious, but his second phase is one of the absolute worst and laziest in the game as far as I'm concerned. The Draconic Tree Sentinel on its own is more or less already a reskin of the Tree Sentinel, albeit with extreme stat buffs and a slightly altered moveset, and not to mention a horse that can now spit fire. Okay. Oh, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that this Spitfire also comes fully equipped with input reading, because of course it does. We really need to punish the player for finding an opportunity to heal. Oh my god. The Draconic Tree Sentinel's Phase 2 also grants it a bunch of OP magic, including a lightning bolt that hard tracks the player and can only be defended against by dodging. There's also an area covering spell that telegraphs where numerous lightning bolts will be touching down, and finally a bunch of AoEs and even ground projectiles that have been stapled onto his most basic melee attacks, significantly amplifying his damage output, whilst also making it significantly harder to dodge, primarily thanks to the lingering hitboxes. Now look, I understand that not every second phase needs to be like Ludwig or Horaloo. I think bosses like Placidusax, Lady Maria, Aldrich, Gehrman, Moon Presence, Godric, and even Radon actively benefit from being an expanded version of their first phase mechanically. The Draconic Tree Sentinel, however, is essentially granted 2 new attacks while also having massively damaging AoE blasts stapled onto the tail end of its base moveset. This just feels lazy, and is similarly a very uninspired means of ramping up the difficulty in a way that feels very artificial and cheap. Like, yeah, no shit, stapling a larger and more damaging hitbox onto their base attacks is going to make them more difficult. Duh. Combine these attacks that have massive area coverage and ludicrous damage with his ability to shower the surrounding area in lightning bolts and mobility that allows him to instantly hone in on the player, and yeah, I think he's pretty damn annoying, and that's pretty much all I have to say about it. So congrats FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss, but unfortunately you forgot to make it a particularly good one. Then there's Sir Gideon Ofnir. I can't even fucking talk about this one without laughing. This boss is a complete and utter joke. He's an NPC with a lot, and to his credit, I do mean a lot of magic. However, I wouldn't blame you for not even knowing about this, since he spends the first 12 years of the fight monologuing, and he will continue to do so even after you've attacked him. It is ridiculously stupid. Now, sure, to his credit, this fight can be kind of difficult if you abide by enough handicaps, or, you know, you just dick around like I did that one time. Allowing him to finish his monologue, not even using spirit ashes, not using a shield, fat rolling, do all that, and yeah, he might be kinda difficult, I think. And for what it's worth, he does have some rather powerful spells. The issue though is that they are quite easy to dodge even with panic rolling, and he can easily be stun locked to death once you start to lay into him. He may occasionally get a lucky kill with like a well-timed spell or something, but he's extremely unlikely to ever pose any sort of genuine threat, unless you're just legitimately awful at the game, or you're just, you know, goofing around. He's kind of like Pinwheel in that regard. The reason that this is so embarrassingly funny is twofold. For starters, Gideon is a character that, if you've bothered to keep track of what's happening with NPCs at Roundtable Hold, you'll know is something of a guide, having given you bits of lore info regarding the demigods, America, and so on throughout your journey. This moment is meant to act as something of a betrayal, with him turning heel and betraying you so he can capture the throne of the Elden Lord and become the new ruler of the Lands Between. Unfortunately, this plot beat is completely undermined, one, by just how easy it is to miss, given you have to actively identify when Sir Gideon's next conversations in the Hold can be triggered, but also given that you'd have to regularly go back and forth from the Lands Between and Roundtable Hold to talk to him when the opportunities arose. Here's the thing though, I did talk to him as well as every other NPC in the Hold quite regularly throughout my first playthrough. And as far as this twist goes, I had that shit pinged pretty much from the moment we started talking. This twist is glaringly telegraphed, not even just for those familiar with FromSoft and their trend of shady characters that wind up betraying you. The reason that characters like Yurt and Lotric work as well as they do is because all of their content is optional, meaning that you have to interact with it yourself, which inherently means you will hold some degree of investment in their character by the time they betray you, even if it's rather obvious that they aren't trustworthy. The fight with Gideon, though, happens no matter what, and it's frankly hilarious to reach this point after having not even spoken to him for an entire playthrough. The second reason this fight is so hilarious is the placement of it. This is right after Melina set fire to the Erdtree, right after the fight with fucking Malekith, and right before the final showdown with Godfrey, Radagon, and the Elden Beast. The story seems to be taking itself quite seriously at this point, with many of the most significant figures in the lore finally making themselves known to the player as the game is drawing to a close, and the world is literally on fire with the mightiest kingdom that's lasted seemingly all disaster finally just a crumbled ashen hollow. Then this moron shows up and monologues himself literally to death as you proceed to completely annihilate him in a handful of seconds. I don't think it would be nearly as bad if he attempted to sneak up on you or something, but the fact that he just patiently waits for you, refusing to fight Godfrey himself, and the fact that he'll proceed to monologue about his genius plan is just so far beyond the realm of stupid that I can't help but laugh at it. He's such a colossal idiot, and he is impossible to take seriously because of it. Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing, my dark ring. Then we have the Fire Giant, a boss that I honestly consider pretty irredeemable in every regard, at least outside of that Phase 2 cutscene. It really is just the embodiment of everything wrong with Elden Ring's late game. He has a ridiculously bloated health bar, deals insanely high damage, is extremely difficult to dodge thanks mostly to the camera, blocking his attacks is basically a non-option, and perhaps worst of all, he has a ton of methods for stalling this fight. This is the worst kind of enemy to fight against because naturally, the longer the fight drags, the more susceptible you are to making some kind of mistake. And it's only going to get worse on successive attempts given how much more frustrated and discouraged you're likely to grow from having repeated such a long and punishing battle. Obviously, not everyone will feel the exact same way, but you can see very clearly why anyone would utterly dread having to fight this boss. It isn't just monotonous, it is downright painstaking. There's also the issue of tracking, which I've touched on here and there, but oh my god, is it noticeable with the Fire Giant. You would think that such a massive enemy wouldn't even need to track the player as hard as this thing manages to, but as previously stated, FromSoft designed this game with the philosophy of trying to kill the player at all costs, including their visual integrity. See, that's the thing. The cost here isn't just limited to being a rather frustrating detail in a fight, it also just looks really fucking stupid. Like, I would honestly compare it with the Duke's Dear Freyja. It is that bad. You feel handicapped in almost every way when fighting this boss, and at this point in the game, it's become so cartoonishly skewed that it's just comical. The Fire Giant, as you may suspect, is way larger than you, making it difficult to dodge his attacks as is, but then it becomes even harder because the camera is so bad at keeping track of what the heck he's even doing. Then when you finally do get hit, you'll either find yourself being one-shot or brought dangerously close to it, forcing you to use as many as 2 fully upgraded heals just so you can survive a single other attack. This is not an even remotely fair fight, and the fact that it can go on for so long makes it extremely frustrating to die to. Now look, the thing to understand about dying in video games is that any amount of it is always going to be frustrating to any number of people. But again, this fight practically seems handcrafted to induce major frustration for even bothering to participate in it. And we haven't even gotten to the second phase. Spoiler alert, it's dreadful. Not gonna lie though, like I said, the transition cutscene is pretty damn cool. The giant breaks its leg off and proceeds to fight from its knees. However, this does basically nothing to hinder its mobility, as it's still fully capable of rolling around and covering a pretty huge distance with said rolls. Furthermore, he will primarily rely on pyromancy going forward and will cast these spells far more aggressively than in the first phase. As you can imagine, this phase can be rather overwhelming, and it was around this point that I was growing pretty damn sour on Elden Ring, and I can't imagine that it's hard to understand why. Elden Ring's endgame comes pretty much immediately after Morgott, and the Fire Giant is honestly the perfect encapsulation of everything that is wrong with it, and not to mention why areas like the mountaintops of giants and the consecrated snowfield are so regularly maligned even by many of this game's hardcore fans. These areas are downright infuriating to suffer through, and capping off the mountaintops with a mandatory story boss with health and damage that are this needlessly bloated, alongside a myriad of other potentially frustrating details like the sheer size of its hitboxes and the camera being more of a detriment than it is helpful, especially when locked on. And I hope that I've painted a pretty clear picture as to why I find the Fire Giant in particular to be such an abysmal train wreck of a boss. So hey, congratulations FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a particularly good one. This thing is honestly embarrassing, and I hope and pray that Miyazaki is at least smart enough to avoid copying and pasting this boss in the future, because oh dear God help us if he starts putting 14 of these around giant maps.
Loveless, come on, Miyazaki would never do that.
Really? Would Miyazaki really never do that? I find it hard to believe. Oh, and speaking of reusing ideas,
Very well. Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour the very god.
the God-devouring serpent, aka Rykard the Blasphemous King, is a boss that I actually found myself quite fond of initially. I've always found it interesting to see FromSoft trying once every few games to take the Storm King boss concept in new directions, and the presentation of this fight is easily among some of the most impressive in this game. In fact, for what it's worth, and to the credit of the artistic direction, it might be the most visually incredible boss in this entire game. However, as I've fought Rykard more and more, I've found the fight to be overall pretty sloppy, if not a bit too simple for its own good. That may sound kind of simple, but there's actually a lot of complicated details that make this the case. Rykard's boss can essentially be boiled down to using the Serpent Hunter's spear to devastate him with massive attacks, which are exclusive to that particular boss fight. This isn't too far off from what Yorm and the Storm King did, however with Rykard there are some differences, some good and some bad that distinguish this fight. The first and most apparent is perhaps the boss itself. I'm kind of curious if this is going to be a divisive take, but Rykard is far more difficult than the Storm King and even Yorm, having a pretty fleshed out moveset as well as a whole second phase where he gains even more attacks and, not to mention, a second health bar. Now, none of this alone is a bad thing. I actually really appreciate how much more involved and realized this boss fight feels by comparison to previous iterations of this gimmick. And it also helps that the Serpent Hunter's spear has a far more engaging moveset than the Storm Ruler in Dark Souls 3 and obviously Demon Souls, both of which had you pretty much doing the same attack over and over until the health bar disappeared. Now, make no mistake, those fights are great, and undeniably standout moments for both of those games. But I doubt anyone would deny they felt very simple and perhaps a bit too repetitive, especially on New Game Plus. This would inherently make Rykard seem like the obvious best of these types of fights thus far, being a far more realized boss with more to account for in regards to both his and the player's moveset. However, I find the boss itself to be designed in a way that doesn't really seem to understand the player's skill set, and there's a few reasons for this. For starters, breaking Rykard's stance doesn't open him up for a critical hit, and the window of vulnerability feels so slim that it hardly even feels like a reward at all. Second, many of Rykard's attacks have such massive hitboxes and deal so much damage that dodging sometimes feels borderline impossible, and blocking will just leave you vulnerable to a follow-up attack. Now, Rykard is fairly easy to stagger, so you might think it best to play extremely aggressively, but again, the reward for doing so is distractingly lacking given just how quickly he'll get right back up. Furthermore, Rykard has two rather sizable health bars, meaning that you will be at this boss for a noticeable length of time from start to finish, which in turn means more opportunity will arise for the boss to deal damage as well, which as I've mentioned is pretty easy given just how capable he is of tearing through any attempts to block and throwing out such massive attacks at you that you quite literally cannot hope to dodge them. Or at least that's how it can feel, primarily with this one ground attack, which I genuinely cannot get a grasp of how to dodge. And I've tried everything, jumping, dodging, running, blocking. I don't know how to dodge this attack. I think I've done it once, and that was genuinely out of luck.
Wow, Loveless, that's just proof you're bad at the game.
Well, cool. What's especially strange though is just how little damage his lava pool does. Now, yes, it will stack up over time, but it's ironic that lava damage does so little damage because it means that the safest strategy is actually just staying as close to him as possible, as doing so will make him more likely to whiff an attack while also doing very little to actively punish you for being so close. I have a really hard time understanding Rykard because of these weird little nuances. Furthermore, as much as I do enjoy his second phase aesthetically, it does have two major problems. The first of which being just how difficult it is to even tell just what on earth is happening. Oh dear God, what is happening? I know YouTube compression is going to make this look a bit worse than it actually is, but seriously, I play on a 4K TV with pretty outstanding image quality, and there are times in this second phase where I just cannot tell what the fuck is happening. Elden Ring already suffers from awkward telegraphs that make attacks difficult to read, and Rykard is no exception with that either. For example, he has an attack where he swings his sword diagonally, slamming it to the ground, then he proceeds to drag it. It's not the hardest attack in the world to dodge once you understand this, but it can act as a very cheap way of taking damage when the windup was so blatantly telegraphing a completely different style of attack. Furthermore, Rykard's Phase 2 is utterly flooded with visual effects that clog the screen. Like I said, the fight looks amazing, but it's also rather difficult to tell in the heat of the moment just what it is that's even going on, and that can lead to you taking what is essentially unavoidable damage, due primarily to the fact that you couldn't even process what was happening. I swear to God, if I had played Elden Ring before I'd started wearing glasses, holy Jesus Christ, this fight would have been practically impossible for me. I'm not legally blind, I can see mostly alright without my glasses, but holy hell, I don't think I'd be able to understand anything happening within this visual mess. Further exacerbating this is the second major problem I alluded to, that being the flaming skull rain attack that Rykard does, where these large Ghost Rider faces will repeatedly spawn in from all over the place and seek after you so they can explode on contact. This attack goes on for quite a while and becomes even more frustrating when you realize that Rykard can attack you freely while you are still trying to manage all the flaming skulls that are consistently spawning in and tracking you down. This attack is utterly ridiculous, and the only vague hint of an attempt to balance it is the fact that Rykard takes a fair amount of time winding up the attack. However, this hardly feels like a reprieve when you consider once again that his health bar is rather sizable. Of course, it is possible to stagger him out of this, but once the attack triggers, there's pretty much no stopping it. This attack is honestly absurd and a very clear indication of FromSoft once again failing to consider what it's actually like to play against this thing in favor of being both really hard and not to mention just completely over the top. Instead of recognizing when enough was enough, they opted for what seemed to be the most cool, epic, and hard because that's what these games are all about now. So hey, congrats FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss. Well, kind of. He's not really that hard, but
that attack is really dumb, so I'm gonna say it anyways. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a particularly good one. Honestly though, it is disappointing to see it's come to this after all the work Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3 did to craft the incredible experiences that they did. On the topic of deferring from what made the classics great, let's take a minor detour into talking about a boss that I actually don't consider half bad on its own. However, I do take issue with its placement and the use of it as a tutorial boss. I'm referring, of course, to the Grafted Scion. Like I said, I actually kinda like this enemy. Sure, its attacks are erratic and frankly a bit much at times, but on the whole it's far from unmanageable and the design is also pretty damn cool. I like it. Unfortunately, it's in the actual construction of the tutorial boss fight that's downright terrible, rather than the Grafted Scion itself. So let's make one thing clear. The Grafted Scion is by far the most difficult tutorial boss that FromSoft has ever put together, barring Ashina from Sekiro, which I don't think anyone would dispute is significantly harder than all of FromSoft's tutorial bosses, including the Grafted Scion. Nevertheless, the Grafted Scion is an extremely difficult enemy to have placed this early on in the game. Now, obviously on New Game Plus, this thing is more or less going to be a complete pushover, but for a brand new player with a character that's essentially naked, this thing is far more difficult than the Asylum Demon, Gundyr, the Demon Vanguard, and I guess the Troll thing in Dark Souls 2. I don't really know if we can consider that the tutorial boss, but it's kind of the closest thing it has, so I'm gonna count it. If you disagree, okay. I emphasize this because the reward for beating the Grafted Scion is its sword and shield. For what it's worth, they do look pretty cool at first, but come to find out, the stats are actually pretty mediocre, and you're extremely unlikely to even utilize these for the majority of builds, and even if you do, you'd be hard-pressed to continue using it for the mid and late game. This is a pitiful reward that doesn't scale even in the slightest to the challenge it's locked behind. Furthermore, nothing of note is even altered by defeating the boss. You just walk over this cliff which collapses and kills you. They could have given you an alternate route into the lands between, had you teleport straight to Limgrave. Heck, they could have teleported you to Malekith's arena, similarly to what Demon Souls did in its tutorial with the Dragon God, but nope. You just walk over to a cliffside and you fucking die. What a pathetically weak excuse for a tutorial reward. Not only does this make the tutorial essentially worthless, but it actively damages the Grafted Scion even though it didn't even do anything wrong. The poor thing, how could you do this to my boy? Next up is Commander Neil, and boy oh boy, what can I say about this shithead that hasn't already been said 1,000 times over by pretty much everyone else on Earth? If there's one thing I can say for certain about Commander Neil, it's that he is an appropriately shitty cap-off to one of the worst dungeons in this entire game, which, for the record, is no easy feat, as the competition is quite active. In fact, funny enough, the reward for beating him is one of the keys you need to enter another one of the game's worst dungeons. The real question I have is just who the hell thought it was a good idea to put a boss with this much area coverage in an arena this small and give it 2 summons which both deal absurd damage while also being able to close massive gaps in an instant as they track the player so intently with their ridiculous combos. This fight is notoriously unfair to the point that most people opt to use the Bewitching Branch consumable, which turns Neil's summons against him, allowing the player to shift the momentum of the fight from the very beginning in their favor. Now, that is a pretty neat detail, and Neil actually isn't that bad of a fight on his own, but this is essentially the same problem that Mohg had, except this is even worse given the tier you needed to counter Mohg's attack was at least infinite in use. Meanwhile, the Bewitching Branch will need to be either crafted, meaning you'd also have to find the recipe to make it, or bought from a single out-of-the-way merchant you might not even remember has this item, assuming you know about this item's existence to begin with, or have even met this particular merchant. I also find it kind of ironic that the Elden Ring community, which typically is against using things that makes bosses substantially more manageable, such as Spirit Ashes and weapons that don't suck, can often be found recommending to newer players who are stuck on Neil to consider using the Bewitching Branch. When a boss fight in Elden Ring is so abhorrent that even the most die-hard fans of a notoriously elitist community who often shame other players for utilizing basically anything considered above mid-tier are putting that shit aside and recommending you go with the most powerful strategy, I find that to be a more than firmly damning piece of evidence that maybe, just maybe, this boss fight is just a little teensy tiny bit
fucked. So congrats, FromSoft, you successfully made another very hard boss. Unfortunately, you forgot to make it a particularly good one. Seriously, Neil is indefensibly awful. He is a prime example of how to take a mostly fine boss and completely ruin it with a single additional design choice. These two summons alone turn what would have been a decently challenging but mostly fair boss fight into an inexcusably bullshit encounter that deserves every bit of criticism that it gets. What's worse? It's not even the worst gank fight in the game. Oh no, friends, that title goes to none other than the Godskin Duo, a boss that has garnered quite the reputation amongst players. To briefly summarize them, the Godskin Apostle is a very lanky enemy who can stretch his torso to reach across the battlefield and swing at the player with his blade. The Godskin Noble is a bizarre Chungus who can expand his gut to either throw the player back or begin rolling around the arena at fairly high speeds when he's not using his rapier to stab at the player. Notably, both the Apostle and Noble wield Black Pyromancy, once again drawing from the Souls games mechanically. To be clear, this isn't a bad thing, though it is interesting to see such a uniquely new kind of enemy using what is essentially a technique devised 11 years prior. Regardless, I actually think the bosses incorporate the Black Pyromancy into their kits fairly well. For the Apostle, he'll occasionally generate AoEs by twirling his black flame-imbued weapon like a tornado, whereas the Noble will set these sort of traps for the player to be mindful of. The only notable attack I really have a problem with is the projectile, an attack utilized by both of the Godskins as a built-in punish should the player try and heal whenever the boss arbitrarily deems it not allowed. This is basically Margit's projectile, however it deals far more damage and can even cause significant damage over time, thanks to its lingering effect. But like I said with Estelle and Godric, the occasional bad move does not a boss ruin, and in fairness to Elden Ring, I actually quite like the Godskin Apostle on his own, and think he'd be a pretty damn solid enemy were it not for how cheap the Black Fireball feels as a method for punishing healing. The Noble, however, is a bit too goofy for me to take seriously, and I'm not a fan of his rolling attack, but otherwise I actually think he is mostly fine. It does fall short compared to the Apostle, but overall it's still far from terrible. Again, minus the rolling attack. So yeah, both of these bosses were pretty much fine, but then someone at the studio apparently thought it would be a good idea to cram these two into one boss hall, and what resulted is one of the game's most frequently ridiculed boss fights. These bosses, like I said, weren't half bad on their own, however this is a prime example of how mindlessly sticking two enemies with movesets that don't synchronize whatsoever into a random hall is all but guaranteed to be a recipe for disaster. The attack patterns of these two enemies feel completely desynchronized to the point of absurdity. While dealing with the Noble, the Apostle's upper body can suddenly come flying through his character model and hit you with an attack that you literally could not have seen coming thanks to the Noble's sheer size. While dealing with the Apostle, the Noble can suddenly come barreling through with his roll attack, hitting you for massive damage and also leaving you wide open for the Apostle to prepare one of his high damaging spin attacks. It also just feels really extreme when you have two bosses hurling high damaging projectiles with lingering damage at you as a punish for trying to heal, which itself is already quite difficult to do given there are two of them. Hey, remember Ornstein and Smo? Yeah, this is the exact opposite of that.
Loveless, you can just use sleeping items to put one of them to sleep and then not have to deal with the two of them at once. It's a very simple and well-designed boss.
I'm sorry, what's that? I thought that cheese strategies were bad. What's even more strange is the boss health bar. Although the Apostle and Noble possess their own individual health bars, the actual boss health bar will similarly drain with every successful attack that you make on the duo. It's kind of like the Four Kings, and that alone is quite fine, except killing both of them doesn't fully deplete the health bar. You actually have to wait for another to respawn, which will happen shortly after you kill one of them. This is just really bizarre because it doesn't even seem to serve any actual purpose other than just to extend the fight for reasons that I guess are just beyond me. I mean, it's obvious that having the Godskins respawn was just a cheap method for making the boss artificially harder, but as far as depleting the boss's health, it's not as if landing more than a couple of hits on one more Godskin is going to be particularly difficult. I mean, yeah, I guess there is a margin for error, but I don't know, there just doesn't seem to be any sort of structuring to this. It's almost like they've just been lazily placed here without any real thought or care given to designing a proper fight. The weirdest part of it all, though, is that it isn't even the capstone boss to this area. The Godskin duo only exists to serve as yet another simple obstacle boss along the main path because that's all bosses seem to be anymore in FromSoft's games. The funniest thing of all, though, is the fact that the Godskin duo also appears in a side dungeon, and that fight is actually better than the mandatory fight because they don't just spawn in at the same time. Man, isn't that nice? We've talked a lot about bosses at this point, and I understand that this is a very large section of an already massive critique, so real quick, I'd just like to acknowledge all of you watching up to this point and say I truly appreciate each and every one of you who've managed to make it this far, especially the Elden Ring fans. I've never been one to shy away from the occasional dig at the elitist douchebags of the community because I've been actively involved in the FromSoft community since the days of the first Dark Souls, so I hope you can understand how a decade and a half of hearing the particularly insufferable corner of the community repeat the same tired get-good arguments has led me to feeling somewhat sour regarding the player base.
That's why I make fun of the guys who sound like this.
And Lord knows there is no shortage of people unironically still making those comments on my channel. That being said, this game in particular, as well as From games in general, has a massive player base and is full of perfectly likable people who love this game. And I don't want any of you who genuinely like the game and can express that respectfully to come out of this feeling as if I'm just ragging on you or the game you love. I care very much about being as fair to this game as can be afforded. There's a reason that the first almost hour of this boss critique started with bosses I really enjoyed for the most part. However, I also find it to be an extremely flawed game, and I've honestly been baffled by the universal acclaim it's received, hence my wanting to make this critique in the first place. I understand that I am very much in the minority when it comes to this game. I honestly thought I was starting to go crazy when I heard so many people calling it one of the greatest video games ever made, and even now I'm still not seeing it. But no, I have dedicated far more hours of my life than I would have liked playing this game ad nauseum, and I have a lot to say. I apologize if I come off as harsh, and I don't mean to discourage anybody. You are free to like this game all you want. Hell, I kind of like the game, or at least parts of it, but I simply find far too much of it to be a fault to even consider it one of the greatest games of all time, let alone a particularly great game. That's why I made this critique to begin with. I hope that doesn't seem like a pointless tangent. I just wanted to show a sincere appreciation for people who genuinely like or love this game and have managed to make it this far in a critique, pretty much tearing the game to shreds without making an ass of themselves in the comments. For now, I'm gonna start by ripping apart the fan favorite, Malekith, the Black Blade.
Oh, death. Become my blade once more.
Malekith is a boss that I dislike for a multitude of reasons, so let's start with the most immediately obvious design choice before we get into the real meat and potatoes of this thing, that being the visual design. I know I have a whole section dedicated to the game's artistic direction, but I can't not talk about this. I understand this critique has been very much full of hot takes, but I want to at least acknowledge that what I'm about to say is extremely subjective, and I realize that I am in the minority on Malekith's design, however I still think it's worth discussing nonetheless. Malekith's visual design makes it very difficult for me to take him remotely seriously. I'm sure I just triggered a hell of a lot of people by saying this, but
Give me a moment to explain!
I completely understand, sincerely, why anyone would like Malekith's visual design, but for me, it comes off as a very try-hard attempt to emulate the aesthetics of several beloved and, in my opinion, far superior bosses. Malekith is fanservice cranked to 11. His hair is an obvious throwback to the Nameless King. His sword utilizes energy waves akin to Ludwig, but with a color inversion. His armor looks like a sort of blend between that of the Artorias and Nameless King armor sets. And naturally, he is a monstrous wolf that we had to travel through time to in order to face, so we can reach a pitch-black natural-born evil that the gods themselves tremble in fear of. Yeah, does that sound familiar? Oh, but the fan service doesn't stop there. Malekith's Phase 2 cutscene is utterly caked in cinematography reminiscent of Ludwig and Artorias' respective boss cutscenes. We get the shot of him kneeling as he just sort of quietly ponders what to do next before building to Ludwig's iconic Phase 2 shot, except this time it's inverted with the sword pointing down. And we even get the stretched, wolf-like stance of Artorias. They really went all out with the fan service here. I don't blame anyone for thinking that Malekith looks absolutely badass. However, to me, he comes off as a very try-hard attempt at hollow fan service and more closely resembles an edgy Berserk Souls OC than he does any of the iconic bosses that his design is trying to emulate. Look, I'm sorry, but to me it just looks like middle school Miyazaki's edgy Berserk OC. Please don't steal. I feel like Malekith belongs in Code Vein more than he does Elden Ring. At least the try-hard fan service would suit that game, but even still, his design is just... It's so over the top. But hey, look, even if a boss's visual design was a complete train wreck, what really matters is how well it plays. Unfortunately, FromSoft completely jumped the shark with this one, and the boss fight is one of the most insufferable in the entire game. But let's be fair and start with the Beast Clergyman, Malekith's first phase. The Beast Clergyman is yet another hyper-aggressive and large boss with attacks that often come so fast you'd be forgiven for thinking that he's animation canceling. His projectiles are also quite fast and even possess lingering hitboxes, and naturally, he also comes equipped with an AoE that triggers 3 consecutive times, because of course they do. It was around this point in my playthrough where it felt like From had all but given up and dropped all pretenses of trying to craft a truly distinct boss and decided that every quote-unquote hard Elden Ring boss was just gonna have the exact same abilities, just with different animations. He's just another large enemy jumping around and dishing out rapid attacks and AoEs. There's nothing to distinguish this first phase from really anything else in the game, mechanically speaking. It's just... more Elden Ring.
Loveless, you just don't want to have to learn all the boss's movesets.
What's to learn? They all have the exact same abilities, just with different animations. But the issue isn't just that he has a bloated and overtuned moveset. The Beast Clergyman is also fast, and I mean very fast. He can dish out multiple attacks and back off in less than a third of the time it would take for the player to do the exact same thing, even with the most agile of builds, and unlike the player, Malekith isn't restrained by a stamina bar. This means that the only real strategy is to either try and maintain a distance and hurl projectiles at him, or nail him with a single attack between his own combos, which is pretty much the exact same strategy as every other boss in this game. However, the fight completely lacks the rhythm of bosses like Godfrey and Loretta, making for an awkward back and forth that often results in stilted hit trading more so than a fluent exchange of attacks. Hit trading on its own isn't a problem, but you have to remember that this is Elden Ring's late game, meaning the Beast Clergyman will deal a lot of damage with even his most basic attack. This is only the first phase, basically the part that FromSoft doesn't even care about. Already the boss has a notably overtuned moveset and a staggering combination of both speed and raw power. So what the hell could the second phase possibly? Yeah, so remember that little talk we had about fan service? Hard as it might be to believe, I don't find it especially interesting that Malekith does the Artorias jumps, or the Gale flips, or the Ludwig energy waves. Nor am I a particular fan of the gravity-defying anime wombo combos, where I can actually perceive his character model turning on the axis as his tracking ensures a complete impossibility of him attacking in the wrong direction. Furthermore, it's often more difficult to tell just what the fuck is even happening than anything else, especially when he's utilizing these hyper-animated energy attacks that clutter the screen with so many moving particle effects, clogging the player's vision and working overtime on trying to induce a fucking migraine. Anyone else remember when Souls games were supposed to be these semi-grounded role-playing games? Sure, Sekiro was fairly over the top at times, but even it didn't have the guardian ape doing Code Vein acrobatics as if he was trying to get signed on with All Elite Wrestling. I'm sorry, but this shit just looks ridiculous to me, especially with the blatantly hypertuned tracking. More importantly, however, much as is the problem with most of Elden Ring's bosses, it turns the boss into a test of patience and memorization rather than a test of learning and genuine skill. Malekith is unquestionably amongst Elden Ring's most aggressive and mobile bosses, and downtime between his attacks is so horrendously slim that there's really only a single attack with a relatively risk-free punish window. The heavy sword slam which he uses as a combo finisher leaves him open for a fair couple of seconds, and that's very much appreciated after what is likely going to be a very lengthy period of time spent watching him and trying to dodge his onslaught of ridiculously far-reaching attack chains that see him flying around the arena like a wannabe Devil May Cry character. I find this kind of boss fight asinine to sit through, and if you're like me and suffer from an attention deficit while also being just fed up with Elden Ring's typical enemy and boss design by this point in the game, you'll likely opt to explore far riskier methods of play so as to try and make things remotely engaging, let alone challenging. And this is where Malekith really begins to fall apart, because no matter how fast you are, Malekith is faster, and trading hits with him is far from a worthwhile option because of just how absurdly punishing he can be. Sure, Malekith's health bar isn't nearly as bad as enemies like the Fire Giant or the Elden Beast, in fact it's surprisingly low for this point in the game, but that is a sorry excuse of a counterbalance to the utterly insane punishment that he is capable of executing. Malekith's damage is downright ludicrous, and this is coming from a boss that attacks with extreme speed on top of being incredibly agile to the point that he's actually difficult to keep track of at times. Furthermore, his attacks cause a debuff called Destined Death because I guess he wasn't edgy enough on his own. For God's sake, Spawn and Shadow are cringing with secondhand embarrassment. No, but seriously, this debuff is fucking stupid, and not just on Malekith, okay? Malekith's Black Blade and the Black Blade incantation are downright busted against the vast majority of this game's enemies. Destined Death is a debuff that reduces the player's maximum health while also dealing damage over time, and holy shit, look at it go! I'd like to remind you that Malekith's attacks already deal outrageous damage and will rip through any attempts to block them, meaning that the player quite literally has no choice but to dodge the majority of his attacks, that or use the Blasphemous Claw, but we'll get to that soon enough. Furthermore, if Malekith is in the middle of a combo, which is pretty much what will be happening for 90% of the fight, it will be literally impossible not to die if you are hit even once because you won't even have the time to get off a safe heal. Hell, sometimes it doesn't even matter if he's still on the offense. Sometimes you literally cannot get up and heal fast enough even if you are mashing the button as desperately as possible. Do I seriously need to explain why it is that applying very fast damage over time and reducing the player's maximum health is bullshit to use, in conjunction with nigh unblockable attacks that already deal ridiculously high damage and are executed with similarly high speed while also possessing enormous area coverage over an arena that isn't too large to begin with and is surrounded by a death pit that the boss is completely unaffected by? I really hope not. Further adding to this already insane degree of offense is the fact that Malekith's sword is so damn long it will actually hit you through the noticeably large pieces of the environment that you might once have thought to provide you cover. This reminds me of how Morgott couldn't be kicked over the cliff. You're seriously telling me that they couldn't even bother to make Malekith's sword bounce off of these things? I mean, if you didn't want Malekith being blocked by them, why not just make them destructible? That would at least validate him being able to attack through them at a visual level, and hey, it would have made the dude look a lot more imposing, but as it stands, you can just get clipped through an indestructible part of the environment. Why? On top of that, his ridiculous area coverage ensures that even if you successfully dodge his diving sword spin, you are still very likely to be clipped by the second spin. Bear in mind, he will often do this attack after hurling multiple high damaging projectiles at you, which also, of course, apply Destined Death. If you're hit by even one of these, you will not survive unless you find yourself miraculously lucky enough for the second spin not to connect, because you will not have the time to heal between these attacks, and the Destined Death will basically guarantee your death even if you somehow manage to survive 2 of his attacks in a row. That is ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Loveless, you just want enemies to be tuned for level 30 Vigor and have no other defensive options. Just equip the Dragon Crest +2 and level your Vigor to 99 and put on the Radahn's armor and equip Morgoth's Great Rune.
Hey, here's an idea. How about you level up your fucking listening comprehension and then get back to me? Then there's all the AoEs, one of which might very well possess the single most inaccurate and consistently wonky hitbox I think I've ever seen from this studio, at least since Dark Souls 2. To this day, I legitimately have no idea how the fuck it is you are supposed to dodge this particular AoE because I have tried everything, and the only thing that I can think consistently works would be Bloodhound Step because yeah, of course it does. Dodging forward, dodging to the side, dodging away, running forward, running to the side, running away. There is not a thing in the player's base moveset that can be utilized to escape this thing without already being in the proper position to avoid it. No AoE that deals this much damage and applies a debuff as busted as Destined Death should ever be this difficult to avoid. It is complete bullshit.
Sounds like a skill issue, Loveless.
You know what? I completely agree. FromSoft didn't apply any of their skill to designing this thing, did they?
Loveless, just Google how to dodge it.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of tired of having to do that with bosses. Don't you think that's a little fucking stupid? Then there's the Blasphemous Claw, an item found in Far Missoula if you're lucky enough to have completed the questline that will spawn the NPC that appears with it. By the way, there's also no indication that they would even be appearing there following the questline, so hey, let's hope you manage to win all those coin tosses, because the Blasphemous Claw can be a serious difference maker with Malekith. Bear in mind, this questline begins with a character at an obscure shack in Limgrave and doesn't pick up until you reach Volcano Manor. I've already talked about the issues with quest design in Souls games, but in this particular case, this design is now directly bleeding into the difficulty of a mandatory boss. You really need to understand that utilizing the Blasphemous Claw against Malekith versus not using it is a complete night and day difference. It makes the fight significantly easier because it allows you to parry multiple of his attacks with relative ease. There's no riposte or visceral attack, and you need to be careful to avoid Malekith's sword as he brings it down, but you're still granted a relatively generous window to either gather your bearings or unleash a counterattack, one which you'll be able to take advantage of likely multiple times, and that is borderline invaluable against a boss with punish windows as paper thin as this one. I'm honestly curious how many players, even just amongst my viewers, don't even know that this mechanic exists, because this has to be one of the most obfuscated pieces of equipment in the entire game. I had played this game multiple times over and had numerous lengthy discussions with friends who love and hate this game, and it wasn't until VG Matt referenced it in his Elden Ring boss critique that I was finally made aware of it. If there was ever proof that Souls questlines need a serious rework, this is it. Also, go check out VG Matt's critique, it's excellent. I understand that this boss is relatively popular amongst Elden Ring fans, likely due to the mix of fan service and that deliciously high difficulty, but unfortunately, whilst they were going out of their way to make Malekith as blisteringly difficult as possible, FromSoft didn't really seem to have any other priorities. I understand why people often get defensive about these bosses though. The idea that they're flawed can easily undermine the sense of accomplishment that comes with beating such a difficult foe, but you have to understand that being difficult is not synonymous with being well designed, no matter how good it felt to finally overcome that challenge, because that feeling is ultimately completely subjective. I would never want to undermine anyone's sense of accomplishment in overcoming any challenge, no matter what it was, but we have to avoid letting pride and favoritism blind us to objective faults in media that we love. Malekith is a badly designed boss relative to the game that he is in. I'm sorry if you feel as if me saying that undermines the pride you felt in beating him, but beyond whatever I may think about his appearance or the fan service, he is objectively poorly designed relative to the game that he is in, and the difficulty of this fight is completely artificial. His first phase is a downright bore to face on replay and feels like nothing more than a stepping stone to the real boss fight, because once you put aside his overtuned moves, he is a complete plank of a boss, devoid of anything of note. When it comes to the second phase, despite having an extremely limited moveset compared to those of other bosses, he is downright plagued with issues. Beyond the damage, speed, and mobility, Destined Death has to be one of the most blatantly artificial attempts to inflate a boss's difficulty that I have ever seen, not even just from a Souls game. It is absurd to me that this debuff even exists, and the fact that the player can actually utilize it with similar potency borders on complete and utter lunacy. It practically guarantees the target inflicted with it will die under most circumstances, providing you're being even a little bit aggressive, which Malekith very much is. Yes, there are other enemies whom also wield destined death, but the effects from their attacks are far less potent than Malekith's and thus feel much more fair and manageable as additional layers to those fights. Electo has a couple of attacks that are basically tuned down versions of Malekith's, and yeah, they can be annoying, but at least the dodge windows are clear and consistent with him. A graceful spare which is sadly absent with Malekith. The arena itself has very little of note besides the surrounding death pit, which doesn't even play a role in the fight, and Malekith can literally attack you through the 4 structures which are supposed to be indestructible. Combine all of these issues with punish windows that are downright minuscule thanks to the boss's sheer over-aggression, with the most consistent tool for enabling more opportunities to punish being locked behind an obscure quest, and what you ultimately end up with is a poorly designed, poorly realized boss fight. I honestly consider this boss to be a massive stain on this studio's reputation and one of the all-time worst in From's catalog. And because I know somebody is still going to say it, no, the issue is not that he's too hard. The issue is that the balancing is downright abysmal, and it is abundantly clear to me that numerous elements of his design were not very well thought out. The last time I fought Malekith on stream, I beat him my first try, and I rarely struggle to beat him anymore because the fact is, once you figured him out, Malekith is not difficult, he is unbalanced. He is an unbalanced train wreck of boss design that honestly leaves me in awe that they would pick this particular boss to be the one that tries to emulate some of the greatest bosses this studio has ever produced. It is painfully ironic. But now it's time to move on from Malekith the Black Blade to Radagon of the Golden Order. Radagon is a boss that I feel people really only view favorably because it's so immediately followed by the Elden Beast, which, as many of you are likely aware, is kind of, not good, instead of good. But to be perfectly honest, I don't really know what it is that people see in Radagon, because to me, for lack of a better term, he's probably the most unga bunga boss I think I've ever seen, and no, it's not just because of the hammer, hear me out. Radagon's first phase is surprisingly basic, which feels strange given he follows Malekith and Godfrey. I mean, there's also Sir Gideon, but I mean, come on. His moveset is a fairly straightforward blend of melee and magic, primarily relying on hammer swings and slams with the occasional use of AoE magic, teleports to reposition, projectiles, and that's pretty much it for his first phase. He's really simple, like, distractingly so. I get that there is more to come, so they probably felt it was necessary to exercise some restraint, but like, I don't know, I don't think he had to be quite this simple. I mean, he's pretty inoffensive, he's not particularly bad or anything, but like, do you have any idea what kind of shit I had to face just to get here? I mean, was this really what all the hype surrounding Marika and Radagon was all about? I know that probably sounds insane coming from me, given I've criticized many of Elden Ring's bosses for having ridiculously over-the-top antics, but like, you can at least understand how I would find this a little bit jarring, right? Of course, there is also his second phase, and this is unfortunately where I feel the problems really begin to surface. So, Radagon's phase 2 is pretty much just his first phase, but with AoE slapped onto almost everything he does, and I really mean almost everything. Even his teleport has AoE damage tacked onto it, and that's pretty much all there is to say about it. I'm really not trying to sound like a reductionist, but that really is all there is to the fight. His melee is pretty easy to read, which I guess is nice, and his AoEs take a bit of getting used to, but once you've figured those things out, you've pretty much automatically won the fight. His second phase really is obnoxious though. It's as if they really couldn't think of anything remotely interesting to do with him, so they just decided, alright, we're gonna put AoEs on basically every one of his attacks. Oh, and the teleport too, cause why not, you know? His teleport has an AoE, his most basic melee attacks have AoEs, his bolts have AoEs that go off moments after they hit the ground, even his command grab has an AoE that will affect other players and summons. AoE, AoE, EI, fucking O. I guess part of what makes him so tolerable is the fact that he can be staggered and even afflicted with debuffs while also having a fairly standard pool of health. Some of his attacks do have some annoying delays, but they're nothing compared to this game's most notorious offenders. When it comes down to it, once you nail the dodge timings, the fight's a bit of a cakewalk, and a pretty brief one at that. I don't know, this fight is just really low energy, and it's kinda disappointing. Now obviously I'll take this over obnoxious bullshit like Malekith, but it's important to remember that this fight happens right after Godfrey and is the penultimate fight in the game. Ironically, in a game that never seems to know when to say enough was enough, FromSoft ended up showing perhaps a bit too much restraint with Radagon, likely because they wanted him to be directly linked to the Elden Beast. Full disclosure, it wasn't worth it. I really do wonder what they would have done with Radagon if they had been willing to have it so you didn't have to challenge him again whenever you die to the Elden Beast. Obviously, with this being a back-to-back boss, they had to show some degree of restraint, but it didn't need to be a back-to-back boss in the first place. Why not just have Godfrey, followed by Radagon in his own dedicated fight, which would then be followed by the Elden Beast? Ironically, the Elden Beast might be the reason Radagon himself was so shallow, which is a shame given just how much this fight is hyped up over the course of the game. Radagon and Marika are rightfully treated as very big deals, and this can be picked up on even if you are paying almost no attention whatsoever to the narrative. Marika is literally the reason this world exists as it does, disregarding the Greater Will and Ronnie anyways, as well as being responsible for every event that unfolds. Radagon is essentially her gender-bent clone who served her and with her birthed many of the most important figures in this game's lore, many of whom we fight. Not only that, but Radagon and Marika are directly linked to the titular Elden Ring and in communion with the Greater Will, which is basically God. Radagon is a very big deal. Us fighting him is a very big deal. And yet this fight feels as if it's been deprived of all possible life and energy. And I don't mean that in the same regard as Gwen or Alaunt. Radagon is literally in communion with God. He harbors a direct link to the single greatest power that a person can wield in this realm, barring perhaps the Frenzied Flame, and he is the last line of defense before the very vassal of God itself. For Radagon to be such a bare bones and simple fight amidst an in-game gauntlet of such ridiculously overly designed shovelware like Malekith, and not to mention all-time classics like Godfrey, is really bizarre to me, and I hope that you can at least understand where I'm coming from with this. He feels like a worse Gwen. I don't understand. But then there's the Elden Beast itself, and oh dear lord, this might just be the single worst final boss fight in any video game that I have ever played. Or at the very least, it is undeniably FromSoft's worst final boss by far. You know, not counting the DLC, that is. For Demon Souls, if we wanted to be as critical as possible and not consider False King Allant the game's true final boss, which, let's be real, it is the very last test of skill the player will face, so by that metric, it is the final boss. But if we disregard that, then the true King Allant at least has the story supporting him. Yeah, he's a defenseless blob, but at least he's not wasting your fucking time, and it does make for a pretty interesting twist. And then there's Dark Souls, which Gwyn might very well have been the perfect final boss to conclude that game with. A bit easy, yeah, sure, but he was a terrific wrap-up to the game's story, and mechanically he was sound, even if he was pretty simple. Like I mentioned, he's similar to Radagon, but at least there is a narrative purpose for being as pathetic as he is, and the twist itself is iconic regardless. The Throne Watcher and Defender, Nashandra and Aldio were dogshit final bosses for a pretty shit game, but at least you could breeze through them in almost no time flat. Whereas the Elden Beast, oh dear god, this thing stalls even more than the Fire Giant. Then there's Gurman, in my opinion FromSoft's greatest final boss to date, and not to mention the Moon Presence not being a half-bad secret boss either. Both of them serve as fantastic capstones to an outstanding game. Then there's the Soul of Cinder, a similarly exceptional and very close second for me to Gurman, which I completely understand why anyone would put ahead of Gurman. Then there's Sekiro's final boss, and while I'm personally not a fan, frankly I just found it kinda boring, but I at least understand why so many would consider it one of From's greatest final bosses. Again, I don't agree with the notion, but I at least respect the fact that people adore it, and I can see why they do. I'm not about to deny that as a story beat, holy shit that was awesome. Elden Beast, however, has no such fanfare to the point that even the most die-hard fans of this game wouldn't even dream of trying to defend this fucking pathetic excuse for a final boss. It is painfully ironic to me when I hear this game being touted as one of the greatest games ever made, or when I recall just how monumentally successful this title was financially, and not to mention critically, as well as the fact that it was as well funded as it was, that the capstone challenge would be such a catastrophic failure. Regardless of whether you love or hate Elden Ring, you cannot seriously deny that the Elden Beast was a complete and total disgrace to these games and the people who worked hard to see them released. I'll be the first to say that I personally dislike certain other bosses more than I do Elden Beast. Malekith and Malenia, as far as I'm concerned, are stains of cat piss and failures design-wise. And don't even get me started on some of those DLC bosses. But you will never catch me saying that Malekith or Malenia are objectively worse than the Elden Beast, because saying that would be utterly fucking preposterous. Elden Beast was meant to serve as a reflection of all that FromSoft had worked to achieve with what is undeniably their biggest game ever, for better or worse. But instead it turned out to be a dysfunctional amalgamation of nearly every negative quality to be found in Elden Ring's many bosses that is so painstakingly bland and unengaging that I am sincerely convinced that this game released with this boss unfinished, and that FromSoft resolved to leave it unfinished until the release of the DLC because the game already turned out to be so financially lucrative, leaving them in a more than comfortable position to sit on any of the game's flaws until the big DLC release came about. And for what it's worth, it's a good looking boss. I understand that's subjective as hell, but I think it looks phenomenal personally, and hey, the OST is pretty damn great. But otherwise, there are pretty much no redeeming factors to speak of with the Elden Beast whatsoever. Mechanically speaking, Elden Beast is fucking huge, as is the boss arena, which might very well be the largest arena in the entire game, barring maybe Radagon's. Furthermore, the Elden Beast can move quite fast and almost immediately create large gaps between itself and the player thanks to its ability to fly, swim, and even teleport. Do you see the problem here? This kind of mobility does not function well in such a massive arena if the player cannot keep up. Naturally, this is exactly the kind of reason that Torrent exists, to help speed the player up so they can close the more vast gaps between themselves and their objective. Unfortunately, FromSoft, I guess, forgot to enable Torrent in this fight. I say forgot because I refuse to believe that anyone working at this studio is actually so stupid that they legitimately never once considered implementing Torrent into this fight. Furthermore, it makes all too much sense to be able to use such a core mechanic that has otherwise been locked off from the majority of other bosses in this particular event, given it's the game's last and final boss. Hey guys, Future Loveless here, and I come bearing good news. As of the launch for Shadow of the Erdtree, FromSoft has finally patched Torrent into the Elden Beast fight. It only took 2 fucking years, but they finally brought this fight to the staggering heights of being marginally less smelly diarrhea. Thank you, FromSoft. Very cool. The Elden Beast possesses a colossal sword which is capable of dealing very high damage to the point that dodging is pretty much your only option, even if you're disconnected from this thing by several meters. And as if that wasn't enough, it can also cast energy waves and generate AoEs, because of course it can. The Elden Beast even has a selection of combos to help it punish the player for even approaching it, which you will have to do several times, likely taking quite a while to do so each time, given just how far out this thing can retreat, and not to mention its massive health pool, which affords it many opportunities to do so. The Elden Beast also has a command grab, because of course it does.
I am so sick of you.
But perhaps even more obnoxious are the Elden Beast's magic attacks, which include homing rings that close in around you and try to stagger lock you into a powerful explosion, a rain of energy beams that will either be easy to avoid if you have a good amount of stamina on you at the time, or borderline impossible not to die to if it casts while you have especially low stamina. Hey, thank God they patched in Torrent, now you can actually dodge this attack pretty consistently. That feels pretty good, doesn't it? There's also the Stardust Clouds with delayed explosions, although this is by far the easiest to avoid, Golden Fire Breath, which covers a pretty large area of effect, and of course, the infamous Elden Stars. Let's talk about this fucking thing, shall we? And before we get into it, yes, I know they patched in Torrent, it's a lot easier to avoid now, but you have to understand, I went through 2 years of this fucking thing being basically impossible to dodge, alright? I'm gonna bitch about it. Elden Stars is an incantation which sees the Elden Beast firing a homing projectile, which is not only faster than you, and persists for an inexcusably long time, but that projectile itself also fires its own homing projectiles by the dozen before finally exploding. I sincerely do not know if it is even possible to not take damage from this attack without having some way to completely bypass holy damage for a lengthy stretch of time, again not counting Torrent, unless we count the physic, which briefly turns damage taken into health restored, but that is hardly a justification. Bear in mind, the Elden Beast is free to do whatever it wants while this thing is going off, so while you're trying to escape the smothering of the Elden Stars, the Elden Beast could be doing anything from a massive sword combo to casting even more magic. I have fought this boss literally dozens of times at this point, and I have yet to find a way to completely avoid this attack altogether. I'm assuming that's just another one of those get good scenarios, isn't it?
Loveless, just Google how to dodge it.
You know, I gotta say, it's pretty tiring having to Google all this information that the game itself fails to convey. I alluded to it before, but Radagon really gets so much worse when you take into account the Elden Beast. Not even because of the spectacle or whatever, Radagon just feels like a prerequisite you have to mind-numbingly endure before each and every attempt at the Elden Beast. Could you seriously imagine if in Bloodborne you had to fight Gehrman every time you died to the Moon Presence? Not only would it be a distractingly bad case of ludonarrative dissonance, but it would turn Gehrman from one of the game's best bosses, no, one of the studio's best bosses, into a downright chore. Dark Souls 2 doesn't even have a good final boss out of its selection, but even it understood that having to fight Throne Watcher and Defender so you could fight Nashandra again so you could fight Aldia again would have been fucking terrible. I find it insulting just how impossibly bad the Elden Beast is, and regardless of my feelings towards Elden Ring as a whole, it could have at least mitigated the frustration by closing the game out on a satisfying note. Sadly, this wasn't meant to be, and Elden Ring's closing moments are a sour blend of frustration and disappointment that sullies the experience that, again, despite my frustrations, meant a great deal to many people, myself included. What an absolute fucking disgrace. And with the Elden Beast torn so unapologetically to shreds, it is time for the moment I am sure many of you have been waiting for.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
Well, we're finally here. You all knew this was coming. You all knew we would get here eventually. This is Melania, the undefeated Blade of Mikola and goddess of the accursed Scarlet Rot. And to be perfectly honest, I can't even be mad about this boss. I'm just disappointed. Disappointed that the character whose statue I received with my collector's edition of this game could be so canonically badass, and yet so poorly realized on a mechanical level. Disappointed that the boss which would inevitably come to define Elden Ring would be the very embodiment of the design problems that surface throughout many boss fights. Disappointed that after all these games have worked to achieve, this is the end result. Well, prior to the DLC, that is. But perhaps what I find most disappointing of all is that Melania is so close. She is so close to being a genuinely great boss, but because FromSoft downright refused to pump the brakes and recognize when enough was enough, Melania, Blade of Mikola, turned out to be the game's most defining boss for all the wrong reasons. Melania, the Blade of Mikola, is known for being hard, and yep, she sure is. If you want to refer to her as the hardest boss ever, at least prior to the DLC, be my fucking guest. I know difficulty is subjective, but you would be hard-pressed to claim any other boss in this game prior to the DLC comes even close to the difficulty of Melania. If ever there were an example of a boss in Elden Ring's base game that was designed with the sole intent of being as impossibly hard as the developer can manage, Melania, Blade of Mikola, is that boss. It is abundantly clear that they wanted her to be Elden Ring's pinnacle challenge. Again, before the DLC. Melania, Blade of Mikola has everything, and I mean everything at her disposal. Calling this fight skewed would honestly be underselling it. Her damage output is absolutely outrageous. Her combos sometimes never even seem to have an end to them. Her area coverage almost completely blankets the entire arena. Her punish windows are absurdly slim and sometimes even deceitful, albeit plentiful once you learn them. Her telegraphing is extremely brief for all but her two most powerful attacks. She has the power of God and anime on her side. Melania, the Blade of Mikola, really is the embodiment of Elden Ring's design philosophy cranked to absolute absurdity. The first issue that many are likely to notice, but not quite grasp, is the strange rhythm of her attacks. Melania has a frankly bizarre mix of speed, tracking, and delays in certain attacks that feel as if they are designed specifically to throw you off. Many of her telegraphs look alike, or require you to discern the exact length of time at which she's performing the windup so as to determine her next move and how to avoid it. Furthermore, certain combos come out so rapidly that you will literally need to preemptively dodge one attack in a way that allows you enough time to avoid the follow-up attack. I hope I don't need to tell you just how frustrating and inconsistent it can feel to be punished for not being able to think multiple steps ahead against a boss this fast and oftentimes unpredictable.
But I'm not done yet!
Some of you are likely wondering if Melania can be parried. After all, a humanoid foe wielding a sword makes sense to be able to parry. Plus, it would be nice to have a consistent method of punishing the boss, even if it would require regular use of a high-risk playstyle. Thankfully, the answer is yes. She can be parried, but Also, no. See, here's the thing. You can actually parry Malenia. Unfortunately, if you were hoping to get a riposte from it, you know, an actual reward for this risky play, you're going to need to parry her 2 more times. Because parrying her doesn't actually function as a parry so much as a dedicated stance break. This has to be one of the most artificial ways of inflating a boss's difficulty that I have ever come across, right up there with Malekith's Destined Death. Hey, Earth to the people who've been designing these games with this mechanic since 2009, in case you weren't aware of it, parrying is already a high-risk technique to try and apply to a battle, let alone a fight against a boss with as much speed and damage output as Malenia. The risk of punish and the skill floor to land even a single successful parry on her are already extremely high, so making it to where she will only open up for a riposte after a whopping 3 parries is absolute nonsense. Either include the mechanic properly or don't include it at all. This is not the middle ground that I'm sure you thought it would be. Not only does this triple the risk of the player taking a lot of damage, in some cases potentially fatal damage from multiple hits in a row, just for trying to land a single punish, but this also means putting yourself at major risk of letting Malenia heal herself. Because for some reason or another, FromSoft decided that Malenia, the Blade of Mikola, also gets the benefit of healing herself every time she attacks the player. Well, okay, that's actually not entirely accurate. You see, the thing to understand about Malenia the Blade of Mikola's healing is that it isn't vampiric by design. She doesn't actually feed off your health, she just feeds off the impact of her sword. All that Malenia the Blade of Mikola needs to do is connect with an attack and she will heal from it. You can be completely blocking all of her attacks, but she will still heal from attacking you no matter what, as long as her attacks connect with some part of you or your summons. However much damage she does or does not inflict isn't even a factor in whether or not she gets to heal. This completely invalidates shields and borders on invalidating Spirit Ashes altogether. Blocking her is already risky because of her sheer speed, damage, and ferocity, even with great shields, but the fact that she actually gets to heal off of these attacks basically renders shields into an active handicap to even try and use against her. Considering half the appeal of this game is the player freedom and build variety, this would seem to run rather counterintuitive to one of the core design philosophies of this game, would it not? Again, I understand not every build is going to be especially effective against every single boss, but you would think that one of the most defining bosses of the game would allow, in some capacity, for you to utilize every other mechanic without being severely handicapped. Then there's Spirit Ashes, and while I wouldn't say they're outright invalidated, at least not to the same degree as shields, the fact that the AI is as bad as dodging as it is can lead to some extremely frustrating moments where the summon is basically just feeding Malenia's health. What's worse, she can even heal by attacking Spirit Ashes and summons after they have already died. I hope I don't need to explain why that is complete bullshit. As far as her moveset goes, her more basic sword swipes, lunges, and stabs are pretty straightforward. If anything, they actually kinda remind me of Lady Maria. She has a couple of combos, a guard-breaking hit, a helm breaker, a stinger. You can pretty effectively gauge these kinds of attacks just by looking at her, and there's little about her basic moveset to actively criticize. I should also note that her hitboxes are, at least more often than not, pleasantly airtight. Like, impressively so. However, one attack that I'm not as tolerant of would have to be her grab. Malenia the Blade of Mikola's grab is really finicky, and there's 2 reasons for this. The first is the telegraph. Not only is it really fast, but the actual animation is deceptively similar to her forward lunging animations, like when she's about to use her stinger or the uppercut. It might seem easy to spot the difference when watching the video or if you've played the game enough times, but in the heat of battle when you're actively trying to think ahead and manage your health, magic, stamina, equipped weapon, and so on, this kind of split-second animation can really throw you off if you happen to read it wrong.
Loveless, that sounds like a skill issue. You really need to get good.
Yeah. Fuck off.
The second issue with her grab is the tracking. Malenia the Blade of Mikola has a major problem with tracking the player to the ends of the cosmos, but it is really noticeable here. I said a while back that Elden Ring's smaller and more humanoid bosses rarely look bad when they track, at least while they're on the ground. For the most part, you won't really notice this kind of thing because your brain just shrugs it off as an adjustment of footing or the enemy using the sheer force of their swing to turn their body. Not here though, and given the sheer degree of punish, it can be pretty damn frustrating to get caught when it looks as if the game is so blatantly going out of its way to kill you. It's important to remember, this is Elden Ring's late game. Malenia's grab does enormous damage and heals her for a massive amount of health. Getting hit once pretty much guarantees that you'll need to heal, so when an attack this powerful connects in such a cartoonish way, it can really feel like the game is just going out of its way to screw you out of a valuable resource. Perhaps the one saving grace about Malenia the Blade of Mikola is the fact that her health bar is pretty small compared to most of Elden Ring's late game. The fact that she heals is really obnoxious, but if your damage is high enough, it will only get her so much back. And hey, for what it's worth, she can also be staggered, which itself will open her up to further punish if you're able to coordinate your attacks well enough. Obviously, you'll need a thorough understanding of her moveset and not to mention your own to pull this off, but at this point in the game, if you're not familiar with your own moveset, then frankly it's a miracle you made it this far. Unfortunately, her phase 2 has its own health bar, and while it's not especially large, this kind of thing just really annoys me at this point. I want to acknowledge that this is completely subjective. I'm not trying to pass off the in-game super boss having a second health bar as an objective flaw. However, I think there is still a nugget of a point worth tackling here. For the most part, FromSoft has a pretty good track record for not going too crazy with bosses having multiple health bars. For the most part, they're pretty rare, and when they do appear, there's usually a clear purpose, and it's usually to achieve a certain effect. Sister Fried, for instance, had 3 health bars, however, none of them were particularly big, and the second phase gave you 2 enemies which shared that 1 health bar. As hard as Sister Fried is, the health bars are never really an issue, and it was genuinely surprising when it happened. Soul of Cinder would be another boss with a second health bar. However, that second health bar has about 2/3 the health of the first, and it was more about the fact that it was channeling Gwen in its dying moments. This was an effective moment, even for more casual fans of the series, and overall it was just a brilliant wrap-up to the story of Dark Souls. As far as Elden Ring is concerned, the only other bosses besides Malenia the Blade of Mikola with multiple health bars were Renala, Rykard, and Radagon in the Elden Beast. Even the DLC made it a point to avoid multiple health bars on all but pretty much one boss, and that one was optional. Renala is kinda weird, narratively speaking, since you don't actually kill her even though you do get her remembrance, and with Rykard you were fighting the Serpent first, with Rykard only awakening when the situation proved dire. It was essentially a second entity within the same body, and the body itself is canonically ever regenerating. For Radagon and the Elden Beast, they are obviously 2 separate entities, so that obviously checks out. These bosses all had a certain spectacle factor to them that I would imagine is fairly obvious. Malenia the Blade of Mikola retains the spectacle factor, but there's nothing about this second phase transition which seems to have any sort of intended effect other than the typical, this is where the real boss fight begins, which is already an idea present in plenty of other bosses just within this game. Anyone familiar with Elden Ring's lore will know of Malenia and Radahn's battle, and how Malenia awakened her goddess form to defeat Radahn and his army. Beyond that, did anyone seriously believe that the in-game super boss, even if you are the most casual of casual fans, was only going to have one phase? I mean, seriously? Regardless, Malenia the Blade of Mikola's second phase is, as far as a transformative state goes, probably at the level of Godric in that it basically enhances her first phase while adding in a couple of new attacks.
Wait.
her already colossal damage is magnified further. Her behavior is comparatively far more aggressive, so if you thought that her first phase was rough, you have seen nothing yet. There are two new moves in particular that can be extremely devastating if they manage to connect. The first of these attacks sees her flying upwards to a position that you won't be able to punish her from without some form of ranged attacks, which itself needs to be pretty fast. From here, Malenia will fire out a handful of phantoms to attack the player before finally coming down with a massive stinger. These phantoms will go for their own slashes, stingers, helm splitters, so on and so forth. They deal extremely high damage, but more importantly, they reveal a significant issue with Malenia's second phase, that being her wings. Malenia's wings are downright cluttered with what must be hundreds of actively animated details. The sheer volume of butterflies and particle effects can often make reading her attacks more difficult than it really should be, because now you also have to try and catch the various nuances in her animations through this mass of scarlet butterflies, which blend very easily with both the arena and Malenia's various rotted details. It's also worth noting that these wings don't always look fantastic themselves, at least with how they animate, with Malenia's wings awkwardly pointed straight up her back, despite how her body may sometimes be bending or twisting, both from her own attacks as well as stagger received from player attacks. I don't know, it's one of those things that once you see it, you can't really unsee it. The second of these attacks is an AoE dive bomb where she flies once again into the sky before going out of her way to hone in on the player as she comes crashing down. Not only is this attack difficult to dodge without what is essentially an AI exploit where you go beneath her and force her tracking to fire her off in another direction, but she will always start the second phase of the fight already suspended and ready for the dive bomb. I hope I don't really need to explain this, but it can make for a very cheap gotcha moment which serves no other purpose than to frustrate the player and cheapen the initial phase 2 transition even further. When she lands, a massive scarlet flower petal will erupt from Malenia, dealing absurdly high damage and dealing moderate damage over time to those within its range over the next few seconds, all the while simultaneously afflicting Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rot is one of the game's most potent status afflictions, so having it be inflicted in the latter portions of a fight this difficult can feel a bit extreme, though for what it's worth, the build-up is far from instantaneous, meaning unlike most other punishments in Malenia the Blade of Mikola's fight, this one is pretty definitively on the player should they happen to find themselves afflicted. It's a method for preventing greedy punish off a seemingly highly punishable attack, but not to the point of outright negation, so that's definitely appreciated. If anything, it feels more like an opportunity to gather your bearings, which in a fight like this was desperately needed. Plus, for what it's worth, ranged players can take full advantage of all this time that she spends planted in that position. Get it? This is great, but also doesn't change the fact that Malenia's sheer aggression and area coverage will typically invalidate this kind of playstyle for the majority of the fight. But at the very least, sorcerers will have more than just ranged castings to take advantage of by this point in the game, so, you know, that's something. And I guess with all of that, now it's time for me to finally talk about it. You already know, we are now going to talk about Waterfowl Dance. Let's start with the animation itself. Waterfowl Dance is probably the most highly telegraphed attack in the entirety of Elden Ring, which might seem like a blessing initially, but the fact that Elden Ring is actually giving you such a confidently large window to anticipate an attack should be all the tell you need to understand what's about to happen is going to be extremely punishing. The telegraph for Waterfowl Dance sees Malenia leaping into the air and holding her position, completely defying gravity as her character model, despite not even being in motion, turns to maintain a lock on your position for the duration of the charge up. So she has yet to even swing her sword, and already this attack has problems. Beyond the visual of her character model turning both horizontally and vertically depending on your position, the extent of her lock onto you conveys with rather abundant transparency that this attack is meant to kill you at all costs. FromSoft really wants you to know that this attack is among the strongest in the game, and they could not care less about how ridiculous it looks. Nor do they care just how obviously they're skewing the fight in favor of the enemy. It's as if they've completely abandoned any notion of designing their game to be even remotely fair and just want it to be known that they made a really hard boss. I really want you guys to pay attention to this wind-up. It's hard to pay critical mind to this kind of thing in the midst of an intense boss battle, but seriously, look at just how blatantly she's been locked on to the player's position. It is fascinating to me just how blatant FromSoft was with this particular wind-up. After the initial initial windup, Malenia the Blade of Mikola will blitz towards the player with a flurry of slashes that encompass her character model completely, all the while turning even in the middle of her dash so as to ensure she strikes as close to the player as possible. The tracking is at its all-time worst with this particular part of Waterfowl Dance, because to this day there are only two fairly reliable ways of avoiding taking damage from this first dash, neither of which you'll likely be able to intuit without some sort of tip or just googling a straight up guide. And yes, you heard me correctly, there actually exists guides solely for dodging this one specific attack. It really is that bad. It is honestly incredible to me that FromSoft went so far out of their way to convey just how bullshit their attack is, but couldn't be bothered to try and actually convey a means of avoiding or otherwise defending yourself against said attack. But you know, I guess that's the result of prioritizing sheer difficulty over balanced design. Right? Anyway, the first method for avoiding this first dash is to simply run away. That might seem kind of obvious, but you have to understand that this is really only doable if you're already at a notable distance from Malenia and you've managed to read the attack. If you try running from a close range, guess what? You're dead. Most likely off this one dash alone. It is possible to outrun with a head start, but you also need to have a fair amount of space in the direction you're running. Otherwise, you'll just hit a wall. Oh my god, could you imagine if Malenia the Blade of Mikola healed just by hitting walls? I mean, she can heal off of shields and corpses, so hey, why not at this point?
Oh, come on, Loveless. You and I both know that would be unfair bullshit.
Haha, that sounds like a skill issue to me. Why don't you try getting good? The second means of avoiding the Waterfowl Dance's first dash is to run at a slight angle directly beneath Malenia, Blade of Mikola, basically wrestling with the positioning of her character model so as to trick the AI into firing off in a different direction. Were you to stand still beneath Malenia, she would still drop just shy of your position, with the remainder of her tracking pulling her model towards you. However, by maintaining your movement while effectively remaining in the same position, you can trick her AI into thinking you're about to move further out than you intend, causing her to fly off momentarily in another direction. Do I seriously need to explain why this is so mind-numbingly stupid? The single most reliable method for dodging the first phase of this attack, because even attacks have phases now apparently, isn't even a coordinated or well-timed dodge or anything like that. It's just a tactic for exploiting the AI that the majority of people would never even guess were it not for the plethora of guides dedicated to this single attack. I honestly want to know if this was even playtested, because it feels like there is a genuine chance that this might not be the case. I suppose it's also worth noting that it is possible with an especially strong shield and stamina to block this initial onslaught, and really any phase of Waterfowl, but yeah, so about that healing, do you really want to be fighting more of this, especially when she can just use Waterfowl multiple times in a row anyways? The second phase of Waterfowl Dance sees Malenia the Blade of Mikola hurling herself towards the player yet again. If you pay close enough attention, you'll notice that she has less attacks with this one, and her range is similarly decreased, albeit slightly. There's a pretty unanimous consensus among players that this one is best dodged by rolling through it, because trying to dodge away from it will most likely see you still winding up inside the Slash Bubbles hitbox as your iframes expire. You can run or roll away to escape it if there's still enough of a gap between you and Malenia, Blade of Mikola. However, that's going to be a lot less likely given just how much of an area is covered by the first phase of her attack. And that's pretty much all I have to say regarding the Waterfowl Dance's second phase. It's a pretty simple but not too overpowered rush of about 3 attacks that, while heavy on the punish, is thankfully not too difficult to avoid either. The hitbox is unfortunately still this obnoxious bubble of anime slash effects that don't even line up with her movement, but it's comparatively passable, unlike Waterfowl's first and third phase. Unfortunately, phase 3 of Waterfowl is about on par with the first in that the number of attacks, the sheer range, and of course the tracking are all cranked back up to 11. I want to start by emphasizing the tracking here because it is honestly atrocious. Malenia the Blade of Mikola's character model will make a total of 3 turns so as to hone in on you, the first being as she initiates the final dash, the second being at about the halfway point of the dash, and finally once more as she's ending the combo. I'm willing to give the initial turn a pass because logically her character is lunging towards the tarnish for one more attack, and it wouldn't make much sense for her to go from standing still to firing off in the wrong direction, but that second turn is honestly embarrassing, and the last one had a very particular purpose that I'll get to shortly. The second turn, yes, we're even talking about the turns within the phases of the attacks, is easily one of the potentially sharpest that she can make, and it honestly looks ridiculous when synced with the actual animation that she's performing. I really want you to watch this. Look at how her character model twists and contorts just to try and keep up with where it is that she's supposed to be going and what it is her AI is actually doing. This is the kind of thing that really annoys me about this game. Even putting aside the fact that it's clearly only there to artificially inflate the difficulty, the animation itself is distractingly bad as a result. I know that not very many people will even catch this kind of detail, but I can't help but notice it given just how many times I've been forced to watch this godforsaken attack play out, and I simply can't unsee it. And since I can't unsee it, I'm opting to bless you with this curse knowledge as well. You're welcome. The final turn of this phase of the attack comes at the tail end of the flurry, with its only mechanical effect seemingly being to help Malenia face the player immediately following the attack. That might not seem like an issue, but it's important to remember that for Malenia, time spent turning towards the player could be time spent attacking, so it's apparent that this was only done so as to eliminate Malenia's downtime following this already ultra-powerful attack, which itself ends with a delayed AoE. As you've probably surmised, this AoE pretty much only exists so as to eradicate whatever punish window might have once existed with this attack. So pretty much the only possible way of actually punishing Waterfowl without in turn being punished for punishing her is if you somehow manage to be off to the side of or even behind Malenia the Blade of Mikola as she is finishing the Waterfowl dance and run in for an attack after the AoE triggers. Given just how slim this window is, you're unlikely to land more than a single attack, maybe 2 or even 3 if you get a bit greedy and also have enough stagger and proper timing. It is worth noting that casters and range players do get a fairly generous punish window, but that's about as good as it's going to get for them given the majority of the fight they're just going to be dodging and running away. On the subjective side of things, I honestly think the attack itself it looks ridiculous. And to be clear, it's not even just the tracking. Malenia's movements don't actually line up with the slash effects that appear around her, and that last AoE in particular is just, God, it is dripping with an insufferable nothing personnel energy. I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola, nothing personnel tarnished. Malekith would be so proud. Actually, wait, isn't she blind? Why is she trying to look cool? In all seriousness, her motion not lining up with the effect makes it difficult to gauge what exactly is even happening or what it is that's even really hitting you to begin with, and not to mention just how many times you're being hit. This sort of goes away with time, but when an ultra-powerful move is so hard to reliably interpret the function of, it makes dying to it over and over feel really cheap and honestly just hopeless. Conveying boss mechanics should have been a priority for attacks this powerful, because it feels like FromSoft really wanted the players to be blindsided as frequently as possible. Again, prioritizing difficulty over literally everything else. I mean, I guess it does help to build the game and Malenia the Blade of Mikola's reputation for being super hard, but I can't imagine I'm alone in saying that I'm no longer interested in seeing FromSoft try and one-up themselves and be as hard as possible to prove their games are the hardest possible. I just want the game to be good. I would take Malenia the Blade of Mikola being the easiest boss in Elden Ring, but an absolute blast to fight, versus the bright neon sign saying, hey, this game is hard that this boss is trying to be. It's mind-numbingly excessive, and given just how much of that already exists in Elden Ring, the whole charade has just grown stale for me at this point. Maybe some of you disagree, maybe you love it, and hey look, it's fine, but hopefully you can at least see where I'm coming from. There's also the issue of when Malenia the Blade of Mikola is even allowed to use this mechanic. Her AI is supposedly coded not to use it until her health hits the 70% mark, and while I appreciate that she can't just start the fight with it, because God help me, that would be pretty fucking stupid, don't you think? This does feel rather arbitrary. The 50% mark would have at least felt more in line with these sub-phase mechanics like Radagon's AoEs and Renala's summoning, but I guess with Malenia the Blade of Mikola, they wanted her to be able to do it as early as possible without the possibility of being able to trigger it within the opening seconds of the fight because, hey, we just gotta show the player how hard this fight is as soon as possible. But honestly, I'm not even sure if that logic tracks. It's important to remember that the health pool for Malenia the Blade of Mikola is far from the game's largest, so knocking off that first 30% or so of her health isn't really that difficult for anyone dealing the kind of damage that you would be expecting to deal at this point in the game. And again, Malenia heals off of these attacks, so if she were to land a waterfowl dance at this level of health, she would almost most definitely get herself back up to around the 90% mark, almost as likely as you would be hitting the 0% mark were she to land that many hits off of it. I also want to take this opportunity to debunk something that I have constantly heard about Malenia, the Blade of Mikola. A lot of people seem to be under the impression that Malenia can't use Waterfowl Dance more than once in a row, and that there's a cooldown to her ability to use it so as to keep her AI in check. However, that is simply not true. So here's a clip of her doing it twice in a row.
Another one.
Well, Loveless, that's clearly just a momentary bug in her AI, so that doesn't count.
Okay, alright. Now here's Malenia doing Waterfowl Dance 3 times in a row.
Well, Loveless, that also doesn't count because you were using Spirit Ashes, so your argument's invalid. Get good. Skill issue, you didn't play the game right anyways.
Malenia, the Blade of Mikola, can use Waterfowl Dance multiple times in a row. And I hope that I don't need to tell you, that is fucking dumb as hell. Like I said, it really doesn't feel as though this attack was properly playtested, but then again, that might be because this attack wasn't actually finished until really late in development. Waterfowl Dance actually used to look a lot different. In fact, I actually think the original animation was pretty damn solid. It's hard to say without being able to play against her using this attack myself, but from what I can tell, it looks like it would be comparatively far more manageable than the current iteration. It's disappointing to see that this attack got so little time in the oven because I feel like with a bit of fine-tuning, it could have turned out to be a really memorable part of this boss. You know, for the right reasons. Then there's the Waterfowl Dance used by Malenia's Phase 2, the Goddess of Scarlet Rot. The hitbox is bigger, there's a lot more dynamic visual effects happening, the damage is increased, and she even applies Scarlet Rot with each attack, because of course she does. I honestly don't even think it's necessary at this point to get into why this can be, yeah, it's a bit much. Yeah, it's a bit much. In all honesty, and this isn't even just with her Phase 2, there are times where you're going to recognize the moment that she's jumping into the air that you are literally not going to be able to escape death, and you just have to accept it. If you're mid-animation, low on stamina, or even just at the wrong distance, you might as well put your controller down. So congratulations, FromSoft, you did it. You made the harderest, bossest everest. Unfortunately, you put so much time and effort into making sure that she was as impossibly hard as you could possibly manage, that you forgot to polish and balance her to the point of being able to justify the immense pressure this level of difficulty puts on the mechanics. And it's a shame because, like I said, with a handful of frankly simple changes, dialing those damage and tracking sliders back, turning off her ability to heal from hitting shields and already dead players, and of course either deleting or drastically modifying Waterfowl Dance, Malenia could have been one seriously incredible boss. But as it stands, the only thing Malenia will ever be known for is being hard. Some people will occasionally talk about the cool lore, maybe the magnificent OST, but could you even have a serious conversation about this boss without nearly every point in some way tying back to her exceptional difficulty? I sincerely doubt it. I really wanted to like Malenia, the Blade of Mikola, and I mean that wholeheartedly. Her lore is so compelling. Her character is complex and tragic, but also not completely innocent either, especially after what we learned from the DLC. Her visual design is an easy 10 out of 10. Her OST is downright incredible. She has so much going for her outside of the boss itself. I don't think she's the worst boss in the game, but she is one of the worst, and for me a major letdown. I'm sure that some of you probably thought going into this that I just didn't like her because, she's too hard. And while my reasons are mostly to do with the balancing and difficulty of her fight, I hope that I've at least made it clear that my issues with her are nowhere near that superficial, as has been the case with the majority of my issues with this game. I love plenty of bosses that relative to their games are extremely challenging. Unfortunately, I still have more to talk about with Elden Ring and its bosses because there is one more major boss that I have yet to touch on. Yes, I know, this boss section is long enough as it is, believe me. I know, I'm the one making this shit. But this fight was the most important boss for me in all of Elden Ring, so I really need to talk about it. I'm speaking of none other than Rennala, the Queen of the Full Moon. Hello? Oh god, it can't be. The Prowling Magus from Dark Souls 2. No. All these Catholic schoolboys are gonna want my ass kicked.
Hush, little Calva.
Ooh, that's a cool boss design.
I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Okay. I don't despise Rennala, but I also can't help but blame her for being the catalyst for all my negativity that I feel towards Elden Ring. It could have been any number of other bosses depending on whereabouts I happened to venture in my first playthrough, but ultimately it was Rennala that would come to define this game for myself personally, more so than Malenia, the Elden Beast, Placidusax, or even Godfrey. I fully intend to objectively judge this boss on its own merits, but I feel it's important for this boss especially to convey my subjective experience and the context for why I feel the way I do about it. She's far from the objectively worst boss in the game, but my experience with her is very much going to stay with me for however long it is that this game is on my mind. Prior to Elden Ring's release, I was pretty excited for it. I wasn't going crazy, but I was looking forward to it from the moment that it was announced. As the launch drew nearer, I was pretty excited, especially with how well it was reviewing and the general energy surrounding the community. I'd also not seen anything beyond the initial reveal trailer, so I was going in blind and with no expectations other than to find myself immersed in another fascinating world with lore to uncover, and of course exciting challenges to overcome. My opening hours with Elden Ring were kinda strange to say the least. I was getting very mixed signals with the game as far as its quality, with some aspects of the game really impressing me, like the character creation, artistic direction, the scale of the world, build potential, getting a horse, and so much more. Other aspects of the game, though, were giving me major Dark Souls 2 vibes, like the fact that I could tell minor enemies were being used for boss fights in minor dungeons, but I shrugged them off because they didn't feel too significant at the time. Raya Lucaria is where my time with the game really began to take a nosedive. And while I've already talked about Raya Lucaria and the Red Wolf of Radagon, Rennala was very much the piece de resistance that solidified the game's turn from a fun new Souls successor into a game that I had honestly a terrible first experience with. It's important to understand that I was really excited to see Rennala's boss fight, and for what it's worth, I think the surrounding area of Liurnia does a fantastic job of building up the lore of Raya Lucaria, as well as Rennala and even Radagon's characters. I wasn't sure what to expect, knowing that Radagon had abandoned her, but it was obvious that I was going to be dealing with a very heartbroken character that also just so happened to be the most powerful sorceress in the lands between. Sorcerer bosses are also surprisingly scarce in From games, and they're typically not that impressive either, so I was really pulling for one that would break the mold and show me what this game was truly capable of as far as bosses and general creativity. And eventually I would come face to face with Rennala. I found Rennala's first phase pretty interesting, at least with my initial encounter. It was more or less an expansion on Pinwheel and even the Deacons of the Deep concept, which requires you to find 3 targets in a room of many and kill them so as to make Renala vulnerable. As much time as you're allotted between Renala's offense, she can actually deal some fairly high damage relative to that point in the game, so you need to use your time wisely. I had also deduced very quickly that there was no way this was going to be all there was to the fight, and I immediately recognized how tedious the first phase was going to be on replay were it to be a mandatory part of the fight every time. There's also very little in the ways of creative potential or freedom to the fight. It's a very rinse-repeat process that can wear thin even in a single attempt depending on how fast you're killing Renala, made worse by the fact that her phase 1 and 2 don't share a health bar, meaning the first phase just goes on longer than it seems to deserve, again relative to the damage output you're likely to be dealing at that point in the game. If you decide to come back a lot later, well, yeah, Phase 1's gonna fly by, but that's not the average intended experience. By the time I'd reached Phase 2, I was starting to get pretty annoyed. It wasn't difficult so much as tedious, and I was starting to feel like I was getting a pretty firm understanding of the design philosophy behind this game. And I was really hoping that Renala's Phase 2 would be where things took a turn for the better, and for what it's worth, that Phase 2 cutscene, man.
Oh? Okay. I'm assuming a cutscene is supposed to happen? Okay, there we go.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee.
Oh my god.
Ye will be countless born forever and ever.
What the fuck? Is there another phase?
Upon my name is Rani the Witch.
Oh.
Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser.
Okay.
Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon.
Yo, that is sick! That is sick!
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Man, did that get me hyped. Then her second phase began, and I was actually kind of enjoying myself. The opening Kamehameha felt a bit excessive, but I was willing to shrug it off because of just how well telegraphed it was. In fact, all of her attacks felt pretty well telegraphed. Nothing came out as really unfair or cheap. The only attacks that felt notably hard to dodge were the attacks with her scepter, but even they weren't that bad. She has a wide enough variety in her attacks, but she also never lacks for consistency either. I also appreciated the fact that there was a recognizable and logically coherent pattern to the behavior of her AI, and it didn't feel unnatural either. Renala is a sorceress. She's far from the tankiest boss, and she can even be staggered with heavy enough attacks. Because of this, she prioritizes widening the gap between herself and the player so as to be able to safely fire off her more powerful sorceries. She's by no means lacking in close-range offense, but it's clear that she specializes in ranged offense. There's this sort of cat-and-mouse energy to chasing her down, but she doesn't constantly widen the gap instantaneously like Gwendolyn or even the Elden Beast. If I'm being honest, Renala's Phase 2 started out pretty strong. Nothing felt excessive or blatant in its design, her behaviors made sense, her attacks were strong but never unfair. The arena and OST are among the best in the game. I was primed to label her my favorite boss up to that point. Then I got to her Phase 2's Phase 2. This game almost had me. This boss was so close. Just when all seemed to be right in the world and I was beginning to truly enjoy myself. Renala plants her scepter in the water, blowing me away and casting a summoning spell. And this, right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the exact moment, down to the frame, that Elden Ring crushed me.
Whoa! What the fuck? That's a Sekiro enemy. What?
But she could just summon a second boss like that? What the fuck? Oh god. A fucking what? She can summon a dragon? What the shit? No. What the? She could just summon a dragon. Just like that. And it deals a shit ton of damage, and it appears to track me also. Thank god I had slow recovery on that. Holy shit. I don't know what to do about this. I got nothing. She could just summon this big fucking boss tier enemy. Okay, wow, that's really fucking cheap. That's so cheap. That's so cheap. I can't do anything about that. I have no way of beating this boss if she can just do that. Here comes another one. Oh my god, are you serious? Fuck that. Fuck everything about that. I do not like a boss having the ability to summon a fucking boss itself. Fucking Ilana the Squalid Queen bullshit. Oh my god. No, that... Oh, way to ruin the fucking fight. Way to absolutely fucking ruin the fight. That's... really bullshit. That is such horseshit. My enjoyment has been completely just shat on. Summoning a fucking boss. That is so stupid. Why the fuck would you... Like, summoning the one, you know, fucking Gale wannabe enemy, like, fine. Whatever, it's annoying, but fine. Summoning a goddamn dragon that can nearly one-shot me? Fuck you. Because, like, it's a fucking dragon, its attacks are gonna cover the whole goddamn arena. On top of having to deal with her million homing projectiles. Fuck that. Yes. Raya Lucaria, I don't enjoy thee at all. I hate this fucking area so much. I legitimately fucking hate this fucking area. Oh my god. As Renala's health hits the 50% mark, or somewhere around that range, she'll proceed to cast a summoning spell to call upon one of 4 spirits. A pack of wolves, a Bloodhound Knight, which is basically a D-tier knockoff of Artorias and Gale, a Troll, which of course deals high damage and covers a decent area of effect, and an actual fucking dragon. Bear in mind, this summon cannot be broken via stagger, at least to my knowledge, and there is quite literally no room for punish because of the knockback. Yeah, you can dodge through it, but first of all, the dodge window is extremely slim, and second of all, you now have another enemy to worry about attacking you, and they all deal pretty substantial damage. There are few things in video games anymore that can seriously, genuinely piss me off beyond a brief moment of, what the fuck? Most of the time when I encounter some frustrating bullshit, I'll either just shrug it off or say some hyperbolic shit to try and make the moment at least funny, but hey, I'm not immune to getting mad. No one is. I get pretty damn pissed from time to time, typically when I just feel like my time is being wasted, like with COD Zombies Easter eggs or a teammate doing something incomprehensibly stupid in a game where I'm supposed to be relying on them, but unless I'm tired or getting hungry, I'm pretty chill anymore when it comes to video games. So when I tell you that this was one of the only times Elden Ring left me genuinely seething with rage, I would hope that you could at least understand, knowing just how much I wanted to like this game and honestly still wish I could, even after all that I've criticized it for, why I might find it frustrating when this already plenty tough boss that I was having a great time with was suddenly without so much as a glint of a window window of punish, able to summon multiple boss tier enemies and an entire mob of one of From's worst designed enemies since the days of Demon Souls. Oh, and let's not forget, she can do this quite literally whenever she wants. I have had to deal with multiple summons at once alongside Renala, which, I gotta say, was pretty fucking frustrating and not to mention just plain discouraging. Even Ilana, the squalid queen from the Crown of the Sunken King who was capable of summoning Velstadt, knew there had to be some kind of limit to her summoning. Her summons took time to cast and didn't just knock the player on their ass to prevent punish. There was a very real opportunity to strike back against her because the reward for being able to summon additional enemies, let alone boss tier enemies, was obviously a significant advantage for the boss to possess. Make no mistake, I am not saying Ilana is a good boss. She is not. She is fucking terrible. But the fact that I can say a Dark Souls 2 DLC boss wasn't as bad in regards to a gank boss is pretty fucking embarrassing, to put it mildly. What's worse is that even when Renala is killed, her summons will remain active until the cutscene is finally initiated and you're brought back to Raya Lucaria. This was such a monumental disappointment of a boss for me personally. Raya Lucaria was bad enough, but for the capstone challenge of the dungeon to have such a monotonous first phase and a second phase that was practically perfect only for it to blindside me with a single mechanic that utterly ruined the fight was really fucking discouraging to say the least. This would also serve as something of a trend with Elden Ring, again for myself, with so many things seeming to have potential only for some one element to ruin them. Malenia the Blade of Mikola has other issues, but wouldn't be nearly as bad were it not for Waterfowl Dance. Radagon was alright, but then they lazily stapled AoEs onto all of his attacks and decided to call it a day. Estelle was honestly great, then he just showed up again for no reason in a random dungeon. The Ancestor Spirit was one of my personal favorite bosses, then the Regal Ancestor Spirit got that stupid AoE in that dumb little roll. Like, why, game? Godfrey is amazing, but is forever damaged by the Golden Spirit fight appearing completely out of nowhere. Godric is great. Then you get Godfroy. This pattern of it's great, but then this happens is such a frustratingly common occurrence with Elden Ring's bosses, and I hope to God that it doesn't become a persistent thing in future titles from this studio. So that was Elden Ring's bosses. Or at least the ones I felt like talking about, and oh dear mother of God, I was not expecting it to go on quite this long. At the very least, I can promise you guys that no other part of this critique is going to be anywhere near as lengthy as this one, barring probably the Shadows of the Erdtree DLC, since that's essentially going to be a whole mini critique of the expansion, which itself seems like it's pretty massive. But in the meantime, I hope you found my dissection of Elden Ring's bosses to be more enjoyable and informative. I know I got pretty damn negative at times, but I hope none of you felt off-put by it, and even if you personally enjoyed the bosses I didn't, I hope you can at least understand my criticisms towards them. Look, I know I can be hard on this game, but I'm not here to antagonize people, unless you're a Malekith fan. The next section will be the final summation of Elden Ring's design philosophy regarding difficulty and the end result of From Software's work. This will of course be the final section of the critique dedicated specifically to gameplay, after which we'll be looking into the much more artistically inclined side of the game, much of which I actually have quite a lot of praise for, so hey, there's something for you to look forward to. Okay, but seriously, how the fuck is Malekith in two places at once, and how did he even get to Farum Azula? Actually, how did we get to Farum Azula? Like, no, seriously, what is it that transports us there? We just kind of show up after the Erdtree gets lit on fire. I don't even think Melina references taking us there, and it's possible to not even have Melina there to begin with, so I'm just confused. I mean, I guess that's why Vadi exists, but still, what the fuck?
We have now arrived at what will be the last section of the critique dedicated specifically to gameplay. At least, before the DLC, anyway. So obviously I've talked quite a lot about Elden Ring's difficulty, but up to this point, it's only been in the framings of whatever it was that I happen to be discussing. Now that I've talked so much about the gameplay, mechanics, enemies, and so on, I think it's high time I gave an overall assessment of Elden Ring's approach to difficulty. Elden Ring's approach to difficulty on the whole is extremely artificial, and the lack of balance has rightfully become a major point of critique for many players. As a person who's been playing these games since the days of Demon Souls and has become so familiar with with what it was that made the difficulty of those games as strong and fine-tuned as it typically was, the artificiality of Elden Ring's difficulty is glaringly transparent. FromSoft knew their games had gotten quite popular and so tried implementing a number of tricks to throw off their many veteran players. However, the end result was far from the cleverly nuanced design they probably had envisioned. The first and most obvious issue that many players will find is the constant use of delayed attacks. These are so unsubtle in their implementation that it's become a meme amongst fans of the game just how ridiculous some of this shit looks. FromSoft has always done well at maintaining relative realism and internal consistency with their games. Every now and then things would get a little over the top, but you could tell even then that it was never going out of its way to be something it wasn't. Be it a humanoid boss like Gurman and the Nameless King, or a bestial encounter like Ludwig's First Phase or Midir, previous From games never tried to break the consistency of their world for the sake of throwing players off. Every now and then you might get the sluggish wind-up, like with Vendrick or the Adjudicator, but there was always a context that you could intuit solely from the visual presentation. Again, typically. Orgot holding his weapon up for as long as he does isn't contextualized in any way, and it makes the player raise an eyebrow when they take a significant chunk of damage from an attack that realistically shouldn't carry very much momentum. Like, yeah, no shit dodging an attack is going to be difficult when there's no visual consistency to follow. Dodging is no longer a skill because of this, it's a memorization tactic that you develop and fine-tune through repeated play. Developing an acumen for iframing individual attacks isn't the same as coming to understand the enemy as though it were a living, breathing entity that you're trying to overcome through skill and determination. Previous games may not have always hit the mark on this, but you could tell that it was what they strove for and why those games were as engaging as they were. And another thing, can we cool it with the overtuned bosses and just utterly bloated kits? At a point it just becomes mundane to deal with. Yep. There's the AoE, alright, there's the wombo combo, watch out for the command grab, nice, okay, yeah, AoE number 2, cool. Alright, time for phase 2, and there's the one shot. Let's be honest, I just described at least half of Elden Ring's 171 bosses, or 238, or however many there are. More than anything, I think it's the non-stop happy feet wombo combos that annoy me most of all. None of these are Falco, they ain't Falco. Like, where are the breaks even at? Where are they at? Where are we at? Oh my god. Wombo combo. No, but seriously, why can't these bosses just shut the fuck up and give me a turn? The frustration in Elden Ring doesn't even necessarily come from the difficulty. It just gets annoying having to wait so long for a boss to finish their seemingly never-ending combos so I can finally get my one attack in, 2 or 3 if I'm feeling especially greedy. That's also assuming they don't have some sort of contingency in place to punish me for even trying, or that the lock-on actually keeps my focus on them. Honestly, half the punishes I even take anymore, not counting the stuff from the DLC because it's kinda new at this point, are completely self-inflicted, like knowing I can tank a hit or two and just not having the patience to wait for the boss to finish like we're in Fake Taxi or interviewing on the casting couch, alright? I have needs too. It's really irritating to wait as long as 12 seconds for an enemy to stop attacking when my window for response is less than a 1/12 of that. Like, imagine you're being interviewed, but you're immediately interrupted with the very next question every time you go to speak. You get these insanely elaborate questions and are expected to give no more than one-word responses, and it's on you to make sure those one-word responses stack up into a cohesive interview. That is Elden Ring's combat, or at least that's how it feels most of the time. I understand that there is an argument to be made for hit trading as a valid strategy, but it doesn't feel nearly as satisfying when the reward is just beating the boss in a very average span of time. How long a boss fight should or shouldn't go is obviously subjective and dependent on the game in question. However, I don't think it's unfair of me to say when so much of a fight in an already meticulous RPG with notable gaps in activity is just pressing circle and watching a giant malformed man do cartwheels, or an enormous dog clad in heavy armor fly through the sky with the faint sound of Sortrick sword echoing in the approaching storm. It can get pretty tiring after boss number 151. Okay? It just comes off as really try-hard when the developers try to give so many enemies such ridiculously long chains of attacks. Like, do the Banished Knights really need to be this aggressive? I doubt it.
I know I'm highlighting bosses mostly, but this isn't exclusive to them, not by a long shot. It'd be one thing if these combos were extremely sparse and reserved for bosses like Malenia and Hoaraloo, but can somebody please explain why Margit is able to do as many as 15 hit combos? Bloodborne and Sekiro had their share of lengthy combos, but the Hunter and Sekiro were designed to be able to cleverly and effectively manage that degree of offense. The Hunter was much faster than the Ashen One or the Tarnished, and Sekiro's kit was built around blocking and deflecting enemy attacks so as to exploit the openings and break enemy posture. Dark Souls was never equipped to handle enemies of the caliber present in Bloodborne and Sekiro, and yet despite Elden Ring's player character being identical to the one in Dark Souls 3, many of the enemies behave just as aggressively, if not more so, than the Orphan of Kaz or Geneshiro and Ishin. The aggression of Elden Ring's enemies is an issue that's led many to believe that these kinds of enemies were basically designed with Spirit Ashes in mind, with the instances that Spirit Ashes aren't accessible serving as spikes in difficulty, which in turn further highlighted their viability outside of those scenarios. After all, being able to manipulate enemy aggro is an extremely powerful tool to take advantage of. Plus, the very idea of Spirit Ashes wouldn't even make sense were it not for enemies being so much more aggressive on the whole. Otherwise, they just wouldn't even be able to handle that kind of system. However you look at it, the extreme levels of aggression in the enemy AI feels very tone-deaf on the part of FromSoft. Souls fans have always been selective with the mechanics they like to engage with, that's just the nature of RPGs. Earlier From games always had practical ways of accounting for these preferences. Don't feel like burdening yourself with a sturdy shield? Worry not, because now you'll be able to carry another piece of gear like a staff or a talisman. Want to use magic that's more defensive than offensive? Try out miracles. Don't feel like summoning other players? No problem. The game's built to account for both single-player and multiplayer boss fights. Well, mostly. Look, they were always trying, okay? Elden Ring doesn't really have anything to offset a refusal to use Spirit Ashes. If you don't use them, you're only putting yourself at an immediate handicap, and it definitely shows against the more aggressive bosses like Malekith and Malenia, and don't even get me started on the DLC. Not using Spirit Ashes can obviously make for an interesting challenge. I just wish there was something else to it than the self-inflicted challenge. Just some kind of offset to be like, okay, you're not taking advantage of this mechanic, so we're gonna throw you a bone to better optimize your experience. It's weird too because I honestly think the boss AI is mostly fine when the player is using their Spirit Ashes, at least outside of the DLC. They regularly change their target, again outside of the DLC, making them far less easy to manipulate and thus keeping the player on their toes at all times. And yes, there are some Spirit Ashes that are pretty overpowered, but that just kinda leads into my next point. Elden Ring, much like Dark Souls, is nowhere near as hard as people make it out to be. It definitely tries to live up to the studio's reputation of being the ones that make the super duper hard games, but this is completely undermined by just how many overpowered builds and tools exist in this game. Even after the many nerfs and balance patches that dropped in Elden Ring's first few months following launch, and most recently the patches that have followed the release of the DLC, there is still an absolute abundance of overpowered weapons, spells, ashes of war, builds, summons, and so on. As an aside, it's also very telling that of Elden Ring's many overtuned enemies and bosses, the only notable nerf that came out was for Radahn because that's the one that people were collectively complaining about. I don't pretend that I remember the specifics of the nerfs, but I do remember my own experience with Radahn, and I have the footage right here for review, so what I can say is that I actually didn't have that much trouble with them. Huh. I guess difficulty really is subjective. Huh. Back on topic though, even with weapons like the Sword of Night and Flame, Rivers of Blood, or the Moonveil Katana getting the nerfs they did, Elden Ring is still ripe with overpowered shit to exploit. Rivers of Blood is still top tier and not to mention very easy to acquire. Malekith's Black Blade is hilariously overpowered. Frost and Bleed builds are still complete and total boss breakers. Reduvia is extremely powerful even in the late game and you can find it in Limgrave. Comet Azur can still be used to melt a boss's health bar the moment you walk through the fog gate. Even basic Unga Bunga strength builds that dual-wield great axes can completely flatten most bosses in a handful of seconds by just spamming jump attacks. This is legitimately a high-tier strategy. Whether you're looking to invest in strength, dex, intelligence, faith, or the arcane, there is plenty of OP bullshit for you to find for quite literally any and all possible builds. And don't even get me started on the Mimic tier. I love using this thing as much as the next guy, but you can get away with so much if you fit it with the right weapons or spells. Here's your reminder, this thing has infinite magic. This is why I want to make it clear that many of my issues aren't solely to do with the game being quote-unquote too hard. You can cry skill issue all you want, but this isn't just to do with the game being hard, it's also to do with the game being ridiculously easy. There is a lot that goes into crafting difficulty. For every instance of Elden Ring going out of its way to bust the player's balls, there's either an instance of the game being exceptionally easy, or there being something that you can exploit to turn the game into a complete and total pushover. I'd also like to remind you once again to ignore what gatekeepers for this game have to say regarding the subject, because to them, if you take advantage of the game's more powerful assets, that makes you a scrub for opting for the easy mode because you couldn't get good. If you don't use an optimal build, it's because you're an idiot scrub that needs to get good. There is no winning with these kinds of people. If you need proof, just look at my fucking comments section. So just don't bother. The appeal of the game as an RPG is the build freedom, and that's absolutely there, so just go nuts and have fun with it. Who gives a fuck what any of these douchebags think? All of this is to say that Elden Ring's problem isn't that it's too hard or that it's too easy. Elden Ring's difficulty problem is far more nuanced. It's about balancing, and I think the scope of the game simply meant there was simply too much for this studio to account for. On a subjective level, I don't mind when a game has overpowered builds and options. You can get utterly fucking busted in games like Borderlands, but that's also half the fun. I understand Borderlands doesn't have the PvP to concern itself with, like Souls games, but Souls PvP was also a mistake, and might very well be impossible to balance so long as the focus of these games is so heavily centered around the PvE. But the real issue with Elden Ring versus a game like Borderlands is that Elden Ring is going out of its way to try and craft a particularly difficult challenge. And it's difficult to take that challenge seriously when it can be broken so easily. Even Melania, the Blade of Mikola and the Goddess of Scarlet Rot, Mrs. Hardest Ever Super Duper Boss herself, can basically be made into a complete and total joke with the right gear. I would know. I've done it. I honestly want to know what FromSoft intends to do with their next game, and then those that come afterwards. Are they just going to keep ramping things up until their games become physically unplayable? Are we going to keep seeing these hilariously broken strategies and builds that turn the capstone challenges into meme material? At what point do they start to reflect on their work and say, okay, maybe we can cool our jets here just a little bit? This whole culture that they've cultivated for making hard games just for the sake of making hard games is becoming more of a headache than it's worth. I love challenging games. There's a reason I fell so in love with games like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and so on. But if all we're getting moving forward is retreads of past games but harder, I'll just stick to watching the Vati lore videos and checking out the OST. By the way, I just gotta ask, why do people always dunk on sorcery as if it's the most OP shit when faith builds are the actual gigachads of these games? Alright, I've been talking a lot about gameplay, but now it's time to start talking about the more tertiary aspects of Elden Ring, starting with the audio and sound related content. This will of course be much more subjective, however I will try and bolster my perspective with any objective points I can surmise. Once again, and for those new to my channel, I'm by no means an audio expert, I'm not a musician, I'm not a sound engineer or something. I'm very much a layman in this regard. But I still want to talk about it because there is a lot worth discussing, and there are honestly certain tracks that deserve to be highlighted for just how good they are. Elden Ring's audio quality on the whole is pretty rock solid. I don't think I'd go as far as to call it exceptional, since there is little about it that I think can't also be said about Dark Souls 3 and even Sekiro, but that's not an insult by any means either. Souls games have this sort of ethereal sound to them that's difficult to explain but also easy to present. There's the sound effects of magic, the distinct clash of metal when a sword hits a shield, the horrific roars of bestial and demonic enemies, the swoosh of gigantic weaponry being swung with enough force to crack the earth, Everything sounds perfectly serviceable. Something to note about past From games was the distinct lack of ambient music. Levels like the Undeadburg and even Izalith managed to establish some incredible tones with their use of silence, but I'm not so sure how well that would have worked with a game as massive in scope as Elden Ring. Areas in games like Dark Souls are far more compact, and your time in them is much more limited as a result, so making whole new tracks for these areas didn't serve much of a purpose versus allowing them to breathe and thus cultivate their own unique atmospheres solely off their visuals and occasional use of environmental audio. Elden Ring features environments which are far more expansive, so it makes sense while out in the open world to utilize ambient music to establish and maintain consistent tones for each section of the map. I think it was really smart on the part of FromSoft to recognize that silent rides on Torrent across gaps as massive as those in Liurnia would have been pretty boring, to put it mildly. It's nice to have that added touch to keep your mind active as you anticipate your next objective. Moments like the various battles with much larger enemies or discovering something new all benefit from the typically chilled tones of the ambient tracks as well. With everything appearing to be so calm or even downright depressing, moments like a Geel crashing down to the earth become far more impactful than they otherwise would be, allowing you to properly take in the full scale and impact of this dragon's arrival, and that goes doubly for Lanciax. Discovering Placidusax has this unmatched tension that finally sees a release as the battle begins, and he bellows that screen-shaking roar. God, he is so cool! Discovering the Lake of Rot, hearing the details of the storm in Fire Missoula, or even walking into boss arenas like Estelle's, all land much more effectively in contrast to the typical background music of the overworld. It's also pretty impressive that none of these ambient tracks manage to feel repetitive given how frequently the player will typically be moving from place to place. And I appreciate again that every background track is entirely unique to that area. Imagine if there were only one or two themes that played for the majority of areas in the game. Or heck, what if that was the case for the game's bosses? Oh wait. As far as what I would consider standout audio effects of Elden Ring, there's the noise that the spirits make, the otherworldly sounds of distinctly alien creatures like Estelle, the headphone blasting booms of the god-devouring serpent, Godfrey's casting of Sarosh, and perhaps my favorite of all, Placidusax's nuke. Dude, that is so fucking godly. There's also a surprising amount of audio cues designed to assist the player in battle. Souls games have always done really well with these, and Elden Ring is far from an exception. If anything, Elden Ring is probably the most effective with this use of audio cues, be it the distinctly heavy noise of an incoming attack, the singing of the children in Renala's first phase, Malekith's blade as he attempts a parryable attack, Malenia as she prepares to summon the Scarlet Spirits, or even Placidusax appearing in the storm as he's about to attempt a dive bomb. There is a lot for the player to pick up on. Sometimes it is a bit too subtle, or maybe it's a problem with the mixing given just how much can be going on at any one time, but for the most part they do a really good job. Something I find fascinating about audio cues is that even though they technically should break immersion, they actually do a great job at helping to achieve the exact opposite. With Elden Ring's abundance of audio cues, it's easy to become heavily immersed when entering combat with particularly difficult enemies. I won't pretend that all of these enemies do a great job at maintaining that immersion, but as far as getting you there, I think Elden Ring does a great job. Being prompted to fully engage your sense of hearing within the game's world is something that few games can really command nowadays. Sure, it's nice to have a game with great audio quality that complements a solid headset, and it can play a role in PvP games, such as Overwatch or Call of Duty, but for a single-player game to invite you into its world by providing a tangible benefit to immersing yourself in its auditory content is honestly commendable. There's definitely a sense of repetition with certain effects, like the constant swooshing of swords, primarily due to the ludicrous amount of wombo combos, and it's undeniable that many of the audio effects are carried over from prior From games, but that's about the extent of my problems with the audio, at least from what I can recall from my time throughout the game. Overall, the non-diegetic audio is pretty damn great. However, it's when we get to the game's soundtrack that things get a little more complicated. I don't want to go over every track in the game because that would just be really long-winded and not to mention repetitive and honestly uninformative at a point, but part of the reason for the game's extensive soundtrack is the number of composers that FromSoft got on board. Elden Ring boasts a whopping 5 musical composers for its OST. That's more than any of their past games by far, so I'm gonna be talking about their contributions to Elden Ring for the next little while. Now, I won't be able to play the tracks on their own for copyright reasons, and I should probably reiterate that I am by no means compositionally or otherwise musically savvy, but I would encourage you to comment your own thoughts regarding the OST and whatever praise or criticism that I may levy towards it. I'm sure many of you could offer more technical insight to this kind of stuff than myself, however I still want to put my best foot forward on the subject, because ultimately the music is an integral part of any Souls game, and Elden Ring is no exception. As I mentioned, Elden Ring boasts a total of 5 musical composers for its OST, those being Yuka Kitamura, Tsukasa Saito, Shoi Miyazawa, Yoshi Mikudo, and Tai Tomisawa. The orchestrations themselves were performed by the Budapest Film Orchestra. It's also worth noting that many of these composers have worked on prior From games, including Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, and Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. I'm nowhere near as familiar with Sekiro's OST, though I will say I have enjoyed what I've heard whilst playing, and Dark Souls 2's OST is pretty mixed, but I can say that Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne had some outstanding tracks, which I don't imagine will come as a shock to any of you watching this far in the critique. Starting out, Tsukasa Saito is no stranger to FromSoft, having worked on the OST for Bloodborne as well as The Old Hunters. Saito's contributions include the opening track, Limgrave, Roundtable Hold, Margit the Fell Omen, Morgoth the Omen King, Song of Lament, Song of Honor, and Radagon's theme, as well as having collaborated with Shoi Miyazawa on the end credit track. Elden Ring's main title theme is probably the game's most recognizable track for a multitude of reasons, and though I wouldn't call it bad, I wouldn't say that I am especially blown away by it either. Dark Souls 3 still takes the cake for best main menu track as far as I'm concerned. That shit was just glorious. Elden Ring's main track doesn't really feel like it matches the tone and aesthetic of the game, at least not to me. The Lands Between is a dying and decrepit world, cursed by the whims of gods beyond our imagination and scarred from long-concluded wars between those who so foolishly abuse the power bestowed upon them by those gods. This realm is drowning in anguish and lament, and yet there's an undeniable beauty to the mysticism that belies the tragedy which envelops the land. To put it simply, this world is as beautiful as it is horrific. Our trek across the Lands Between isn't an epic ride to war, it's a melancholic journey punctuated by moments of wonder and awe at the lingering wills of the once great powers which refuse to die. Our journey isn't without battles of epic proportion and moments of grandiose spectacle, but these moments stand out because of just how much they juxtapose the typical sorrow and stillness that we see from the peninsula of the south all the way to the mountaintops of the north. Elden Ring's title theme seems to be trying to hype up the player with its heavy use of percussion and bellowing brass instruments which invoke a feeling of going into this epic fantasy war. And that's kinda strange given the typically methodical pacing of the game and its overall chill tone compared to games like, I don't know, Skyrim or Zelda or even The Witcher. Radagon's boss theme is a rendition of the main title theme, and while I appreciate the finality that it attempts to invoke as our quest reaches its close, it's honestly among my least favorite tracks in the game. I don't hate it, but it was pretty disappointing if I'm being perfectly honest. Radagon exists in a very weird slot within the game's finale, occurring right after the epic battle with Godfrey, and just moments before the complete and total train wreck that is the Elden Beast. Tonally speaking, Godfrey is an epic showdown with the first ever Elden Lord, at least among humans. And the Elden Beast, all problems aside, is trying to invoke a more subdued conclusion, reveling in the awe of this magical world as you are given the closest thing there is to beholding the outer gods. It's going for a feeling of wonder, showing the beauty of Elden Ring's unfathomably vast and ethereal power. Elden Beast is a terrible final boss, make no mistake, but I can't deny that the OST for it, as well as the general atmosphere, is honestly incredible. Radagon, however, is just another one-on-one that's been shoved in like a square block in a round hole, with very little besides its visual design to distinguish him from common enemies like the Crucible Knight or the Black Knife Assassins. So it's kinda weird hearing a rendition of the signature title track for what is ultimately a pretty mediocre and frankly low energy preliminary boss fight. Aesthetically speaking, I also find it doesn't really fit Radagon's broken and malformed appearance, and the arena itself is also pretty dark, drab, and bland, so this epic and bombastic music just sticks out in a really weird way when put alongside these bleak and broken visuals. I'm more than a little familiar at this point with the lore and characters in this game to understand the gravitas of a showdown with Radagon specifically, but the music is still far more exciting than the actual fight which takes place, let alone the visuals that accompany it. I don't know if I'd really consider this an issue with the music or even the boss itself so much as the pairing of the two, which is really weird given how incredible past FromSoft final boss tracks have been. Alon's original score was a certified hood classic which did a great job of putting into perspective the menacing power of this fallen king. Gwen's OST is iconic for its melancholy and aiding of the narrative impact. And the same goes for Gehrman, the Soul of Cinder, and hey, even Aldia. Radagon's theme just comes off as another one of Elden Ring's recycled assets. Honestly, I think they should have gone for something more akin to Elden Beast or maybe even Renala. Radagon's lore, as well as Marika's by extension, is pretty tragic, so I feel like a more somber and melancholic track would have honestly done this fight wonders. I mean, hey, Gwen wasn't exactly the most complex or bombastic final boss, but the arena, the lore, and the OST more than made up for it. If anything, the music will be what people always remember Gwen for, and I feel like they missed the opportunity to do something similar with Radagon. I don't think they should have just ripped off or copied what they were going for with Gwen. I just feel like a track more reflective of Radagon's lore and character would have been far more effective here than a bombastic rendition of the main title track. Moving on to one of the background tracks, Roundtable Hold is a theme that players will hear a great deal of throughout their playtimes. This track is just kinda strange to me, personally. I don't think it's bad, I just question the tone it's going for. Let me explain. When it comes to hubs, Soul's OSTs have always gone for more peaceful and somber tones so as to juxtapose the ferocity of the world just beyond them. Be it the Nexus, Firelink Shrine, Majula, the Hunter's Dream, or Firelink Shrine again, you were always provided with a sense of warmth and comfort upon returning, which was important for establishing a sense of both relief and reassurance for the player. Roundtable Hold seems to be going for something more uneasy and foreboding. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how, but the tone is very much contrary to the hub tracks which preceded it, and personally speaking, I'm just not a fan. I don't know, it feels like it's attempting to emphasize the trials and tribulations of the characters that come and go from the Hold. I mean, I understand the intention, and I admit that it is in line with the overall tone of the game and its story, but I just don't agree with applying that sort of tone to a setting meant to serve as a hub of safety and familiarity. You know what I mean? Am I making sense? Moving along, Song of Honor is a track that I think is honestly fantastic, especially after having read up on the making of it. This is the song that plays for the Festival of Radon, and it has a similar energy to the now iconic main menu track from Halo. Like, seriously, I know that sounds weird, but just give it a listen. The likeness is kind of uncanny. I used to not be that big a fan of the Song of Honor, but it's honestly grown on me over time. The build up to Radahn is just so fantastic, and I honestly can't imagine it without the Song of Honor at this point. There is an argument to be made that it feels a bit subdued given the battle that's about to occur, but it would also be kinda weird to walk into this area and suddenly hear a boisterous and over-the-top track. So I've grown to appreciate the more subdued nature of it. Part of the reason that I think the Song of Honor stands out is the fact that the vocals were performed by the brass section of the Budapest Film Orchestra. The idea being that the tarnished in their warrior ilk would be better represented by less polished vocal performers. That kind of outside-the-box thinking goes a long way in making great media of any kind, and it definitely shines through in the final product. Song of Lament is another stellar example of background music. In fact, I'd honestly consider it among the better tracks in the game. This is the song heard from the chanting Winged Dames, and it's comprised of Latin lyrics which translate to the following. Alas, the land, once blessed, now has diminished. We, betrothed, destined to be mothers, now become tarnished. We have lamented and we have shed tears, but no one consoles us. Golden One, at whom were you angry? Souls games have always been known for their attention to detail, and this is among the best examples to be found in Elden Ring of the presentation tying so properly to the world and lore of the lands between. It deepens the world in a way that isn't necessary to be known, but will always be there for those willing to find it, and I think that's very fitting for a Souls game. I won't pretend that I'm especially fond of the chanting Winged Dames myself, mechanically speaking, that is, but knowing of the suffering that they endured following the Shattering does paint them in an all-new light as characters inhabiting this broken world. It also makes you wonder about many of the other minor enemies, most of which do in fact have some degree of lore worth finding. The song itself is appropriately somber, consisting solely of vocals that sound as if they're on the verge of breaking down into pure sorrow. The voice eloquently traces that line of letting one's tears shed as their throat closes up. Honestly, it's pretty harrowing. Unfortunately, this also leads into one of my biggest criticisms, if not my biggest criticism, of Elden Ring's soundtrack on the whole. Song of Honor and the Song of Lament are excluded from this particular criticism, thankfully, but as it turns out, the remaining OST's vocals are not only complete and total gibberish, but apparently they were artificially produced with AI. I am a firm believer that AI has a rightful place in entertainment, but this is not one of them. And it does not sit well with me at all. Past games like Bloodborne, especially Bloodborne, excelled with their OSTs because of the complexity and the quality of their vocals. For Bloodborne specifically, Latin lyrics were often invoked so as to draw parallels with the events and characters whilst remaining consistent with the overall presentation. Lawrence I Vicar's soundtrack is an exceptional piece of music thanks primarily to the lyrics, which tell of a man swallowed by the guilt of leading the people that he was meant to safeguard into an inescapable darkness. Lawrence is already a fascinating character in his own right, and the lyrics do a phenomenal job at conveying the harrowing bleakness that he must have endured upon finally beholding the consequences of his actions. And don't get it mistaken, Lawrence is far from the only example of this. Elden Ring's vocals carry no such significance whatsoever, again barring the Song of Honor and Song of Lament. Yeah, sometimes the vocals do a pretty good job. Godfrey's and Placidusax's OSTs definitely come to mind in that regard, but the fact that they ultimately don't mean anything just makes the OST feel lyrically hollow and lacking in substance. I truly, sincerely hope that FromSoft doesn't opt to use AI-generated lyrics and vocals ever again, because I honestly cannot fathom a positive to draw from this, other than, I guess, they saved some money. AI-generated lyrics may work in a more neo-futuristic setting, like Cyberpunk or even Mass Effect, but for Elden Ring, it just comes off as lazy. To be perfectly clear, to my knowledge, Cyberpunk and Mass Effect don't use AI-generated lyrics. I'm just saying that it would make sense in a futuristic setting where you could be using that as a sort of meta way to comment on the use of AI in music. But that's its own discussion entirely. The last of Saito's contributions that I'd like to discuss is the ending track, which I honestly consider the definition of a mixed bag. I don't imagine this is very controversial though, as I've heard a fair amount of distaste from Elden Ring fans regarding this track in particular. And truthfully, it's not hard to see why. It's basically a medley consisting of Godric, Morgott, Malekith, and the Elden Beast arrangements. I guess the intention was for it to feel like something of a summation of the journey, but it really just comes off as a lazy rehash. When I think back on some of the incredible ending OSTs of past Souls games, I'm immediately brought back to the moment that I beat those games. One Who Craves Souls and Nameless Song will never fail to immediately draw me back to either the Nexus or the Kiln of the First Flame. But for Elden Ring's ending track, I doubt I would recognize it just by the sound, and that's a shame. The real shame though is despite Elden Ring boasting far more story endings than any other From title before it, there only exists a single ending track to punctuate these finales. This was a colossal mistake on the part of FromSoft in my opinion, and frankly a disservice to the very idea of including so many endings. They're all punctuated with the exact same musical score, which frustratingly suggests that it didn't even matter what ending the player managed to achieve. I mentioned previously the senses of uncertainty and even dread that can be derived from these endings, however the full extent and context of these given tones varies immensely between the endings. Ronnie's ending, for instance, is perhaps one of the most potentially good and hopeful endings, with the implication being that whatever lies beyond in the Age of Stars is whatever we choose to make of it. I understand these endings lend themselves to interpretation given how vague and open-ended they can be, but I don't imagine that many would disagree with this assessment. And even if someone did, they would be able to understand why it is I gathered such a hopefulness from this ending in particular versus the others. Contrast the Age of Stars ending with the Blessing of Despair, the Lord of Frenzied Flame endings, and the differing tones are immediately apparent. The Blessing of Despair ending is one of complete and utter misery, with sickly horrors being afflicted on all who reside within the lands between and perhaps even beyond, as well as their children and their children's children forever true. Meanwhile, the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending sees you becoming Sauron and absolutely annihilating the lands between in a mind-shattering display of absolute power. Best ending, by the way. So why, pray tell, have endings this disparate been punctuated with the exact same song? I understand that not everyone is going to be as bothered by this as I am, and I think that's totally fine, but this is also the very last impression that the game is capable of providing, so how am I supposed to just ignore that? Regardless, I was honestly rather disappointed with Saito's contributions to Elden Ring's OST. This isn't to suggest that they're a weak composer. Like I said, they also worked on Bloodborne and the Old Hunters, and the OST for those were downright phenomenal. The next composer on the list is Shoei Miyazawa, whose contributions include their collaborative work with Tsukasa Saito on the ending theme, as well as the character creation music, Altus Plateau, The Subterranean Shunning Grounds, Crumbling Fire Mozula, Invader, Bloody Fingers, Falling Star Beast, Godric the Grafted, Star Scourge Radahn, Mohg the Lord of Blood, and Malekith the Black Blade. Right off the bat, I think Miyazawa did a really good job with their more atmospheric tracks. Character creation music has always been a pleasant accompaniment to the Souls creation suites, and Elden Ring is by no means an exception. Combine the warm and inviting tones of the music with this being undoubtedly FromSoft's biggest character creation suite so far, and the end result is pretty damn great. If nothing else, I imagine my numerous characters should serve as something of a testament to just how much I genuinely enjoyed creating them, and the character creation track was a huge contribution. Tracks like the Altus Plateau and the Crumbling Fire Mozula are also worth noting. They're by no means outstanding or the most bombastic tracks, but they do well to contribute to the atmosphere of these levels with the use of heavier and drawn-out notes. They really help to convey that these places have fallen from their historic heights. There's a sort of underlying sadness that permeates them, and I think that's very fitting. As far as boss themes go, I think Godric and Radahn's OSTs are both fantastic, despite the constant asterisk to that praise that is the AI-generated vocals. There's no escaping that criticism, but at least the music manages to be pretty good, even with that caveat. Godric's music feels like a sort of fantastical blend of the epic battle music you would expect from Dark Souls 3, as well as the thrilling chase music that you would find in Bloodborne, which makes sense given his horrific but also regal presentation. There's this over-the-top evil feeling to the music that does well to convey the twisted nature of his power, and it's simultaneously intimidating and exciting. His phase 2 proceeds to amp up the vocals and shrill instrumentation, creating a sense of panic and awe, which is fitting given Godric's grafting himself with the dragon head mid-fight. Radahn's music, on the other hand, sounds almost as if it was ripped right out of God of War, and I am here for it. It starts out relatively slow, acting as a sort of follow-up to the Song of Honor, which simultaneously matches up really well with the actual structure of the boss fight, which of course sees the player crossing a great distance in order to reach Radahn, at which point the real battle begins. It doesn't take long for the track to start amping up, making it very clear just what it is that you've gotten yourself into. This isn't some melancholic sad boy who can't defend himself. You came here to do battle with the demigod of war, and that's exactly what you're going to get. There's a constant sense of escalation to the music, as if to tell you repeatedly that you have seen nothing yet. Things are only just getting started, and not just with Radahn, but with the whole game. Then Radahn turns into a fucking meteor and the music comes crashing right back in with him. Now we've gone from an escalating war march to ground zero to a straight up fucking war. The vocals ramp up in order to sell the scope of the battle, the percussion really begins to storm in. Holy fuck, I am alive! This entire track feels like an auditory illustration of Radahn's sheer power and all that it's gonna take to bring him down. To put it simply, this track is excellent. Malekith's, on the other hand, is one that I started out somewhat conflicted on, but I've definitely grown to appreciate it more and more over time. I know that's probably filthy rich, coming from the guy who thinks Malekith's visual design is a complete dumpster fire of cringy Berserk OC energy, but the music is great. Malekith's boss track kicks off with a very low-key and menacing tone. It's hard to properly explain, but the mix of lighter feminine vocals and what I suspect are woodwind and even string instruments pair perfectly with the deeper masculine vocals as well as the bombastic brass and percussions in creating a tone that's as wondrous as it is terrifying. The whole track does a terrific job at establishing a grim tone for this particular point in the story, which conveys a significance to the Rune of Destined Death and what it would mean to acquire it. I might even go as far as to say the mix of brooding and foreboding ambiance makes the first phase of the song my personal favorite between the two, and that's not even to suggest that the second phase of the track is half bad either. I was initially expecting Malekith's phase 2 of the track to be yet another bombastic and noisy orchestration because, let's face it, that's what we've come to expect from these more over-the-top phase 2s. But I was pleasantly surprised that it didn't, given how ridiculous the boss itself turned out to be. Obviously, the track does pick up to match the second phase of the battle, however, it has this sort of melancholic, almost apocalyptic tone belying it, with regular points in the track where the music slows down so as to maintain the rich atmosphere of the fight. It goes a long way in conveying that this really is the last line of defense in Marika's Golden Order, and that stepping beyond this point means irrevocably altering the lands between forever. There is no going back from the Rune of Destined Death. This is the point of no return. One last thing of note regarding Malekith's theme is that this is one of the few tracks with a proper phase transition. Most of Elden Ring's tracks just kind of come to a hard stop when the phase 1 portion is over before ramping up in the phase 2. After that, it basically starts playing a whole new song. Again, see Radagon and the Elden Beast. Malekith is the only boss that I can think of where there's actually a middle portion to help transition between the phases, and honestly, that's great. The cutscene is still cringe, but props to Miyazawa for including a proper musical transition. You know what, come to think of it, Ludwig does the exact same thing. That's not a criticism, that's not even me making fun of the game, I just think it's a funny coincidence. Last but not least for Miyazawa's contributions is Mohg's theme, and I have done a complete turnaround in my feelings towards this track. At first I really didn't think it was all that special, I thought it was just a generic Bloodborne inspired boss track with little of note, but I don't know, something about watching this phase transition for a second time really cemented this track as one of my favorites in Elden Ring. That is so fucking epic. Mohg's OST is clearly inspired by Bloodborne. Honestly, it would fit right in amongst that game's OST with the use of bells and more frenetic tempos. I used to see this as a negative, but honestly, after really going over the soundtrack again, and again, and many more agains. I consider that a strength more than anything. It's not as if there's any other tracks attempting to emulate that particular energy, barring maybe Estelle, and of course disregarding the OST with bosses like Midra and the Mother of Fingers. And it's not as on the nose as, say, Malekith's Hair. It's a tastefully inspired but still wholly original track that perfectly suits Moog and his utterly vile character, or so we thought. The next composer on the list is one Yoshimi Kudo, whose contributions to Elden Ring include The Caves, Liurnia of the Lakes, Old Castle, Mount Gelmir, Volcano Manor, Prison Town, Consecrated Snowfield, Old Warriors, Fallen Knights, Recussance, Lich Dragon Fortisax, and the God-Devouring Serpent, or Riker the Blasphemous God. I honestly don't have too much to say about the majority of these tracks. They're all pretty decent, with very little sticking out as either bad or exceptional, save for Lich Dragon Fortisax and the God-Devouring Serpent, both of which I would consider total knockouts. They are fantastic boss tracks. Maybe it's because I'm such a slut for pianos and violins. Okay, no, it is because I am a total slut for pianos and violins, but the use of them does a great job at giving Fortisax's track such a distinct energy. The piano creates such a unique backdrop for the rest of the orchestration to play off of, and the sudden use of violins gives the opening of the song a very strong sense of melancholy, which is appropriate given Fortisax's lore. As bombastic as the track is, it never feels as if it's completely overbearing you with sound or blasting out your eardrums with constant noise. Honestly, I could see this being one of my favorite tracks in the game if there were intelligible lyrics to accompany the composition. Imagine how much more depth they could have added to Fortisax and perhaps even Godwyn by extension with even a handful of Latin chants. A man can dream. Then there's the God-Devouring Serpent, and despite the boss itself obviously taking inspiration from Demon Souls, and I guess by extension Dark Souls 3, the OST actually feels more inspired by the original Dark Souls than anything. It's interesting, because the first phase feels akin to one of the more atmospheric boss tracks of Dark Souls like Gwendolyn or Sif, with its use of feminine vocals as it constantly builds and builds to an eventual peak. There's also a near ever-present use of string instruments that belies this phase of the track. Then the second phase hits, and suddenly we've shifted to deeper masculine vocals, as well as a renewed focus on heavy percussion and brass instruments. In fact, the start of phase 2 borders on sounding like something horrific, which is appropriate given the character this track accompanies. I also find it interesting that the music doesn't truly ramp up until Reichard's taken control, as if to suggest that despite having been devoured by the serpent, he is still far more dangerous than the serpent itself could ever have been. Next on the list of composers is Tai Tomisawa, who also composed for Sekiro's OST. Regarding Elden Ring's OST though, Tomisawa's contributions include Stormvale Castle, Mountaintops of the Giants, Mikula's Erdtree, Elfile, or Elfale? I don't really know. I'm gonna call it Elfile. The second Formidable Foe track, Erdtree Knights, The Accursed, Red Wolf of Radagon, Erdtree Avatar, Godskin Apostles, Lord's Apparition, Estelle, Ancient Dragon Lanciax, Dragonlord Placidusax, and Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. I guess I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. I'm not a fan of the Formidable Foe tracks. I appreciate the work put into composing them, and the songs themselves really aren't half bad, but these are generic boss tracks, and I've probably made it clear by now that I'm not a fan of the existence of generic bosses in Elden Ring in general. The whole point of a boss fight is to be a standout encounter, so after hearing these tracks for the 100th time, I mean, yeah, I hope it's understandable that I've grown sick of them. One of Tomisawa's tracks that I've seen a fair amount of praise for is the Godskin Apostle track, and if I'm being honest, I really don't see it. I don't think it's a bad song, it's just not really my cup of tea. The first phase carries this almost fanatical church energy thanks to the use of lighter notes, while simultaneously underlying it with a sort of distress. It's very arranged and clean, but the energy becomes more and more frenetic as it begins to flow between these high and low octaves. The second phase throws the whole ensemble into disarray, maintaining that energy whilst becoming less structured. The arrangement feels far more scattershot as a result, but there's almost a sense of hope in how it seems to try and tug back to what it once was. This is pretty fitting for a song about people who once dogmatically followed a queen before she was felled, leading to the collapse of their congregation. I realize this is waxing poetics a bit. I'm just trying to convey what it is about the song that I think works as well as it does to garner the approval that it has. Maybe I'm totally off base. If so, you can always leave a comment letting me know. Like I said, I'm not trained in music theory or composition, so all of this is strictly layman's interpretation. As for why I don't enjoy the track as much as others, it's really just a preferential thing. I don't know, I just don't really care for the song. Estelle's OST, on the other hand, is easily among my favorites in the entire game. It simultaneously sounds like a Bloodborne track whilst being structured in a way that feels almost befitting of Demon Souls more than anything. It's a very atmospheric track with shrill instrumentation and vocals, the kind that really gets the hairs on the back of your neck stood up. There's also a constant sense of escalation where the music never really sees any kind of release or payoff. There's no moment where the whole orchestra bellows out a climactic series of notes or ramps up into a higher tempo. It's just endlessly building, kinda like Lady Maria's OST where it just feels never ending. And I think that's appropriate for this Lovecraftian moth scorpion thing. You've probably already surmised with them being my favorite bosses in the game, but yeah, I love Placidus Axe and Godfrey's OSTs. They're fantastic. I don't know how to describe it, but Godfrey's music seems to almost carry this sort of reverence for the character himself, almost like a respect for his sheer presence alone. There's an immediate excitement to the track as it erupts off a short series of notes. It's as if the music itself is acknowledging his arrival, almost like a parade meant for a king. There's also a wide variety of instrumentation going on here, giving the music this feeling of going all out as if the band itself is showing great pride in Godfrey's ability to fight. Then Hoarah enters the fray and the music immediately becomes much more frenetic and almost destructive in a way. All sense of regality is thrown completely out the window in favor of this perilous ensemble of noticeably heavier notes and a rampant tempo which makes it clear just what it is you are now facing off against. It's really intense, but the song never feels as if it's completely lost control or gone into disarray either. Hoarah isn't Godfrey turned into a mindless and frenzied husk, he's just Godfrey pissed off. So I think it's fitting for the music to maintain that element of his character. Godfrey is so fucking cool. Then there is Placidus Axe, and my god, this track. FromSoft has always had a habit of hitting higher octaves when it comes to the more mystical elements of their worlds, especially when it comes to dragons. FromSoft dragons, regardless of the game, have always been held up as these ancient, powerful beings with their own dedicated histories, and Elden Ring is by no means an exception. Appropriately, for a multi-headed lord of dragons, Placidus Axe's music feels very harmonious, with the vocals and string instruments both hitting similarly high notes, while the horns and percussion maintain a steadfast beat, so as to maintain that sense of unyielding power. A fun little factoid about Placidus Axe is that the root of his own name, Placidus, or Placidus, actually translates to peaceful. Placidus Axe does seem to be rather peaceful and wise, however, he's by no means to be taken lightly either. As the fight persists and the music enters the second phase, the vocals begin to waver and the strings grow increasingly shrill, conveying the tragedy of this ancient being finally taking its last exerted breaths. At the same time, the percussion and horns begin to ramp up. No living being is ever as dangerous as it becomes when it's backed into a corner, and Placidus Axe's music conveys that perfectly. You may be winning the fight, but you have not won the fight. And to underestimate Placidus Axe now would be a costly mistake. It's also worth noting that the pause between phase 1 and 2 in Placidus Axe's track actually plays into the fight, unlike many other boss tracks. Placidus Axe begins his phase 2 by disappearing for a brief time, at which point the music will slowly begin to pick up once more, only for Placidus Axe to reappear in a storm cloud of red lightning and come barreling down at the player in a ferocious display of aggression as the music erupts once more. Oh my god, he is so goddamn cool. And finally, there is Yuka Kitamura, perhaps the most storied of these composers thanks to her work on Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro Shadows Die Twice prior to her working on Elden Ring. Her contributions include The Tunnels, Great Underground Rivers, Eternal City, Academy of Raya Lucaria, Caelid, Catacombs, Lindell, Divine Tower, The First Formidable Foe track, The Amoured, Grave Wardens, Death's Kindred, Dragon, Black Knives, Fire Giant, Regal Ancestor Spirit, Melania, Blade of Mikola, And finally, Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. Of these tracks, I want to highlight Melania, Renala, and the Regal Ancestor Spirit. Melania's track is one that I initially didn't care for purely by association with a boss that I consider pretty bad. You know, for those of you who missed that, what was it, hour of the critique. And to be fair, it also didn't help having heard the opening to both phases so many times. Jesus Christ, I heard those particular parts so many fucking times, as I'm sure all of you have. But even still, I can't even deny that the track is honestly phenomenal. Easily one of the best tracks in the game if you ask me. I really respect the fact that they chose to be as reserved as they were with this track. The second phase of course has a high amount of energy to it, but it never feels as if it's going too over the top or trying too hard to be as epic as possible. I imagine it had to be somewhat tempting to go that route given it was being composed for the featured late game super boss, so I really appreciate the fact that they chose to go for a more tactful and atmospheric route. I wish they could have shown that degree of restraint with designing the actual boss, but, you know, hey, no sense beating a dead horse. And for what it's worth, Melania's track does ramp up, it just doesn't go completely insane like you might think it would. Phase 1 of Melania's track is by far one of the most atmospheric boss tracks in the game, with the vocals being notably reserved as the strings, bells, and woodwinds carry the song. There's a definite sense of melancholy, but there's also this lack of release or even really build-up that makes you feel almost suspicious. Like we're not really seeing the full extent of this boss's might. I doubt I need to explain why that feels so appropriate for Melania, the Blade of Mikola, so I'm just gonna leave it saying this is really damn fitting. Then Melania's second phase begins, and that's when the music really begins to ramp up. The vocals explode onto the scene, and the heavier instruments begin to dominate while the strings and woodwinds ramp up in tempo. It immediately conveys to the player the sheer power of Melania, the Blade of Mikola, in a way that is crystal clear. But there are also breaks in the track with the strings and woodwinds taking back over and even slowing as the vocals simmer down, maintaining the somber tone which defined the first phase of the track. Given that Melania's character canonically grows more ill as she allows the Scarlet Rot to take over, this track's composition is honestly perfect. Seriously, it is an outstanding piece of music, marred only by the fact that the lyrics mean nothing and are AI generated, which is completely inappropriate for a game like this. Then there's Renala's OST, which is honestly just, let's call it what it is. It's depressing. Not only does it suit her tragic backstory, but if you would allow me one more dig, it's also attached to a severely disappointing boss fight. In all seriousness though, this track is easily among the best to come out of Elden Ring. The moment the first notes drop, the track is just dripping with this tragic softness that never really escalates into the grandiose eruptions of music that we've come to expect from these games. The song does occasionally escalate, but it never really sees any sort of payoff, no bellowing of mighty notes, only a constant dying down before it can ever fully crescendo. This to me conveys a sort of incompleteness, a lingering burden that deprives one of their ability to feel joy, which is perfectly fitting for Renala given what occurred between her and her family. The music does eventually pick up for phase 2, but it's not bombastic so much as mystical and perplexing. It does a great job at conveying the scope of her power without betraying her characterization and feeling out of touch with Renala or even the fight itself. And finally, there's the Regal Ancestor Spirit, which to me is one of the low-key greatest songs in the entire soundtrack. Compared to everything else in the game, the Ancestor Spirit OST is just so uniquely mystical in how it sounds. There's this naturalistic energy to it that I think goes a long way in complementing this wordless story about the beauty of nature and how you're needlessly destroying it by attacking this completely innocent spirit which has already seen its fair share of suffering. It's such a beautiful track and yet so haunting at the same time that I honestly believe it to be among the most powerful pieces of music in this entire game. To call it phenomenal honestly feels like I'm underselling it. It is a genuinely remarkable piece of music. But I suppose I've spent enough time talking about Elden Ring's sound design and OST. I realize the bulk of this video was talking about the OST, but sound design is one of those things that's really hard to talk about, at least for me, unless it's noticeably bad. But thankfully Elden Ring's sound design is pretty great. As far as the OST goes, on the whole I think it's pretty great. There really aren't any especially weak tracks musically speaking, it's more just questionable uses or misuses of certain tracks. And to their credit, there is some downright phenomenal orchestration to be found here. If I had to pick a top 5 in no particular order, it'd probably be Moog, Placidusax, Renala, Melania, and the Ancestor Spirit. That's not to take anything away from other great tracks, just to say that I found this particular handful to be downright incredible. Elden Beast, Estelle, Radon, Malekith, and Godfrey's theme would also probably come next in the top 10. There are some great ambient tracks as well, with Song of Honor and the Song of Lament easily being among the best of them in my opinion. Though I can't deny that the use of AI-generated vocals is a major bummer to see, and because I feel it needs to be hammered home, I seriously hope FromSoft avoids going this route with their OST in the future. Elden Ring's OST is overall really good, so imagine how much better it would be with proper lyrics and vocals. As far as the sound design itself goes, there's definitely a sense of repetition as you play the game more, such as the sound of breaking stance and the roars of dragons, but there's little if nothing to really criticize as far as the effects themselves go. The more subdued nature of the overworld does a great job at helping those finer moments to stand out more than they already would, and it always manages to hit whenever you reach an area with its own unique track, or even when you just happen across one of the vendors playing their own non-diegetic music. One of them even pays homage to Gehrman's theme from Bloodborne.
Elden Ring is one of the most absolutely gorgeous games I have ever laid eyes on. I imagine that'll be the least controversial thing I have to say in this critique, and there's a good reason for it. Elden Ring is a strong example of a game that will visually age like fine wine, and that's down to the fact that it's not going for ultra-realism. Instead, it's going for being grounded enough to immerse oneself in, but with an artistic direction and style that allow it to stand out in the sea of modern AAA sludge that prioritizes ultra-realism above all else. From games have never been exceptional graphically, but they've always managed to make up for it with artistic direction that manages to be as enchanting as it is terrifying. Demon's Souls on the PS3 may look rough by modern standards, but the Dragon God will always be intimidating. Alant will always be menacing, the Storm King will always invoke a sense of awe, and the Man-Eaters will always invoke a sense of terror. Not only that, but the lands of Boletaria, Stonefang, Latria, the Shrine of Storms, and the Valley of Defilement will always stand out as iconic in their own rights. FromSoft games are, and always have been, proof that a game doesn't need to have especially mind-blowing visual fidelity to be visually memorable. All that a game truly needs in this regard is a distinguishable style and artistic direction, and Elden Ring has that in spades. Hell, it might even be the peak of FromSoft's catalog in all honesty, and that's coming from somebody who is obsessed with the art of Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3, with Bloodborne being among my favorite games of all time. I should also note that I am a complete and total slut for anything Lovecraft, so hey, they got that going for them. Part of what I think makes Elden Ring so visually strong are the character designs. Standard enemies are just that. They're standard, as they should be, but they also have a surprising amount of detail that you can intuit sometimes even without realizing it, as well as their own very distinct tones of presentation. All of the Soldier and Knight enemies, from the Soldier of Godric to the Crucible Knight, have a vast level of intricacy detailing their armor and various weapons. The grandiose appearances of the more powerful knights and warriors do well to provide distinctions between themselves and the more typical rank and file, while also conveying a strong sense of regality. These designs are every bit as prestigious as knights should be, while also refraining from being over-designed or visually noisy, which is always appreciated. They feel fantastical enough to impress, but not so ungrounded that you have to actively engage in a suspension of disbelief. Then there are those less royally clad humanoid enemies, including the Bloodhound Knights, the Black Knife Assassins, the Spellcasters of Raya Lucaria, the Warriors of Zaymor, the Fire Cultists, the Miners, and who even knows how many more.
Right off the bat, all of these designs are immediately distinguishable from any other humanoid enemy in the game for one reason or another, which is also great mechanically for allowing the player to identify and subsequently recognize these enemies in successive encounters. This is of course crucial for the player to be able to do given the sheer variety in their movesets and just how dangerous some of these enemies can be depending on your level of progression. Then there are the beastly enemies such as the demi-humans, the trolls, the chanting winged dames, the beastmen, the dragons, and so on. All of these creatures feel very well realized, and their physical appearances all seeming to possess certain quirks and details which reflect how they've been affected by the world they preside in. Not only does this allow for even the most minor enemies to have a sense of characterization, but it simultaneously lends back to the world, showing us just how impactful events like the Shattering were to inhabitants as far as the Weeping Peninsula. Then there are those enemies which are just downright horrific. The Kindred of Rot, the Worm Faces, the Cemetery Shades, the Revenants, the Erdtree Avatars, the Ulcerated Tree Spirits, the Abductors, the Finger Creepers, and many more. These kinds of enemies range from revolting to disturbing to utterly unsettling, and as a fan of all things horror, I must say I'm quite a fan. Seriously, when Elden Ring wants to be, it can be absolutely horrifying at times. And these enemy designs are downright stellar. Really, the only visual designs I didn't care for as far as the enemies were the malformed dogs and the birds. I get what they were going for, and in some ways they do work, but I honestly just find them too silly to take seriously. The proportions are just far too off balance, and not in a way that goes the route of downright body horror. It'd be one thing if these creatures were visibly suffering, but really these transformations don't seem to have slowed them down. Like, at all. If anything, they're more dangerous. The Bloodbirds of Mogwyn Palace almost hit the nail on the head, but again, the proportions are just... I don't know, it feels like if they'd been toned down slightly, these enemies would have been pretty damn scary. As it stands, they're more weird and kinda goofy than anything, though I admit that is pretty subjective. Also, can I just say how fucking cool this dog is? Then there are the bosses, and I know, I've been talking a lot about bosses throughout this critique, but if we're gonna talk about the artistic direction and visuals, how are we not gonna talk about some of these bosses? Some of the standouts for me personally include, you guessed it, Placidusax and Godfrey, but also the Elden Beast, Estelle, Melania, the Crystallians, Riker, and everyone's favorite allegation defeater, Moe. I know I like to dick ride Placidusax, and hey, who can really shade me for hopping on that double bad dragon? That shit takes courage, am I right? But I don't think anyone is gonna try and deny that Placidusax might just be one of the coolest looking dragons in From's catalog. It's literally Old Man Monster Zero. The degree at which he's become so decrepit is honestly as tragic as it is revolting, and yet there's an undeniable grace and mystique in the way he moves despite the fact that he is likely eons old. Plus, I mean, come on, the red lightning and gravity beams are fucking radiant. To quote a wise man, it is gloriously incandescent. Wait a second, if Placidusax's heads have different genders and Lanciax and Fortisax had human forms, what would the human form of Placidusax look like? Can we make Placidusax the next gender-fluid androgynous icon? Hail Placidusax. Then there's Godfrey, and oh my god, would you look at this absolute unit. I never thought, in all my years of being a gamer, that I would behold such a Chad of a Chungus, but here we are. Men hate him because they want to be him. I'm men, and man, I ain't him. In all seriousness, I think there's a reason why this one particular piece of art, even you who is only listening to this in the background knows exactly the art that I am talking about, is as popular as it is. The mix of navy blue and gold was definitely the right call for Godfrey's armor. Not only is the armor badass, but he also has Sarosh. Let's be real, Godfrey is just cool as hell, but Sarosh makes him approximately 11 billion times more badass. The dude has a fucking lion spirit hanging off of his back so as to keep his bloodlust in check. Combine that with his enormous great axe and that perfectly braided beard, what the fuck, dude, why are you so cool? And honestly, you'll never be this cool. Unironically, Godfrey is the Elden Chad. Nobody in this game or any of its sequels will ever be this fucking cool. No wonder Queen Marika chose him as her first consort. Hell, boy got me feeling some type of way too. Then again, I don't know if my body is ready for that, especially if he goes in without Sarosh. Anyways, Elden Beast. Putting aside the fact that this is probably the worst boss in the game, his almighty slugginess is incredible on a visual level. I've heard some criticize Elden Beast's appearance as not feeling as if it belongs in Elden Ring.
However,
I
I disagree.
I do have my issues with it, but let's start with positives. Elden Beast is basically an incarnation of an outer god, and the golden roots surrounded by a mass of space and stars is both fitting and genuinely unique. I don't know if I've ever seen an enemy design quite like this, at least not in games that I've played over the years. I think where it might go wrong for most people is the shape and frame. It's kind of a meme to call the Elden Beast a slug, but truth be told, I have no idea what to really try and frame this thing as. That might seem fitting for a Lovecraftian god, but nothing about the Elden Beast really harmonizes in a way that a creature like Cthulhu or Nyarlathotep does. The long neck and head just looks weird coming off of the Elden Beast's very bulbous body. And I don't mean fascinatingly weird so much as just... I don't know, it's just weird. It also has these lanky, long arms with really long fingers that look strangely human, and yeah, that doesn't really match either. Combine that with the many wings that sprout from its back, and it's difficult to tell what they were really going for. It feels like Mr. Potato Head with parts from other toys put on it. I don't know, for a god of order and perfection, this is a pretty messy design. Again, I think the mix of the celestial night sky and the golden roots was absolutely the perfect call as far as the internal details, but the external form definitely needed more time in the oven. I could see it working, but the final product is just weird, and not in a way that's very befitting of a Lovecraftian-inspired design. Speaking of Lovecraftian designs, let's talk about Estelle. It's phenomenal. This is by far Elden Ring's most bizarre design, and I love it. You've probably noticed that Elden Ring does a lot of what I'll refer to simply as celestial compression, where celestial bodies are made notably smaller than they realistically would be. The ancient city and the underground wells would be the most obvious example. These aren't real stars, of course. The lore just says that sorcerers created the visage of stars across an eternal night sky as punishment to the Nox for insulting the greater will. Similarly, Estelle's body seems to be made of small stars, planets, and even nebulas, although the reason it looks like that is completely unknown, at least at the time of me writing this. It's more than likely that there really is no reason, after all, that's kind of the Lovecraftian shtick. Why does the moon presence look like that? Why does Ebrietas look like that? We can come up with reasons to justify it as a design, but canonically, there's very little sense to finding a reason why Estelle looks the way that it does. It'd be like asking why purple looks like purple and not yellow. It just does. Or maybe why we evolved to look the way we do. We just did. As otherworldly and nonsensical as Estelle's design appears to be, it manages to pull off its mix of design elements quite well. It sort of resembles a scorpion or a moth, but the head resembles a human skull with mandibles, and its limbs look almost human, but also not quite. In fact, they kind of look like the limbs of the amygdala from Bloodborne. Estelle's proportions line up while also being just so off that you can't help but raise an eyebrow as you try to examine it. I think the best summation of Estelle's visual design that I can give is that there's so much about it that just doesn't make sense, yet simultaneously feels like it could if we just had the right answers. That's pretty much exactly where you want to land when designing Lovecraft. You can identify and associate just about every element of its design to something recognizable, but none of the puzzle pieces feel like they fit together. Something, non-Euclidean geometry. You get the idea. One last thing about Estelle I find impressive visually is that, barring his grab attack, they managed to telegraph his attacks pretty damn well. They can be a bit jarring on the reads at first, but it doesn't take long to figure them out. I bring this up because it would have been very easy to botch the wind-up animations for a model this elaborate, but all things considered, I think they did a pretty excellent job with it. Next up is Melania. I've mentioned before that I think her design is phenomenal, and I meant it. Pale scarlet and gold was a fantastic palette choice, and both go well with her pale complexion as well as the splotches of rot that litter her body. The mechanics of her armor are obviously quite complex, but they manage to avoid going so far that they start to feel out of place in a setting like this. This armor was designed by Miyazakella, so there's a bit of a combination of magic and technology happening here. On one hand, her sword can link up with her arm in order to free her hands up, which you can clearly observe. On the other, she can suddenly control the mechanical arm as soon as it becomes attached to her, even though the connection appears as simple as wedging it into a slot. This is, obviously, straight up magic. But that's okay because Mikola was an Empyrean demigod, meaning we can infer even before we meet him in the DLC that his unalloyed gold had magical properties to it. In fact, we know it does because it also wards off those pesky outer gods. Melania's design is basically a cross between a Valkyrie and a
samurai. Having her fighting style be akin to a samurai makes sense given she's supposed to be something of a foil to Radahn, but samurai are also mostly known for being male. There were female samurai, hot, but they are sadly nowhere near as recognized as their male counterparts, especially outside of Japan. This is probably also because female samurai wore identical armor and war paint, or at least that's what I've managed to infer. There's little artistically depicting female samurai that distinguishes them from the males. Valkyrie, however, were exclusively female, and so it makes sense for Malenia's visual design to lean more that way so as to establish an identity for her character. Plus, it gives them a reason to give her wings when she goes goddess mode. Combine that with her being descent from Radagon and Marika, and pretty much every element of her design fits together perfectly. There's also something to be said for the blind swordswoman. It's a gimmick as old as time, but damn if it's not cool. Be it Zatoichi, Kenshi, or that one guy from Rurouni Kenshin, blind swords wielders are just, I mean, let's call them what they are. They're fucking badass. And Malenia is no exception. She's not even naturally blind, it's just an effect that's occurred from living with the Scarlet Rot inside her, and that adds an element of tragedy to her already fantastic visual design. What else can I say really? As far as visual designs go, Malenia, Blade of Vika, is fantastic. I do wish they'd toned down the butterfly effects of her wings for the fight itself, but it still looks incredible and everything ties together very cohesively. But everyone already knows how cool Malenia is, so let's talk about a design that I consider criminally underrated, that being the Crystallians. They're magic rocks that have come to life. They never fail to stand out, but they never feel out of place either. I do question why they appear in the Halictree of all places, but I've already talked about that level and its weird reuse of enemies, so I'm not gonna go there again. Apparently they also served as teachers to the sorcerers of Caria. They almost feel like dragons in Dark Souls, where they just kind of always were, and that's just a fact about the world that doesn't need to be explained. Kinda like Estelle in the Falling Star Beast also. And I like that. It adds to the mysticism of the world and really makes you wonder what more there is to learn about them. They obviously have some degree of intelligence and perhaps even wisdom, but do they have a society or culture? It's hard to say, but that's half the fun in games like this. Then there's Rykard. He's incredible. Souls games have often struggled with bosses of this scale, but I think they did a great job with presenting Rykard. His model is very compact, and his movement is extremely limited, which makes it easy for the camera to keep track of him. Not only is this great mechanically, but it also makes it easy to frame the boss's animations, all of which are fantastic. I know this isn't technically visual design, but the presentation of art is often just as important as the art itself, and Souls games have always had a strong grasp of this, with Rykard being no exception. The God-devouring serpent is basically a gigantic snake. The design is fairly simple, but it's presented in a way that makes it feel far more grandiose than it otherwise would. This also lends to the big reveal of Rykard in the second phase. He's absolutely disgusting, and yet you just can't take your eyes off of him. My fiancée, for example, is often very squeamish when it comes to body horror, and I thought for sure that she was going to look away when he pulled out the blasphemous blade, but nope. Her eyes were glued to the screen the entire time. That, to me at least, is a sign of some primo quality visual and artistic direction. A completely subjective anecdote, sure, but hopefully one that makes sense. The sudden transformation from a giant serpent to the mad serpentine demigod with arms and a face is pretty mind-blowing, made all the more grotesque thanks to the little wiggly arms and the similar details lining his weapon, wounds, and so on. Even after the boss, when you come back to the arena to find Rykard's severed head, you can't help but gaze at all the strange, actively moving details in his wounds. Anastasia even claims him to be immortal and that he will one day recover, which is fascinating to consider, not just as a lore and narrative detail, but just wondering what he'll even look like at that point or even part ways through the healing process. Then there's Mohg. He honestly might be my favorite visual design in the game. The Omen are already naturally interesting due to their deformities contradicting their godly heritage. Seriously, how did this thing spawn from Godfrey and Marika? Regardless, I think Mohg's visual design is incredible. The fact that one of his horns has grown inwards and impaled his right eye, making him partially blind, is fucking metal. But it doesn't seem like it's slowing him down at all. Everything about his garb and even his weapon of choice feels so unholy and utterly foul. Black robes lined with red and gold, a pitchfork which spews fire that causes you to bleed to death, massive black feathered wings. He's basically the devil. And I'm here for it. Then there's his Phase 2 transition. I know I talked about it already with the OST, but I mean, come on, that is so fucking cool. I feel like if Elden Ring has a singular villain, barring the Outer Gods and maybe the lonesome Dung Eater, it would have to be Mohg. All the other main players are either insane like Radahn and Godric, just want to be left alone like Malenia or Renala, trying to set things right like Ranni, Mikola, or otherwise indisposed like Marika. Mohg, on the other hand, is actively trying to establish dominion over the lands between by aligning with an outer god and forcing his half-Imperium brother to be his consort, or so we thought. Regardless, Mohg's definitely not being invited to the family get-together at Eldsgiving. Malenia and Radahn may bicker at the table, but at least they aren't trying to R-word one another. I hope. The point is, Mohg's devilish aesthetic with the extreme use of a red and black color palette is very fitting. It also helps to give him a very distinct visual appeal compared to many of the other game's characters and bosses. Elden Ring is fairly reserved with its use of highly saturated colors, so the moments where colors like this are present always stands out, chief among them being Mohg. I will say though, as good as Elden Ring looks, there are definitely a few bad apples in this basket of design. They're few and far between, but they make their presence known. And on that note, let's talk about the Godskin Noble. What in the fuck happened here? This thing just... it looks ridiculous, and I don't understand it at all. I thought the Godskin Apostle, the Godskin Apostle was terrifically designed, but the Noble is just... I feel like this speaks for itself. It's just so absurd and goofy that it feels like it was drawn up by a child. Like, am I supposed to be laughing at this thing? Because if so, why not just make him really easy so as to cement his role as one of the most entertainingly goofy bosses of the game? I mean, for God's sake, even Pinwheel had a more intimidating design. What's even more strange is just how conflicting this design's tone is with the actual lore of the Godskins. The Godskins are a seriously strange and eerie lot, devoutly following an elusive and mysterious queen who sought the very death of the gods themselves. Honestly, she doesn't sound particularly dissimilar from Velka, the goddess of sin and retribution in Dark Souls. This cult literally sewed clothing from the flesh of gods they slaughtered with the aid of their accursed black flame. That's pretty fucking metal, to say the least. It's unclear what gods they even killed, but for the sake of this point, that's not entirely relevant. The point is, the tone of the lore and narrative clashes directly with that of the Godskin Noble, who honestly animates like a character from Cuphead, Steamboat Willie, the Looney Tunes, or fuck, even Kingdom Hearts. What on earth is even happening anymore? But there's one design that I have mocked and ridiculed throughout this critique that I can no longer go without talking about. You guys should already know what it is. I'm referring, of course, to none other than Marika's Empyrean Shadow, the Roman Reigns big doggo woof woof himself, the furriest of anime furry bait to ever go yiff yiff. Oh my god, I can't believe I fucking said that. The edgiest edgehog to ever edge, Malekith the Black Blade. Alright, so in the spirit of fairness, I want to make it clear that my take regarding Malekith's design is completely subjective, and I am more than aware that I am very much in the minority regarding it. That being said, I'm still going to give you the reasons I feel the way I do, so hopefully you can come out of this at least understanding why it is I've turned this anime dog into my proverbial punching bag. Malekith is a wolfman with literally edgy black armor and a hulking black greatsword with red energy emanating from it. His title is the Black Blade, and he wields destined death. Even Spawn would blush at the sheer edge of this furry motherfucker. Alright, look, I can absolutely get behind Edge when it's done well. As ridiculous as certain interpretations of them are, Spawn, Ghost Rider, Red Hood, Deathstroke, Punisher, Daredevil, and Batman are all phenomenal characters when they're done right. But they're also complete and total jokes of characters when they are done oh so poorly. For me, what kills my ability to take Malekith seriously is just how seriously he's being played up, all the while having so many clashing aesthetics. How about another joke, viewer? What do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with Sif, Artorias, Guts, Ludwig, Gale, and the Nameless King? You get something that none of us fucking deserve. Come to think of it, literally every character whom Malekith draws inspiration from all feature brooding backstories specifically inspired by Berserk. Like, seriously, I know Miyazaki loves Berserk, and I get it, but it's become a meme at this point. Unfortunately, whereas characters like Artorias, Ludwig, Gale, and so on still manage to feel wholly original, Malekith feels like the kind of character design you would find in a game like Code Vein. We've fully transitioned from badass Edge to a preteen emo Soulsborne Berserk OC, Please Don't Steal. Is emo even a thing anymore? Sorry kiddos, I'm old. The point is that from the moment I saw Malekith's Phase 2 cutscene, the illusions were so immediately and abundantly transparent that I honestly lost the ability to take him seriously and buy into his design as an Elden Ring original, let alone as a genuine threat. From the OGs to this OC, Malekith is one of the least original characters this studio has ever produced. He copies Ludwig and Artorias' cutscenes almost beat for beat, visually and narratively, as well as hurling energy from his weapon, except this time they're a dark saturated crimson instead of a bright pale teal. The wolf motif, which in the context of Souls games was of course made famous by Artorias, is obviously a core element of Malekith's design, being the framing for which every other detail is fitted into. He flies around swinging his sword all over the place in a manner not too dissimilar to Gale from the Ring City, however the difference here is that there's nothing holding Malekith back other than his own intentional delays from swinging his sword as if it were a stick that didn't weigh so much as a pound, despite him being an emaciated wolf. Gale, on the other hand, had a lot more heave and stress even as far as his final phase. As many swings, flips, and leaps as Gale did, there's not a single animation of his which sticks out as strangely breaking of the grounded nature of these games. Malekith? That's half his moveset at the minimum. Come to think of it, even his sword bears something of a resemblance to Gale's. And to top it all off, Malekith has the Nameless King's very distinct fashion of hair. I genuinely have no idea why. Now, in fairness, if this were the only visual callback, it would be completely fine on its own. I love the Nameless King as much as the next guy, so hey, whatever, but why, pray tell, is the wolf's hair so much longer on his head than it is anywhere else on his body? And yes, I know, even the Nameless King was inspired by Berserk, but I already made this point. Literally everything that goes on to inspire Malekith was itself inspired by Berserk. This character is completely unoriginal. I understand the inspirations, goal, and intent behind this design. They wanted an homage harkening back to so many elements of the prior games that would pay a sort of respect to them as this most recent journey drew to a close. I can respect that, however I think they tried to include far too many design elements that could reasonably accommodate a single boss's design, and I feel like that shows. Assuming I'm correct in my understanding of the reasoning for this visual design, I sincerely wish that I could look at Malekith in a more positive light. I love all of the things that Malekith is trying to pay tribute to, from Berserk all the way to Dark Souls 3. But those things being great does not mean Malekith is great by extension. I can see through the illusion and past the illusions, and there's very little of substance beyond them. Frankly, I expected much better from the studio responsible for bringing to life designs like Artorias, Ludwig, Gale, and the Nameless King. But I don't want to end this section on a sour note, because like I said, Elden Ring's artistic direction is, on the whole, pretty damn magnificent, and a couple of outliers is never going to change that. So let's talk about the environments for a bit. Elden Ring's environments, on the whole, are genuinely excellent, with an immense variety in aesthetics and locales to keep the world feeling fresh and new in the many hours you're likely to spend exploring it. The variety goes a long way in bolstering the notion that you're an adventurer trekking across a simultaneously forsaken and yet nevertheless enchanting world. Further adding to this sense of adventure is the Erdtree, which serves as a constant backdrop so as to give you an idea of where you're going to end up the moment that you start the game. This thing is visible from seemingly even the most remote corners of this world, and yet there will be areas where the Erdtree is no longer visible, such as the many dungeons and the underground portion of the map. Not only does this create an effectively isolated setting within these more remote locations, but it also serves as something of a break from the sight of the Erdtree so as not to clog every frame with constant golden backdrops. The Halig tree also stands out thanks to its backdrop featuring a similar and yet simultaneously quite different magical tree aesthetic. Speaking of areas cut off from the Erdtree aesthetic, the ancient underground cities have to be among my favorite environments in the game by far. They're honestly magnificent. I took the elevator thinking I was going to be taken to yet another generic dungeon or something, so imagine my surprise when it turned out I was going into an environment with more stars than the Hollywood Walk of Fame. These areas strike an incredible balance between fairy tale folklore and straight up cosmic horror. It's beautiful, but you always get the feeling that something horrific must have happened for things to turn out this way. There's a lot of history to uncover here, and you can tell that just at a glance. Honestly, I would have really enjoyed seeing more of these environments revisited in the DLC. The Cerulean Coast almost hits the mark, but it's just not quite what I had in mind. Finally, I just gotta mention, the cutscene cinematography in this game is fucking stellar. Except for Malekith's. Which, I mean, hey, that's pretty much what you would expect from a FromSoft title. It almost feels like the camera itself carries this sort of reverence for the game's greater bosses, and that it understands the magnitude of things like seeing Ronnie's two fingers and inheriting the frenzied flame. There's a lot of drawn-out panning still shots and not a lot of cuts. You can tell the cinematographers want you to really take things in as they're presented, and I respect the hell out of that. As much as I may criticize Radagon and the Elden Beast, even their cutscenes look tremendous. There's no denying it. Seeing Marika crucified on the Elden Ring and Radagon raising the hammer I imagine was used to invoke the Shattering, it's played up every bit as much as it deserves. I will say some of the DLC cutscenes went on for a bit too long. Mesmer's Phase 2 transition was genuinely incredible, but also, why is it this long? But you know what? It's fine. Renala's Phase 2 cutscene in particular is downright awe-inspiring. I really appreciate the fact that even the worst of the Remembrance bosses have such exceptional presentation to them. Except Malekith. Look, I'm not apologizing. Malekith fucking sucks. And just like that, we are at the last section of the critique dedicated to the base game of Elden Ring. But once we're done here, all that will remain is the DLC, which I can't imagine will take too long to discuss, in all honesty. Then it's on to the conclusion, which, similarly, I don't imagine will take especially long. Anyways, now we're gonna talk about the writing, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where things are gonna get, let's say, interesting. There are certainly elements of Elden Ring's world, lore, and characters that I appreciate, and I will give them all their due credit, but it's also become fairly apparent at this point that FromSoft's writing staff don't actually have much of a clue as to how to tell a story. There's a lot of lore details which of course are expanded upon throughout the game. Unfortunately, a significant portion of other crucial details will simply be left at the wayside. This is a persistent issue with FromSoft's storytelling, and while I can appreciate wanting the player to learn and interpret as much of the story as possible through their own adventuring and dedication, FromSoft's execution of it in Elden Ring is pretty damn bad. If I really wanted to be a jerk about it, I could point out that this is the exact same storytelling method utilized by Five Nights at Freddy's.
Was that the bite of 87?
To be clear, I'm not against vague presentation or the existence of loose ends within stories. I mean, my first set of videos was on PT, alright? Vague presentation can be tremendously effective depending on the story. Alan Wake would be a pretty strong example of a story that benefits from just how unclear and difficult to decipher that it is. Similarly, having intentionally loose ends can also be beneficial to a story, just look at Silent Hill 2. The problem with Souls games though, specifically Elden Ring, is that FromSoft seems to be under the impression that having genuinely talented guys like Epic Name Bro, does anyone even remember him? And Vati do all the storytelling for them is somehow a fine substitute for constructing a cohesive narrative within the media in question. Let me be absolutely clear, just because Vati can intelligently and eloquently present various elements of Elden Ring's lore in an extensive series of cohesive videos, does not mean the game itself is by proxy telling its story well. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I want to preface this dissection of Elden Ring's story with my own summation of both the lore and various possible endings. The reason for this is because by providing a brief summary, you as the audience will be effectively caught up on everything you need to know, as well as having a strong frame of reference for my various criticisms towards Elden Ring's plot. Please bear in mind, I won't be covering literally every detail of the plot. I only wish to provide you the bigger picture, that way the finer details will make sense later on. Furthermore, much of Elden Ring's canon is up to one's own interpretation, and is also the subject of inconsistency thanks to occasional mistranslations that pop up between the Japanese and English iterations. This kind of stuff is complicated, and I admit I'm just as prone to error as anyone else when broaching it. But anyway, without further ado, this is the story of the Lands Between. Our story begins in time immemorial. where in the shine and blackness of the void exists the outer gods, beings of seemingly unlimited cosmic power that for unknown reasons chose to extend their presence to the world of the lands between. The first of these beings to plant their stake in the world was an ancient dragon god, now unknown as it has long since fled this world. Though we may know very little about it, we know that it was in communion through a magical precursor to the Erdtree known as the Crucible, with one Dragon Lord Placidusax, who ruled over the kingdom of dragons from the royal city of Far Missoula. After some time, the supremely powerful being known simply as the Greater Will would touch down upon the lands through a golden Elden star which housed the Elden Beast, a vassal for the Greater Will's influence which would go on to form a covenant with Marika of the Newmans. The Elden Beast itself is the metaphysical incarnation of the Greater Will's concept of order, and would itself transform into the titular Elden Ring and thus begin to shape the world itself with the help of Marika, now the eternal God Queen of these lands between, founder of the Golden Order, and an Empyrean, a vessel for the Elden Ring. As an Empyrean, Marika inherited a shadow, a mystical being that would serve her unquestionably. This being was known as Malekith, and would go on to defeat the Gloam-Eyed Queen who led the wielders of the god-slaying Black Flame magic so as to acquire the Rune of Destined Death, helping to cement Marika's dominance over the lands between. Marika's first consort was an unrivaled warrior by the name of Godfrey, whom Marika adorned with the spirit Sarosh to contain his otherwise ceaseless lust for battle. Blessed by Marika, Godfrey would become the first demigod and Elden Lord. Soon after, the Greater Will's influence would transform the Crucible, the very source of the world's life, into the mighty Erdtree, a manifestation of the Elden Ring's presence and influence. Atop the mountaintop of giants to the north existed the Flame of Ruin, a fire within the forge of the giants which could extinguish even the mighty Erdtree were it to be weaponized by a powerful enough soul, or perhaps even a rival god. Because of this, Marika and Godfrey would lead the charge to the mountains, where Marika would seemingly slay their god whilst Godfrey claimed victory over their armies. Unable to extinguish the Flame of Ruin, Marika would curse the last of the fire giants to an eternity of tending to the flame, forever ensuring its safety from all who would seek to wield it. Though the last of the giants still served their fell god of fire, Marika's conquest would serve as a warning to all the other gods who would seek to challenge her might, from the ghost flame god of the deathbirds to the frenzied flame itself and even the mighty god of the dragons. From Godfrey, Marika would bear 3 children: Godwyn the Golden, Morgoth the Omen King, and Mohg the Omen, who one day would become the Lord of Blood. Born accursed omens, Morgoth and Mohg were shunned to the channels beneath the capital of Lindel. However, Godwyn, born a pure and unafflicted demigod, would become the unspoken golden child and the start of Marika and Godfrey's golden lineage. During the reign of Marika, the ancient dragon Grandsax would wreak havoc on Lindel. This was the only time in recorded history where Lindel's wall was said to have been brought down, thus marking the beginning of the War with the Dragons. The War with the Dragons would see Godwyn's rise to the status of warrior as he would slay countless dragons before finally coming face to face with the dreaded Fortisax. Godwyn would claim victory, thus marking the end of the War with the Dragons as well as the start of the cult of ancient dragons which would be headed by the mighty dragon Lanciax, sister of Fortisax. It's unclear if the nameless dragon god fleeing this world was incited by the war, or if it was in fact a direct consequence. But what is certain is that only one of the involved kingdoms would survive the war with the dragons, and unfortunately for the dragons, it was the kingdom adorned in gold. During Marika's rule, perhaps as far back as the birth of her shadow Malekith after the forming of her covenant with the Elden Beast, the mighty Radagon would come into being. Radagon is an exact twin to Marika, or perhaps it's more accurate to say that they are one and the same. Nevertheless, Radagon was the second Marika. As per the orders of Marika, Radagon would take part in the Liurnian Wars against the sorceress queen Renala and her school of Raya Lucaria, becoming known far and wide as a great and mighty champion. Despite this, the war would never see a definitive victor, with Radagon eventually ending the conflict himself by repenting his transgression against Renala. absolving himself in the celestial dew and swearing his love to the sorceress queen. Their marriage would mark the uniting of the followers of the Erdtree as well as those of the moon and cosmos. Together, the two's union would conceive 3 children: the mighty warrior demigod Radahn, the blasphemous king Rykard, and lastly Ranni, the Empyrean lunar witch. Radahn would go on to become a mighty warrior, inspired by Lord Godfrey and eventually becoming known as General of the Redmane Knights. Radahn would also go on to master the art of gravitational magic, even going so far as to halt the movement of the stars themselves so as to prevent any more celestial horrors from wreaking havoc in the lands between. With her rule firmly secure, Marika would spark a reformation within the Golden Order, likely in an attempt to consolidate her power further. This reformation would begin with the banishing of her consort Godfrey and his fellow warrior kinfolk, as there were no further battles for their lot to take part in. Marika stripped them of their grace and blessings, making them the first of the tarnished and sending them beyond the lands between, so that they may one day die and their spirits eventually be returned by Marika's guiding grace to the roots of the Erdtree. Marika would then take Radagon as her second consort, his loyalty for her trouncing his love for Rennala as he parted ways with the sorceress queen of Caria, bringing also with him the 3 children they bore, whom Marika would then raise to the status of demigod. Marika and Radagon's union would also lead to the birth of the demigod and Empyrean twins Malenia and Miquella. However, with Marika and Radagon being one and the same, the 2 children would be born afflicted by curses associated with other seemingly malevolent outer gods, with Malenia being born afflicted by the curse of scarlet rot, and Miquella being born afflicted by eternal youth, unable to mature into adulthood. Malenia, though rotting from the inside, would find herself in the tutelage of the legendary blind swordsman who'd managed to best the very same god of scarlet rot which had cursed Malenia. Malenia would master the art of the blade and become highly renowned as an undefeated warrior. Miquella sought to bring an end to the rot within his sister which had afflicted her, and so developed unalloyed gold needles which could be used to ward off the meddling of the outer gods and their power. Miquella, hoping to find a cure to his youth, would devise a plan to sprout a new Erdtree by bathing a sapling in his own blood. This led to the creation of the Halig Tree, where those who worshipped and followed Malenia and Miquella would gather. But Miquella wasn't the only one with plans to undo the influence of the Greater Will. The lunar princess Ranni had begun to envision a world free from the influence of outer gods. Being that she was an Empyrean and thus susceptible to the will of the Elden Ring, Ranni would need her demigod body to die while her spirit remained intact, a death which could only be executed with the rune of destined death. Furthermore, for Ranni to slay her body but not her spirit, she would also inversely need to slay the spirit but not the body of another. In order to pull this off, Ranni gathered her followers of the Black Knife Assassins and devised a plot to steal a fragment of the rune of destined death from Malekith. With destined death acquired, Ranni would imbue it in the knives of her assassins as well as the claw which she would pass on to her brother Rykard, whom Ranni knew to have inclinations opposing the gods, as a last resort. With the rune of destined death imbued in their knives, Ranni's assassins would then invade Lindell on the Night of Black Knives, assassinating Godwyn and carving upon him the curse mark of death as Ranni did the very same to herself. The ritual was a success, with Godwyn's soul dying as Ranni's own transferred into the doll crafted to act as her new body and vessel. The doll itself resembles her mentor, the Snow Witch, whom taught Ranni of the moon and the cosmos. Though Miquella would actively seek a way to undo Godwyn's death, nothing would be able to prevent or undo what was coming. Following the death of Godwyn, the grief-stricken Marika would seek to betray the Greater Will, shattering the Elden Ring and dividing its many shards amongst the demigods. This event was dubbed the Shattering. And though Radagon would attempt to mend the Elden Ring, both he and Marika would be bound to what remained of it within the Erdtree by the Greater Will as punishment for Marika's betrayal. With the Elden Ring shattered and Marika and Radagon both cut off from the rest of the world, the Golden Order would soon fall to ruin, sparking a great war within the lands between. With his Great Rune, Morgoth the Omen King would seize control of Lindel. Adopting the moniker of the Veiled Lord, Morgoth would murder countless warriors who might pose a threat to the Erdtree under the new name of Margit, the Fell Omen. Rykard would be driven to madness as his noble ambitions would devolve into gluttonous depravity, eventually feeding himself as well as his Great Rune to the blasphemous serpent. Rykard would then bond with the serpent during gestation, taking on an all-new form reflecting the mad and blasphemous abomination he truly was, a god-devouring serpent. Godwyn's descendant, Godric, would depart Lindel, taking from it many treasures and convening with others who'd abandoned Lindel in the castle of Stormvale, where Godric would hide from the now power-hungry Radahn. During his hiding, Godric would seek to grow more powerful, and thus began his practice of the horrific art of grafting, where he would attach the severed limbs of others to his own body in a desperate bid for power. Similarly to Radahn, Godric too carried a great deal of admiration for Lord Godfrey, whom Godric wished to make proud in spirit. This led to Godric attempting to do battle with Malenia, who marched near Stormvale with her undefeated Cleanrot Knights to face her half-brother Radahn. Godric was left utterly humiliated, groveling for mercy at the feet of Malenia, who decided ultimately to spare her kin. The final battle of the Great War was the famed Battle of Aeonia, where the Star-Scourge General Radahn and the undefeated Goddess of Scarlet Rot Malenia would finally meet in battle. Their armies both fought valiantly, but as Malenia was pushed to her limits, she would remove the unalloyed armor crafted by Miquella to contain the power of the Scarlet Rot that rested within her. Unleashing the full power of her goddess form, Malenia slaughtered the remains of Radahn's forces and unleashed a lake of Scarlet Rot on the lands of Caelid where they'd fought. The rot would also infect Radahn, causing him to go completely berserk with madness as Malenia fled back to the Halig Tree, carried on the back of her most loyal knight. However, upon arriving at the base of the Halig Tree, Malenia would find that Miquella was gone. The cocoon in which he resided was ripped from the roots of the Halig Tree. Many moons it was believed that the Omen Mohg had been plotting to kidnap Miquella so that Mohg could become his promised consort, establishing a new dynasty beneath the outer god known as the Formless Mother, who would be able to use Miquella due to his nature as an Empyrean. During Marika's reign, Mohg shunning beneath Lindel led him to an encounter with the Formless Mother. The Formless Mother would bless Mohg by setting his accursed blood aflame, thus creating a powerful blood flame magic. Following the shattering, Mohg would escape his confines beneath Lindel, setting out to develop his own dynasty within Mogwyn Palace, where his sanguine nobles and cult of the Bloodfingers would gather and pay blood tribute to their new lord. With the acquisition of Miquella's cocoon, Mohg would erect the cocoon within his palace so he could hibernate within it alongside Miquella. He'd hoped that the blood tributes which showered the cocoon would help to revitalize his Empyrean half-brother. However, Miquella remained, for many moons, unresponsive despite Mohg's efforts. The last of the demigods prior to the realm of shadows was none other than Melina. Melina is a descent from Marika, with Radagon almost certainly being her father. Melina, similar to her demigod sister Ranni, seeks the destruction of the Erdtree so as to breach the stagnation that the Lands Between finds itself bound to. You are Tarnished, a valiant spirit who Melina seeks to herald as the new Elden Lord. However, as the Tarnished, there are many paths you can take on your quest to the Erdtree. The first of these paths leads to an Age of Fracture, where following the death of the Elden Beast, the Tarnished takes their place as the new Elden Lord after mending the Elden Ring. However, the mending of the Elden Ring was in fact the plan of the Greater Will all along, and so this conclusion is ultimately just a return to the status quo with you at the helm. The second of these paths is that which leads to the Age of Order, wherein the Lands Between is brought back to the fundamentalist ideas which the Golden Order was originally founded upon, or so says Goldmask. The third of these endings is that of the Age of Duskborn, wherein you have championed those who sought to restore destined death to the world and avoid persecution by the fundamentalists of the Golden Order who seek to carry out Marika's original vision. With the Mending Rune of Death placed within the Elden Ring, the Lands Between can now once again know death, as well as its finality. The fourth of these endings is that of the Blessing of Despair, wherein you assist the reviled Dung Eater to fulfill his goal of showering the world in plague and misery, ensuring curses upon all so that none may ever be scorned again. The fifth of these endings sees you helping Rani the Lunar Witch to fulfill her quest, rejecting the influence of the outer gods and abandoning the lands between as you usher in an age of free will, the world now free of all shackles to develop on its own. The last of these endings sees you aligning with the outer god of the frenzied flame, bringing an apocalyptic fire not just to the Erdtree but across the entirety of the lands between, eradicating all life and spirits and ensuring none will rise from the ashes. Should you choose this end, you will make a sworn enemy of Melina, the last surviving descent of Marika. That is, assuming she hasn't already immolated herself within the flame of ruin at the Giant's Forge. The world is yours to shape as you see fit. All that remains is for you to achieve the power which would allow you to see your will carried out. So, with that understanding of the story in mind, let's discuss Elden Ring's intro cinematic and the many issues with it.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
Alright, so this cinematic actually starts off fairly strong, immediately informing us of what's happened to the titular artifact and making it clear that this was a significant and devastating event, illustrated perfectly by the fantastic artwork. Now, personally, I would have preferred a proper 3D intro like in Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3, but that is admittedly a nitpick. Regardless, the Elden Ring was shattered, and we can assume that this caused quite the kerfuffle, given Queen Marika is now missing. We can also recognize, thanks to Marika being depicted as the one who shattered the Elden Ring, that her disappearance must be connected in some way to the shattering, and obviously her disappearing is a pretty big deal given she is acknowledged as an eternal queen. We don't learn much else about Marika, but that's okay. We understand her relevance to the story as the one responsible for all that's transpired following the shattering, and we can infer the significance of the shattering as it led in some way to her disappearing. There is much more to learn, of course, but that will all be revealed in time, and that's fine. In a similar vein, we're not told what the Elden Ring actually is, but we can assume that we'll figure that out, given it's literally the name of the game, and has also been presented as the thing this story revolves around. Then all of a sudden we get a reference to the Night of Black Knives and Godwyn's death. I remember when I first played Elden Ring just how jarring it felt to suddenly be told this, and the fact that I was immediately confused trying to decipher the context of it. What are the Black Knives? Who is Godwyn? Why did his assassination matter, and how is it relevant to the story of Marika? This one line of exposition feels so out of place, and it really only gets worse in retrospect. Why is there no mention of Rani, the person responsible for the Night of Black Knives? Why is there no mention of Godwyn's golden lineage? Why is there no mention of Malekith and the Rune of Destined Death? Actually, hang on. The Night of Black Knives happened before the shattering. It's the reason the shattering occurred in the first place. Why on earth was this presented as if it occurred alongside or even after Marika's disappearance? I seriously only just realized this as I'm writing the script, and I'm utterly baffled by this mistake that the very game itself has made in its first instance of exposition. Literally, the opening seconds of this game features a major timeline error. I honestly cannot believe that they didn't catch this during the years of production this game went through. One last thing before we move on, Godwyn was the first to perish on the Night of Black Knives. Excuse me, Elden Ring, but I'm pretty sure he and Ranni perished, as they did, at the same time. Furthermore, I don't really know who else of significance could even be alluded to in this besides, again, Ranni, but that doesn't really make any sense as the line is delivered.
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will.
Alright, so now we've gone from talking about Marika and the Shattering to the Night of Black Knives and Godwyn, back to the Shattering. Can you tell that this intro cinematic doesn't actually seem to understand its own timeline? Also, can someone explain to me why Ranni seems to be depicted holding onto her shard of the Elden Ring while the narrator explicitly states Marika's offspring demigods all claim the shards of the Elden Ring? Ranni didn't claim her shard, she cast it aside after it was granted to her, and this is explicitly stated multiple times across dialogue and lore. This is also a really weird time to show us Ranni when she was just omitted from being mentioned alongside Godwyn's death just moments ago. Also, what do you mean they triggered the Shattering? That was Ranni and Marika, unless they're referring to the ensuing war specifically as the Shattering. Furthermore, why is this being said alongside Mohg carrying Mikola away when that occurred during the Great War, or the Shattering Wars as it were? Also, why are we shown Rykard feeding himself to the god-devouring serpent with no context? Why is the Greater Will mentioned with zero context? Again, I don't need you to spoon-feed me this stuff, but this exposition is fascinatingly ineffective at conveying these very crucial details.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask, Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome Dung-Eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
The rest of the cinematic is Radagon, apparently and allegedly, calling the Tarnished to the lands between, including Horalu, Goldmask, Fia, the Dung-Eater, Gideon Ofnir, and of course, the player character. Bear in mind, this is a canonical event which occurs, meaning Radagon actually called forth all of these characters, presumably through the blessings of Marika, which, by the way, they were said to have been stripped of. Care to wager a guess what the biggest problem is here, though? Radagon, I repeat, Radagon of the Golden fucking Order brought the loathsome Dung-Eater back to life and back to the lands between with the distinct possibility in mind that he could become the next Elden Lord. You're seriously telling me that Radagon willingly and knowingly revived the single most reviled living thing to ever step foot in the lands between, with the possibility of him becoming the new Elden Lord?
Well, Loveless, Radagon wasn't able to just pick and choose who came back to life. It was an all-or-nothing choice.
Why?
What?
Why would it have been an all-or-nothing deal? Uh-huh. Anyways, Radagon is a fucking idiot is what I'm trying to say. There's also the issue of the player being given absolutely zero context regarding who any of these characters are. We're told that Horalu is the chieftain of the Badlands without any understanding of what the Badlands even are. We're told Goldmask is ever brilliant, whatever the hell that means. We're told Fia is the deathbed companion with an image of her next to a corpse, basically just saying, hey, she's a necrophile, without any context. We're told this guy, who was publicly executed, was very loathsome and that he literally, probably, eats shit. And finally, before the player character, we see mention of Sir Gideon Ofnir, who is said to be all-knowing.
The need come. What a sad state of affairs. Make your spirit from us. Take the throne. Queen Marika has our we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
Uh-huh. Again, we are given absolutely zero understanding of who any of these characters are, and at most can surmise that Horalu is a warrior, Goldmask is smart, Fia is a necrophile, this one dude eats shit, and Gideon is also probably smart. That is the fullest extent of what you can gather from this mess of exposition, at least prior to playing the game, obviously. Also, holy hell, what is with the voice acting here? Voice acting in From games is typically pretty stellar, but I have no idea who it was that kicked old man Radagon in the shin before making him read a script, but man, it is weird to say the least.
Oh, ye tarnished, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
I referenced this in the section regarding the open world, but could they seriously not be bothered to explain what an Elden Lord even is, let alone how to become one? Even if we go off of an understanding of the lore, Elden Lords were consorts to Queen Marika. Is that what this adventure is really all about? Unironically trying to get a maiden? I mean, don't get me wrong, Queen Marika's pretty bad, or at least that's what the fan art tells me. But is that seriously what this adventure is supposed to be all about? Because that is fucking stupid. Look, I'm just making a joke, but seriously, you're almost guaranteed not to have even the faintest idea of what it is you're accomplishing by the end of the game. At least not without some external knowledge like looking up the endings or, again, just watching VODI like everyone else. You can try and contextualize it in your head when it happens, and in fairness, the endings are left somewhat ambiguous, as any good RPG ending is like to do. But I'm curious, how many of you who got the fractured Elden Lord ending for your first playthrough, without any external knowledge, can honestly, sincerely claim you had a grasp of just what the fuck it was that even happened? Beyond that, am I the only one who's grown tired of FromSoft games recycling plot elements and lore details? Because this is the 5th time, I swear to God, that FromSoft has written a story where the inciting incident was humans begatting a power which they would use to slay giants and dragons in order to establish a diminutive kingdom of fantastical wonder and ruling for a set age before collapsing after the inevitable consequences of exploiting power finally beginning to surface. And guess what? Now the world is cursed with undeath, and it's on you as the chosen one to resolve this curse and push the land into a new age, or perhaps help the currently dying age continue. Or hey, set shit on fire. Which of these games does that sound like? That's obviously a rhetorical question because the answer is fucking all of them. Although in fairness, Bloodborne and Sekiro's endings are actually pretty unique for the most part. But even still, this isn't a hyper-generalization or reductionism. This is beat for beat exactly what happened in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, and for the most part, Dark Souls 3. Although that one being a direct sequel to the first Dark Souls kinda lumps it into that category by default, but even still, I'm tired of it. But Elden Ring isn't just identical in synopsis. There are a vast number of narrative elements that are completely recycled from prior games. Sorcery stems from intelligence and is associated with the moon and similar celestial bodies. Miracles stem from faith and are associated with the power of gods. 2 of the game's endings see you using that power bestowed upon man to extend the cycle that led to the calamity in the first place. Another of the given endings sees you immolating so as to begin an age of fire. One of these endings sees you rejecting the status quo and embracing darkness so as to allow for a whole new age to come about. As a matter of fact, that actually kinda sums up 3 of the endings, albeit a bit more broadly. There's a magical archive belonging to an ally of the most powerful of all lords. The gods fear a powerful and enchanted black flame, as well as a cursed pitch-black natural-born evil that means death. A firstborn of the lord who befriended dragons after taking part in a war against them. Lovecraftian gods meddling in human affairs for unknown reasons. One of these Lovecraftian gods is formless. Instead of dragon rot, we have scarlet rot. There's a cult of humans in communion with the dragons. Instead of the big sister demigod that's gone missing, it's her androgynous little brother that's mysteriously vanished. You travel through time, kind of, to fight a wolfman and a cool dragon. I think you get the idea. Elden Ring's plot and lore are undoubtedly iterative. However, as far as characters go, I think Elden Ring actually does really well for itself. The standouts for me personally were Ranni, Marika, Rennala, and Iron Fist Alexander. Honorable shout out to my boy Patches, who continues to be the best running gag in video games. Seriously, his introduction was fucking great. Of all the character designs from Elden Ring's marketing that had me intrigued, Ranni was definitely number 1. Souls games have always done witches very well, be it Yuria, Beatrice, Zully, or Carla, so I was pretty excited to see what it was this quad-armed blue witch was all about. It is kind of easy to poke fun at Ranni given just how many simps there are who worship the ground her bare feet walk on. Seriously, Miyazaki, you have a problem. But it's impossible to deny just how compelling she is given her role in the plot and lore. Getting to know Ranni throughout her quest is something of an unsung quality. Knowing that she was responsible for the Night of Black Knives and thus the Shattering, there's no denying that her actions have affected countless lives. And that makes her seem selfish and untrustworthy. However, it's also important to bear in mind just how bad things were before the Shattering, and that the Shattering itself was still squarely on the shoulders of Marika. The Greater Will had basically enslaved everyone in the lands between, and was most likely sizing up Ranni and probably Mikola as successors to Marika and Radagon. Marika's subservience to the Greater Will had also led to the genocide of the giants and the dragons, so it's not as if Ranni was just being a teenage edgelord raging against the machine. Was it still morally dubious of her to kill her brother? Of course. Is that reason enough to write off her plans entirely? Well, that's entirely on you to decide. Personally, I don't think it makes her a horrible person. Circumstances as extreme as those of the lands between were never going to allow for an easy solution. Reforming a kingdom this fundamentally subservient to a literal god isn't something you can just do from the bottom up, let alone the top down. And aside from Mikola, Ranni was the only person in power that had the foresight to recognize that something extreme needed to be done. Otherwise, she was probably just going to end up a consort to Mikola and a slave to the Greater Will's influence, so I can't exactly blame her for being willing to take an extreme measure to avoid that. And honestly, I'd say she did a pretty good job given her plot only required a single death. It's dubious and morbid, but all in all, far more clean and calculated than what anyone other than Mikola was capable of. It also required Ranni to make her own sacrifice, so it's not as if this was something that came easy for her either. Something else that makes Ranni seem dubious is the fact that we inevitably need to kill Blythe. However, there are a few things that need to be kept in mind with this one. Blythe doesn't have free will, or at least not as we can try to define it. He only tries to kill us because we're going against the will of the Fingers, who themselves serve the Greater Will. Blythe is, at his core, an extension of the Greater Will's attempts to control the Empyreans. He's basically a gun being passed down to Ranni, except the Greater Will won't hesitate to point that gun right back at her, or anyone else if they step out of line. Here's your freedom, just don't use it without my approval first. All of this is to say that yes, Ranni does morally dubious things, but relative to the circumstances, I think it would be a gross oversimplification to say that she is a straight-up evil person or that what she does is inexcusably evil. It'd be like saying Joel is evil because he kills, or that Robin Hood is evil because he steals. It's easy to say that something is wrong when you isolate it from its context, but that just paints the world as far more black and white than it actually is. Regardless, what's important to remember is that this is my reading of her character, and not everyone is going to agree with it. And if you ask me, that's great. It just goes to show how complex she is, and I think that's very much to the benefit of the game and its story and lore. Next up is Marika. I know she and Radagon are basically the same in a sense, but they're clearly defined as their own characters, so I'm just going to be talking about Marika. I think what makes Marika so interesting is the fact that we really only know what she did, but are never given any insight as to why she chose to do so. For a character with such a heavy presence in the lore that is ironically absent from the game, barring a few silent seconds on screen in the finale, I think it worked out tremendously. There's loads of lore to uncover about what it was Marika did, especially after the DLC, but the only people that really knew her were Godfrey, Radagon, and maybe Godwyn. Given the former two are boss fights and the latter is kind of dead, sort of, we of course only have her actions as they were recorded to go on. We can assume that her grief over Godwyn's death was what pushed her to shatter the Elden Ring, but that's really about all we know as to what she thought or felt at any given time. We're left to decipher Marika's character based solely on her actions and their consequences, and I think that's great. There's loads of room for interpretation while not being so vague that it fails to establish a concrete canon surrounding her, and I think they struck that balance perfectly. For me personally, I like to imagine that Marika was a decent person who ultimately found herself committing more and more heinous acts as she succumbed to the greater will of the Elden Ring, since it had rooted its way inside of Marika due to her being an Empyrean that willfully opened herself to the Elden Ring's power. There's a fair amount of speculation regarding Marika's straying from the deeper fundamentals of the Golden Order, and my interpretation is that this has to do with her waning faith in the greater will as it continually forced her into one morally repugnant act after another. I don't think she was fully possessed, but I can't imagine that she was entirely complicit in some of the happenings of the pre-shattering canon either. There's a prevailing theory that Marika sent Radagon to Rennala as a means of psychologically defeating her, but I'm not entirely sold on this. Bear in mind I've only heard this in lore speculations here and there, and I could easily be overlooking something in-game that spells this out rather explicitly, but truth be told, I don't think it really matters one way or the other. Were it true that Marika plotted this from the beginning as a means of emotionally destroying Rennala, it would still raise the question of whether or not Marika had only chosen to do this due to the influence of the greater will. I could buy that Marika did it of her own volition, but I doubt it's possible to discern whether or not it was truly Marika that went through with it. And I think that's pretty fucking interesting to think about. But hey, all of this is ultimately just my own guess. Who's to say that she wasn't a complicit monster who was willing to play along provided things went her way? Who's to say she wasn't such a monster that she would do such a thing to Rennala? Who's to say she wasn't driven completely mad by the loss of Godwyn? And speaking of loss, holy hell if Rennala isn't the most depressing character in this game. Abandoned by the love of her life and their 3 children, Rennala is easily among the most tragic characters in this game, if not in FromSoft's entire catalog. It's not uncommon for characters in Souls games to meet a tragic fate. Be it a lowly undead like Solaire or the very Lord of Sunlight himself, no one is ever truly safe from the wrath of Miyazaki and his many curses upon his worlds. Rennala is very unique in that she doesn't meet her end, but that's arguably more of a cruelty than a mercy. All the tellings of her marriage to Radagon describe her as quite smitten, and you can tell based on her dialogue that she is still worried about what happened to her children. Unfortunately for Rennala, she'll never get to see her children again, and the only being that willingly visits her in the academy is the one responsible for the deaths of 2 of her children, possibly 3 should the Tarnished take the route of the Frenzied Flame. That's pretty fucking morbid. And finally, there's Alexander. He's the greatest. I honestly don't even have that much to say about him, but I find his character so endearing that I can't help but give him a mention. He's a big jar boy, and he wants to be known far and wide as a legendary warrior. After the battle with Radahn, Alexander says that he needs to get stronger, and so we find him at Mount Gelmir meditating in the volcano. I honestly couldn't make this up if I tried. I mentioned before that FromSoft characters often seek quite tragic or morbid ends, but thankfully Miyazaki was willing to spare the rod with Alexander. Alexander ultimately achieves his goal of becoming a great warrior and is felled by their friend the Tarnished in one final battle on the crumbling grounds of the ancient city of Farum Azula. He shows gratefulness to the Tarnished as he passes on, and that's the end of his story. What an absolute legend. Unfortunately, not all of Elden Ring's characters are quite as well executed as Ranni, Marika, Renala, and Alexander. The prime example I would have to say would be none other than Melina, whose presentation feels strangely muddled despite her presence in the story of the Tarnished specifically. She plays a huge role in the main plot, and there are several allusions to potential subplots revolving around her character. Unfortunately, none of those really go anywhere, and she just feels unfinished because of it. Firstly, and this isn't even a problem with the writing necessarily, so much as the role-playing, but what was the point of making it an option to accept her as your maiden? If you refuse, it doesn't open up any sort of unique branching narrative paths or anything. All it means is that she'll wait for you to finally accept her offer at some point in the future. Bear in mind, you need Melina to both level up and reach the Round Table Hold, with the latter being a strict necessity for completing the game. I made fun of this in an earlier section, but I just can't get over it. It's really fucking stupid. This isn't a choice, and it's not even a superficial dialogue option like those you'd find in Persona or Mass Effect, which at the very least allow you to characterize the protagonist to your liking. This is a complete and total non-option, and it annoys the hell out of me whenever any game uses these. Alright, bit of a tangent, I know, but it really grinds my gears, okay? Regarding Melina as a character, she honestly feels like she's utterly beaming with potential. All of that potential feels completely undercut with how she's used throughout the duration of the story. Melina's motivation is to enkindle the flame of ruin so as to bring an end to the Erdtree. She claims that life is worth protecting and nurturing, with her hopes seeming to be that by aiding the Tarnished in their journey to become the Elden Lord, she can help to bring an end to the misery inflicted by the Erdtree and the Greater Will. Apparently, she also suffers from a very selective amnesia and doesn't fully comprehend why it is she even has this motivation in the first place. Combine that with the fact that she is all but explicitly stated to be the daughter of Radagon and Marika, and it would seem that her goal may in some way be directed by Marika's own will. Otherwise, why would she be so steadfast in her conviction to see this journey through? However, were it to be true that she is an extension of Marika's will, and were my theory about the Greater Will's influencing Marika's own to also be true, that would mean that Melina herself is a servant to the Greater Will. This would make sense in that without the guidance of others, we ultimately just continue the age of the Elden Lord by restoring the fractured Marika. It would also explain why she is so vehemently against aligning with the Three Fingers to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Although in fairness, it's not as if anyone needs to be adhering to the Greater Will to be against that notion in the first place. Again though, this is my own speculation. But beyond that, all of these details make for a really strong setup for Melina as a character, which is why I find it so fascinating just how little they ultimately did with her. There's never a moment of payoff or resolution for her character aside from burning the Erdtree and I guess the Frenzied Flame Avengers teaser. Her being a child of Marika doesn't really go anywhere beyond, I guess, an implication of irony in her burning the Erdtree. Her being a soul without a body akin to Ranni is given zero attention. Simply put, she exists more as a plot device with some neat details than anything else. This is probably also a good time to bring up the cut content involving Melina. Originally, there was going to be a boss fight with her at the base of the Erdtree were the player to inherit the Frenzied Flame before Melina's immolation at the Giant's Forge. Unfortunately, this fight was never finished. There's a mod on PC that lets you fight her, but it's just Melina as an NPC, not a proper boss fight. As it stands, should you ignore Melina's threats to kill you if you chose to inherit the Frenzied Flame, she disappears for the remainder of the game, only ever showing up briefly in a post-credits teaser. Considering the sheer abundance of endings in Elden Ring, I find it impossible to tell how it is they plan to follow this up, assuming they even do at all. So not only is the pivotal deuteragonist denied a defining narrative beat, but the subplot itself is a complete dead end, leaving players with nothing to go on despite this seeming to be a significant moment. What's the point of even using a teaser if there's no intention to follow it up? Maybe I'm wrong and Elden Ring 2 Blade of Boogaloo will follow this up somehow. Heck, maybe we'll get a second DLC following it up, but for now, let's just say I'm extremely doubtful. But it doesn't stop there. To this day, there is speculation that Melina could be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Unfortunately, this theory has nothing to back it up save for her purple eye in the post-credits tease following the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending. Aside from that, there is basically nothing to substantiate this. She doesn't use Black Flame, she aids in Marika's plans to burn the Erdtree, and there's no reference to the Gloam-Eyed Queen and Marika having any sort of familial relationship. Furthermore, if we assume Melina was the child of Marika and Radagon specifically, that would put her birth after the death of the Gloam-Eyed Queen according to the timeline. All of this is to say that Melina's direction feels so needlessly muddled and confused that people are still speculating on theories that don't add up at all. And for what? A post-credits teaser with almost zero possibility of ever being explained? I dare say that this isn't the kind of thing you want to be happening with a character as pivotal to your story as Melina. And speaking of things which are given too little in the ways of concrete information, let's talk about the lands between. This is the kind of thing that has always been a problem in Souls games, barring Bloodborne of course, because it's the GOAT, where we know a lot about the names of locations, what transpired in them, and who did said things in said locations, but aside from Yharnam and maybe the Kingdom of Boletaria and Demon Souls, none of FromSoft's worlds ever really feel lived in. Let me put it this way. What can you tell me about Lendl and Liurnia as two neighboring kingdoms, aside from the fact that they went to war with each other? Did these kingdoms use any conflicting forms of currency? Or am I to believe that runes are actually canonically used for trade? What was travel between these kingdoms like in their heydays versus when they were at war? What exactly were the politics of these kingdoms beyond their present hierarchies, and how might they have conflicted? What even were the laws of these lands?
Oh, come on, Loveless, you're just being pedantic and you know it.
Am I though? Because worlds like those of The Witcher, Mass Effect, Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, Mass Effect, Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, Mass Effect, Metal Gear, Horizon, Ghost of Tsushima, and of course, oh yeah, Mass Effect, and I'm sure countless more, all come complete with whole-ass Bibles and compendiums of world building. I'm not even referring to the third-party media. Just compare the Codex of Mass Effect to item descriptions in FromSoft, and the difference is night and day. You could read every item description in a FromSoft game, and you wouldn't be able to tell me even half of what you could tell me about Mass Effect just from reading one of those games' codexes. They aren't necessary to the world of Mass Effect, but they do exist for those who wish to rummage through them and learn even more about these worlds, because that's just how well thought out they are. This is the exact same concept as using these item descriptions, but it's executed 1,000 times more effectively. Seriously, why does Raya Lucaria's entrance lead into a fucking graveyard? But the lack of concrete information about the world goes well beyond tertiary details like economy, government, social norms, and so on. Why is the Tarnished the only living thing that gets a respawn? Even other Tarnished like Horalu and Sir Gideon Ofnir don't get the chance to respawn after we kill them. Now, obviously it makes sense why we're not constantly being forced to fight these bosses over and over. Boy, what a ridiculous fucking concept, huh, Radagon? But there's nothing in the game to really explain this.
Well, Loveless, obviously it's because you have the Rune of Destined Death by that point.
Okay, so that would have been a great answer, except why can I permanently kill Fia and Goldmask before acquiring the Rune of Double D? Furthermore, why don't we permanently die upon acquiring the Rune of that dang old death?
Well, Loveless, they're not just going to introduce permadeath.
You're right, that would be absolutely fucking crazy. But that also doesn't explain why this is canonically the case. Also, where is the Round Table Hold? Like, I know it appears in Lendl, but where is the Round Table Hold? Also, why does it and certain other locations just have these blessings that selectively don't allow you to engage in combat? Again, I'm asking canonically how and why that is the case. Because I honestly cannot recall a FromSoft game that was so blatant in its approach to keeping things from going too far off the scripted rails. And another thing, why is teleportation so commonplace? As a matter of fact, how has no one in canon thought to weaponize Sites of Grace for combative purposes? I mean, I guess Radagon kind of does it, sort of, but you know what I mean. Going back to Liurnia, how is it that Carrion Knights, who are strong enough to repel the forces of Lendl at its peak, who themselves were strong enough to decisively crush the dragons, are so incapable of breaching Raya Lucaria despite its current security being at an all-time low? How is it that Malekith is in two places at once?
Loveless, you already talked about that.
I know, and it still bothers me. I can't help it. If Morgott can just project himself through randos, Why doesn't he try to kill us more often with this same strategy? And so help me God, if any of you say it's to keep this boss from becoming repetitive, I will come out from underneath your bed, I swear to God. And don't even get me started on Radon. This motherfucker can literally bring the observable cosmos to a standstill. Stars billions of light years beyond us, no longer moving at all. Do you seriously have any idea just how ridiculously and absurdly powerful that makes him? There is not a single thing in this game's canon that should even be able to hold a candle to Radon, much less defeat him. The idea that Melania, Blade of Mikola, and Goddess of Scarlet Rot is in any way his equal or even superior to him is a fucking joke. Now, I should probably make it clear once more that yes, I completely understand the whole point of these games is to be as open-ended and role-playable as possible. I compare the storytelling ironically to Five Nights at Freddy's, but you also need to understand that that's more of a rib than a legitimate criticism. I absolutely think there is a place for open-ended storytelling with vague enough presentation for players to fill in the blanks themselves. I'm not at all trying to devalue that. But I also don't think that excuses the omission of critical plot details as well as the presence of massive gaping plot holes and the lack of general direction for the plot itself. Sure, you can call it nitpicking to point out that we really don't have any understanding of, say, the economy of the world prior to the shattering. I completely get why the vast majority of you probably don't even give a shit, let alone even thought to ask about that. Am I right? But is it seriously nitpicking to ask, when I'm told my end goal is to become the Elden Lord, just exactly what the fuck an Elden Lord even is? Is it nitpicking to point out inconsistencies with death in a world pretty much defined by its own lore regarding death? Is it nitpicking to point out that a main character's presentation is so muddled that the prevailing theory of just who it is they even are has to do with a character they genuinely could not possibly be? This kind of stuff objectively matters, and I say that as someone who genuinely loves filling in these gaps with my own ideas. Like, I really want you all to understand that this isn't just me being a pedantic jackass. I wrote Souls fanfic all the way back in high school, not long after Dark Souls released, connecting it to Demon Souls, and I've been expanding on it ever since with each and every game that FromSoft has released. I practically have a Bible's worth of headcanon for every damn character that I've ever made in these games, and I've enjoyed writing so much shit about these worlds that I'll never share beyond this mention because I just love doing fanfic. I do it for me, and I find it adds a lot to my personal experiences with role-playing games, not even just Souls games. That's a wonderful little anecdote to give you an insight into just how personally I approach these stories as a longtime fan of this studio. However, no amount of my completely subjective enjoyment changes the fact that these games, especially Elden Ring, have a lot of major plot holes in their writing and world building that shouldn't be hand-waved as non-issues just because it can be fun to fill in the blanks for yourself. That is not the job of players. These games have writing staffs for a reason. They hired George R.R. Martin to write this game's lore, for fuck's sake. Combine all of these inconsistencies and holes in Elden Ring's writing with the potential issues of mistranslation, and yeah, I think it's more than fair enough for me to suggest that the game's writing is a bit of a mess. By the way, that goes doubly for the plot, which itself is not only bare bones, but is also primarily directed by a character with major omissions of resolution. I really enjoy the world of the Lands Between. I find the characters that inhabit it to be really compelling. I think the lore is fascinating, and I really enjoy listening to Vati and others talk for hours on end about the most menial bullshit going on in this world. But unfortunately, Elden Ring's writing is also extremely flawed, iterative, and lacking in numerous regards, and no amount of speculative threads, theory crafting, lore videos, and fanfic will change that which is objectively present in the game. And I respect these games far too much to pretend it's anything different than what it is. Pros, cons, and all. Okay, but really, what the fuck is up with the constant incest in George R.R. Martin's work? And Miyazaki, my guy, cool it with the feet. If I were to rank Shadow of the Erdtree amongst FromSoft's DLC, I would easily rank it above Dark Souls 2's Crown Trilogy, but I would also just as easily rank it below literally everything else. Similar to Elden Ring's base game, I'm so extremely mixed on this DLC that part of me wants to tell you it's pretty damn good. There's a lot I don't like about it, but damn. What's good is so damn exceptional that I can't deny how satisfied that portion of the content left me. Were this a $15 expansion I'd waited a handful of weeks or even a few months for, I'd say it was worth it on that alone. But that's the thing, Shadow of the Erdtree is a $40 expansion that took 2 whole years to finally release. That's over half the price of a full AAA release with arguably a full development cycle utilizing assets that had already mostly been finalized. I shouldn't have to lean on a fraction of the content turning out exceptional so as to justify the rest of it ranging from mid as fuck to among the worst content this studio has ever produced. What's worse is that this is pretty much exactly what I saw coming the moment the DLC was announced. I just didn't want to believe it. I've never had quite the love-hate relationship with a game that I do with Elden Ring. There's so much about it that I think is truly remarkable, but there's also so much of it that ranges from just okay to downright abysmal. I wish I could just play this game and enjoy it, I really do. So when the DLC was announced all the way back in February of 2023, you can probably imagine that I felt a strange mix of emotions. Obviously, I wanted it to turn out great. FromSoft is a studio that I admire, or used to at this point, and I was obviously invested in Elden Ring even before I'd played the DLC. I don't spend hundreds of hours writing, recording, editing, and producing this many hours of content without some sort of passion behind the work. I thought maybe, if nothing else, I could at least enjoy the DLC for what it was and walk away having had a pretty good time. Unfortunately, that's not all that I took away from my time with this DLC, and I guess now it's time for me to talk about that. For the sake of brevity, I've structured this video to focus primarily on the open world, difficulty, and of course, the bosses. I don't really have anything new to take away from the DLC as far as artistic and auditory direction. The game still looks and sounds phenomenal, so, you know, gold stars for that. As far as the general gameplay goes, there are a handful of new weapons, spells, and weapon types that were pretty fun to experiment with. I especially enjoyed Rolana's twin swords, but otherwise, I mean, it's basically more Elden Ring, and I don't even mean that as a knock. It's not like this is a completely different game or anything. Same goes for the enemy design. The Lion Warriors were probably the best of the lot, not sure why they respawn though. The Scorpions were cool, but I don't think they ever so much as registered as a threat once I realized how pitifully weak they were. The Fire giant golems were really damn boring because you basically just hammer away at them for several minutes straight while jumping to avoid their very repetitive stomps. These spin to win motherfuckers looked ridiculous and only ever managed to even come close to killing me once. These leech things and the finger ruins were similarly about as annoying as trying to pass a kidney stone, believe me I would know, but they also never even registered in my head as having a snowball's chance in hell at killing me without basically my own personal compliance. Let's see, what else do we got? FromSoft still can't design a functioning flying enemy to save their lives, it would seem. The pod amalgamations had a pretty kick-ass design, even if they were kind of a joke. Mesmer's pyromancers were kind of cool, I guess. And yeah, there you go. Otherwise, it's pretty much more Elden Ring. If you like that, cool. If you don't, alright. There is one particularly unique enemy I will be talking about later though, so hey, get hyped. To briefly surmise my thoughts on this DLC though, I think Shadow of the Erdtree is a frustratingly disappointing expansion to a frustratingly disappointing game. There's a fair amount here that I found genuinely remarkable, like, seriously, I'm going to be gushing about this shit. But god damn if it isn't bogged down by some of the absolute worst content this studio has ever produced. Combine that with an underdeveloped faux leveling system that makes the base game look like a tour de force in balancing, all locked in the confines of a map that's frustrating and monotonous to navigate, and I don't imagine that I need to tell you that I find myself in strong disagreement with the consensus among critics that this is the single greatest DLC ever produced for a video game. I am sincerely convinced that people are just trolling when they say shit like that at this point. Anyways, let's start with talking about the map. Shadow of the Erdtree's map is fine, I guess. It's a lot like the base game's map in that there's a surprisingly high volume of secret paths, minor dungeons, field bosses. Yeah, I'll get to that eventually. One thing I will say is that I was pretty impressed with the sheer variety in locales. The map was originally teased to be on par with Limgrave size-wise, and while that's certainly true, I was pleasantly surprised by just how much variety there was. The Cerulean Coast, the Ruinous Fissure, the Finger Ruins, hell, we even got ourselves a good old-fashioned secret sky castle. Eat your heart out, Harris. There is a lot to uncover here, and I was also quite happy to see that there was no shortage of functional platforming either. I know I'm probably the one person who actually genuinely enjoys Elden Ring's platforming, but I don't know. It just works. It's not exceptional, obviously it's no Sackboy or Jak and Daxter, but it works in the context of what it's trying for, and the level design is full of those classic FromSoft moments where you realize where one path leads and go, oh, okay, alright. I can't imagine anyone this far in this godforsaken critique is unfamiliar with FromSoft games, so I doubt that I need to explain why these kinds of moments can feel so satisfying at this point. If you know, you know. If you don't, what the fuck are you doing here? Another major plus I have to give this expansion is the fact that, holy shit, the main quest actually has direction to it. What a concept! And it feels totally in line with FromSoft's best works. When you first enter the DLC, you're given a pretty clear path leading straight to the tower settlement of Belleroth. There's practically no way you're going to miss this very glaringly obvious pathway, making it a very clear pointer to where you ought to go first. I'll talk about the dungeon design soon enough, but what's important to note here is that the enemy set itself ranges from pretty easy to really damn challenging. Not only is this appropriate for the intended first dungeon, but it prevents the player from feeling like they need to turn around and fuck off somewhere else like the base game is so prone to doing. Upon defeating the dungeon's boss, you'll reach a point where you can no longer proceed, but not without being given a clue as to what to do next. Just past the Dancing Lion boss room is a note saying to follow Mikola's crosses out east, where perhaps we can find a way past the branches that prevent us from entering the secret Sky Castle. And wouldn't you know it, if we somehow find ourselves beating Romina before Mesmer, we discover the only way to eradicate this tomfoolery is with the Flame of Mesmer, who we can discover through pretty minimal investigating is somewhere within the Shadow Keep. That is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. They sparingly implemented indirect guidance that feels both completely organic and nevertheless satisfying to uncover without breaking your immersion or forcing you to resort to Google just so you can get an answer on what the fuck it is that you're supposed to even be doing. Here's a big path. At the end of it, you're told to go east while following certain landmarks, and eventually you'll reach a point where you'll need a thing from a boss in a dungeon. Not only that, but there's a good chance you'll actually get kinda lost somewhere along the way. The Shadow Keep is a pretty damn expansive dungeon, and it's not as if the map itself doesn't lead off in a multitude of directions from any one point. So even though you have a goal in mind, it's completely on you to piece together and navigate these locations. I've been pretty transparent that I think the base game utterly failed at striking this balance of not telling the player too much while also giving them just enough, but Shadow of the Erdtree makes it look almost effortless. It's so simple and yet so good. Seriously, nice fucking work, FromSoft. You almost nailed it with this map. I say almost because holy fucking Christ, why are there so many goddamn cliffs in this DLC?
Wow, Loveless, really? Too many cliffs?
Yes, cliffs. As you may or may not be aware, Elden Ring has this thing called fall damage, meaning that in order to circumnavigate a cliff, you need to find another way around. So what's the problem? Allow me to show you. You see that spot down there? Looks pretty neat. How do you get there? Well, unfortunately, it ain't quite as simple as following the cliffside to a drop-off point, or unlocking a magical shortcut, or taking an elevator, or, oh, I don't know, platforming. Nope. Turns out what you're supposed to do is start all the way up here, follow a very specific path downward, do some platforming until you get down here, go the opposite direction of the place you want to be, climb a fucking dragon carcass, and then follow that path to that spot. I hope you weren't hyping up what could be waiting for you down there like I was, because it's yet another fire golem, yet another deathrite bird, yet another tibia mariner, and yet another hungry fucking hippo. This spot was a frustration to even reach, and all it had was another batch of recycled bosses. And that's not even counting those encountered along the way. And you see now why maybe, just maybe, I find it really goddamn annoying to jump through so many hoops just so I can reach this one particular spot that turned out to not even be worth going to in the first place. And don't even get me started on the fucking ruins of Rao. And I want to be clear on something. Even if the spot I reached was amazing, it still wouldn't change the fact that getting there was a massive pain in the ass. The Abyssal Woods is my favorite area in the DLC. I genuinely think it's phenomenal, but goddamn, I fucking hate the part where I actually have to go there. At least in that case, it's actually worth it though. Honestly, I think half the reason I love Death Stranding as much as I do is because I can finally just, you know, navigate cliffs. Maybe it's just a me thing, and if so, fine, but hopefully you can see where I'm coming from with this one. Aside from that though, there really is very little to criticize about the DLC's map and world design. In fact, one particular way that I felt Shadow of the Erdtree improved over the base game world design was with the Legacy dungeons. Granted, there's really only, what, like 4? Kind of? But hey, I'll take a couple of solid dungeons with little to criticize over shit like Mikola's Haligtree or Raya Lucaria any day of the week. There are of course side dungeons, and to their credit there's actually a fair amount here beyond the usual copy-pasted laziness that plagued the base game. We actually get some, you know, game design here and there with these minor dungeons. It's pretty neat. And to the surprise of nobody, the highlight of the DLC, at least for myself, is without a doubt the Shadow Keep, which very well might be the best dungeon in both the DLC and base game of Elden Ring. Hell, it might be one of FromSoft's best dungeons, period. Shadow Keep is seriously great. You could put this dungeon in just about any of FromSoft's other titles, and I honestly feel like it would fit right in amongst the best of them. Granted, you'd also need a jump button thrown in with it, but you get the idea. Not only is the layout itself complex with various branching pathways that extend vertically and horizontally, but add to that the sheer volume of entryways and by extension exit points, and what you have is a dungeon that is an absolute treat to go through and explore. You really never know what's around the next corner, and it provides a very organic intrigue that far outclasses the chaotic, directionless mess that is the open world of the Lands Between. When I look at the design of Shadowkeep versus the overworld maps of the Lands Between and the Realm of Shadow, it only reinforces my belief that FromSoft would be far better off sticking to their more condensed Metroidvania style of world design. There is just so much about the Shadowkeep that stands out in my mind as I look back on it. Similar to Stormveil, even though I don't especially love every enemy that appears in it, the Shadowkeep's roster is pretty damn strong overall, with a healthy blend of jobbers, pests, and elite enemies that are distributed almost perfectly. There are a couple of encounters that, yeah, they weren't terrific, and there is a bit of recycling here and there, but honestly, even they weren't so bad that they could sour the experience. On the whole, I really enjoyed fighting Mesmer's Knights. I found their blend of pyromancy and melee to be pretty well tuned. Nothing stuck out as overpowered, but none of their attacks felt so weak that I could simply walk right through them. They struck a sweet and happy medium, being both tough enough to provide a genuine challenge whenever they appeared, but not being so overwhelming that I dreaded every encounter. Plus, let's recognize the forest for the trees here, their design is pretty kick-ass. But the Shadowkeep wasn't the only area in the Realm of Shadow that I thought stood out. The Abyssal Woods in Midra's Manse might very well be my favorite location and dungeon in the entire game. I guess the Abyssal Woods isn't technically a dungeon, kinda like Mogwin's Palace, but goddamn does it go hard. It starts with the player exiting the Darklight Catacomb and fighting Jory, the Inquisitor. He's a total joke, and no, I will not be talking about him later on. That is literally all I have to tell you about him. But at least it isn't just another mid to high tier enemy. Instead, it's a boss that relies on summoning low to mid tier enemies. Great. But whatever, it's not until he's been disposed of that the real game can finally begin. Also, real quick, major props to whoever's idea was to link a minor dungeon to a whole new area. Not only did it make that specific dungeon matter, you know, beyond the loot that you get from it, but it gave me an actual reason to want to go and explore other minor dungeons. This is the kind of thing that was sorely missing from Elden Ring's base game. Sure, there was that one that led to Rykard's Great Rune Tower, but I mean, come on. I feel like if they would have cut down on the sheer volume of minor dungeons in the base game, given them some more unique gimmicks like the shadow enemies or the chest traps, and littered them between certain key areas, I think they would have turned out miles better than they ultimately did. Anyways, back to the Abyssal Woods. Right from the start, any player with functioning eyes is going to see that this is a pretty open area and thus intuit that they should hop on Torrent. However, before long, Torrent will suddenly disappear, leaving you with the ominous message, "The spectral steed is frightened and cannot be summoned."
Huh?
With Torrent gone, the player has no choice but to move forward on foot. There have been plenty of instances where Torrent has been made unavailable, but typically when that happens, the mechanical reason for it is immediately apparent. Either you're entering a confined area where Torrent just wouldn't make any sense to be available, or you're being invaded by an NPC. That's not the case here though, and the fact that there is no immediately apparent reason for Torrent not being available is unnerving to say the least. Soon enough, you'll begin to encounter wildlife with the eyes of those afflicted by the frenzied flame, and those familiar with Elden Ring's lore will be able to piece together why Torrent refuses to be summoned here, being that the frenzied flame can burn away both the living as well as any lingering spirits, which Torrent is. So alright, more frenzied flame. I like it. Oh, and what the hell are those things? The aging untouchable? Sounds like a badass. Oh, it looks badass too. What the fuck? Whoa! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't actually damage them. That's terrifying. No! 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 Oh god! That's scary. That's scary. I don't like that. Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god, that is terrifying. Whoa! That is death without second chance. Holy shit. So yeah, turns out these things need to be parried once before they can even start taking damage. Apparently Destined Death works on them regardless, but it also requires somewhere around 30 castings, so yeah. Not doing that. I don't know why they're suddenly able to be attacked after being parried or how that's supposed to make any kind of sense lore-wise, but truth be told, I really don't even mind given the alternative. What's this? A good stealth section in my Elden Ring? I couldn't believe it either. Now, don't get me wrong, Elden Ring was never going to be Metal Gear, hell, it was never even going to be Fallout or the Elder Scrolls when it comes to stealth, but I think the Abyssal Woods did a terrific job with what it had to work with. Elden Ring's stealth may be bare bones, but that doesn't mean it can't be retrofitted into a damn good gameplay sequence either, and the Abyssal Woods proves just that. Getting caught doesn't just mean instant death, thankfully, but it does mean dealing with one or more of an enemy that's basically invincible, can immediately close any gap between them and the player, and deals very high damage, plus madness, one of the most dangerous conditions in this game. Add to that the dread-inducing tone and atmosphere, these plants that can alert enemies to your presence, and not to mention the notably long gaps between sites of grace, and this is easily among my favorite areas in any FromSoft game. It's fantastic. There's this foreboding and pervasive sense of looming dread that's ever present throughout the woods, and you can find yourself wandering these woods for a fair length of time if you aren't careful. You really need to keep an eye on your map and maintain a keen sense of direction as you navigate this nightmarish hell. Seriously, you do not want to get lost here. It's fucking scary, man. For real, for real. Eventually, though, you'll find yourself approaching a large, desolate structure where you'll be greeted by the voice of a man warning you to turn back. Even his spirits try to warn you, but because we're playing a video game, we press on. Midra's Manse isn't especially unique or even impressive as a dungeon, at least not mechanically speaking. The tone and atmosphere are all there, but there's no denying that when it comes to the gameplay, this is a pretty straightforward, almost slapdash area. Though I will say, I really enjoyed this one moment where you can see Midra off in the distance from this catwalk. It's a small moment, but it piqued my interest all the same in finding out what the heck was even going on here. But before we get to talking about the bosses, I want to take a moment to discuss this DLC's approach to crafting difficulty. Because it's kinda shit. Shadow of the Erdtree's difficulty is by far the most artificial you will find in any modern FromSoft game, and it's all thanks to the new Erdtree fragment system, which single-handedly annihilated any and all hope that this expansion ever had of being remotely balanced. No, I am not kidding, it is an absolute train wreck. The SCAD-frag system is, on paper, a pretty simple concept. You collect an item and thus become stronger as you accumulate more and more. It's a straight up bump to all of your stats. This only applies in the DLC and otherwise has no bearing on how the game plays. The intent of this system was to prevent players from breezing through the expansion while simultaneously providing another incentive to go and explore the world. However, this logic doesn't line up for somewhere between 3 and 3 billion reasons. Firstly, the only incentive that Elden Ring's world ever lacked to explore it was narrative incentive, an issue which remains persistent in the DLC all the same. Without a thorough understanding of this already complex world's lore, the Realm of Shadow is just another map with tough enemies to try and cleave your way through in a quest to beat the hard game. Unless you're Vati or a subscriber of Vati, or some other lore channel, the only tangible reason that you're even here to begin with is because you bought the expansion and you want to play it. I mean, you bought a DLC, you obviously want to experience more of what the game has to offer, and you're willing to see that through. The SCAD-frag system is a mechanical incentive that doesn't need to exist because the players were already going to want to see more at a strictly mechanical level. I can say this with certainty because even after I'd beaten Radahn 2, the Blade of Boogaloo, the hardest boss in the entire game, and thus the one which commands the highest SCAD-frag level, I was still interested in exploring this DLC. And I'm glad I did, for reasons that are entirely irrelevant to the SCAD-frag system. You don't buy a DLC this big and this expensive without some degree of motivation to see more of what the game has to offer, so forcing the player to do what they were already going to do at some point regardless just makes the whole system feel tacked on as a result, all the while completely missing what it was that was wrong with Elden Ring's exploration in the first place. All this achieves in an explorative sense is establishing a harder gatekeep between the player and the latter portion of the DLC. Elden Ring's base game already had stat spikes to gatekeep late game areas like the mountaintops of giants and the Erdtree from lower level players. I mean, it's one of the most frequent criticisms levied against the game, even by a substantial volume of its fans. So to say this design choice left me utterly baffled would be a serious understatement. What's worse is, just like the base game, it doesn't take long at all to accidentally over-level on SCAD frags and utterly annihilate whatever it was that was originally giving you trouble. I don't think any moment from my first playthrough with this DLC could more perfectly illustrate this than my time fighting Romina, Saint of the Bud. Most of her attacks outright one-shot me, and there was just no way that I was going to beat her without one seriously mundane time investment that I was almost sure would make me detest the boss. So I went and got my SCAD frag level up to about 13 and proceeded to absolutely... She genuinely did not stand a chance. Just like in the base game where you might find yourself accidentally over-leveled, this is not satisfying. If anything, my recognition of the artificiality behind this made it a much less satisfying experience as a result, which is a shame because I actually consider Romina a pretty fantastic boss regardless. The idea that this keeps the player from breezing through the DLC is a fucking joke. Because as long as you know what you're doing, you can pretty efficiently blitz the DLC with a pretty low SCAD frag level. So while most players are being forced to do something that they were going to do anyways, the uber hardcore challenge runners are still going to do exactly what they were going to do anyways. This doesn't solve anything or add anything to the world, it just makes the first run of the DLC way more frustrating than it needs to be by arbitrarily and artificially stat spiking certain portions of the DLC. What makes this even more stupid is the fact that the prerequisites for reaching this DLC should have given FromSoft more than enough of a clue where the DLC's difficulty should have started out, and thus how they could escalate moving forward. Since the DLC can only be accessed after defeating Radahn and Mohg, you would think that the obvious starting point for the DLC's ideal difficulty would have been somewhere between Lindell and the Consecrated Snowfield. So, basically, Elden Ring's late game. One could make the argument that an overpowered level 420 build, outfitted with the best equipment, weapons, and magic that this game has to offer, would effectively slice clean through this level of difficulty, but I would just as easily argue that doing so would make the points in the DLC where the difficulty ramps up stand out as far more effective in challenging the player, because not only would the newer and more average players be struggling, but it would also allow the game itself to catch those more overtuned veterans off guard and thus allow for two wholly unique experiences that still come out of having the same result, satisfying that urge to overcome a major challenge. Of course, this would also require the game to rely on more than just overtuned stats and attack animations, but this is an ideal hypothetical, so take that as you will. Sadly, what we got was a system that artificially deflates the player in FromSoft's ongoing attempt to reinforce the general audience's perception that they make the super hard games, which is unfortunate because I vividly recall once knowing them as the studio that makes the super engaging games that never needed cheap strategies and streamer baiting. This whole system is a fucking joke. I could keep going, but I feel like I've made my point. This system simultaneously does nothing new to encourage exploration while also failing to address the incentive that this game actually lacked in the first place. Not only does this show a complete lack of awareness on the part of FromSoft regarding their own open world, but it only serves to bolster the issue with progression in their base game, which wouldn't have even been a problem in this DLC given the prerequisites that needed to be achieved before accessing it in the first place. They effectively recreated one of the core issues in the base game in the DLC that didn't release until 2 years later and was on track to not even have that same issue just by consequence of what it was you even had to do to access it in the first place. It is baffling to me that this is even a problem at all, and in my eyes is one of the greatest blunders of this DLC, right up there with its final boss. But we got a few bosses to talk about before we can tackle that train wreck. For now, we're going to take one last look at Elden Ring's undying fetish for recycling bosses because despite all of the unique assets in this DLC, even the shadow of the Erdtree cannot escape the shadow of recycling content. I won't be spending too much time talking about this, but God, what is the studio's fascination with mashing Control-C, Control-V?
Loveless, that's not fair. These new dragons are totally different. They have like 2 new moves.
Oh, wow, yeah, Anyways, at least in the base game, they tried to make most of the dragon fights feel kind of unique. Borealis, Grail, some of these were pretty alright despite being so heavily recycled. Shadow of the Erdtree though? Give them a couple new moves and imbue them with the Ghost Flame, or just don't even imbue them with anything. Man, making games is so easy. You know what? Why not hit the old reliable and the Tibia Mariner and the Deathrite Bird too? You know, for old time's sake. But it's not just the base game content that gets reused throughout Shadow of the Erdtree. Let's talk about 2 of the newest bosses, the Dancing Lion and the Golden Hippo. The Dancing Lion is a boss that I was initially a big fan of, and for what it's worth, I still enjoy the fight for the most part. It's got a pretty simple but diverse moveset with multiple elemental attack types, some unusual melee, and I love how it cycles between different forms rather than abiding by the same old Phase 2, Phase 1 formula that the majority of Elden Ring bosses typically utilize. I would actually really like to see this in future boss fights. The design is also among my favorites in both the base game and DLC. It's like Studio Ghibli and Junji Ito had a collaborative concept and left the rest to Miyazaki. Seriously, what a fucking cool design. The only real problem I had with it was the camera. Sure, the camera is more of a general issue with this game, but it's especially bad with the Dancing Lion. I don't know, there's something about the way that it moves that just makes the camera go haywire at times. And from what I can gather, this has been a recurring issue for other players as well. It's a shame because, like I said, the boss is pretty damn solid for the most part. There's little to nothing beyond the visual design that I would call exceptional, but it's still pretty damn good. I'd probably call it great if the damn thing wasn't so incompatible with the camera. Unfortunately, the Dancing Lion gets reused, though thankfully only once, over in the Ruins of Rao where it's given Death Blight and a mob of cursed froggy boys because... why not? You can also use Torrent for this fight. That's pretty neat. Yeah, this fight's terrible. I don't really see the point of reusing a boss like the Dancing Lion, and like I said, one reuse isn't the worst thing in the world, but this second fight just fucking sucks. But hey, I can at least respect the fact that they tried something kind of different with this second fight. At least it wasn't an already lame boss that got reused multiple times over with 0 changes to speak of. Speaking of which, the Golden Hippo. Yeah, it kinda sucks. And no, I'm not going to elaborate at all. Aside from that though, the DLC thankfully does a pretty good job at refraining from frequent boss recycling. I suppose we could count the fire golems as a pseudo-boss that definitely gets reused way too much, and from what I can gather, I'm not the only one who finds them... oh man. Who finds them just... oh man. What was I talking about? Oh right, bosses. Let's talk about the bosses that I liked, starting with the Erdtree avatar. It seems like most people didn't care for this thing, and I mean, yeah, I kinda get it. It's not exactly a barn burner of a fight, and I frankly don't understand why they even bothered giving it not one, but 2 extra phases when those phases are barely distinct from the first, but aside from that, he's pretty fine. Again, nothing spectacular, but I don't think it's bad either. Plus, hey, that design is just badass. I don't know, maybe it's because I was expecting another Erdtree avatar clone, but I don't mind it. Not great, not terrible, but for real this time, let's talk about the bosses that I actually really enjoyed. Starting with Romina, Saint of the Bud. This is kind of a weird one because on paper, it seems like the kind of boss that I typically just wouldn't care for. My first experience fighting it was frustratingly unfun thanks to the shitty scadfrag system. Its telegraphing is a little esoteric. It reminds me of this fucking abomination. She tends to stall the fight by flying around. She has Scarlet Rot and can dish it out way faster than even Melania. Yeah, Romina is far from a perfect boss. And yet, there's something about fighting her that I can't help but love. Those of you who watch my Shadow of the Erdtree stream probably remember how hard of a time I had thanks to the scadfrag system. I'd get so far in the fight only for her to one-shot me or combo me to death in an instant. Yeah, not exactly a pleasant experience. But it was also obvious to me that even then, this was the fault of the scadfrag system. Otherwise, I was actually really enjoying the fight, and in more recent runs, I've had a ton of fun facing her at the quote-unquote expected scadfrag level. It's a shame that this shitty faux leveling system was so in the way of my first experience with a boss that I genuinely really like. Romina's awesome. Like the Dancing Lion and Estelle, her design is just so unique, and the way she moves makes learning her patterns feel more involved than just memorizing wind-ups, and it doesn't feel like you're just being subjugated to needlessly bloated and extended anime wombo combos. She's an actual warrior with a honed and polished style of approaching combat that works in tandem with her unique form. Ironically, despite her strange and almost otherworldly appearance, she's one of the game's only bosses where you feel like you're, actually learning how she operates as an entity in this world, rather than some artificial intelligence with a high rate of aggression and wacky animations. She feels like an actual Souls boss.
Isn't that fun?
It is. It really is. I don't think there's anything mechanically exceptional about the fight, but I also don't think there really needs to be. Her attack patterns are aggressive, but not so much that you'll be dodging for several seconds at a time. Her punish windows are somewhat slim, but not to the point that you'll barely have time to get in more than a single poke of damage. Her hitboxes are all pretty tight, including the butterflies, which is seriously impressive given the volume of them and the fact that they explode, creating so many AoEs. She's a fucking Souls boss. A classic Souls boss. Oh my god, she was such a breath of fresh air compared to the usual Elden muck. Combine her being a rock-solid fight with the phenomenal visual design and not to mention downright superb OST and yeah, I stand the fuck out of Romina. If anything, I wish they did more with Romina. She just feels so, I don't know, like a footnote. It's a bit of a recurring thing with some of Elden Ring's bosses, or even sometimes just their phases. The first phases of Mohg, Malekith, Melania, then of course there's Radagon who just feels like he got the Elden shaft with his fight, but with Romina, it's a bit different. The issue with Romina is that she doesn't feel like she has anywhere near the significance of bosses like Mesmer or Radahn. It feels like she could have had far more of a presence in this expansion. As it stands, once you leave the Shadow Keep, you more or less barrel through the ruins of Rao, fight Romina, light a bonfire, fuck off to heaven and kill God and his totally of legal age consort. I don't know, it just feels like they could have done a bit more to hype up this fight than just including yet another area with the Kindred of Rot. You know what I mean? I feel like even just a cutscene would have done wonders for elevating this fight. But hey, I understand that not every boss I specifically take to is gonna get the red carpet treatment, and that's fine. When the biggest problem I have with the fight is that I wish there was more to the presentation, I think it's fair to say that the fight must be pretty damn good. The Scarlet Rot is such an interesting concept, and as far as this game's lore goes, just about anything to do with Melania is bound to be compelling. I know that probably sounds filthy rich coming from me, but I stand by what I've said. Melania is a bad boss, but her lore is fascinating, and the Shadow of the Erdtree does a fantastic job at expanding upon it. Rolano was another boss that I found myself really impressed by. I've seen so many people compare her to Melania. Hell, I've had my own comments saying, "Lol, Lovelace thinks Melania is bad. Just wait till bro sees Rulana." And yeah, I gotta be honest, Chef, the only similarities I see between these two is the fact that they both wield a sword and they both have vaginas. Actually, scratch that last one. Didn't Melania's like fall off or something? In all seriousness, despite their surface level similarities, I don't think these two could possibly be any more different. For starters, Rulana's fight isn't ruined by waterfowl dance. So yeah, that's nice.
Loveless, are you seriously going to spend the entire time on Rolana talking about how she's better than Melania?
Yes. I think part of what makes Rolana such a good boss, you know, unlike Melania, Blade of Migala, is the fact that her phase 2 feels like an actual expansion on her first phase. With Melania, what? They gave her a whopping 2 new moves, imbued her with Scarlet Rod, and buffed her damage? Lame. Rolana's phase 2 sees her buffing her swords, one with magic and the other with fire. You don't need to be a Souls vet to immediately recognize what that means for her as far as her damage goes, but there's a bit more to it than that. In her second phase, Rolana has 2 new ways that she can cap off her combos. She can use her magic-imbued sword to cast an energy wave, or she can use her fire sword to cause a delayed explosion. I'm deducting cool points from the energy waves. For real, y'all are never going to be as cool as Ludwig, just give it up. But aside from that, I thought this was an awesome way of mixing things up for her second phase. The thing about Rolana is that all of her attacks feel so damn well telegraphed. They aren't always easy to dodge, as I'm sure my gameplay is probably making abundantly clear, but it's little more than a matter of acclimating to her sense of rhythm, and it's not hard to discern what's happening next. When it comes down to it, the key to figuring her out lies in distinguishing her different combo finishers. Sure, it is a bit of a memorization check, but at least you feel like you're actually fighting a fellow warrior and not just some overtuned artificial intelligence. When she goes to use her magic sword, you want to try and dodge through it. With her fire sword, you want to dodge away from it, as getting caught in the explosion right after a successful dodge is a very easy trap to fall into, as is dodging away and finding yourself getting scraped by her magic waves. None of this is difficult to intuit just by playing the game, and it gives the fight such a steady flow that makes learning it feel so much more manageable as a result. You don't have to beat your head against the wall for 20 minutes trying out precise angles, positioning or measuring your iframes, and you sure as fucking hell don't have to Google how to stop instantly dying to her. It's all there on full display, and because the learning process is so well conveyed to the player, overcoming her is infinitely more satisfying as a result. Speaking of how much better Rolana is than Melania, man, I gotta fucking say, I really love it when a boss's super attack actually makes it clear how you are supposed to avoid it. Now, in fairness, the attack can feel like a cheap gotcha your first time through, but even then, it's not like you gotta sit there scratching your chin wondering, how the fuck can I possibly dodge that? Man, isn't it great when you can actually learn a hard boss without feeling like you're trying to win a headbutting competition with a fucking brick wall? The moment that first moon drops, even if you get caught by it, you've already figured out, oh, okay, I just gotta jump it. It might be tricky, but I can do that. Oh my god, what's this? Hopefulness? In my Elden Ring? Say it ain't so. Oh my god, it's like this game is trying to appeal to those fucking casuals who just want an easy game. Why doesn't this attack require me to Google all these stupid, precise elements that I would have no way of intuiting on my own? My god, this fucking baby mode easy game? Fuck this shit, am I right? As far as what I don't like about Rolana though, her name makes my dyslexic ass brain go brrr. I mean, yeah, that's really about it. Rolana is fantastic. What can I say? She's just a fan-fucking-tastic fight that nails the feeling of going one-on-one with a fellow warrior of incredible power. But there's one more boss that I just cannot help but love more than Romina and Rolana. It's not the most complex boss, it's not even the hardest boss, and it's not the biggest spectacle of a boss, but goddamn, I just can't help myself. Midra is king. I don't care if he's a failed Lord of Frenzied Flame, because to me, he is anything but a failure. Blood's a king amongst peasants. Remember how I said Romina didn't feel like she had very much build-up or long-standing presence? Honestly, the same goes for Rolana, but for Midra, it is the exact opposite. All that wandering around through the abyssal woods, wondering just what in the hell was going on in this accursed place, the warnings from Midra and his servant spirits to turn back, the way the fight starts with you fighting Midra in his weakest form as he tries to restrain the Frenzied Flame within him. Everything leading up to that reveal of the Lord of Frenzied Flame, fuck me, it was perfect. Mechanically speaking, the fight is pretty simple. However, I think it's elevated a ton thanks to the use of the madness mechanic. I've already talked about madness and why I enjoy the Frenzied Flame sections in the base game, but for those who don't remember after listening to me for all these hours, madness is an affliction that not only drains health and magic, but it also leaves you momentarily stunned. As you can imagine, being momentarily stunned with this fucking abomination walking towards you is, holy fuck, is it terrifying. It's such a simple way of making him harder in a way that doesn't feel way too overwhelming to manage or artificial and cheap. The more you get hit, the more your madness accumulates. If it accumulates too much, he'll basically get another free hit on you. That's yeah. That's bad. I think the simplicity of Midra is what draws me to him. Well, you know, that and the lore. He doesn't have any cheap tricks, no bullshit mechanics to throw you off, no ridiculously long combos that leave you with no choice but to keep dodging for seconds on end, no overtuned nonsense that mindlessly fucks you over every other second, just an esoteric entity with a magical sword? I think it's a sword. And of course, some freaky-ass pyromancy. You already want to avoid being hit, so the madness serves as an additional layer of stress to keep you on your toes while you also try and manage fighting this weird, eldritch horror. There's something about the way Midra moves that I struggle to properly explain. He doesn't move super erratically, but he also doesn't blatantly delay his attacks just to fumble you. I don't know, there's just something about the way that he closes the gaps and casts his spells that feels so strangely off, and yet so smooth in the heat of battle. Get it? Heat of battle? You really get the sense that the Frenzied Flame is this unknowable, otherworldly evil that you'll just never be able to figure out. I mean, sure, eventually you will get the hang of the boss, but the learning experience itself feels so appropriately stressful and mind-boggling. I'm struggling to explain this, hell, maybe it's just a me thing, but TLDR, I just love how he animates. I also have to give props to the story of the fight itself. It reminds me of Placidusax, where the fight just has this constant sense of escalation to it. As the fight continues, frenzied flames begin to spread, and you really get the feeling that you actually put the world in danger by coming here. Whether or not you even give a shit about the world is, well, let's just say subjective, but still, that additional layer in the fight goes a long way in making it feel like a proper big deal. And it wasn't until this boss that I realized so many of Elden Ring's bosses are really lacking in this element. I mean, really, how many fights in Elden Ring actually feel like you have to win them at all costs? Even my favorite fights, Placidusax, Godfrey, Rolana, Romina, nothing about those fights would negatively impact the world were the tarnish to permanently fall from them. Midra is the first time that I can recall in the entirety of Elden Ring that I felt like, oh shit, I actually need to win this and save the world from a potential cataclysm that I am responsible for unleashing. I mean, obviously if you die, nothing happens, Midra just resets, but still, the idea is at least there, and it makes Midra's fight feel so unique compared to everything else in the game. Maybe you're role-playing as the next Lord of Frenzied Flame. Maybe your Tarnished reached the bottom of the subterranean shunning grounds and met the Three Fingers for themselves, acquiring the true power of the Frenzied Flame and forsaking Melena's quest, and ultimately seeking the end of the lands between. What would that make Midra to you? A fallen comrade? A blasphemer? An underdog rival? This is the kind of thing that makes me love role-playing games. The creative potential for engaging the player in their own little stories borders on boundless. Midra's fucking goated and easily my second favorite boss in all of Elden Ring. Personally, I'm always gonna prefer political Ghidorah, but hey, if there's one thing we all know now, it's that there is no shame in being the silver medal. The real shame is the fact that now I've got to start talking about the bosses that I don't think deserve any medals, unless those medals are to do with them being dog shit. Alright, let's start off with a real hot take. That being Mesmer. See what I did there? Hot take? Yeah. I don't know. I don't really hate Mesmer. In fact, I think he's a lot better than some of the fights I'll be talking about later. And I really like him as a character, but the fight itself is just... I mean... What is this? Does anime bullshit just run in this incestuous bloodline or something? In all seriousness though, I'm more mixed when it comes to Mesmer. I just think his first phase is an obnoxious clusterfuck of the exact same over-the-top nonsense that made me detest bosses like Melania, but I actually really like his second phase. Quite a bit, in fact. It's still really hard, and the learning experience, to be frank, was kinda shit due to the first phase being what it was, but after a while, I found his second phase pretty damn enjoyable. I think it just suffers from following a pretty lousy first phase. Mesmer's design feels really backwards. His phase 1 is just this relentless onslaught of overly animated attacks, but his phase 2, despite having literal giant snakes at his beck and call, somehow feels far less visually cluttered, and he has these really wide openings in his offense that make him so much easier to learn as a result. You actually get downtime between his attacks so that you can properly gauge, read, and prepare for his next attack, making the learning process much more organic than his first phase where he's just flying around doing these ridiculously never-ending combos. The camera sure isn't doing him any favors in either phase, but at least when it comes to his phase 2, his attacks are pretty well telegraphed, and it doesn't feel like the game is going out of its way to grant him free punish on the player. In fact, it's pretty straightforward. You know what? This wasn't in my script. Weird comparison, but now that I think about it, he actually reminds me of the Shadows of Yharnam, again, when it comes to his second phase. I just can't stand his first phase though. His attacks are just way too constant. His mobility has him flying around like a coked up Roo, and again, the visual clutter is just, I mean, god, what the fuck is happening? Spirit Ashes practically feel like a necessity for such an aggressive boss, but I much prefer fighting his phase 2 without them because he feels so much better tuned for a one-on-one throwdown. Also, some of his hitboxes in the first phase are fucking insane.
Oh, come on, Loveless, you're just making excuses for how bad you...
For what it's worth, I don't think Mesmer is horrible. I mean, the second half of the fight was pretty good, and again, his character and lore are fantastic, but overall, yeah, I just wasn't a fan. Sorry guys, I know a lot of you like him, and I get it, sincerely. And for what it's worth, I don't think he's anywhere near as bad as these next 3 bosses. Let's start with Gaius. Do I seriously even need to explain why this boss fucking sucks? I sincerely doubt it. So I'm not going to. This motherfucker appears at the bottom of literally every DLC boss ranking. Everyone watching this video knows that he fucking sucks. I doubt I can tell you anything about him that you don't already know or haven't already heard.
Actually, Loveless, they patched him so that he always spawns from his original starting point, so the boss is completely fixed now.
Are you? My guy, you cannot be serious.
Of course I am. You're just mad because you don't understand the mechanics and refuse to get good. If you bothered to research his frame data and stat numbers, you would realize that—
Dude, I swear to God, I'm gonna throw you in a blender if you don't shut the fuck up and level up that listening comprehension. I swear, so help me fucking God! Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, the shitty bosses. So, Bale.
Loveless, are you kidding me? Bale is the greatest FromSoft dragon of all time and way better than Placidusax and Midir. You're clearly just bad and need to get good.
So, yeah, Bale fucking sucks. I don't know what it is people see in this fucking thing. Look, his first phase is mid, and the second phase just feels like a wannabe Kingdom Hearts boss that spams arena blanketing light show attacks. Some of the dodge timings, mainly the grab attack, don't always feel consistent, and nothing about him sticks out as especially impressive to me. He's just a big hulking motherfucker that jumps around and deals colossal damage. Not exactly original coming from a game with 200 of those, if I'm being perfectly frank. Also, I get that FromSoft wants us to know Bale is a really hard boss, but was it really necessary to have him attacking the player the moment they enter the fog gate? This is the exact same shit that Gaius was doing pre-patch, and it was just as obnoxious there. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna give Bale a pass just because bro looks like a mangled Destoroyah, okay? Honestly though, nothing in his first phase even comes close to the levels of obnoxious that his phase 2 manages to reach. Whoa, yeah, big blast of energy that blanket the arena. Hey, Fromboy, what do you think?
Loveless, how can you criticize Bale for having enormous high damaging attacks when you said Placidusax is your favorite boss and he does the exact same thing?
You know what? That's actually a fair question. Let me explain. The difference here is that Placidusax only has 2 attacks of this caliber, and not only are they heavily telegraphed, but dodging and blocking them is far from impossible to pull off thanks to how easy it is to read simply by observing his movements. In short, you don't have to resort to googling how to dodge Super Boss attack number 420,069 just to have a snowball's chance in hell of surviving. Plus, you have a good few seconds following these attacks to either recuperate or charge in for a punish. Bale, on the other hand, is pretty much going to remain in constant motion once his phase 2 starts, with only a couple of attacks that open him up for any kind of punish. This alone wouldn't be a problem if it didn't feel as if you were being forced to roll until you finally roll good RNG. Sometimes you'll get lucky and Bale will consistently do attacks that leave him open for a punish. and that can feel great. Other times, he'll be charging you down so relentlessly with combo after combo like a roided out cocaine bear or flying around like a goddamn kaiju on speed. And since I know somebody is shaking their head listening to this, I want you to seriously tell me in the comments just what in the fuck it is that I am supposed to be learning and intuiting in the midst of this migraine-inducing smorgasbord of screen-cluttering nonsense, because for the life of me, I cannot piece the lesson together.
Geez, Loveless, why not do some research before talking about a boss you clearly don't understand?
Because it's not my fucking job to Google what the game itself fails to teach me after playing it 1,000 times. Especially when I am still capable of beating the boss's bitch ass anyways. That is not a lesson in skill. Why the fuck is it my responsibility to have Google on standby every time I go to fight a new boss? Woe is fucking me for not intuiting on my own that I have to be standing at a precise 90-degree angle from Bale's head as he enters frame 372 of attack number 14 before moving at precisely 3.75 kilometers per hour at a slightly forward diagonal, but also making sure to curve my frame at run 47 of the third step of my right foot while the moon is in a waxing crescent stage and Mercury is in fucking retrograde. Fuck me for not realizing all of that on my own, am I right, my hardcore gamers? So yeah, I didn't care for Bale is what I'm trying to get at. But you know what? I would still, even with all of my frustration with every boss in this DLC, take any of them, including Bale the Dread, over this DLC's final boss any day of the week.
Wait a second, Loveless. Before you talk about Radon, don't forget about the Putrescent Knight and Matir, Mother of Fingers.
The fucking what?
The Putrescent Knight, Matir. You used footage of one of them before.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot to write about them.
So, what are your thoughts on them?
Well, actually, I think they're great.
Wait, really?
No, I'm kidding, they fucking suck.
You know, I remember Kingdom Hearts like it was just yesterday. The moment I hear that iconic Hikari orchestration, it's like I'm a kid again playing these games for the first time. I remember renting Kingdom Hearts from my local Blockbuster, yeah, remember those? And being whisked away in this magical adventure born from the most bizarre franchise pairing I think I'd ever seen. It had its highs and it certainly had its lows, but I still loved it all the same, and still do even as an adult, because despite the many issues with Kingdom Hearts, it was a hell of an experience. Kingdom Hearts is an experience that I'm sure I'm not alone in saying was full of memorable boss fights. From Disney villains like the Hydra and Maleficent, to Final Fantasy cameos from the likes of Leon and Sephiroth, to completely original bosses like the Clock Tower Phantom, and not to mention the now iconic Organization 13 battles. Kingdom Hearts is full of boss fights, ranging from so easy that even a kid can beat it, to so ball-bustingly hard that even us pro-gamer adults still struggle to overcome them. Funny enough, it's often the most difficult of these bosses that many of us go on to hold in such high regard. They weren't always winners, like the mysterious figure in Birth by Sleep or the Data battle with Luxord, but for the most part, the series does an excellent job of designing its super bosses with a sharp understanding of the player's kit and every skill they've been tested on throughout their time playing. Sora is an extremely capable player character, especially with Donald and Goofy at his side, so for Kingdom Hearts to have such absurdly difficult bosses that would go on to become so cherished and fondly remembered for just how well crafted of a challenge they are is truly remarkable. And it doesn't take a genius to see just how phenomenally well crafted a boss like Roxas is. But you know, it does take a phenomenal level of incompetence to think that a boss like Roxas would be just the kind of thing that Dark Souls would benefit from. If you had told me back in the days of the first Dark Souls that a future FromSoft title was going to be capped off with a roided out wannabe Roxas, I would have asked you if that title was Kingdom Hearts 3, because even back then in the year of 2011 when Kingdom Hearts 3 was as much of a meme as Half-Life 3, even a FromSoft developed Kingdom Hearts fucking 3 made more sense than whatever the brain dead fuck that this garbage is supposed to be. Can someone please tell me who the fuck had the brilliant gold star of an idea to make the final boss of a DLC we waited 2 years for and paid over $40 for just Radon, but worse? I'm already more than aware of the fact that him being stupid hard was all that mattered to the investors who don't even play these games, as well as the playtesters who just want to blow off their favorite studio whenever they one up their difficulty yet again. But can someone please tell me where this fucking idea originated? Was it actually Hidetaka Miyazaki who conceived this miserable failure of a boss fight? This boss is the under the mayo of Souls bosses because all he does is spew bullshit after bullshit until your brain is so rotted that you mentally can't even focus because of the sheer volume of bullshit that you've been putting up with. Move aside, Goddess of Scarlet Rot, because Big Bro here has harnessed the power of the ultimate status affliction. Fucking brain rot. Congrats, FromSoft, you did it. You once again have made the harderest, bossest everest. Unfortunately, holy fucking shit, this boss is so bad that I've seen the bed of fucking chaos favorably compared to it. You know what's really telling? I remember reading the Design Works interview with Miyazaki on the first Dark Souls, and one of the things from it that stood out to me was his shame in how easy Gwyn turned out to be. One of the designers made a passing joke about how easy it was to just beat him by parrying him over and over, and I guess Miyazaki took that pretty fucking personally because at this point it's starting to feel like he's overcompensating for something. I genuinely want to know if Gwyn being sort of kind of easy thanks to one particularly high-risk strategy is the reason we're now getting bosses that are so desperate to play like they're from an entirely different fucking game. Is Miyazaki just that fucking upset that some people found Gwyn kinda easy that he's become more and more ashamed of what Dark Souls even is? Is difficulty really all that matters to him now? Because that's what this boss feels like it's saying. It's hard. It's a hard boss. I genuinely want you, the viewer, to comment literally anything else you can tell me about this boss regarding its mechanics. What about this boss stands out other than the fact that he plays like Roxas from Kingdom Hearts fucking 2? Am I supposed to be impressed that FromSoft's idea of making a hard boss is now, let's just take another swordsman boss and give him a light show of hitboxes alongside every attack in his phase 2? Oh yeah, phase 2. Remember how I've been repeatedly criticizing Elden Ring bosses for feeling as if their first phases don't even matter anymore? You seriously cannot even deny it anymore with Radahn because his second phase can't even wait for the 50 to 60% mark like most of this game's bosses. They are so desperate to make this boss as hard as physically possible that they have him starting his second phase at the 70% mark of his health. I would like to remind you, dear viewer, that this is where Melania, the Blade of Mikola, was given access to Waterfowl Dance. Oh yeah, speaking of which, hey, wouldn't it be like so crazy hard if every combo felt like its own Waterfowl Dance? Those combos from his first phase that had anywhere from 2 to 5 attacks in total that were actually pretty reasonable to dodge once you learned how he played? Yeah? Let's just add dozens of light pillars onto each and every swing so that we can positionally punish the player. Oh yeah, that'll be so freaking hard, dude. Oh, you know what else would make him so fucking hard, bro? Whenever the player enters the fog gate, let's just straight up have a coin toss on whether or not Radahn will immediately charge the player down, or give them a few seconds to prep like basically every other boss besides Bale. Oh man, I love a good coin toss that subverts the player's understanding of our AI. Isn't that such fucking good design? It'll make it so much harder, bro. Oh yeah, speaking of which, let's make it to where the boss's AI will literally ignore an onslaught of attacks from player summons just to keep their focus on the player as often as possible. Because yeah, that's exactly what we needed. More of the player waiting around for a window to punish. And whenever the boss AI does shift to a Spirit Ash, let's make sure that Radahn always snaps his focus right back to the player mid-combo so that it's even harder for the player to gauge whether or not they're even being given a window for punish in the first place. I mean, our AI basically worked perfectly fine in the event of summons before, but nah bro, we gotta make the boss the hardest Everest. How do we now account for player summons in a way that keeps them from being too OP and slaughtering Radahn while he beats down on the player like an alcoholic father? Well, that's what the light show attacks are for. It's not like we gotta worry about frustrating Spirit Ashes with unfair punish. Fucking brilliant. But you know what? Just to be sure we're getting in as many unfair punishes as possible, let's recreate Radahn's meteor attack halfway through his second phase. I mean, yeah, the arena is much smaller than that of the original Radahn fight, and the player doesn't have access to Torrent. Oh, and we probably should make sure that there's literally no fucking conveyance whatsoever in-game as to how to dodge this fucking attack, given he can use this attack from any point in the arena. But hey, you know, it's not like players aren't accustomed to having to Google how to dodge ultra-powerful attacks at this point, so fuck them. They already paid for our content and will get harassed online by our legion of toxic self-Stockholming fanboys for questioning our fetish for artificial difficulty, so who gives a fuck what they think? We got a free pass from any criticism whatsoever. Oh yeah, I guess Radahn also has a grab in his phase too. Yeah, it's fine. It's telegraphed well, gives you a decent window to either gather your bearings or execute a punish. He doesn't instantly chain into another attack, and the first grab doesn't even deal damage, meaning you don't have to waste a resource trying to recover from it. It'll insta-kill you if he catches you a second time, but it actually feels pretty fair given how telegraphed it is and the fact that you essentially always have a second chance with it. It genuinely pains me that this boss is so bad that his command grab is the most fair and reasonable attack in a game notorious for bullshit command grabs, but hey, here we are. It's also just hilarious to me that the boss is literally so overtuned that frame rate drops have become a frequent issue for players, even on high-end PCs. Have you guys noticed how prior to this, I didn't even have anything to say about the game's performance issues? Yeah, that's because, it didn't have any. Or at least not on PS5. Yeah, well, gone are those days because this Phase 2, which is in fact the majority of this fight, is so horrendously overdesigned and overdone that it will be a frequent source of noticeable frame drops. Turns out it's not just the Dark Souls player character that can't reasonably handle this kind of boss, it's literally the fucking Dark Souls engine too. If you want to make a Kingdom Hearts boss or a Devil May Cry boss, make it in a fucking engine that can handle it. I want to be clear that Consort Radahn isn't the only source of frame drops in this DLC, but he is by far the most consistent. Though I will say, the crash I had from Mesmer was pretty funny. I don't know what happened, I don't know what this was about, maybe my PS5 was just fed up with this game also. I genuinely have no idea, but it was really funny. This boss is a fucking joke, and it's clear to me that FromSoft had just run out of ideas for making truly difficult fights. Just give us swordsman's stupid long combos, minuscule punish windows that are paper thin, stupid high damage, a million hitboxes firing off in a million directions, and make sure that it all happens so fast that neither the camera nor the fucking frame rate at this point can keep up with it. I'm sure the drones will still hark on about how it's fine because he's still technically beatable, but I think at this point we've pushed these games way past what they can handle when it comes to difficulty. I could very easily see bosses like this, Melania, Bale, and so on being perfectly serviceable in games that have systems and mechanics, oh, and you know, engines, capable of carrying challenges with as much weight and pressure to them as these. Like I've said before, most of these super duper hard bosses feel like they would fit right in with games like Bloodborne and Sekiro, and of course Devil May Cry and Kingdom Hearts. But we are well and beyond what the Souls games are capable of handling. Again, are they seriously just going to keep making not Dark Souls with bosses that are progressively harder and harder until the games literally become unplayable? How unfair does it have to get before we all unanimously agree, okay, this is way too unreasonable, and can stop harassing others for saying so? Well, I'll be fucked if I'm the one to figure it out because this boss has single-handedly ruined any interest I have in future FromSoft titles. No, I'm not kidding, I'm fucking done with these games. I beat this bitch-ass solo and I don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, it was super hard, oh yeah, believe me, but you know what's more important than being hard? Whether or not it's even worth it to begin with. Consort Radahn wasn't worth it. Melania, the Blade of Mikola, wasn't worth it. Bale the Dread wasn't worth it. The Elden Beast wasn't worth it. Malekith, the Black Blade, was not worth it. The pinnacle challenges of these games which prioritize challenge above all, the very reasons that we play these games so extensively and try so hard to get better at them, are no longer worth it. Meaning that these games are no longer worth it. I'm done. I am officially done with FromSoft's games because they are no longer worth the effort that they require to play them, let alone the money I have to spend on them. I'm sorry if you expected this section to go on for longer than it has, but I'm so fed up with this game that I can't even bother to spare the energy on it anymore. People are already aware of the fact that this boss is shit. If you want a full technical breakdown of every move and every hitbox or whatever, I'm sure plenty exist. But I've lost so much respect for FromSoft following the release of this DLC that I just cannot be bothered to pay them the same respect I had when I was originally drafting the critique of the base game. There's an old Krogan saying that the greatest insult you can give anything is to ignore it. And that is exactly what I plan to do with this stupid fight for the rest of my life after this critique. Fuck this boss fight. The first time I beat this fucker was on New Game Plus 2. The second time was with one of the most powerful characters I had. The third was co-oping with a buddy. And the last was my first and only solo run. Much like I have with every boss fight, I avoided Googling answers at all costs and actively spent hours, yes, hours, trying to learn the mechanics strictly from playing the game. The learning experience bordered on the non-existent because FromSoft cannot be fucked to try and actually teach their players anymore. So this is me paying them back in kind.
Call me a casual who needs to get good all you fucking want. I beat this bitch game over a dozen times solo, and I have clowned on this wannabe Kingdom Hearts boss enough times over to know that it's not worth it no matter how you choose to approach it. I don't give a fuck anymore about this, and frankly, neither should anyone else, because beating this boss doesn't bring me joy. It doesn't even bring me relief. It just makes me pissed off that FromSoft was capable and willing to conclude their biggest game ever on such a rotten note. I cannot believe the heights this studio has fallen from. What an absolute fucking disgrace. Oh, and I can't believe I completely forgot about it. Your big reward for beating Radon, their hardest boss ever, is a flashback that literally tells you nothing you didn't already know just by reading the boss's name. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm done with Elden Ring. I've spent hundreds of hours playing this game, over 2 years writing this script, and countless hours recording, editing, and producing this series. I've truly given it my all with this game, and while I'm proud of the work that I've done with this critique, I'm left ultimately disappointed that I cannot say the same in regards to FromSoft's work on this game. Elden Ring is a disappointment and a failure to me. There is so much about the game that I like and even genuinely love, but I just cannot get past how much there is weighing this game down, especially after the DLC. FromSoft's ambition to create the ultimate Souls game far outpaced their ability to produce that level of content. The desire to make their most phenomenally expansive and soul-crushingly difficult game to date ultimately left Elden Ring an incohesive, unbalanced, unfinished, and unpolished mess that needed several more years of playtesting and refinement to see properly made a reality. We waited so many years for both this game and its DLC, but the end result was a product far too inexcusable for me to say that any of it was worth it. I don't know what's going on at FromSoft, but as a former fan, it feels like seeing Bungie go from Halo to Destiny. All the DNA is there for a great game. The idea for an incredible world and story are all there, but there is so much wrong with it that I just can't help but feel this unwavering sense of monumental disappointment. I was so excited for Elden Ring, I bought the fucking collector's edition for God's sake. I was right there ready for FromSoft's next big masterpiece. Lots of people love Elden Ring, but plenty of people also love Destiny. Look how that turned out. You know, I wish I could say I was one of them. I wish I could see past all the bad design choices, all the failed challenges, all of the unrelenting copy and paste of so much content. I wish I could just look past all of it and enjoy the game. But I just can't. The game fucking sucks. It's fine if you don't agree, but I also have to wonder just how bad it has to get before people stop going so ballistic over me and others saying that. Look, even when it comes to games I don't like, it rarely fails to put a smile on my face knowing that others enjoyed it. But unfortunately, when it comes to Elden Ring, there's simply more to it than that. There's no getting around it. Elden Ring is FromSoft's most financially successful title to date, and while it's great that so many people enjoyed the game, and I'm glad for FromSoft that they were able to get out such a big hit, there's no denying that Elden Ring is bound to be an influence on many of their future titles. The Shadow of the Erdtree DLC has already shown that to be the case. Money talks. It's the most open line of communication that we as consumers have with the people behind these products. Unfortunately, what money tells you is often far from the truth, and it seems that FromSoft is being told by their success that they need to keep making their games intentionally harder and harder with little else being given priority. Everything has become a backdrop to the challenge now, and it just feels so backwards from how it used to be. These games have always prided themselves on difficulty, there's no denying it, but it was never priority number one. There was so much more to it than that. But with Elden Ring, we have an incomplete story, constant recycling of content, and there is so little in the ways of mechanical development over prior games. In fact, there are many regards in which Elden Ring devolves from prior games. Enemies no longer have a visible stance meter, thus making it impossible to accurately gauge how aggressive we should be playing. We can't chop off boss limbs like in Dark Souls or exploit weaknesses like in Bloodborne. Parrying no longer works as a parry should because Miyazaki is scared that people will make fun of him for having a boss that could be defeated with a single mechanic, even though many bosses can still be defeated with a single mechanic. How much more has to go in this never-ending pursuit of difficulty? How much more aggressive are the bosses going to become versus the player character who I'm sure will still be moving just as sluggishly 12 games from now? How much more time are players going to be spending trying to survive these poorly animated wombo combos that you have to resort to Google to properly learn because the game can't be bothered to teach you anything itself? Elden Ring has been one massive quest in coming to understand disappointment. I understand that not everyone came out of this experience feeling the same way. And seriously, I envy you guys, okay? But I hope I've done a good enough job at accurately conveying all of my issues with the game and how I came to feel the way I do. I'm sure this critique will be receiving its fair share of get goods and skill issues for years to come, but for those of you who actually bothered to pay attention to what I had to say, I want to thank you. This has been an ungodly amount of work for a single critique, and I can't imagine that I'm going to be doing this style of content again anytime soon. And look, I still have plenty of content in the works. Some of it is going to be even longer than this. So for those of you who don't care for me being a filthy casual, I invite you to subscribe and look forward to what's to come. Believe it or not, I much prefer talking about games I actually enjoy versus those I don't. Elden Ring was just a special case, at least for me. Like I said in the intro, I have a great deal of love and respect for what FromSoft used to be in the games they used to make. So I really wanted to put my all into breaking down every single issue I took with the game and explaining in extreme depth how I found it to be the failure I believe it to be. I know it's easy for some people to hear that and get mad, but I've spent more than my fair share of time arguing with strangers on the internet about FromSoft titles, and the song and dance is just exhausting. If you think I'm a piece of shit for criticizing your sacred cow, I don't care. Argue about it in the comments and hit that dislike button all you want. All it does is boost my engagement. But for the other 80+% of you, if my analytics are to be believed, that enjoy my content regardless of whether or not you agree with me, thank you all so very much. This was a behemoth of a series to work on, and while I am proud of all that's come of it, I think going forward I'm going to be refraining from dedicating content of this scale to anything but games I truly love. Now, I'm sure this isn't the last of my contentious takes, but going forward, you can expect my larger content to focus on games I truly love versus those that I don't. Case in point, I was not expecting the New Vegas DLC review to gain as much traction as it did, meaning that I had no idea there would be such a demand for me to cover the base game like I originally said I would. I know it's far later than anyone would have liked, but starting in 2025, I will once again be returning to Fallout New Vegas. This will be a gigantic series, and I have been putting a lot of work into it, so for those of you who enjoyed my New Vegas DLC review, I hope you're as eager as I am. And for those who haven't seen my review of New Vegas' DLC, I highly recommend checking it out once you're done. It's, well, you know, it's literally my second most successful content, so hey, that's pretty cool. But yeah, that's gonna do it for Elden Ring. I was thinking about taking a break from YouTube for a while with this critique, but honestly, I'm so excited to get back to talking about my backlog, Fallout, and not to mention everything else I have planned going forward. If you want to know more, hop on over to the Sierra Madre Discord server where you can ask me yourself. Link is in the description, as are links to the various content that helped to make this critique possible. And one last very special thank you and shout out to all of those who contributed their music to this critique. You guys are seriously awesome, and I cannot thank you enough. And lastly, since I have been getting asked this a fair amount lately, I just want to say that I have no intention of further covering FromSoft's works going forward. I'm sorry to say, but I am just not the kind of guy who can dedicate that much time to so many games as massive and extensive as these. Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3 all mean the world to me, and I may come back to cover them someday, but if you're expecting me to put out multi-hour critiques on every single one of these titles, I'm sorry to say I'm just not your guy. I was actually a third of the way done with a 5-hour Demon Souls critique, but ultimately lost interest, and frankly doubt that anyone would even be interested in that anyways. I wish it was just as easy as making these videos appear on my channel, but the fact is that critiques this massive take a very long time and a massive amount of effort on my part, and unfortunately I'm just not in a place where I can be working on YouTube content full time like that. If I ever reach a point where I can make a comfortable living off of YouTube alone, I might consider going back to these games, but I've only just crossed 3,000 subscribers, so for now, it's just not feasible for me. Regardless, I'm really glad that I pushed through with this project, and I am so grateful for all the support that it's gotten. I have no idea how well this critique will ultimately do, but as far as the individual uploads are concerned, I'm very happy with the reception that it's received. Obviously, not everyone loves it, but I said it in the beginning that I was more than well aware that this was going to be my most disliked content by a pretty huge margin. Considering the individual uploads on average have ranged from 75 to a 90+% on the like ratio, I'd say that it was pretty damn good. And the myriad of both wonderful and, not to mention, entertaining comments that I've received have been a blast to read. So much so that I'll be doing a comment comeback with my podcast co-host Lucy in the very near future. I obviously won't be including it in the supercut, but I will be linking it in both the last part of the critique series as well as the supercut whenever that video drops. So either way, feel free to hop on over using the link in the description. And if you're seeing this before the comment comeback has been posted, well, I guess you're just gonna have to subscribe and hit that bell notification and tune in when it does happen. Thank you all so very much. I'll see you again soon. Take care, and until we meet again.